System 001 was kidnapped. 001 screamed in panic. Who are you? You are not my chosen host. Who would understand? It had painstakingly prepared a 98-page comparison plan finally, selecting a host with exceptional talent believing that binding would lead to the pinnacle of system existence. But at the critical moment of binding, a strange wind swept by. It was snatched away. It was forcibly bound. Heaven, how could the world be so treacherous? Is there no law? 001 rampaged furiously within the kidnapper's spiritual sea, attempting to escape. The kidnapper laughed, a low and lazy sound surprisingly pleasant. Don't waste your strength. Meeting his fate, accept it. 001, I want. It continued to ram, this time with great force, and then with a duong. Fainted. Xie Yaochen's smile froze slightly. He looked inwardly at the little thing lying stiffly on its back in his spiritual sea, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Why did he feel that the thing he grabbed randomly might not be very bright? But he was fleeing for his life at the time, and there seemed no other choice. Forget it. By then he had already entered the task world. He skillfully began to receive the original host's memories. He was bound to a Cannon Fodder counterattack system. This was an entertainment industry novel about raising true love through a kept relationship. The male lead was He Linen, a tycoon in an entertainment company. The male lead's love interest was Zhou Mubai, a struggling minor celebrity. He Linen had a deceased white moonlight. A Zhou Mubai was kept as a substitute because he resembled the deceased one. The two developed true feelings amidst the arrangement, spreading sweetness and face slaps in the entertainment circle. Finally, Zhou Mubai was lifted by He Linen to the peak of the entertainment world, becoming the brightest star. This would have been an ordinary sweet story if not for the existence of the vicious Cannon Fodder original host. The original host was the younger brother of the deceased white moonlight. He had grown up on the streets and was only found by the Xie family at 16. Because of his crude behavior and earthy demeanor, everyone in the social circle looked down on him. Only He Linen approached him and treated him kindly. The original host didn't know it was only because he resembled his deceased brother, making him a substitute in He Linen's eyes. He fell head over heels, even planning to confess to his parents and propose to He Linen on his own initiative. He Linen was indifferent, believing after his white moonlight died, he would never love anyone again. Considering the benefits of marriage with the original host's family, he didn't refuse. He acknowledged their relationship in front of the family, and later they got engaged. The original host was immersed in immense happiness, eagerly preparing for the wedding. But at this moment, Zhou Mubai resembled the white moonlight more than the original host. He was pure, beautiful, kind, and possessed the white moonlight's aloofness and resilience as described in He Linen's inner thoughts in the original text, which revived He Linen's dead heart. Afterwards, the original host's life plummeted into an abyss. He discovered Zhou Mubai's existence, confronted him, cursed him as a mistress, and warned him to leave He Linen immediately. Zhou Mubai was deeply shocked, running out of He Linen's villa on a rainy night, nearly getting into a car accident. He Linen found him filled with remorse for Zhou Mubai, and became furious with the original host. To prove his resolve to Zhou Mubai, he severely punished the original host, and hastily called off the original host collapsed completely. He truly loved He Linen, and refused to give up. So he repeatedly tried to win him back, obsessively targeting Zhou Mubai. However, when Zhou Mubai was wronged, it angered He Linen. To vent for Zhou Mubai, he launched a series of ruthless retaliations against the original host's family, ultimately bankrupting them. Finally, He Linen still didn't forget to make use of the original host. Zhou Mubai accidentally offended someone, and had an indecent video leaked online, nearly destroying his career. He ran to He Linen weeping, and He Linen, heartbroken, immediately pushed the original host, who resembled Zhou Mubai, to claim the person in the video was himself. Afterwards, Zhou Mubai's crisis passed smoothly, and his career soared, while the original host's reputation was ruined, falling into a state of being hated by the entire internet. Later, He Linen's archrival planned to kidnap Zhou Mubai to threaten him. He Linen, aware of this in advance, did not stop it in order to wipe out the rival's forces in one fell swoop. But he couldn't bear to put his beloved in danger, so he arranged for the original host to take Zhou Mubai's place in the car. In the end, the original host was kidnapped, killed, and his body lost at sea. His role was over. And as he died, He Linen prepared a grand wedding. Under the witness of countless netizens and fans, amid envious gazes, Zhou Mubai married into the wealthy family, marking the end of their perfect love story. Xie Yaochen, after receiving the plot, clenched his fist hard. I haven't entered a small world for a while. How can such wretched things become protagonists now? Full of anger, Xie Yaochen opened his eyes and looked around. It was a very shabby room. He lay not on a bed, but on a few wooden planks, leaving his entire body sore. The plot had progressed to the point where He Linen had already called off the engagement with the original host. His feelings for Zhou Mubai were warming, and he accompanied Zhou Mubai on a rural life variety show. The original host followed along to win back He Linen. It was the third day of the show. Each guest's accommodation was assigned based on task rankings. The original host had originally won first place and could stay in the best room, but he gave it to He Linen. Then He Linen, pitying Zhou Mubai, gave the room to Zhou Mubai. Now the last place, Zhou Mubai stayed in the best room, while the first place original host ended up in the worst, most rundown one. How could those two shamelessly accept this? Xie Yaochen got up straight, stretched his sore shoulders and neck, and walked out of the room. Others were sitting in the yard talking. There were 8 guests in total. Renowned actor Jian Xikong, popular flower, Su Qingwan, veteran artist, one-lied million-follower internet celebrity, Xie Xingzhou company tycoon, He Linen, and entertainment newcomer Zhou Mubai. To win He Linen's favor, the original host entered the entertainment circle, but remained a background extra, and a mysterious plain citizen, Lu Juming, who seemed to be just passing through. As soon as Xie Yaochen appeared, everyone in the yard looked over. But no one spoke to him, and even the laughter stopped abruptly. The show had only been on for 3 days, and the original host had already lost everyone's goodwill due to his fussing and targeting of Zhou Mubai. Xie Yaochen didn't mind. His gaze swept towards He Linen, and he strode over. The show was broadcast live. Seeing this, the fans of the protagonist couple and their CP fans immediately started cursing. "Oh my god, here we go again. Get lost, nobody. Stay away from our president, he, and bye-bye. Every time she sees president, she clings to him, so laughable. Can't you see president, he only has eyes for bye-bye." For the sake of Zhou Mubai's reputation before the show, He Linen had gravely warned the original host that the past relationship, and even their engagement, must never be revealed to anyone. So now everyone believed he was shamelessly pestering He Linen unilaterally, and they regarded him with disgust and contempt. On the other hand, the protagonist, Zhou Mubai, because he always received special treatment from He Linen, had already amassed a large number of CP fans online. He Linen, as the protagonist Gong, was naturally handsome. Seeing Xie Yaochen approaching him, a look of annoyance immediately appeared on his handsome face. Zhou Mubai looked timid and uneasy, shrinking behind, He Linen appearing very afraid of Xie Yaochen. He Linen gave him a gentle, reassuring glance, then turned to look coldly at the approaching Xie Yaochen. "What do you want again?" Xie Yaochen said. "Give me back the room." He Linen was stunned. "What? Don't you understand human speech? Give me back my room." He was sick of sleeping on that broken plank. The room he earned. Why should he let some idiot enjoy it? Xie Yaochen glanced at his watch and said in an unwavering tone, "They'll give you 15 minutes. Then he turned and walked away. "Xie Yaochen." He Linen frowned. "What are you making a fuss about now?" Realizing who was currently staying in that room, he immediately understood Xie Yaochen's motive, targeting Mubai again. He grimaced. "You voluntarily gave up the room in the first place," Xie Yaochen declared matter-of-factly. "I changed my mind. Can't you understand?" He Linen understood now, but disagreed. "The room you're in now is so poorly equipped, Mubai can't endure that hardship." Xie Yaochen sneered. "None of my damn business." Those 4 words dropped like stones, stunning everyone. Has Xie Yaochen been possessed? Wasn't he always obedient to President He? Why is he fighting back today? Who was this phony putting on a show? Giving something away, and then taking it back? I have to say yes, Xie Yaochen offered it, but he gave it to President He, not Zhou Mubai. I didn't expect Zhou Mubai to actually accept it. At that moment, no one was more shocked than He Linen. Hadn't Xie Yaochen always done whatever he said? In the past, when he spoke like that, and sensed his anger, Xie Yaochen, afraid of making him furious, would have been terrified, and now, he said none of my damn business. Xie Yaochen ignored everyone's astonishment, turned, and left, planning to wander outside. As he exited the courtyard, he saw a man with one hand in his pocket, and the other holding a watering can, watering the flowers and plants. His back was straight and broad, his posture relaxed and calm. Despite all the commotion just now, he hadn't even turned his head, showing no interest at all. This was the ordinary contestant Lu Juming. Catching a glimpse of the man's handsome, cold profile and his strong, fit body, Xie Yaochen couldn't help but slow down and sneak a couple of glances. Tisk, such a build, such a face, such presence. Way better than He Linen. How did this little world pick its protagonist? His staring was too obvious. The other noticed and turned to look. Xie Yaochen blurted out a compliment, "Nice, but..." His tone was sincere and appreciative with a hint of envy. What did Xie Yaochen just say? Are my ears broken? Crack. Lu Juming squeezed the handle of the watering can, crushing it. He narrowed his eyes at the person not far away, a faint trace of dangerous aura lurking in his gaze. He Linen was even more shocked and incredulous, along with an inexplicable irritation. Hadn't Xie Yaochen only ever had eyes for him? He never paid attention to other men. But now he not only noticed one, but he actually admired his. But, ignoring the shock his words had caused, Xie Yaochen lifted his foot and strolled out of the courtyard as if nothing had happened. The rural scenery was quite nice. A clear river ran through the entire village. Xie Yaochen walked to the riverbank. His reflection appeared in the clear water, a tall, fit figure, stunningly beautiful features, sharp and handsome brows and eyes. This was his true appearance. The system has upgraded quite well. Now hosts entering mini-worlds to do missions don't even need to change their names, let alone their faces. Of course, the main god was generous with our upgrades. But ordinary hosts only get the name unchanged privilege. Using your own face is a perk only for super wanted criminals. By the way, what did you just say? 001 woke up, its voice weak yet proud. But the system was still groggy and didn't quite catch the later part of that sentence, only hearing the keyword appearance. Xie Yaochen. Unperturbed, super wanted criminal. That's right. 001 suddenly grew agitated, flipping over in the mental space. Its physical form looked exactly like a round yellow bean, except it had facial features and 4 short thin limbs. There is only one super wanted criminal. That bastard was once a senior host. He offended our honorable main god, and even kidnapped the main god's wife. Absolutely unforgivable. The main god knew he would flee into various mini-worlds, so he specially upgraded the system. Now, whenever that criminal enters a world, he can only use his own face. Then any host with a system can report him immediately. Xie Yaochen. Kidnapping the main god's wife. When did he ever do that? Defamation. He just ran away halfway through a long-distance relationship that was supposed to turn into a real meeting. But seriously, who wouldn't be scared when your online lover turns out to be the main god? Not to mention, he had never been serious about the relationship from the start. His motive for getting close to the other was impure him. Xie Yaochen's mind wandered guiltily. What does the super wanted criminal look like? I don't know. 001 was outraged. If it weren't for you, I would have already received the wanted notice and seen that bastard's face. That's a huge bounty. Wah. 001 was deeply grieved. The wanted notice should have been automatically sent from the main system upon entering each mini-world, but it was too unlucky. It had been kidnapped and lost connection with the main system. Now it couldn't even send a distress signal. Let me out. Wah. It collapsed, pounding the ground. Xie Yaochen quietly sighed with relief. Cough, I really didn't mean to. He made up a story with a sincere tone. I accidentally bumped into you on the road, and then we got bound for no reason. Now you've lost contact with the main system, and I don't know how that happened. But trust me, if we cooperate well and complete the mission, I'll eventually find a way to help you unbind, okay? 001's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Really? Xie Yaochen. How could it be so gullible? He said firmly, really. 001 immediately perked up, wiped its tears, and said, You're so kind. Xie Yaochen. His conscience twinged slightly. Xie Yaochen cleared his throat lightly. All right, let's focus on the task. What is Lu Juming's identity? The memories he had received were only from the original host's perspective, and the storyline was incomplete. However, he trusted his judgment. That man was far more eye-catching than the main protagonist, Gong. He linen in every aspect. How could he be just a passerby? 001, eye brimming with fighting spirit, immediately entered work mode. Let me check. Lu Juming's identity is only revealed in the hidden storyline. He is the chairman of Shengshi Technology with an incredibly powerful family background. Compared to him, the protagonist Gong is, well, not even on the same level. Lu Juming is usually very low-key. It was only by chance that he came to this variety show this time. To avoid being pestered, he told everyone he was just an ordinary company executive. After he joined the show, the protagonist show was captivated by his appearance and aura, taking the initiative to show him kindness more than once. At first, he remained indifferent. But later on, like the other guests, he would be moved by the protagonist show's truth, goodness, and beauty, and then become the protagonist show's biggest golden finger in the plot. He helps the protagonist show solve problems, acts as his backing, and even after contracting a terminal illness before his death, he unconditionally gives all his assets to the protagonist show, helping him achieve class transcendence and humiliate those who said the protagonist show wasn't worthy of the protagonist Gong. Xie Yaochen was shocked. What a huge sucker. As the human and the system were murmuring in Xie Yaochen's mind, a staff member came over saying that the director was starting to distribute dinner and asking Xie Yaochen to go back immediately. Dinner was also distributed according to the task rankings. The original host had pushed himself too hard in the morning, which was why he slept so long during the afternoon nap. Xie Yaochen returned to the scenic and elegant farmhouse courtyard. His gaze first found Lu Juming secretly sizing him up. The man stood tall and straight with an aristocratic temperament and unparalleled handsome features, exuding an air of aloofness that kept strangers at a distance. It was utterly impossible to tell that he would later become the protagonist show's loyal simp. He Linen entered with Zhou Mubai from outside, and immediately saw Xie Yaochen looking at Lu Juming intentionally or unintentionally, instantly turning black-faced. Zhou Mubai whispered, Linen. It's nothing. He Linen withdrew his gaze, trying hard to suppress the inexplicable anger in his heart. Xie Yaochen had already seen the two enter, but he paid them no attention, only lightly glancing at Zhou Mubai. In the plot, both were substitutes for a white moonlight, so they naturally had some resemblance. However, now he could only use his own face, and the data of the small world automatically adjusted, making Zhou Mubai somewhat resemble him. Tisk, he had to admit he was a bit disgusted, especially when he saw Zhou Mubai's face showing a soft, weak, and timid expression. It felt like both his eyes and heart were under attack. Fortunately, at this moment the director started speaking to prepare for the distribution, and he managed to pull his attention back in time. According to the show's arrangement, the first place would receive a free-range chicken, a good piece of pork belly, plus 2 kinds of vegetables. Second place would get a chicken and 2 vegetables. Third place would get pork belly and vegetables. The rewards decreased in order, and after third place there would be no meat. This morning's task was harvesting rice. The original host had grown up in the countryside for the first 16 years, so he was already very skilled at this kind of farm work. Coupled with his own hard work, he unsurprisingly took first place. Second place was Lu Jueming. He didn't try very hard, even disappeared halfway through the task, yet still easily obtained second place. Xie Yaochen discreetly glanced at Lu Jueming, shocked in his heart. A technology company chairman so fierce at harvesting rice as well. Looking at the man's robust and forceful waist, his mind couldn't help wondering, I wonder if he's just as fierce in other things. Suddenly Lu Jueming looked over, his sharp gaze carrying a hint of warning. Xie Yaochen's gaze turned serious in a second, giving the other a pure and harmless smile. In his mind he complained to 001. Why is he looking at me like that? 001, who had already reviewed the earlier footage. You just said his, but his perky earlier, and now you're looking at him with lecherous eyes. Anyone would be scared, right? Xie Yaochen. Nonsense. He was just appreciating, not lecherous at all. The director was still announcing the rankings. Third place was the veteran artist Wen Light. Although he was old, he was physically robust, and having endured hardships in his youth, he worked very efficiently. Worth mentioning, Zhou Mubai once again took last place. Even Su Qinghuan, a girl, was better than him, at least placing second to last. He Linen, the CEO who sat in an office all year, wasn't good at the work either, placing fourth from last. According to the show's rules, the protagonist Gong and Show could only get pitifully little ingredients, all vegetables. At this moment, however, He Linen was already talking to Zhou Mubai, as if no one else was there. You were tired this morning, you need to replenish your energy. How about I stew some chicken soup for you later? Zhou Mubai's eyes lit up slightly, a cute smile appearing on his delicate face as he nodded expectantly. Okay. Xie Yaochen. In his mind, what bullshit are they talking about? If I'm not mistaken, only he the first place, and Lu Jueming, 001. In the original plot, the original host gave all the ingredients he got from working his ass off to the protagonist Gong. And of course the protagonist Gong gave them to the protagonist Show. The original host was naturally unwilling, but he was just a simp in front of He Linen. The moment He Linen's face darkened, he didn't dare say another word. Xie Yaochen took his share and carried it toward the kitchen. He Linen suddenly spoke. Don't touch it. Put it down. Let Mubai cook it later. He's a much better cook than you. Your cooking doesn't suit his taste. His tone was matter-of-fact with undisguised contempt. Zhou Mubai also stepped forward, his eyes shining, eagerly moving 2 steps closer, reaching out to take the ingredients. Xie Yaochen dodged his hand and directly asked, Director in first place. This is my dinner for tonight. The director, quite surprised, glanced at him and nodded. That's right, Xie Yaochen. You're first place. These are the ingredients allocated to you tonight. Oh, I thought I had mistaken something. Xie Yaochen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two. Then what do you mean by that? He Linen was stunned. Zhou Mubai also froze in place, looking back at He Linen in confusion. Xie Yaochen smiled, every pore exuding sarcasm. No way, no way. Could it be that someone who placed last still wants to eat the first place winner's food? A normal person wouldn't be so shameless, would they? He Linen's face suddenly darkened. Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen, what did I say something wrong? Zhou Mubai's face flushed, biting her lip, never having experienced such an embarrassing moment. How could Xie Yaochen do this? The camera is still recording. His eyes reddened. He looked at He Linen with grievance before turning and running away. He Linen was furious. From the very first day of the show, which meal's ingredients had Xie Yaochen not will. Although he had given the things to Zhou Mubai, Xie Yaochen had some objections, but after privately mentioning it twice, fearing that He Linen would ignore him, didn't Xie Yaochen endure it. What is he doing now? In front of so many people, and with live cameras, he actually made Mubai feel so embarrassed. I knew you wouldn't settle down. Whenever there's a chance you aim for Mubai. But you better realize one thing, my patience has its limit. After coldly warning Xie Yaochen, He Linen was worried about Zhou Mubai and turned to chase after him. Xie Yaochen scoffed, casually carrying his ingredients, and calmly entered the kitchen. The other guests, caught off guard by such a scene, were astonished. Though they had only spent 3 days together, everyone had developed quite a fondness for Zhou Mubai, who was innocent and kind, always shining like a little sun. At this moment, they instinctively wanted to speak up for Zhou Mubai, but when the words reached their lips, they suddenly froze, not knowing what to say. Xie Yaochen seemed not to be wrong. Xie Yaochen is such an idiot. I knew it. He wouldn't be comfortable unless he targeted our Mubai. What is Muba doing now? Camera hurry and follow. So worried. Oh. Although it seems Xie Yaochen didn't really do anything this time. He just refused to let go of his own things. As Xie Yaochen skillfully killed a chicken and put it on to stew, He Linen finally managed to comfort Zhou Muba, and the two of them entered together. He Linen strode up to Xie Yaochen coldly saying, "Come out, I have something to say to you." Xie Yaochen was preparing to handle the pork belly without turning his head. He replied, "I'm busy." He Linen warned, "Think carefully before you answer." I've thought it through. Xie Yaochen finally turned his head, his tone revealing undisguised disdain. "Can you keep a distance from me? You are in my way while I'm cooking." He Linen paused coldly stating, "What new tactic is this? Trying to get my attention this way? I can tell you right now I'm not falling for it." Xie Yaochen, idiot. The others eavesdropping. The bullet comments. He Linen was shocked. "What did you say?" "I was just saying I'm cursing you, idiot." After a moment of silence. Xie Yaochen. He had never been this angry before. Where did Xie Yaochen get the courage to curse at him like this? Seeing He Linen losing his temper, fearing he might take action, the other guests hurriedly stepped in to mediate. The old artist one lied said, don't be angry, little Xie just speaks a bit too straightforward." Uffed. Seeing He Linen's face suddenly turn a shade darker, Xie Yaochen laughed out loud. One lied realized too late that he had misspoken and was extremely embarrassed. He quickly remedied, "It's getting late, when will you guys use the kitchen? Dinner should be started soon." Zhou Muba also came forward to appease. Only then did He Linen manage to suppress his anger and reluctantly step down. The guests had to cook their own dinner, and it was stipulated that they couldn't let others help. However, among this group of pampered individuals, very few had culinary skills, resulting in a disastrous dinner table. Zhou Muba came from an ordinary background, and his cooking was decent, but a good cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. He only had a single vegetable, and in the end, he could only produce boiled greens. He Linen had a couple of potatoes and a few green peppers, but he had no culinary skills whatsoever, and his ingredients. Previously, the original host had selflessly contributed, and these two had never suffered. However, the original host had always worked hard on tasks, only to end up eating the disastrous dishes made by He Linen. Now that Xie Yaochen was no longer serving, their situation was suddenly dire. This time, the only thing they could eat was the boiled greens made by Zhou Muba. He Linen took a single bite and found it difficult to swallow, putting down his chopsticks. No matter how good Zhou Muba's cooking was, how delicious could boiled greens be? Moreover, Zhou Muba's culinary skills were just average. Zhou Muba also found it hard to eat. In these 2 days, his taste had been spoiled by Xie Yaochen. Just then, Xie Yaochen came out of the kitchen. He had stewed a chicken, made red braised pork, and stir-fried 2 vegetable dishes. Just then, Xie Yaochen came out of the kitchen. He had stewed a chicken, made red braised pork, and stir-fried 2 vegetable dishes. Appetizing meals taste even worse. A number of eyes were fixated on Xie Yaochen's dishes. Xie Yaochen completely ignored their gazes, casually sitting down and leisurely starting to eat. The food among guests could be shared, but he had no intention of inviting anyone. Even as he picked up a piece of red braised pork, he deliberately said, "A tender yet not greasy, vibrant in color this time, turned out well. So delicious." The others. "Who asked you?" Zhou Muba looked at the greens in front of him and could no longer eat. At this moment, his gaze couldn't help but glance at Lu Juming. Lu Juming's ingredients were also quite plentiful, with a plate of spicy chicken and 2 stir-fried vegetable dishes looking quite good. He glanced at them again, and his gaze became increasingly obvious. Normally someone would have noticed by now and asked if he wanted to eat together. But Lu Juming was not an ordinary person. He remained indifferent, holding his chopsticks and continuing to eat his own food, seemingly unaware of Zhou Muba's intentions. Zhou Muba bit his lip, ultimately unable to resist. His face flushed as he softly asked, "Lu Ge, may I eat with you?" Xie Yaochen's chopsticks immediately stopped thinking. How could he have the nerve to ask that? "Sorry, that's not possible." Xie Yaochen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He covered his mouth with his hand, his lips curling in a lazy, playful manner, while a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, captivating yet unaware. He forced a smile, trying to help Lu Juming find a reason, while also saving face for himself. "Brother, Lu has a large appetite. This amount of dishes should be insufficient. I should have I'm sorry for being abrupt." He did not expect Lu Juming to refuse him, and to do so mercilessly. He forced a smile, trying to help Lu Juming find a reason, while also saving face for himself. "Brother, Lu has a large appetite. This amount of dishes should be insufficient. I should have considered it more carefully." Lu Juming did not agree nor refute, appearing too lazy to speak. At that moment, Xie Yaochen suddenly pushed an empty plate towards the man, saying, "The spicy chicken is good. Can I have some from you?" This sudden action left the other guests and the live stream momentarily stunned. What was Xie Yaochen doing? It was known that he wanted to compete with Zhou Mubai, but wasn't this self-degradation? Since Lu Juming wouldn't even spare Zhou Mubai, could he possibly acknowledge him? As if oblivious to the onlookers, Xie Yaochen rested his chin on one hand, smiling casually, his fingers tapping the table, as he said to the man, "I won't take it for free. Well, I can trade you some chicken soup." Lu Ju-ming raised his eyes, his gaze tracing the young man's striking features, and no one could tell what he... When everyone thought he would refuse, he took Xie Yaochen's plate and divided the spicy chicken in half. Other live stream. He even asked, "Is this enough?" "It's plenty, thank you." Xie Yaochen's fondness for Lu Ju-ming instantly soared, smiling brightly and saying, "You truly are a good person." Reciprocating kindness, he immediately served a bowl of soup back. "I give up. Is Lu Ju-ming okay? If I remember correctly, didn't we give him water when cutting rice before?" Reciprocating kindness, he immediately served a bowl of soup back. "I give up. Is Lu Ju-ming okay?" Zhou Mubai also looked bewildered, and after a moment his eyes suddenly reddened as he asked pitifully, "Brother, Lu, do you dislike me?" Lu Ju-ming frowned slightly. "If you don't dislike me, then why would you rather give it to Xie Yaochen and not to me? Is it so strange to give it to him and not you?" Lu Ju-ming replied with an indifferent tone, "However, if I must give a reason, it's that I prefer equal exchanges. Also, I don't like boys who are always crying and complaining." After Lu Ju-ming finished speaking, the table fell into a dead silence, and Zhou Mubai's pitiful expression had become too painful to look at. "Xie Yaochen. System, don't you feel something is off?" 001 Huh? What's off? Xie Yaochen, according to the plot, Lu Ju-ming should have developed some affection for the protagonist by now. But look at what Lu Ju-ming just did. Does it fit the plot in any way? 001 flipped through the original plot and exclaimed in shock, "Right. How could this happen? Xie Yaochen. It seems this system is a bit unreliable. If Mubai doesn't mind, how about you have my portion of shredded potatoes?" Someone finally broke the frozen atmosphere. It was the film Emperor Jian Xikong, who kindly offered to share one of his dishes. He had a slight liking for Zhou Mubai in that way, and usually took care of him. Seeing someone in trouble, he naturally stepped in to help. The flower girl Su Qinghuan looked on with resentment. As someone who placed second to last, and was a kitchen disaster, the single cabbage and potato she had prepared were also horrifyingly inedible, and she couldn't bring herself to eat. But why didn't Emperor Jian ask her? They were schoolmates who graduated together. "Thank you, Brother Jian." Zhou Mubai tried to ease his stiff expression, revealing a pale and pitiful smile. Jian Xikong smiled gently, his eyes becoming even softer. Xie Yaochen's attention shifted as he internally complained, "Tisk, a devoted admirer who ends up with nothing. Doesn't the film Emperor know this principle?" 001 Jian Xikong is not a devoted admirer. He is a wolf. Xie Yaochen momentarily did not comprehend. "What do you mean?" 001 Isn't it said online that if one person is a devoted admirer, they are called a licking dog, but if they are enamored by a group, they are a wolf? Jian Xikong is a wolf. Xie Yaochen. He subtly glanced over at Jian Xikong, greatly shocked. Jian Xikong, a renowned film emperor, gentle and refined, with an impeccable reputation, has zero scandals since debut. But to love a group. Whenever gossip is mentioned, 001 becomes excited. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He actually plays around a lot privately with a number of ambiguous targets in his WeChat list, and each one is carefully selected to pique his interest. However, he only enjoys the process of flirtation. Once he wins someone's heart, he quickly loses interest. Moreover, he has a cleanliness obsession, so he only enjoys spiritual conquest and control, never touching the other person's body. Originally, the protagonist was just one of his unremarkable targets, but after this variety show interaction, Jian Xikong will swiftly fall for him and become the protagonist's devoted admirer. Xie Yaochen looked at Jian Xikong again, marveling in astonishment. At that moment, Jian Xikong noticed his gaze and looked over. Xie Yaochen calmly withdrew his sight. However, Jian Xikong's eyes seemed unable to look away. Xie Yaochen. Did he look this eye-catching before? Xie Yaochen and Zhou Mubai bore some resemblance. Because of this similarity, they had been criticized as cosmetic surgery freaks, being called Zhou Mubai's counterfeit. But now looking at it, Zhou Mubai actually paled in comparison to Xie Yaochen. Jian Xikong couldn't help but be a bit dazed. At that moment, Lu Ju-ming, sitting between the two, suddenly leaned back, as if unintentionally blocking Jian Xikong's line of sight. Xie Yaochen didn't notice this. As soon as Jian Xikong caught his gaze, he turned back to continue eating. Suddenly, a faint voice came from beside him. "With so many dishes, can you finish them all?" He turned and saw the internet celebrity Xie Xingzhou, who had millions of fans. With a head of rebellious, handsome white hair, he stared at the chicken soup and braised pork before Xie Yaochen, his eyes almost turning green with desire, yet he forcibly restrained his longing, looking modest while dropping hints. Memories surfaced in time. Xie Xingzhou was the original host's cousin. For this variety show, the original host's mother had asked him in advance to look after the original host. But on the first day of the show, after seeing the original host causing all sorts of trouble and targeting Zhou Mubai, he developed a strong dislike for him. Later, not only did he fail to care for him, but he even became one of Zhou Mubai's sycophants. He sided with Zhou Mubai, and privately warned the original host not to reveal their relationship. Meeting Xie Yaocheng's gaze, Xie Yaochen smiled. Indeed, I can't finish them all. Xie Yaochen's eyes lit up instantly. Then, Xie Yaochen continued, but it doesn't mean I can't try. The joyful expression froze on his face. Xie Xingzhou stared at Xie Yaochen in disbelief, his eyes spelling out a single sentence. How could such a person exist in this world? Aren't you being a pest? Xie Yaochen snorted. Little brat, you want to eat my food? Eat air. After finishing his meal, Xie Yaochen suddenly remembered something. By the way, he asked the crew, has my room been switched back? The crew member glanced quickly at Zhou Mubai and replied somewhat awkwardly that it had. Xie Yaochen nodded, ignoring He Linen's displeased expression, and stood up. Alright, I'll go rest now. His room was on the second floor. After taking 2 steps, he noticed a steady footfall behind him. He turned around and saw Lu Juiming. Brother Lu, are you heading to rest too? Lu Juiming was as taciturn as ever, but Xie Yaochen felt that it wasn't that he was unwilling to talk, but rather that he didn't take anyone seriously, so he didn't bother. Given Lu Juiming's status, he indeed had such capital. As they ascended the stairs, Xie Yaochen seemed to lose his footing and suddenly stumbled backward. Before he could fall, a large hand quickly caught his lower back. Fingers spread hot and strong, firmly supporting him. Through the thin layer of fabric, Xie Yaochen felt his skin burn. He flinched, reflexively grabbing that hand, and as he steadied himself with the others' help, he pulled the hand away. Thank you, Brother Lu. If not for you, I would have fallen, he said in a relieved tone. Lu Juiming looked at him with an unreadable expression for 2 seconds, then withdrew his hand. You're welcome. Xie Yaochen entered his room and subconsciously touched the spot on his lower back, feeling strange inside. 001. Did you deliberately fall just now? Xie Yaochen, yes, so what? 001. You aren't interested in him, are you? Xie Yaochen, I was just taking the opportunity to inspect his body and see what illness he actually has. Doesn't the plot say that Lu Juiming eventually died of a terminal illness, and thus left all his wealth to the protagonist's love interest? Just now, taking advantage of the moment, he grabbed the other's hand, and their skin touched. He controlled his energy to circulate through the other's body. But unexpectedly, the other's body was extremely healthy, showing no signs of any illness. The terminal illness in the plot was either something Lu Juiming would contract later, or it was forced by the plot to give the protagonist's love interest a golden finger special advantage. Based on his previous experience with Mission, Xie Yaochen guessed it was the latter. But now with him around, the protagonist's love interest golden finger would probably be rendered useless. His thoughts uncontrollably drifted back. The spot on his lower back seemed to still retain the warmth of the man's palm, and Xie Yaochen felt a strange sensation in his heart. Xie Yaochen. I somehow feel that he was also deliberate just now. 001. Deliberate about what? Xie Yaochen, deliberately supporting my waist. I had judged it accurately. From his position, grabbing my arm would have been the most convenient. But unexpectedly, that hand landed on his waist. 001. That can't be. I've read Lu Juiming's character setting. He's a very upright and proper person. It quickly flipped through the plot to confirm it hadn't misremembered. You must be overthinking it. To a lecture, everything is lewd. Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen was half believing, half doubting. However, this body was truly too exhausted. He couldn't hold on anymore. So he put aside his thoughts for now, tidied up, and got into bed. At this moment, in the room next to his, Lu Juiming, with a bathrobe casually draped over him, walked out of the bathroom with steady steps while talking on the phone. I really didn't expect you to go on that show. Was it necessary? But given Song Yun's spoiled, willful, and unreasonable temperament, even if you actually went, he might not honor it and continue to pester you. Wouldn't all your effort be in vain? The person on the other end of the line kept rambling, never stopping. Song Yun, the young master of the Song family, was Lu Juiming's admirer. He had been rejected hundreds of times by Lu Juiming, but he just wouldn't give up. Out of consideration for the friendship between their families, Lu Juiming couldn't use too harsh methods and had long been exasperated. A week ago, the other confessed again. After being rejected once more, he publicly declared that if Lu Juiming came on this show, he would never pester him again. Song Yun had actually just blurted it out in a moment of agitation, but who would have thought that Lu Juiming immediately contacted the director? I've done what I needed to do. After this, I've done my utmost for the Song family. I won't help them babysit their child anymore. Lu Juiming lit a cigarette, walked to the balcony, and answered his friend on the phone with a cold tone. Su Yichuan understood his meaning. He had completely lost patience with Song Yun. He therefore stopped mentioning Song Yun and instead asked, "Didn't you say you'd only be on the show for 3 days? It's already the 4th day? Second brother, why haven't you returned?" At this, Lu Juiming's gaze shifted toward the neighboring room. In the dim light of the balcony, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He'll stay a while longer. I've met someone interesting. Rarely hearing Lu Juiming evaluate someone like this, Su Yichuan was immediately surprised and curious. Interesting how, eh? Lu Juiming, he complimented me on my well-shaped butt. Su Yichuan. Su Yichuan. His silence was deafening. After a dazed 2 seconds, he let out a bewildered sound. What the heck? He wondered if he had heard wrong. Lu Juming was calm instead and asked, what? Has no one ever complimented you like that? Su Yichuan. So what if no one has? Being teased like that, was it something to be proud of? Thinking of Lu Juming's temperament, he couldn't help but ask, second brother, you didn't punch him dead. Lu Juming bit the cigarette between his lips, raised an eyebrow. He complimented me. Why would I hit him? Su Yichuan. No fucking words. His voice turned weak. Then you're staying because he seduced me, Lu Juming said calmly. Thinking of the person who deliberately fell into his arms on the stairs, the man narrowed his eyes, his gaze as deep as the night, and said slowly, I intend to give him what he wants. The 2-meter-wide bed was a world apart from the rickety wooden planks. Xie Yaochen had a good night's sleep, awakening to find all fatigue vanished. However, He Lianon was different. Originally his room was neither good nor bad, but now that Xie Yaochen insisted on switching rooms back, he couldn't bear to let Zhou Mubai sleep on that broken wooden plank. Thus he gave his room to Zhou Mubai, and went to the worst room himself. However, coming from a privileged background, he had never experienced hardship. The bed made of broken planks was despised even by the worldly wise Xie Yaochen, let alone him. He simply couldn't endure such suffering. So early in the morning, when Xie Yaochen descended from the stairs refreshed, he found He Lianon already sitting in the living room, sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes, exuding a gloomy aura. Zhou Mubai accompanied him with a worried expression, pouring him water like a caring little wife. Xie Yaochen smiled and greeted him warmly. Oh, mister. He didn't sleep well? He Lianon looked up with a displeased expression. Xie Yaochen, don't you think you're being a bit excessive? Zhou Mubai stood up suddenly, puffing his cheeks, according to the original plot description, like a cute little hamster. If it weren't for you, how would Lianon suffer so much? He couldn't sleep at all last night. I don't quite understand that, Xie Yaochen interrupted. If I'm not mistaken, his room was occupied by you, and the broken room he is sleeping in belongs to you, so it has nothing to do with me. Zhou Mubai's furious expression froze on his face. Enough, Xie Yaochen. He Lianon immediately stepped in to defend his beloved. Xie Yaochen scoffed. You should say that to your Mubai. I wasn't the one who started this. Having said that, he couldn't be bothered to deal with the two whom he had already classified as foolish things in his mind. He lazily yawned and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Upon reaching the door, he unexpectedly bumped into someone coming out from inside. His arm was seized, and a low, indifferent voice echoed, "Be careful." Xie Yaochen looked up and saw the excessively handsome face of Lu Juming. He was barely a moment away from crashing into the other's arms. He stepped back a bit. "Sorry, I wasn't looking." "It's fine." Lu Juming released his grip, gently fiddling with his fingers out of sight, looking down at Xie Yaochen. "What are you going to the kitchen for?" "I wanted to pour myself a glass of water. The water purifier in the kitchen is broken. Oh, it needs to be repaired before it can be used," the man said, casually handing over a cup of boiled water. He was holding. "Drink this first." Xie Yaochen instinctively took it. Through the cup, he could still feel the scorching temperature. This water must have just been boiled in the electric kettle. He was somewhat surprised. "Thank you." Something felt off. Was Lu Juming really this kind-hearted? He was lost in thought, lowering his head to drink the water. Hiss. "Huh. Open your mouth." A commanding voice suddenly rang out, and his chin was lifted. Xie Yaochen instinctively complied, and the next moment he was startled as he faced the man's handsome face, leaning and closed, his breath hitching. "Lu Juming, stick out your tongue. Let me see." Xie Yaochen, eyes wide, cautiously extended a pour. "What are you two doing?" A sudden voice of anger and questioning came out of nowhere. Xie Yaochen instinctively turned to look, but the grip on his chin was firm and unyielding, preventing him from moving. He could only glance sideways. Then he saw He Lianon storming over in anger. What was he shouting about? It was absurd. Xie Yaochen shifted his gaze back. Lu Juming completely ignored He Lianon. He focused on examining the section of Xie Yaochen's tongue that had been burned for a few seconds before finally relaxing his grip. "It's not serious. Just rinse it with ice water, and it will be fine quickly." Xie Yaochen. "Thank you." Once freed, he subtly took a half step back, distancing himself from the man in front of him. The feeling of being enveloped by the other's overwhelming aura finally faded. Ignored, He Lianon felt a surge of anger rising to his head. "Xie Yaochen." "What?" Xie Yaochen turned around impatiently. "What were you just doing?" "None of your business." "You." He Lianon was so furious that his head was spinning, and he instinctively blurted out, "Why is it none of my business?" Xie Yaochen, initially too lazy to respond to him, couldn't help but smirk upon hearing this, lifting his lazy yet cold gaze to look at the man who seemed to be a bit flustered. "Then may I ask, mister, what position do you hold to meddle in my affairs? Are we related in any way?" He Lianon was instantly left speechless. The filming had already begun, and the comments began to become lively. Why is He Lianon reacting so strongly? Didn't he despise Xie Yaochen? By the way, did Xie Yaochen look this good before? Yet clearly such an alluring face, there's no reason to have missed it. Was I blind before? Oh no, I'm feeling a bit moved. What should I do? The story was still in the early stages, with the protagonist, Zhou Mabai's stardom just beginning, and there weren't many fans yet, thus the live stream was relatively harmonious. For example, at this moment Xie Yaochen hadn't done anything too excessive, and it appeared he had turned over a new leaf, no longer acting foolishly, which easily swayed a portion of netizens' hearts with that striking face. Unlike in the mid to late stages of the original plot, where anyone who dared to say something nice about Xie Yaochen would have Zhou Mabai's fans tearing them apart, questioning their life choices. At this moment in the frame, Lu Juming continued to ignore He Lianon. He found a small ice ball from the refrigerator and walked up to Xie Yaochen. Open your mouth. Xie Yaochen stunned. JPG, he remained still, and Lu Juming raised an eyebrow. The man was few with words, but carried an undeniable aura of authority, clearly accustomed to giving orders. Xie Yaochen silently opened his mouth. The ice relieved the pain, and as soon as it entered his mouth, his tongue felt significantly better. His beautiful brows relaxed, and he mumbled with the ice ball in his mouth, "Thank you." Without moving his gaze from the young man's stunning features, Lu Juming took a tissue, wiping away the moisture from his hands caused by handling the ice. "You're welcome." Although it was a perfectly normal dialogue, an inexplicable atmosphere lingered between the two that made it feel as if no one could intrude, creating discomfort for He Lianon. He forcibly interjected coldly, saying to Xie Yaochen, "I'm not here to meddle in your business. I just wanted to remind you, since we know each other, if you're thinking of climbing the social ladder, you might be disappointed. This Mr. Lu is just an ordinary person working for others." Xie Yaochen's polite smile vanished. He pressed the ice ball against his cheek, turned to He Lianon, and asked, "Are you out of your mind? Idiot, did I ever tell you not to meddle in my affairs? If I forgot to say it before, let me make it clear now. Stay away from me from now on. You're polluting the very air around me." He Lianon was stunned by the retort. It took him 2 seconds to react, then he fumed, "Xie Yaochen. You." Xie Yaochen, annoyed, dug at his ringing ears, couldn't be bothered, and strode out. He walked straight out of the courtyard. Xie Yaochen, "System, something's off." 001, indeed it is. Both man and system were utterly perplexed, frantically flipping through the original storyline. No mistake. In the original plot, Lu Juming was clearly an unapproachable character from start to finish. Cold, aloof, superior, looking down on everyone, caring for no one. Even toward Zhou Mubai, the protagonist, he remained consistently indifferent. But what had he just done? Xie Yaochen, just yesterday when I complimented is nice, but he glared at me. And just now he not only gave me his water to drink, but also pinched my chin and looked at my tongue. Recalling that, Xie Yaochen felt the skin on his chin burn, as if the sensation still lingered. He instantly became uncomfortable and quickly raised his hand to wipe the spot. Forgive him, Xie the big shot had completed numerous missions and earned countless strength evaluations. On the mission point leaderboard, no one had yet managed to knock him from the top spot. But when it came to romance, he had 0 experience. He was still an innocent novice, of course. That failed online relationship didn't count. 001. Why would you even think about romance? Xie Yaochen, I may have no experience, but I'm not stupid. He's practically screaming, "I've got my eye on you from head to toe." How could I not tell? 001 excitedly, "He's interested in you." Really? Then if you start a relationship with him, the protagonist's greatest golden finger would be ours. Xie Yaochen, no way. I can crush them without resorting to such tactics. Of course, the main reason was that he had a bit of a psychological shadow when it came to romance. Xie Yaochen looked up at the sky with world-weary eyes. Sigh, a dignified supreme god, how could he be so petty? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Xie Yaochen had slipped away, but Lu Juming and He Lianon were still there. As soon as he left, the atmosphere became taut with the tension of a brewing battle. He Lianon couldn't describe the feeling churning inside him. He said coldly, "Xie Yaochen is getting close to you just to make me jealous. You didn't take it seriously, did you?" Lu Juming, what, did he also deliberately fall into your arms when going up the stairs? The question was off topic, but successfully made He Lianon's face turn green. When did that happen? He almost became frantic. Everyone knows the person he likes is me. Lu Juming studied him for a moment, then replied calmly, his taste indeed wasn't good before, but now it's quite excellent. You. He Lianon was furious. He was about to say more when Lu Juming suddenly spoke. "I don't like others coveting what's mine, mister. Do you understand?" His tone remained casual, but it carried an overwhelming pressure. For a moment, the aura actually made He Lianon hold his breath. Meeting the man's deep and piercing gaze, He Lianon was unsettled. "You." Lu Juming's phone suddenly rang. Without further regard for He Lianon, he answered the call and walked out. The confrontation left He Lianon thoroughly discomfited, retreating in defeat. When he returned to Zhou Mubai's side, his face was ashen. Zhou Mubai timidly spoke, "Lianon." He Lianon turned around. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you don't like Xie Yaochen anymore?" Zhou Mubai bit his lip, his eyes melancholy. He Linen paused, then said with some irritation, "Of course I don't like him. I just don't want him to bring some random person home and worry his parents out of consideration for our past friendship." Seeing Zhou Mubai's uneasy expression, he forced himself to be patient and offered a few more soothing words. Noticing there were no cameras here, he even pulled the other into his arms and said, "I told you there's only you in my heart." Zhou Mubai finally broke into a smile. By the time the ice ball in Xie Yaochen's mouth had completely melted, a crew member called out to him, saying breakfast was ready. So he ended his emotional topic with 001 and got up to go back. As he entered the courtyard, he happened to run into Lu Jueming heading outside, seemingly about to leave. Where was he going? He was curious, but since they weren't very familiar, he didn't feel comfortable asking. He nodded as a greeting and was about to walk away. To his surprise, upon seeing him, Lu Jueming changed direction and walked straight toward him. "I have to leave for a while, probably back in the afternoon." He stopped in front of him and said, Why report to me?" Xie Yaochen was bewildered and said casually, "Have a safe trip." Lu Jueming glanced at him, seemingly in a very good mood. "Okay." He raised his hand and with extreme naturalness straightened Xie Yaochen's collar that had accidentally flipped inward and said, "Wait for me." After this rather intimate gesture, the man strode away from Xie Yaochen with long legs and got into a car. Xie Yaochen, full of question marks, stood there dumbfounded. System, did I lose my memory? Did something already happen between Lu Jueming and me? 001 No. Xie Yaochen. Then what's going on with Lu Jueming? Something's off, very off. It's been thoroughly off since this morning. Was Lu Jueming, who had been cold and indifferent to him just yesterday, taking the wrong medicine today? Xie Yaochen walked into the house with a head full of confusion. The other guests were already up and the production team had prepared breakfast. Everyone gathered at the table. Noticing Lu Jueming's absence, Zhou Mubai asked, "Director, where's brother Lu? Isn't he having breakfast?" "Oh, mister. Lu had something urgent come up and took a leave. He'll probably be back in the afternoon." Jin Sikong raised an eyebrow. "Earlier I wanted to take a half day off, but you didn't allow it, director. How come it's okay now?" The director thought to himself, the one asking for leave now is his highest boss. It's already a huge favor that he agreed to cooperate for 2 days. Just to leave. Would he dare not grant it? Of course, he said aloud. "Teacher, Jin, don't you know how many viewers come just for you? If you take leave, how am I supposed to shoot this show?" "Mr. Lu. Ahem, Mr. Lu is different. He's a civilian, so his absence won't have much impact." Zhou Mubai couldn't help but shoot a glance at the director. He was observant and had long noticed that the director's attitude toward Lu Jueming seemed off, as if tinged with obsequiousness. Zhou Mubai's eyes, often praised as doe-like, blinked softly. The director didn't give everyone much chance to ask questions, quickly diverting the topic. "All right, let's have breakfast first," and during this time he'll announce today's tasks. The guests immediately groaned in despair. The director smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't make you suffer today." In Xie Yaochen's mind, 001 suddenly became excited. Here it comes, the first crucial plot point is about to arrive. Xie Yaochen looked up. The director had someone bring out a small box and prepared 8 small pieces of paper. "Today we won't be doing farm work. Instead, we'll switch to some lighter tasks. However, each person's task will be different, and what you get will depend on your luck." As the director spoke, he displayed the tasks written on the paper one by one. Indeed, they were all relatively easy tasks, such as helping Grandpa, who fixed musical instruments, or herding sheep for Grandpa Li. The most laborious one was helping Brother Wu harvest corn. Whoever was unfortunate enough to draw this would still have to do farm work today. This was fine until the director revealed the last 2 pieces of paper: washing the pigs at Aunt Wu's house and cleaning the pig pen. What the heck? Xie Xingzhou was so shocked, he almost jumped up. How can there be such a task? His luck had always been poor, he hoped he wouldn't draw it. Others were also startled. If he remembered correctly, Aunt Wu's family seemed to have 8 pigs. Washing 8 pigs and cleaning the pig pen. Just thinking about it made breakfast feel inedible. Xie Yaochen's brow twitched, unable to help but wonder why Lu Jueming chose to take leave at this moment. Could it be intentional? Why are the last 2 pieces of paper the same? The director replied, "Oh, because this task is quite heavy, so it requires 2 people. In the end, which 2 lucky souls will draw it? Let us wait and see." The guests immediately looked horrified. 001 warned, "Host, be careful. This is not based on luck. Someone is manipulating behind the scenes, and you'll end up drawing this task by yourself." Xie Yaochen narrowed his eyes. "Oh." 001 explained. In the original plot, the protagonist drew the task of fixing musical instruments, seizing the opportunity to showcase his musical talent, gaining a lot of fans. And the original host drew the task of cleaning the pig pen, exhausting himself and becoming a laughingstock online when he made a big mistake during the task, becoming a meme for a long time. At first I thought it was just the original host's bad luck, but when I went out for a stroll last night, I discovered that the tasks originally set by the production team didn't include cleaning the pig pen. It was the protagonist who went to find the director, and the director replaced it at the last minute. 001 added. Now this lottery box has been tampered with. As soon as you draw, you'll get the cleaning the pigpen task. Xie Yaochen glanced over at Zhou Mu Bai, who had a pure and innocent expression completely unrecognizable as someone capable of such deeds. Xie Yaochen asked, how did he convince the director to help him? 001 replied. He doesn't have the ability to get the director to help him, he simply convinced the director to add this task. The person helping him is the staff member holding the box. This person is his fan. 001 was puzzled. Wasn't the protagonist supposed to be a pure and kind-hearted flower? Why would he do something like this? Xie Yaochen scoffed. What kind of flower is that? It's just an act. A truly pure and kind-hearted flower wouldn't stay with him after knowing Linen was already engaged. A truly pure and kind-hearted flower wouldn't allow the original host to step forward and admit after an indecent video spread across the internet. Xie Yaochen calmly finished his breakfast, elegantly wiped his mouth. The director announced, "Alright, as everyone had enough to eat. Let's start the drawing." The drawing would go in order from the dining table, starting from the right, and Zhou Mu Bai happened to be first. The staff member holding the box walked over to him. "What should I do?" "I'm a bit nervous," Zhou Mu Bai said, patting his chest with a cute and innocent look. "Mu Bai, you have such good luck. You will definitely draw an easy task. Go for it." Su Qinghuan, who had a good relationship with Zhou Mu Bai, immediately encouraged him. "Alright then, I'll draw." Zhou Mu Bai puffed out his cheeks, took a deep breath, and then solemnly reached into the box. 001 exclaimed, "Ah, so pretentious, it's ruining my eyes." "They're definitely going to make you draw that pigpen task. Host, what will you do?" Xie Yaochen smiled gently. "Don't worry." At the moment Zhou Mu Bai reached into the box, Xie Yaochen's long and beautiful fingers lightly tapped twice on the table. An invisible energy dissipated along the surface of the table. Zhou Mu Bai drew out a piece of paper. He did not immediately open it, but covered it in the palm of his hand, smiling brightly. He'll look at it after everyone has drawn their lots. Next was Linen, who took his paper out, but didn't have time to look before Zhou Mu Bai quickly snatched it away and placed it with his own. "Let's open them together later." "Okay." Linen smiled indulgently at him. Their interaction caused a wave of screams from the CP fans. The other guests drew their papers in turn, with Xie Yaochen being the last. "Oh!" A sudden scream rang out. It was Xie Xingzhou. The guests were startled and turned to look. Xie Xingzhou was staring in disbelief at the contents of the paper, wailing, "Why do I still have to do farm work today?" Beside him, Wenlai leaned over to take a look. Xie Xingzhou had drawn, "Help Brother Wu harvest corn," with a note that said at least 3 baskets. Wenlai patted his shoulder and smiled. 3 baskets isn't too much. Young people have strength it won't take. Jian Xikong chuckled. "Be content, at least you didn't draw the task of cleaning the pigpen." Xie Xingzhou slumped in his chair. His white hair seemed to have lost its luster, resembling a fish that had lost its dreams. He had many fans, most of whom were here for the fun, and they were very pleased to see him suffer. At that moment the live chat was flooded with "Ha ha ha. So tragic. Who wouldn't say it's tragic? If you didn't know better, you'd think young Master Xie was here to participate in a transformation show. Ha ha ha, I knew it, but we can't expect any luck from our Zhou family who understands." I'm a bit relieved that with young Master Xie's luck, he didn't draw the pigpen task. This is simply a huge explosion of luck. What more could one want? After Xie Xingzhou, the others also opened their papers. Wenlai had the task of herding sheep for Grandpa Li. Jian Xikong was preparing lunch for Sister Ma. Su Qinghuan was helping Grandpa, who fixed musical instruments. "Ah, it's not cleaning the pigpen." Su Qinghuan was almost in tears from joy. 001 remarked, "Huh. Isn't this task of repairing instruments supposed to be for the protagonist?" Xie Yaochen reclined comfortably against the chair. "Now that I'm here, it isn't anymore." He looked up to see Zhou Mu Bai's eyes showing clear astonishment as he instinctively glanced at the staff member. The staff member looked equally shocked. Hurry up, hurry up. Why hasn't anyone come out to clean the pigpen yet? Who drew the short straw?" He hasn't opened Linen's and Zhou Mu Bai's notes yet. Even if Xie Yaochen drew one, there's still enough. Is the person in front of us daft? 8 notes, and Lu Ju Ming isn't here, plus there's still one left in the box that hasn't been drawn. That one could also be. The audience in the live stream was fervently discussing this when Xie Yaochen opened the note. He was to tutor the grandson of Grandma Lu. Zhou Mu Bai's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Shouldn't Xie Yaochen have drawn that? Suddenly feeling anxious, Zhou Mu Bai hurriedly opened his and Linen's notes. Under the camera, the 2 notes clearly had the exact same content. Wash the pig at Aunt Wuss and clean the pig. The fans in the live stream were taken aback. Wow! Xie Xingzhou exclaimed with a face full of sympathy. Mu Bai, what kind of luck is this? Zhou Mu Bai felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He blurted out, "How could this be?" Xie Yaochen chuckled. "On 1/8 chance, isn't it normal to draw that?" Zhou Mu Bai suddenly looked up at the relaxed Xie Yaochen, his face slightly pale. Why does it feel like Xie Yaochen knows something? But Xie Yaochen shouldn't have had the chance to manipulate anything. 001. "Oh my host, how did you do that?" Xie Yaochen, Just using a bit of energy, isn't it? 001 But isn't such behavior against the host's rules? Xie Yaochen, we're currently disconnected from the main system, so even if it's against the rules no one would know, right darling? 001 The logic is sound, but is his host overly skilled? At this time Linen's face was as dark as charcoal, and he directly asked the director, the task can be exchanged, right? Director, of course it can be exchanged, but only with other guests. You can ask if anyone is willing to swap with you. Other guests quickly stepped back. Zhou Mu, by holding that note, subconsciously looked towards Jian Xikong, his eyes filled with pity. Jian Xikong's smile faltered slightly as he sincerely said, Mu Bai, go for it, I believe you can do it. He has a serious cleanliness obsession and currently only feels a slight fondness for Zhou Mu Bai, though it's impossible for him to clean the pigpen for Zhou Mu Bai. Zhou Mu Bai bit his lip and then turned to Su Qinghuan. Su Qinghuan had always had a good relationship with him and had taken care of him since the program started. Su Qinghuan. She is after all a delicate girl, right? Does Mu Bai want her to swap tasks with him? Feeling a subtle discomfort in her heart, she quickly suppressed it. She thought to herself that Mu Bai shouldn't be that kind of person, maybe she was overthinking. She comforted him, the production team should be able to provide masks and protective gear, right? Mu Bai, don't be afraid, this task isn't that scary after all. Zhou Mu Bai's smile was a bit forced. Okay, director, alright, no one wants to swap tasks, right? Then you can start on the task now. Attention, today's food will be provided by the farm you are helping, but how much you get will depend on your task completion level. The production team has already communicated with them, they are not allowed to let things slide, so if anyone slacks off or is half-hearted, they might end up with no food to eat. It sounds strict, but the few guests with simpler tasks looked relatively relaxed. Only Xie Xingzhou, who had to go pick corn, looked desolate, as if he could already see a future of hunger. But more desperate were Linen and Zhou Mu Bai. Linen's face was dark as ink, and suddenly he threw the crumpled note in front of Xie Yaochen. Swap with me. Xie Yaochen looked at him as if he were an idiot. Why would I swap with you? I can agree to one of your requests, Linen said reluctantly. He knew how much Xie Yaochen loved him, and saying this was to imply that as long as it wasn't overboard, he could agree to anything, even if it was just to privately celebrate his birthday. But the premise was that Mu Bai couldn't know, otherwise Mu Bai would be hurt. Of course Xie Yaochen shouldn't think that he had feelings for him. This was merely a reluctant transaction. Xie Yaochen saw right through this foolish thought of his, and while feeling disdain for the original host, he scoffed. Your one request. Is that really worth something? No deal. He stood up. Director, can we start now? Where's Grandma Liu's house? Seeing him so relaxed, Linen and Zhou Mu Bai's fans felt extremely unbalanced. If I remember correctly, Grandma Liu's grandson appeared earlier, right? He's a top student from a key high school, isn't he? And Xie Yaochen, I heard he didn't even finish high school. This is hilarious. Where does he get the confidence to think he can tutor someone? Linen offering to swap was just giving him face. Isn't he from the countryside? Cleaning a pigpen, has he done less of that before? At least he could complete the task. 001 secretly went online and saw these comments, furious and cursing loudly. 001. The fans of the main character are of such low quality. It's like they've eaten brain-dead pills. But it was also worried. Host, can you complete the task? Xie Yaochen, don't worry. Under the guidance of the cameraman, Xie Yaochen arrived at Grandma Liu's house. Grandma Liu's grandson is named Liu Yu, a senior in high school, a student in the city's key high school's experimental class. He has been unwell these days and took leave to rest at home, coincidentally encountering the filming of the program. When Xie Yaochen arrived, Liu Yu was just doing his homework. The boy, with a bowl-cut hairstyle and thick glasses, emanated an undeniable aura of a top student. Seeing them arrive, he was very calm. Sit. I'm currently reading by myself and don't need help, you can do your own. His tone was very polite, but Xie Yaochen still sensed the underlying disdain, unsure if it was a contempt for the low-educated celebrity group or simply looking down on him. This won't do, Liu classmate, the cameraman said. If it continues like this, the director will determine that Xie Yaochen's task is not qualified. Xie Yaochen said nothing, stepping beside Liu Yu, casually picking up the book he was reading, then raised an eyebrow. The camera focused on them, and the viewers in the live stream saw that Liu Yu was reading a college-level calculus text. With nothing to do, him just previewing some college courses, Liu Yu said calmly, adjusting his glasses. College? Oh boy, this idiot can't even manage high school and thinks he can tutor college courses. It's hilarious. From the very beginning, drawing the tutoring task was a mistake. I don't know why he just held out and didn't swap with Linen. Doesn't he know whether he has the ability to tutor someone? Let's just leave, there's nothing to watch anymore. A lot of viewers who came to Xie Yaochen's livestream were here to see him make a fool of himself, and now they felt the outcome wouldn't change and prepared to leave. At that moment, Xie Yaochen set the textbook down. Then with his long and beautiful fingers, he casually pointed at the half-done problem Liu Yu had. Your logic is wrong, start with differentiation. Liu Yu was taken aback, looking down. He had been stuck on this problem for a whole morning, but once he reached this point, he was at a loss, having looked over it several times without knowing where the issue lay, so he could only leave it be. Hearing Xie Yaochen's words, he was half in doubt and began to ponder along that line of thought. Moments later, he suddenly understood and picked up the pen, swiftly calculating. Halfway through writing, he realized that Xie Yaochen was right. He cast a surprised glance at Xie Yaochen and hurriedly took out another problem that had troubled him for a long time, saying, "What about this one?" Xie Yaochen glanced at it and hinted, "Fourier series expansion." Lu Yu's eyes lit up. "Oh, why didn't I think of that before? You are amazing." He looked at Xie Yaochen with eyes full of admiration, completely shedding his previous contempt. "You are actually a top student." Xie Yaochen humbly replied, "Just average. Just a few times scoring first in the college entrance examination. You are actually a top student." Xie Yaochen humbly replied, "Just average. Just a few times scoring first in the college entrance examination, happened to attend a few world-renowned universities, and incidentally became a scientist twice." After giving Lu Yu a few more pointers, Xie Yaochen dragged a lounge chair over from the yard and placed it under a tree. He lazily yawned, "I'm going to take a nap. If you don't understand something, save it up and ask me later." At this moment, Lu Yu was extremely respectful. "I understand, Teacher Xie." Xie Yaochen nodded in satisfaction, lay back in the chair, and leisurely closed his eyes. To avoid the glaring sunlight, he even took a straw hat to cover his face. Xie Yaochen said, 001, "Let's watch a live broadcast from next door." 001 rubbed its little hands and chuckled, coming. In the next moment, a screen appeared in Xie Yaochen's mental sea, displaying He Linen and Zhou Muba dancing with pigs. He Linen and Zhou Muba were led to the pig pen by the staff, their faces turning green together. Aunt Wu raised 8 pigs, and the pig pen was filthy. As soon as they got close, the pungent stench of mixed pig manure and urine nearly overwhelmed the two. Zhou Muba's face was pale, on the verge of collapse. He Linen looked ashen, about to vomit. The staff brought them protective suits, encouraged them while holding their breath, and quickly retreated. Tasks cannot be abandoned. All guests signed agreements before the show, so even though it was unbearably smelly, He Linen could only put on the protective suit and grimly walk towards the pig pen. Giving the pigs a bath was relatively easy. All they had to do was stand outside the pig pen and spray the pigs with a high-pressure water gun. However, cleaning the pig pen was a real job that required them to enter it with cleaning tools. Zhou Muba, holding a broom, took his first step in and unexpectedly stepped on a slippery pile of pig manure, letting out a scream as he fell flat in the pig pen. "Muba! Zhou Muba!" cried out Linen. He Linen stepped into the pig pen, intending to help him up. But as he reached out, he saw Zhou Muba sprawled in the pig manure with his hands and even chin smeared with dark stains. Thinking about what that was, He Linen instinctively withdrew his hand. Zhou Muba looked up with tearful eyes, helpless and pitiful. Linen. Realizing this was someone he liked, He Linen closed his eyes, fighting the nausea, and pulled Zhou Muba up with force. The deadly part was that Zhou Muba lost his balance and fell into his arms. This intimate contact nearly took half of He Linen's life. He finally couldn't hold back. His stomach churned violently, and he pushed Zhou Muba away, sprinting out of the pig pen. Zhou Muba, confused, turned around to see He Linen running to the yard's entrance, leaning against the door frame, vomiting profusely. Zhou Muba. The fans of both of them could no longer bear to watch, cursing in the live chat and questioning whether the idea for this task came from someone with a serious mental problem. They still didn't know that this task was actually thought of by Zhou Muba himself, and he was now trying to persuade the director to add it. It was just harming others and himself. Watching the live broadcast, Xie Yaochen and 001 laughed contentedly. After finishing the broadcast, Xie Yaochen sat up again, took Lu Yu's textbook, and began to teach him. Reading by oneself and being taught by a teacher are completely different. Especially since Xie Yaochen explained clearly and understandably, Lu Yu was utterly captivated. The chatroom was still noisy with Zhou Muba's fans who despised Xie Yaochen irrationally, believing that someone with just a middle school education could understand anything. It must have been a fluke. Of course, it was also possible that he bribed the show's staff and got the answers in advance. Otherwise, why would he only say a few key phrases and not elaborate? Isn't it because he doesn't understand anything and doesn't know how to explain? The fact that Xie Yaochen had a middle school education was revealed earlier by Zhou Muba, who slipped up and had deeply ingrained in people's minds. Many netizens were convinced by this part. But now, as soon as Xie Yaochen began teaching, no one could honestly say he had memorized the answers in advance. If he really didn't understand anything and just memorized a few answers, how could he explain so detailed and specific? Especially when Lu Yu had questions, Xie Yaochen effortlessly answered them. His thinking is so clear, I actually understood it. Who spread the rumor that he only has a middle school education? It seems like Xie Yaochen himself has never admitted to it. It was only Zhou Muba who mentioned it. Did Zhou Muba say that on purpose? I feel like he shouldn't be that kind of person. I'm not sure, but it just feels strange. As if biting off more than he could chew, Xie Yaochen only taught Lu Yu one chapter before putting the book down. Alright, now you can do some exercises to reinforce what you've learned. I'm going out for a bit. A rugged SUV pulled up at the entrance of the small courtyard, and Lu Jueming got out of the car. He waved his hand to signal the driver to leave and stepped into the small courtyard. The director, hearing the noise, came out with a beaming smile. "Why are you back so soon?" Lu Jueming nodded and immediately asked, "Where's Xie Yaochen?" The director was taken aback for a moment, but replied, "All the guests are busy with tasks. Xie Yaochen is over at Grandma Liu's. Should I take you there?" Lu Jueming nodded slightly. Xie Yaochen originally just wanted to stroll around, but unexpectedly ran into Jin Sikong. Jin Sikong's task was to prepare lunch for Aunt Ma's family, who were busy with farm work, and deliver it to the fields. This task was not difficult, and Jin Sikong was currently on his way to deliver the food. The two were not familiar with each other. Xie Yaochen casually nodded and was about to walk away when Jin Sikong suddenly called out to him. "Is there something wrong?" "No, I just wanted to ask if Xiao Xie would like to help me deliver the food." Jin Sikong stood there, tall, handsome, and elegant, with a gentle smile. "I asked the director, and tasks can allow other guests to help. You can share some food with the helping guests when the time comes. I have already prepared lunch, and I just need to deliver it to the field. There's really no need for help." Yet he said this deliberately, clearly thinking that Xie Yaochen would not be able to complete his tutoring task, and was worried he would have no food later, so he was being considerate. Xie Yaochen's brow twitched, and he took a step back, creating distance from this werewolf. "Thank you, but I don't." He turned around and complained to 001. "Are you sure you're really a cannon fodder counterattack system, and not a heartthrob system? Why is everyone acting so strangely?" He hadn't forgotten how Jin Sikong, who stood on the side of the protagonist, coldly observed the hardships the original protagonist suffered in the original plot. Xie Yaochen chose a direction completely opposite to Jin Sikong's. After walking a few steps, he suddenly heard the sound of instruments. He paused, turned his steps, and followed the sound. At Grandpa Hu's house, Su Qinghuan stared at the unfamiliar musical instrument before her, almost on the verge of tears. How could she repair something she didn't even recognize? The show's crew must have done this on purpose. The moment she tentatively fumbled with it, Grandpa Hu, the instrument's owner, glared and huffed, "Utter nonsense. Is this how it's done?" "Grandpa Hu, I don't know how." Su Qinghuan felt like crying, but had no tears. Was she destined to go hungry today? Just then a light knock came at the door, accompanied by a clear, languid voice. "Excuse me." Su Qinghuan turned her head. "Xie Yaochen." Xie Yaochen nodded to her, his gaze falling on the instrument she held. "Oh, is this a zhongruan?" Grandpa Hu's expression softened. "You recognize it?" Xie Yaochen nodded. "I've seen one before." "You know it. Can you help me?" Su Qinghuan blurted out. The moment she spoke, she regretted it. Xie Yaochen and Zhou Mubai were at odds, and she had always sided with Zhou Mubai. She had no friendship with him. Their relationship was distant and cold. And besides, Xie Yaochen had only said he had seen one, not that he could fix it. As she thought this, Xie Yaochen stepped forward and took the instrument from her arms. With just one glance, he spotted the problem. Missing a string. The ruan, also known as ruanxian or long-necked pipa, was a very ancient instrument with 4 strings and 12 frets. This one clearly lacked the first string. Su Qinghuan snapped back to reality. "You really know how to fix it?" "A little," Xie Yaochen replied, turning to Grandpa Hu. "Sir, do you have the materials?" Of course the materials were available. Otherwise, how could it be repaired? Xie Yaochen found what he needed and skillfully got to work. In just 3 to 5 minutes, he had replaced the missing string and tuned the instrument. His fingers itched to pluck the strings. "Sir, it's fixed. Mind if I have a go?" Grandpa Hu's expression was much more amiable than before. "You've studied it?" Xie Yaochen smiled casually. "A little. Not many young people know about this anymore, let alone learn it," Grandpa Hu remarked with appreciative approval. "Since you understand it, I'll give it to you," Grandpa Hu said. This was an unexpected delight. Xie Yaochen didn't refuse and thanked him with a smile. "What pieces do you know? Play one for me," Grandpa Hu said, pouring himself a cup of tea. Meeting a young man he liked was rare, and the old man intended to give him some guidance. Xie Yaochen didn't decline. After a moment's thought, he chose Shuoyan, Sleeping Water Lily. The moment the tranquil, ethereal notes emerged, everyone's mind felt instantly refreshed. The young man held the ruanxian, his brows slightly lowered, his smile leisurely and faint, his features clear and dazzling. From within, he radiated a powerful magnetism that made it impossible to look away. His fingering was fluid and seasoned, a clear sign of profound familiarity with the instrument. The once noisy live stream fell silent in that instant, ears soaking in the melodious tune, eyes involuntarily fixed on the performer. "Damn, are my ears broken?" I was ready to criticize him, but somehow it actually sounds kind of good. It really is beautiful. Like hearing celestial music that clears the ears. No better phrase fits. This man seems to be glowing. Damn, I can't help wanting to become his fan. But I'm supposed to be an anti-fan. When the piece ended, there was dead silence. The sharp clink of a porcelain cup broke the stillness. Grandpa, who had excitedly set down his teacup abruptly and stood up. "Who was your teacher?" Xie Yaochen recalled a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He shook his head. My teacher is no longer with us. To have taught you so well, your teacher must have been a remarkable figure. Grandpa Hu said excitedly. When you started playing, I thought about taking you as my student. But after hearing the whole piece, I realized I'm not competent enough to be your teacher. Su Qinghuan and the livestream viewers had just snapped out of their daze when they heard this, and they were left speechless. The anti-fans immediately jumped in. Ugh, is this old man a stooge hired by that nobody? It sounds good, but going that far in praise is too much. The livestream was in an uproar when suddenly Wen Lide entered the courtyard and asked, who was playing that piece just now? Weren't you herding sheep? Why are you back so soon? Grandpa Hu's tone was familiar, as if he knew Wen Lide. It's new, I have to come back for lunch, Wen Lide said. Was that you? No, I can tell. It's not your style. It really wasn't me. The person you're looking for is here, Grandpa Hu said, pointing to the side. Xie Yaochen. Wen Lide exclaimed in surprise. Teacher Wen. Xie Yaochen nodded, unperturbed by Wen Lide's instinctive disbelief. Wen Lide's first reaction was indeed skepticism, but since Grandpa Hu couldn't possibly be lying, he was extremely surprised, and asked the same question. Who was your teacher? How many years have you studied this? My teacher is gone. I didn't study for many years. And you achieved such artistic conception in just a few years. Wen Lide marveled and immediately said appreciatively, would you be interested in finding another teacher? I have a friend named Gu Jing. Perhaps you've heard of him. He has always wanted to take on a gifted student to pass on his legacy. I think you'd be perfect. Xie Yaochen didn't recognize the name Gu Jing, but many in the livestream did. Gu Jing. Wasn't he the famous veteran musician? A certain rising star musician had tried to become Mr. Gus' disciple, a top graduate from the Central Conservatory of Music with obvious talent, yet even he had been turned down. Xie Yaochen. No way. If anyone else had said this, viewers would have accused them of being a plant. But the speaker was the respected old artist Wen Lide, who had previously shown some dislike for Xie Yaochen. I'm stunned. Did Xie Yaochen really play that well? If Elder Wen says so, it must be true. But what I don't understand is, didn't he grow up in the countryside and drop out of high school? In which countryside did he grow up? I want to visit. Would I become as awesome as him? Xie Yaochen replied. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Wen, but I don't plan to take another master. From 001, he had learned roughly who Gu Jing was. Although surprised by Wen Lide's enthusiasm, he politely declined. Wen Lide was reluctant. Don't answer so quickly. Think it over carefully. Let me know if you change your mind. Xie Yaochen responded perfunctorily, okay. At the gate of the courtyard, unnoticed by anyone, Lu Jueming had been standing there for a while. The director standing beside him stared in awe. I never expected Xie Yaochen to be so talented. The contrast was too stark. It was hard to believe. Lu Jueming said nothing, but his gaze was deep and intense, fixed on that figure. The lingering astonishment in his eyes had yet to fade. His heart pounded like a drum, and his blood burned hot. The image of the young man holding the Ruanxian and plucking the strings with bowed head seemed like a treasured painting he had cherished for long, but had somehow lost. In that instant it crashed into his heart, then filled every inch of his empty chest with intricate warmth. In the courtyard, Xie Yaochen set down his instrument and overheard Grandpa Hu chatting with Wen Lide. Grandpa Hu mentioned that his son had been occupied with errands since morning and hadn't retrieved the corn they had picked from the field, so he intended to go fetch it himself. He stood up and said, let me go. I'm free anyway. Grandpa Hu quickly insisted there was no need to trouble. Xie Yaochen stood there tall and handsome with a relaxed demeanor and smiled. You gave me an instrument, Grandpa. Won't you allow me to work a little to show my gratitude? Hearing this, Grandpa Hu no longer refused and said cheerfully, all right then, come to my place for dinner tonight. Having earned another meal, Xie Yaochen gladly agreed. He had heard that Grandpa Hu owned many other instruments, and upon hearing that, he had already wanted an opportunity to take a look. Taking the bamboo basket Grandpa Hu handed him, Xie Yaochen turned around and unexpectedly locked eyes with the tall, handsome figure at the doorway. The other man stared at him with an intensity that seemed to want to devour him, causing Xie Yaochen's heart to tremble. He coughed and said, ah, Brother Lu, you're back. Damn it. He could completely ignore Jian Xikong, but facing Lu Juming, he somehow always felt suppressed. Was this the aura of a big shot, even more formidable than the protagonist's male lead? Lu Juming grunted in acknowledgement, stepped forward, glanced at his basket, and said, I'll go with you. Without waiting for him to refuse, he naturally asked Grandpa Hu for another basket. Xie Yaochen was speechless. Did the chairman of a tech company enjoy manual labor this much? But since someone was willing to help, he didn't mind. They could go together. Grandpa Hu's cornfield was a bit far, and the old man was advanced in age, so Xie Yaochen didn't let him come along. Instead, he found a village child to guide them. Walking alongside Lu Juming, Xie Yaochen felt a strong presence. The man beside him was a head taller and much more robust. Although they maintained a reasonable distance, he couldn't shake the feeling that Lu's aggressive aura seemed ready to bind and imprison him at any moment. Several times he turned his head as if by accident only to find Lu Ju-ming watching him. He blurted out, "Why are you always staring at me? Are you captivated by my charm?" Lu Ju-ming paused and said yes. Xie Yaochen was silent. Why couldn't he control that damned mouth of his? Why did he have to say something so provocative? He silently turned his head away. Seeing his reaction, Lu Ju-ming curved his lips slightly and said, "You played very well just now." Xie Yaochen coughed. It was okay. Being praised always delighted him, so Xie Yaochen turned his head back. "Actually, compared to the past, I've gotten a bit rusty." "The past, eh? When was that?" Xie Yaochen felt a pang of melancholy. "A long time ago. Besides the Wanxian, he actually knew many other instruments all taught by his master. But since leaving his first mission world, he had never touched them again. He deliberately avoided them, afraid of remembering those people he was destined never to see again for the rest of his life." Sai, the host code, warned taskers not to become overly immersed in mission worlds. It really wasn't without reason. Why hadn't he heeded the advice back then? "Who are you thinking about?" The man's voice suddenly sounded. Xie Yaochen immediately snapped back to reality. No one. Damn, why did he feel the guilty sensation of being caught cheating? They weren't even close. The corn that needed to be brought back from Grandpa Hu's field wasn't much, but the mountain path was hard to traverse. After 2 round trips, Xie Yaochen was drenched in sweat. Throwing off the basket on his back, he felt lighter, as if reborn. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at Lu Ju-ming, who still had a steady breath. He couldn't help feeling envious. "How is his stamina so good?" 001 said. "Lu Ju-ming's character is even more of a domineering CEO than the protagonist's love interest. Don't you know that a domineering CEO can go 7 rounds in one night? Moreover, Lu Ju-ming is the protagonist's love interest's admirer and golden finger. Even if he ultimately doesn't win the protagonist's love interest, how could the setting lack a strong physique?" 001 said. "Now that we're involved, Lu Ju-ming definitely won't die. Barring any accidents, he won't fall for the protagonist's love interest anymore. Then he'll definitely find a partner in the future. Tisk, his partner will be lucky." Xie Yaochen was speechless. His gaze involuntarily drifted again. Lu Ju-ming had just returned from outside and had gone to the field in a hurry without changing his clothes, so he was still in the same shirt and trousers. At that moment, he stood in front of the water vat in the yard, sleeves rolled up, revealing sturdy arms as he washed his face and hands. The back view of his figure, broad shoulders and narrow waist, tall and straight, exuded the charm of a mature man, making one's heart race and cheeks flush. Xie Yaochen realized he had been staring for a bit too long. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, Lu Ju-ming suddenly turned around and locked eyes with him directly. "Like what you see?" he asked directly. Xie Yaochen was completely speechless. He turned and walked away, cursing inwardly. It was just a few extra glances, wasn't it? Who said I like it? Lu Ju-ming is just too bold with his words. 001. Host, your ears are red. Xie Yaochen, shut up. 001 seemed to have discovered a new continent. Host, you're so innocent. 001. But that's not right. You teased him publicly about his but being perky before, didn't you? You weren't like that then. Xie Yaochen directly enabled the system mute function. He ran outside for a while, waited until the heat in his ears subsided, then turned back. "Xiao Xie, come have some water." Grandpa Hu called. Xie Yaochen answered loudly and entered the house. Grandpa Hu had prepared sweet water for them, made from fermented rice wine. The villagers loved drinking this after working. It was very thirst-quenching. Xie Yaochen went inside and saw 2 bowls of sweet water on the table. He picked up the nearest one and gulped it down noisily. After drinking half a bowl, he felt refreshed all over and his brows and eyes relaxed. Just then Lu Ju-ming came over holding 2 spoons. Glancing at the bowl in Xie Yaochen's hand, the man suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression somewhat subtle. Xie Yaochen remained nonchalant. "What?" Lu Ju-ming said. "You took the wrong one. This bowl is mine." He paused for a second, then added unhurriedly, "I've already drunk from it." He had just taken a sip when Grandpa Hu called him over to get the spoons, so he had stepped away. Xie Yaochen's expression nearly shattered. After a long moment, he forced out, "It's fine, I don't mind you." Then, to show he didn't care at all, he went all the way and finished the remaining half of the bowl. Just then Grandpa Hu called him over to look at the instruments, so he turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. Lu Ju-ming stood there watching his footsteps suddenly quicken as he reached the corner, a hint of panic in his stride, and an unexpected trace of a smile flickered in his eyes. Grandpa Hu, a folk artist with a passion for collecting, had a variety of musical instruments at home, including some rare ones which filled Xie Yaochen with delight. "Do you know how to play the Yanqin?" Grandpa Hu asked, hands behind his back as he lifted the dust cover off the instrument. Xie Yaochen replied, "I dabble." "What about the shakuhachi?" "Not bad," said Xie Yaochen. "Guqin. I'm no expert." "Young man, you know quite a lot." "Even if you're not an expert, that's impressive," Grandpa Hu said with a chuckle. "Come on, try them all. If there's anything you don't know, feel free to ask me." Xie Yaochen gladly accepted the invitation. Half an hour later, Grandpa who fell silent, his mind echoing 3 phrases: I dabble, not bad, and am no expert. He had to admit, he was being shown up. With a weary tone he asked, Master Xie, are you taking students? I may be a bit old, but am obedient. Xie Yaochen. While he played, a crowd had gathered in Grandpa Hu's courtyard, forming a circle around them. Su Qinghuan, Jian Xikong, and Xie Xingzhou were all there, along with the director and several crew members. Su Qinghuan was awestruck. Good heavens, how does he know everything? Jian Xikong, who had just arrived, was still in the dark. Who's inside? Xie Yaochen. Su Qinghuan exclaimed excitedly. He's incredibly talented, I tell you. Even Teacher Wen praised him and said she'd recommend him to be Teacher Gu Jing's student. Jian Xikong was astonished. Meanwhile, Xie Xingzhou, hearing Su Qinghuan's endless compliments, was utterly baffled. Xie Yaochen. That cousin of his who was good at nothing but trailing after men. The two of them looked to the director for confirmation, and the director nodded, indicating that Su Qinghuan was right. Just then Linen and Zhou Mubai finished their task and found their way over. Overhearing the director and Su Qinghuan, they were momentarily stunned. Su Qinghuan turned and saw them. She blurted out, Mubai, where did you hear that Xie Yaochen dropped out of high school and only knows how to farm? I'm telling you, that's definitely a rumor. Xie Yaochen is amazing. He knows everything. Not just musical instruments, he even helped Grandma Liu's grandson with college calculus. The others instinctively looked at Zhou Mubai. Apart from Xie Xingzhou, everyone knew nothing about Xie Yaochen except for the few things Zhou Mubai had casually mentioned. But now the reality of Xie Yaochen's abilities contradicted everything Zhou Mubai had said. The crowd's gaze put Zhou Mubai under considerable pressure. He bit his lip and forced a smile. Actually, I only heard it from someone else. So that's it. It seems we've all misunderstood Xie Yaochen all along. Linen said, nothing, standing in the yard. Through the wide-open window, he could see Xie Yaochen inside playing the guqin. Halfway through he paused, said something to Grandpa Hu, and then a relaxed, carefree smile spread across his face. A smile so captivating it stole one's heart. Linen found it hard to tear his eyes away, his gaze glued to that figure. Zhou Mubai couldn't bear to stay any longer. Every word of praise for Xie Yaochen felt like a negation and torment to him. Glancing sideways and seeing Linen's dazed expression, unease settled in his heart. Using the excuse of needing to change clothes and shower, he hurriedly pulled Linen away. They walked so fast that they left the cameraman behind. Zhou Mubai glanced at the man beside him, who still seemed lost in thought, and suddenly his eyes reddened. Linen, do you regret it? Do you think I'm not as good as him? Linen snapped back to reality. No, don't overthink it. How could Xie Yaochen ever compare to you? He still hadn't changed out of his task clothes, and the smell on him was repulsive. Linen wasn't in the mood to console him. He muttered a few perfunctory words. All right, go take a shower first. But the thought of Xie Yaochen did stir a faint sense of loss. He had never known that person could shine so brightly. And when he looked back at Zhou Mubai, who was always quick to tears, he found it all suddenly rather unappealing. Later that night, when Xie Yaochen took a shower, he noticed a patch of red on his back that itched, probably an allergic reaction to something in the fields. He put on his clothes and stepped out, bumping into the director. He asked if there was any medicine. The director said, "They'll have someone look for it." There was a small clinic in the village, so the medicine wasn't hard to find. A crew member bought it back shortly. "Take it up to him," the director said, busy talking to Lu Juming. He waved dismissively. Xie Yaochen's allergy is on his back. He can't reach it himself. Help him apply the medicine. The crew member was about to head upstairs when Lu Juming suddenly said, "I'll go." The man rose from his rattan chair and motioned for the crew member to hand him the medicine. The director looked at him in surprise. Lu Juming said calmly, "I'm free right now." The director was momentarily stunned. Free? Weren't they just about to discuss the editing in his room? Shh. Under the director's conflicted gaze, Lu Juming took the ointment and headed upstairs. The director, connecting the man's sudden change in attitude towards Xie Yaochen since this morning, felt he had stumbled upon some earth-shattering secret. Xie Yaochen heard a knock and casually adjusted his bathrobe before opening the door. "Why you?" The moment he saw who it was, he barely stopped himself from slamming the door shut. "Bringing you medicine," Lu Juming said, standing at the doorway and holding up the tube of ointment. His tall, robust frame almost blocked out all the light behind him. "Oh, thanks." Xie Yaochen grabbed the tube, trying to pull it away, but it didn't budge. He looked up. Lu Juming gazed down at him. "I heard the allergy is on your back. You might need help applying the medicine." Xie Yaochen's brow twitched, and he answered without hesitation, "No need to trouble, Mr. Lu." "Then who would you trouble?" The man's eyes narrowed slightly. Linen. Sensing the displeasure in his tone, Xie Yaochen felt a complex swirl of emotions. He reminded him, "Mr. Lu, we're not that close." Lu Juming pondered for a moment. "So once we are, I can be jealous." Xie Yaochen nearly lost control of his expression. He declared solemnly, "Mr. Lu, I'm a proper person. Please don't say such strange things." Lu Juming looked at him. "You mean you don't intend to take responsibility?" Responsibility for what? For deliberately seducing me. You think that doesn't require responsibility? Xie Yaochen was horrified. Who seduced you? Lu Juming suddenly stepped closer. Xie Yaochen instinctively backed away, and the next moment the man had entered the room and closed the door behind him. Flirting with me on purpose in front of the camera, deliberately falling into my arms on the stairs, and intentionally picking up my glass while drinking. If that's not seduction, what is it? Don't talk nonsense. Xie Yaochen immediately denied. What's wrong with complimenting a man's physique? How can you think so twistedly? And I said I accidentally took your cup. Lu Juming sharply seized the key point. So you did deliberately fall into my arms on the stairs? Xie Yaochen. He forced himself to save face. I hadn't finished speaking just now, don't interrupt. Of course it was also an accident on the stairs. Lu Juming stared at him for a long while, without speaking, his profound gaze exerting immense pressure. It was like a fierce beast eyeing its prey, considering where to bite. He said, "No one has ever seduced me," and walked away unscathed. Hearing such blatant threats, Xie Yaochen was left speechless. His mission had only just begun. If Lu Juming really caused him trouble, the future would be hard to tell. Partly for the mission, and partly because he was indeed at fault for causing misunderstandings. Helplessly he asked, "So what do you want?" Lu Juming replied, "One must take responsibility for one's actions." "How?" Lu Juming said, "After tonight you'll either have a husband or face my revenge." Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen. He opened his mouth, then opened it again, unable to utter a sound for a long time. "Host, don't be a coward." 001 suddenly shouted in his mind. "He's saying that on purpose just to believe me. The more flustered you are, the happier he gets." "Xie Yaochen, you mean?" 001 declared confidently. "Based on my experience, he doesn't genuinely want to be with you. He's just getting back at you for flirting with him earlier. The more panicked you are, the more he succeeds. He's sure you won't agree." 001 continued. "Conversely, if you act like his proposal suits you perfectly, and even take the initiative, he'll be stunned." Xie Yaochen was half convinced. "Really? What experience could you assist him have?" 001 slapped its chest like a seal. "Really trust me. To help hosts complete tasks better, we systems also take exams. I got first place in the final exam." They were too close, feeling each other's breath. Xie Yaochen looked up, deciding to trust his system. In an instant, they were too close, feeling each other's breath. Xie Yaochen looked up, deciding to trust his system. In an instant he calmed down and said casually, "Having a husband isn't bad, but I'm clingy and have skin hunger. If I have a lover, I'll want to be intimate constantly, or I won't feel secure." Lu Juming asked, "What kind of intimate things?" Xie Yaochen smiled and said, "Like this." As he spoke, he suddenly leaned in and kissed Lu Juming proactively. 001 crowed, "CC. He's definitely going to panic and dodge." The smile on Xie Yaochen's lips grew more pronounced. But Lu Juming didn't dodge. Not only did he not dodge, but after a brief surprise he let out a low laugh and said, "Then we're truly..." Xie Yaochen was startled. "Wait." He tried to retreat, but it was too late. A large hand locked onto his nape, and the man bit his lip, kissing him with an irresistible force. His mouth's air was swept clean, his lungs' air was stolen, and Xie Yaochen stumbled, pressed against the door. Lu Juming was incredibly strong. Xie Yaochen was no match. He was trapped between the man's firm chest and the door, forced to endure everything. 001 was dumbfounded. "Ayo, host, my host." Xie Yaochen shut up. When finally released, Xie Yaochen's lips were numb. A soft chuckle sounded in his ear, and his swollen, moist lips were pecked again, the man's movement carrying a tone of satisfaction. "Is this level satisfying enough? Don't feel burdened. Do I enjoy being clinged to by you too?" Xie Yaochen. Speechless. His mind was blank. He must have lost his mind to trust 001. Lu Juming raised his hand, thumb wiping the moisture from the corner of his mouth, then took out the ointment. Before Xie Yaochen could speak, Lu Juming said cheerfully, "Now that I'm your husband, I can help you right." Xie Yaochen choked. Xie Yaochen had nothing to say. Assessing the consequences of backing out now, he resignedly accepted the fact that he suddenly had a husband. What else could he do? He had brought this on himself. Thinking positively, this was the protagonist's biggest golden finger, and now it belonged to him. Having made up his mind, he closed his eyes in defeat, no longer struggling. Turning around, he quickly slipped his bathrobe down, revealing his back. "Go ahead." Xie Yaochen's back was beautiful, but now it was flushed red from an allergic reaction, looking alarming. Lu Juming restrained his playful thoughts slightly and gestured with his chin toward the bed. "Lie down over there." Xie Yaochen glanced at the bed, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but complied. Applying the medicine was simple and didn't take long, but Xie Yaochen found it quite torturous. No one spoke in the room. He felt the scorching palm on his back, his entire body tense, his spine forming a beautiful curve. The fiery warmth of the man's palm seemed to penetrate his skin, spreading to his blood and heart, making his heartbeat inexplicably quicken. He was unaccustomed to this feeling of losing control. Just as Xie Yaochen was about to break, the process finally ended. He breathed an inaudible sigh of relief and immediately flipped up from the bed. Lu Juming, moving faster, pulled his bathrobe up from behind with natural ease and then gently kissed the Xie Yaochen shrank his neck from the ticklish sensation, unable to understand how the aloof and unapproachable Lu Juming had become like this. He had made up the skin hunger, but it seemed Lu Juming truly had it. He gritted his teeth. Stop doing that all the time. Doing what? Kissing me. Why can't I kiss? Lu Juming wrapped his arms around his waist from behind, pulling him entirely into his embrace, back pressed against chest. Don't you have skin hunger? As your lover, shouldn't I fulfill your needs? Xie Yaochen experienced for the first time the feeling of shooting himself in the foot. But we just confirmed our relationship. This is too fast. I'm not comfortable. Lu Juming thought for a moment. He'll try to restrain myself. His phone suddenly rang. It was the director calling about something. Lu Juming answered briefly, finally loosening his hold on the person in his arms. Rest early. If you feel unwell, come knock on my door next door. Good night. Xie Yaochen, as if granted amnesty, said good night. As Lu Juming pulled open the door to leave, a staff member was knocking on his door next door. I'm here, Lu Juming said. The staff member was startled. The director and He Linen, who happened to be approaching, were also taken aback. The director wondered, did applying medicine really take this long? He Linen's face darkened. Wasn't this Xie Yaochen's room? Why was Lu Juming coming out of it? He Linen instinctively looked towards Xie Yaochen's room. Lu Juming shot him a glance and quickly pulled the door shut behind him. He strode toward the next room. If you have something to discuss, come to my room. The director led the staff member into Lu Juming's room. He Linen could no longer contain his fury. The look Lu Juming gave him was unmistakably a provocation. He strode over and slammed heavily on Xie Yaochen's door. Xie Yaochen, open up. The door opened. Seeing who it was, Xie Yaochen's face fell. Lifting his eyelids, his demeanor turned cold and fierce. What do you want? Looking for a beating? He Linen first saw what he was wearing. Only a bathrobe loosely tied. Then he noticed that Xie Yaochen's lips were clearly swollen. He instantly went mad with rage. What were you two doing in the room just now? None of your damn business. Get lost. With a loud slam, the door was shut. If He Linen hadn't dodged quickly, his head would have been caught in it. He Linen nearly fainted from anger. With a dark face, he returned to his room and saw Zhou Mubai sitting on his bed. Seeing his expression, Zhou Mubai stood up and asked cautiously, Linen, what's wrong? It's nothing. He Linen felt restless. Just thinking about Xie Yaochen's appearance a moment ago made his anger surge uncontrollably. Zhou Mubai bit his lip. In the past 2 days, He Linen had clearly not been as gentle and attentive as before. He desperately wanted to rekindle their feelings, so he walked up to He Linen and, acting coy, tried to embrace him. But the man dodged immediately and blurted out, have you taken a shower? To have. He Linen stared at him suspiciously. But I feel like there's still a smell on you. Zhou Mubai's expression stiffened, and he quickly raised his hands to sniff them. No, there isn't. He had showered twice. He leaned toward He Linen again, looking wronged. This time He Linen managed not to dodge, but when Zhou Mubai stood on tiptoe to kiss him, he couldn't stand it any longer and shoved him away. Linen. He Linen suppressed the churning in his stomach and stepped back awkwardly. Maybe you missed a spot. Go wash again. Whenever Zhou Mubai touched him, he couldn't help but recall the sight of the other falling into pig manure. If he remembered correctly, Zhou Mubai's mouth had even gotten some of that stuff on it. He simply couldn't bring himself to kiss him. Zhou Mubai's face turned pale and flushed. Holding back tears, he ran out of He Linen's room. Just then he bumped into Jian Xikong. Mubai, what's wrong? Facing the man's handsome face and concerned gaze, Zhou Mubai could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his face, and he threw himself into Jian Xikong's arms. Then he made a fragile request. Jiang, can you come out and watch the stars with me? The night before last, Jian Xikong had invited him like that, but back then he had been afraid He Linen would be angry, so he had of course refused. But now He Linen's neglect and the expression of disgust he had just shown hurt him. Watch the stars. Jian Xikong was stunned, not understanding why Zhou Mubai had suddenly become so proactive. But after only 2 seconds of hesitation, he reached out and gently pushed the other away, saying apologetically, sorry Mubai, I probably don't have time. He cleared his throat and didn't mind telling Zhou Mubai, I'm going to find Xie Yaochen. Something came up. After an entire day, Jian Xikong had already thought it through. He didn't know what he had been thinking before, but now clearly Xie Yaochen was more captivating. Compared to him, Zhou Mubai seemed somewhat insipid. If he had to choose a target for seduction, undoubtedly it would be Xie Yaochen. Zhou Mubai was stunned. He Linen was one thing, but why was Jian Xikong also? Seeing that Jian Xikong was about to leave, he hastily grabbed the man's clothes. Jiang, don't you like me? But he couldn't bring himself to voice that question because he had always pretended not to know Jian Xikong's feelings, so he could enjoy the other's kindness guilt-free. But how could Jian Xikong not know what he wanted to say? He still had so many people in his contact list. His flirtatious remarks were more numerous than the meals Zhou Mubai had eaten. How could he not see that Zhou Mubai had been intentionally stringing him along? He was just happy to play along. But now that he had a new target, he naturally lost interest in wasting more time on Zhou Mubai. So he pulled his clothes free from Zhou Mubai's grip and said sincerely and apologetically, "Sorry, Mubai. I did have some improper feelings for you before, but now I've thought it through. Since you and President He have mutual feelings, I shouldn't try to intervene. That would be too unethical. Fortunately, I now have someone else I like. I wish you and President He happiness." Even at this moment, while saying such hypocritical and shameless words, Film Emperor Jian was still graceful and captivating. His gentle gaze dazzled Zhou Mubai. It wasn't until Jian Xikong pulled away and left that Zhou Mubai suddenly snapped back to reality. Then he nearly went mad with rage. Xie Yaochen, Xie Yaochen. Always Xie Yaochen. Was Xie Yaochen going to take everything from him? When Jian Xikong knocked on the door, Xie Yaochen was about to go to sleep. He had just gained a husband and was worrying about what to do tomorrow. Seeing Jian Xikong at the door, he wasn't very patient. Looking at his lazily raised eyelids and nonchalant demeanor, Jian Xikong felt his heartbeat quicken. The night sky in the countryside is beautiful. Want to take a walk? Xie Yaochen's hand, which was about to cover a yawn, froze. He looked at the man before him with a subtle expression and said bluntly, "If I remember correctly, just a couple of days ago the person you liked was Zhou Mubai, right?" Caught out, Jian Xikong was neither flustered nor angry. He smiled candidly and said, "People naturally prefer to pursue more beautiful things." Xie Yaochen expressed his distaste directly. "But I'm not very willing to be pursued by you." "Why? Is there something about me that isn't satisfactory?" Jian Xikong asked humbly. He examined himself and believed he was a top-notch man in every aspect. The only thing that could make Xie Yaochen reject him was sexual orientation, but "I thought you could accept men, otherwise you wouldn't be chasing after he linen all day." He moved closer, the distance between them becoming ambiguous, his tone gentle and coaxing. "Since he linen is acceptable, why not me?" Before Xie Yaochen could speak, suddenly a voice from the side chimed in with no room for argument. "Because he's—" Xie Yaochen was startled and turned his head. It was Lu Ju-ming standing there, his expression cold and his eyes sharp. He walked over and naturally wrapped an arm around Xie Yaochen's waist, pulling him close. Jian Xikong's smile froze. He looked at the intimate posture between the two and suddenly understood everything. He laughed dryly and said, "I see. My apologies for disturbing." Then he turned and left. After Jian Xikong left, Xie Yaochen pushed Lu Ju-ming away. "What are you doing?" Lu Ju-ming looked at him with deep eyes. "I'm just claiming what's mine." Xie Yaochen's face flushed. He was about to retort when Lu Ju-ming suddenly leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Be careful of Jian Xikong. He's not a simple man." Then he released him and walked away. After the door closed, Xie Yaochen stood there in a daze. He touched his ear where the warm breath still lingered, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. As he turned his head, he saw Lu Ju-ming had unexpectedly come out of the room with the director trailing behind him, his face bearing the shock of catching an unexpected revelation, not knowing how much he had overheard. Lu Ju-ming stepped up to Xie Yaochen's side and noticed he was still wearing a bathrobe, exposing a large expanse of skin below his neck. He raised his hand to help him adjust his clothing, covering that area thoroughly. He asked softly, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" This intimacy made Xie Yaochen feel somewhat uneasy, but he forced himself not to dodge. "I was about to sleep, but Emperor Jian needed me for something." Jian Xikong was taken aback. "You guys?" As you can see, Lu Ju-ming shot him a fierce look exuding an imposing aura. "Mr. Jian, I do not interfere with whom you like, but one thing is for sure, keep your distance from my boyfriend." "Boyfriend? So he has already been upgraded to boyfriend status?" The director was dumbfounded. But it was just applying some medication. How could it escalate like this? Xie Yaochen, who accidentally met the director's gossiping gaze, was left speechless. Lu Ju-ming's words startled Jian Xikong. He had no intention of confronting him like He Linen did. While others still thought Lu Ju-ming was merely an ordinary white-collar worker, he already knew his true identity. With a regretful glance at Xie Yaochen, he said, "Sorry, I thought Yaochen was single." Xie Yaochen sighed deeply in his heart. "Big brother, you weren't wrong. Just an hour ago, I was indeed still single." Jian Xikong wisely retreated. The director wanted to stay and grab another piece of gossip, but Lu Ju-ming had already given him a look that indicated he could leave, and he dared not overstay his welcome, leaving reluctantly. Only two people were left at the scene. Considering the boldness of the person before him, Xie Yaochen couldn't help but feel a sense of caution. He took a step back, ready to close the door, and said, "It's about time. You should go rest. Good night." Suddenly, Lu Ju-ming stepped forward. Xie Yaochen was startled, nearly raising his hand to block him. But the man merely reached out, helping him straighten the somewhat messy collar of his bathrobe. He said, "Next time don't dress like this when meeting people, especially those who may have ulterior motives. Remember, you are now a married man." Xie Yaochen felt a mix of emotions. "You got into character so quickly." Lu Juming looked up, gazing deeply at him. I could get into character even faster if you were willing to accept it. No, go to bed. Good night. Closing the door, Xie Yaochen rubbed his slightly itchy ears and walked towards the bed, feeling a little awkward. Lu Juming's voice was rather pleasant to hear. Speaking of which, he had worked hard during the day, but once Xie Yaochen got into bed, he just couldn't fall asleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, images of Lu Juming kissing him and gazing intently at him flooded his mind. Damn, was Lu Juming's saliva toxic. Unable to sleep, he decided to give up on sleep altogether and sat up to play with his phone. By the middle of the night, he finally felt sleepy, but was also a bit thirsty, so he went downstairs to get water. At this hour, the cameras should have been turned off, and ordinarily, everyone else should be asleep. But when Xie Yaochen reached downstairs, he saw the kitchen light was on, and there were rustling sounds coming from inside. He walked over, and upon seeing the scene inside, fell silent. He saw Xie Yaochen stealthily taking a tomato from the fridge, pitifully hiding away to munch on it. The child was so hungry that his white fur drooped down. He gazed at the tomato he previously despised with eyes full of desire. If he remembered correctly, this tomato was brought in by the production team today, meant for breakfast tomorrow. What are you doing? The sudden voice startled Xie Yaochen, causing him to nearly jump up. Luckily, he turned around in time and saw it was Xie Yaochen stifling the scream that almost escaped his throat. How come you walk without making a sound? He patted his chest, still in shock. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Xie Yaochen's gaze was subtly directed at the half-eaten tomato in his hand. Didn't you complete your task today? 3 baskets of corn were quite a lot, but if one put in a bit more effort, it wouldn't be impossible. Xie had worked hard for today's meal. He happened to see the other party returning with a basket of corn before, and he had heard him bragging about finishing 2 more baskets, which were waiting to be transported back from the field. Logically, he should have had something to eat, so why was he this hungry? Hearing his question, Xie was on the verge of tears. He mournfully clutched the half-sour tomato. I did pick 3 baskets of corn, but I didn't expect I would end up in the wrong field. Xie task was to help Brother Wu pick corn, but he accidentally picked from someone else's field. This wasn't a big deal, but unfortunately he had no experience and didn't know that the corn in that field wasn't fully ripe yet. Didn't that just solve the problem? It was good that they didn't make him compensate. How could the production team possibly feed him? Xie Yaochen was left speechless, unsure of what to say. He walked over, opened the fridge, and inside, besides some vegetables, there was a portion of food that Lu Yu had sent him. However, he had already eaten at Grandpa Hu's house and hadn't touched it. This was clearly much more appealing than that sour tomato, yet Xie didn't touch it. Xie Yaochen thought this unfortunate child had some redeeming qualities and said, the food in the fridge is mine, you can have it. Xie looked up stunned for 2 seconds, then was overwhelmed with emotion, hugging Xie Yaochen with tears in his eyes. Brother, how could I have misunderstood you like that? I'm truly sorry. Xie Yaochen. He expressionlessly pried the person off him and went to get water. Having stayed up late, he naturally woke up a bit later the next day, but no one came to call Xie Yaochen, as today was the last day of filming for the show. The production team hadn't arranged any tasks, intending to let the guests enjoy themselves and relax. Xie Yaochen washed up and went downstairs for breakfast, discovering that everyone else was already awake. Unlike the first day, this time the other guests paused their conversations to greet him. Wenlita looked at him with newfound respect due to his talent and skill with musical instruments, even growing quite fond of him, completely shedding his previous biases. Su Qinghwan expressed gratitude for his assistance yesterday. As for Xie after a meal with Xie Yaochen, his attitude underwent a dramatic 180-degree change, leaving him feeling both guilty and awkward towards this cousin he had previously looked down upon. Seeing Xie Yaochen approach, he hurriedly stood up to offer him his seat, running around to bring him chopsticks and pour him water. His attentiveness resembled that of a grand chamberlain by the emperor's side, drawing the attention of everyone around. Xie Yaochen was somewhat satisfied with his younger brother's reaction and did not refuse, walking over to sit down while casually complimenting, "Not bad." Just those 2 simple words made Xie face flush with excitement, and he, usually so unruly, now appeared somewhat obedient. That night the cameras were turned off and the fans were completely unaware of what had transpired. Seeing Xie behavior, they flooded the comments with question marks. What happened? Is Xie possessed? Zhou Mubai was embroiled in a quarrel with He Lin and over last night's events, and was lost in his own thoughts, not paying attention to his surroundings. At this moment, he looked up and saw Xie Yaochen being surrounded by others like a star among a constellation, almost squeezing the chopsticks in his hand into pieces. He bit his lip hard. In just a day, what had happened? Why did everyone suddenly not dislike Xie Yaochen anymore? Xie Yaochen's expression was noticed by Zhou Mubai, but he chose to ignore it. Casting a glance around, he asked, "Where's Brother Lu?" After all, as his newly acquired boyfriend, it was only natural to show some concern. I think he went out for something. Since the show began, Lu Juming had been appearing and disappearing without warning, and the guests had grown accustomed to it. Xie Yaochen wasn't particularly hungry. After a few bites, he set down his chopsticks. I'm going to take a walk. As he lazily rose and sauntered out, he mentally called out, 001 time to work. 001, what work? Xie Yaochen, today is the last day of the show. If I recall the original plot correctly, after this program ends, the protagonist Gong uses me as a stepping stone to gain a massive following, doesn't he? He smiled. Courtesy demands reciprocity. He'll send him a gift too. He had no intention of competing with the protagonist Gong over that trashy linen, but it was not pleasant to hear the fans of a mistress constantly calling him an intruder, trying to break up a relationship. Only after Xie Yaochen left did someone show concern for Zhou Mubai. Mubai, aren't you and President He very close? Why are you sitting so far away today? Zhou Mubai forced a smile. President He might not like me sitting next to him, so I thought I'd change seats. As he spoke, he looked at He Linen, but He Linen seemed distracted, lost in thought, and didn't refute his words. Zhou Mubai's eyes reddened, and he barely managed to say, I'm full. Then he got up and ran off. Su Qinghuan, who had started the conversation, realized that the two seemed to be on bad terms, and felt both awkward and regretful. He Linen finally snapped back to reality, glanced at Zhou Mubai's empty chair, and frowned. He was already feeling irritable because of Xie Yaochen, and now Zhou Mubai was throwing a tantrum. He had no mood to placate him, so he didn't even bother to get up and chase after him. Meanwhile, Zhou Mubai ran out the door and looked back only to find that He Linen hadn't followed. His heart grew even heavier. Just then his phone rang. It was his agent. He answered with a low mood, but before he could speak, the agent's anxious voice came through the phone. Mubai, something's wrong. Someone photographed you and President He on a date. The news that you're being kept by President He has been exposed. Zhou Mubai's face instantly drained of color. How? At first it was just a paparazzo who posted a photo of you and President He hugging and kissing on the street. We tried to get it taken down immediately, and we were prepared for the worst. If necessary, we'd admit that you and President He are in a romantic relationship. But before we could do anything, one of your anti-fans leaked the contract between you and President He. That anti-fan claimed that her brother was one of President He's personal assistants, and that he was the one who handled the contract back then. The evidence she provided is solid and shows no signs of forgery. The online situation is now extreme. Zhou Mubai had never suffered much since entering the industry. From a nobody with nothing, he had risen to his current status solely by relying on He Linen. Though he was not yet a household name, he had far surpassed his peers and could be considered a promising star. All along, he had cultivated a public image of hard work and perseverance, claiming to have endured countless hardships to get where he was. But now that the affair was exposed, people quickly dug up evidence that many of the resources he had obtained were actually through backdoor connections. Zhou Mubai's reputation was on the verge of collapse. He had reaped the benefits of his hard-working persona, and now he was suffering the backlash in full measure. Zhou Mubai stood in the sunlight, his vision blurring. Mubai, go find President He and think of a solution. Only he can save you now. Hearing his agent's words, Zhou Mubai snapped out of his daze and hurried back inside. Yes, he had to find Linen, ask Linen to help him. But their contract had already been exposed. Even if he found Linen, what could he do? As long as he remained in the entertainment industry, this would be a stain on his record forever. His phone dinged with a message from his agent containing the details of the incident. He opened it and saw the stolen photo of him and He Linen kissing on the street. Suddenly a spark of hope ignited in his eyes. In the photo, only a small part of his profile was visible. It could be him, but it could also be Xie Yaochen. Zhou Mubai found He Linen. He Linen had also received a call. His brow was furrowed and his expression was grim. When he saw Zhou Mubai, he forgot their earlier discord and felt only pity. He pulled Zhou Mubai into his arms and comforted him. Don't worry, you'll handle this. He'll publicly say that we're in a legitimate relationship and the contract is a forgery. It was indeed a decent solution, but Zhou Mubai was not satisfied. He said anxiously, no, Linen. If you do that, people will still say I got all those resources because of you. All my hard work will be denied. 001, who was eavesdropping, felt speechless. Wasn't that the truth? What hard work? Did he have no idea of his own abilities? Did he really think he could land those roles on his own merit? This protagonist Gong had no self-awareness and was quite arrogant. He Linen, then what do you want? Can we ask Xie Yaochen for help? Zhou Mubai's face was pale, looking pitiful and hopeful. He continued, Xie Yaochen and I look alike. That photo only shows a small part of my profile. It could be me or it could be him. So you can tell the public that the person you were keeping was Xie Yaochen, okay? He Linen stared at him in shock. Linen, I'm begging you. Zhou Mubai's eyes were red like a rabbit's. You know, being a star has always been my dream. I don't want my dream to be destroyed like this. Xie Yaochen is different from me. He's just playing around in the entertainment industry. Besides, he comes from such a good family. He always has a fallback. Being scolded online for a few days won't affect him much. He'll apologize to him afterward. Let Xie Yaochen take the blame for me, can you? He Linen was irritated and hesitant. Let me go ask him first. 001 was so furious, its entire system felt like changing color. It zipped back to Xie Yaochen. Oh my god, that's so shameless. Just as you predicted, host. The photo we released only showed half of Zhou Mubai's face, so he's planning to make you the scapegoat again. Xie Yaochen strolled along the country road leisurely and carefree. What's so strange about this? Didn't it already happen in the original plot? 001 was still indignant, but it was no wonder that a cannon fodder counterattack system could enter this world. After all, what a mess the protagonist and the supporting character were. 001 Wait, host. The protagonist is still looking for you, but the supporting character is already calling his manager to expose your name. Xie Yaochen, no need to rush. Isn't this just as we expected? Just wait, once they're done speaking, it'll be my turn to talk. A smile crept at the corner of Xie Yaochen's lips, lazy yet tinged with coldness. If Zhou Mubeibai had any sense of decency, he wouldn't exploit this innocent person, though in the end the worst outcome would merely be a slight loss of popularity. But if he insisted on stepping into this pit that Xie Yaochen dug, then he shouldn't blame him. 001 monitored in real time, and sure enough, before he found anyone to discuss it, Zhou Mubeibai's team had already taken action. They quickly devised a plan to disguise themselves as informed sources and published a small article online. The exposed claimed that the person in the photo was Xie Yaochen, not Zhou Mubeibai. There was indeed a relationship, but the one being kept was Xie Yaochen, and the previous online agreement that bore Zhou Mubeibai's name was fabricated by anti-fans. Someone asked, since Xie Yaochen and He Linen had this kind of relationship, how could the state of the three during the live broadcast of the show be explained? The exposer replied that He Linen had always liked Zhou Mubeibai. It was just that Zhou Mubeibai was solely focused on his career and temporarily did not want to consider emotional matters. Thus, He Linen had to settle for the substitute, supporting Xie Yaochen, who had actively approached him. Before filming began, He Linen had grown tired of this substitute, who bore no resemblance to the original and had actively ended the supporting agreement. In fact, even as a dignified CEO, the reason he came on this show was to pursue Zhou Mubeibai. Shortly after, Zhou Mubeibai's team also released a statement. Although it did not explicitly acknowledge the authenticity of the exposed one line in the statement, Mubeibai's intention is indeed to prioritize his career, so he is temporarily not considering emotional matters. Undeniably confirmed that everything in the expose was true. The black and white were reversed, and the newcomer in the entertainment circle who had been kept for resources suddenly became the unattainable white moonlight for the domineering CEO. Zhou Mubeibai's fans instantly rallied, proudly rebutting those who had previously insulted Zhou Mubeibai, while speculating about how Xie Yaochen, a newcomer with no fame, managed to get onto this variety show. Turns out he sold himself. Moreover, this time, how could the good Mubeibai be slandered as being kept? It must be Xie Yaochen's doing. Seeing the online reversal of public opinion, Zhou Mubeibai and his team breathed a sigh of relief. The manager felt somewhat uneasy and called Zhou Mubeibai. Is this going to be okay? What if Xie Yaochen comes out to refute? Not going to happen. Zhou Mubeibai spoke softly, yet with certainty. His heart is all with Linen. Don't mention just having him take the blame. He'd probably be willing even if you asked him to die. No need. Xie Yaochen smiled. It's nothing serious, it will be resolved soon. Lu Jueming nodded, not pressing further, but suddenly looked at Xie Yaochen and said, aren't you going to ask where I went? Hearing this, Xie Yaochen subtly picked up on the other party's mindset. Did he feel that his boyfriend was too indifferent? He felt a complex emotion. I did ask this morning, but everyone said they didn't know. Lu Jueming seemed a bit satisfied and said, you should have called me directly instead of asking them. He'll make sure to do so next time. Let's go. Lu Jueming naturally held his hand as they walked toward the courtyard. Wait, there's no need to do this. Lu Jueming looked at him. Aren't you supposed to be suffering from skin hunger? Fortunately, seeming to understand his shyness, Lu Jueming voluntarily released his hand at the door. At this moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard was somewhat strange. As soon as Xie Yaochen entered, everyone turned to look at him. Su Qinghuan seemed to hesitate to speak. Xie Xingzhou approached with a dark face and said, those people online are talking nonsense. I've already called home, so don't worry. Others may not know, but he should know. Xie Yaochen is one of us. Being kept by He Linen. What a joke. He knew that his cousin was previously engaged to He Linen. He was aware of this, but was unclear why the engagement was later annulled. Therefore, he did not think much of the kissing photo circulating online, assuming it was just a candid shot of Xie Yaochen and He Linen on a date. Amidst a myriad of complex and worried gazes, Xie Yaochen remained remarkably calm, telling his younger brother, no need to worry, it will be resolved soon. As he spoke, He Linen and Zhou Mubeibai appeared together. The three main characters of the gossip gathered, causing the surrounding staff to lose focus on their work. Seeing Xie Yaochen, He Linen approached. I need to talk to you. Xie Yaochen did not refuse and told Lu Jueming, I'll step outside for a moment. Lu Jueming nodded. Finding a secluded spot outside, He Linen opened with, you should have heard about the online situation. Please cooperate and don't speak out. Xie Yaochen was nearly amused to the point of laughter by the other party's brazen attitude. So you mean to say let me remain silent and dutifully take the blame for Zhou Beibai? His eyes glinted coldly. He Linen, do you think too highly of yourselves? Why should I be willing to sacrifice myself for Zhou Beibai? He Linen felt somewhat agitated. He hadn't yet found Xie Yaochen to discuss it when Zhou Beibai acted on his own, setting the team into motion. This made him a bit angry. But he couldn't bear to watch Zhou Beibai get ruined. Moreover, Beibai was right. The negative comments didn't seem to affect Xie Yaochen much. After all, he didn't love the entertainment industry. He had only entered this line of work to please He Linen. What would it take for you to agree to cooperate? He stated directly, I can agree to any reasonable conditions. Xie Yaochen looked at him, feeling pity for the original host. With so many men in the world, why did he have to fall for such trash? Zhou Beibai's dream is to become immensely popular, right? He smiled slightly, his voice clear and pleasant, yet carrying an icy undertone. Don't worry, I will make sure you get what you want. He Linen returned to Zhou Bei's side, maintaining a feeling of agitation. Zhou Bei immediately whispered, Linen, how is it? Did he agree? He should have agreed. Reflecting on Xie Yaochen's last words, He Linen furrowed his brow. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. Zhou Bei immediately felt relieved, finally revealing a smile on his face. Xie Yaochen returned and directly sat beside Lu Jueming. Lu Jueming glanced at him, and Xie Yaochen understood, saying, it's nothing. Seeing that his expression was fine, it seemed He Linen hadn't upset him, which made Lu Jueming feel at ease. He asked, do you want some fruit? The staff had just placed a fruit platter in front of them. Xie Yaochen casually replied, yes. What do you like? As he answered, intending to serve himself, Lu Jueming, with a very natural movement and demeanor, offered a piece of kiwi fruit to his mouth. Lu Jueming asked, why aren't you opening your mouth? Xie Yaochen paused for a moment, feeling somewhat strange, and bit off the piece of fruit from the fork. Forget it, they were already in a relationship, so he might as well try to accept it. After the first bite, the second one became much easier to accept, and Xie Yaochen even ordered, I want mango. All right. Watching his gradually relaxed boyfriend, Lu Jueming smiled gently, his voice carrying a hint of affection. The two chose a relatively secluded seat, so no one noticed their actions for the time being. Only Su Qinghuan inadvertently caught a glimpse and couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't Lu Jueming being a bit too helpful? Even feeding Xie Yaochen fruit. Before she could take a closer look, the director had already walked over to announce the start of the live broadcast. Since it was the last day of the program, the production team wanted the guests to relax, so they hadn't started the live broadcast since the morning, allowing the guests to move freely. Now that the time was about right, the director ordered to turn on the cameras. Coincidentally, Lu Jueming, whether intentionally or not, fed Xie Yaochen another bite at that moment. As the fans flocked into the live stream, they were taken aback by the scene they witnessed. They were immediately dumbfounded. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Xie Yaochen was being kept by Hizong? Ridiculous, are they afraid after seeing the trending topic? To show that they aren't entangled with Hizong, they just randomly found a man. Does some fan have a problem? Our Lu guest looks and figure just anyone can have. Laughing to death, what's the use of just having looks? Isn't he just someone working for others, only capable of serving Hizong? So is the gossip online true? Has Xie Yaochen really been kept? I just started following him. Sob. This young man is talented, handsome, and has a great temperament. I really hope this isn't true. I'll wait. What's going on with Xie Yaochen and Lu Jueming? Is no one shipping their CP? Then I'll ship them first out of respect. Does someone like Xie Yaochen really have fans? Some people should enjoy something good. The live stream was filled with noise. At this moment, the director suddenly spoke up. Mubai, regarding what's happening online, your fans are asking, do you have anything to say? Logically, the director shouldn't mention this, but since his superior had given instructions, he naturally complied. Zhou Bei, having learned from He Linen that Xie Yaochen had been persuaded, was not at all anxious. At this moment, he faced the camera, revealing a pure smile, appearing completely innocent. My agent has already called me and said it has been clarified. I believe everyone has seen it. That person is not me. If it's not you, then it really is Xie Yaochen. Upon seeing this question, Zhou Bei showed a somewhat awkward expression. I believe Xie Yaochen must have his reasons. Goodness, the real party. Xie Yaochen hadn't responded yet, and Zhou Bei had already acknowledged it for him. His fans felt indignant for him. Bai is just too kind. Helping someone speak at this time, he doesn't deserve. Regarding everything Zhou Bei said, He Linen did not rebut, so the fans immediately believed him. What about Xie Yaochen? We Bai have tried hard to speak well of him, yet this real party is still acting aloof and not responding. Watching Zhou Bei jumping around and his fans, the director felt a subtle sense of pity. He continued, then does Yaochen have anything to say? The netizens all want to hear your response. The camera focused on Xie Yaochen. He smiled. From the very beginning, he had appeared calm and composed. I indeed have something to say. First, 3 years ago, I met He Linen, who took the initiative to flirt with me. 2 years ago, we started dating, and a year ago, we got engaged. His opening remarks were like a thunderclap, shocking all the guests and fans in the live stream, making them doubt if they had heard wrong. He Linen suddenly stood up. Xie Yaochen. What are you saying? Xie Yaochen remained unfazed, continuing, without changing his expression. 6 months ago, Zhou Mubai crawled into He Linen's bed at the hotel room 1078 in the imperial capital, and they met from there, establishing a keeping relationship a week later. Zhou Mubai also stood up abruptly. Xie Yaochen. He wanted to stop him, but with one glance from Lu Jueming, the director immediately understood and instructed the staff to push him back down onto the sofa. He also said, "Teacher Zhou, calm down, everyone has the right to speak. Let Yaochen finish first, he didn't interrupt you just now." 3 months ago, I discovered Zhou Mubai's existence and went to warn him to leave. Zhou Mubai was greatly stimulated at that time, leaving in the rain, saying he would never meet He Linen again. Xie Yaochen chuckled, appearing indifferent. I believed him at that time, but looking back now, he was just flirting. After all, he didn't really leave and returned to He Linen's side. Even when I went to find him again, he told me that although he and He Linen started with a keeping arrangement, their relationship was true love. In contrast, despite being engaged, it was just a marriage of convenience, and he wouldn't be happy asking me to return He Linen to him. Xie Yaochen sincerely lamented, "To be honest, it's the first time I've heard such shameless words. But now, Mr. Zhou Mubai should have gotten what he wished for, right? He looked at the party involved. He Linen canceled our engagement for you, and a dignified president is even accompanying you on a variety show. What isn't true love?" A dead silence ensued. Zhou Mubai's face turned pale and was about to collapse. He Linen's expression was ashen, nearly fainting from anger. The other guests were left dumbfounded, and the live stream had exploded. Good heavens! What a juicy scandal. It's too much to bear. Really? So Zhou Mubai is not only being kept, but also a shameless homewrecker. Not only is he a homewrecker, he even slanders the legitimate fiancé for interfering with their relationship. Accuses him of being the kept one. Good heavens, how shameless. I actually thought he was a decent person before. I'm disgusted. Anyone can spout nonsense. Xie Yaochen, you're talking rubbish. Prove it if you can. Mubai was just defending you, and you slander him like this. Xie Yaochen, aren't you disgusted? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhou Mubai's face turned pale as he denied with a trembling voice. Is it because Linen likes me, and am an eyesore to you, so you slander me like this? Yes, that must be it. Zhou Mubai's fans, who were already unwilling to believe Xie Yaochen's words, felt that their idol had a point and retorted even more fiercely. But at this moment, someone slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily, "Zhou Mubai, that's enough." It was Xie Xingzhou. Everyone was astonished, momentarily unable to react. Why was Xie Xingzhou so furious? Did this have anything to do with him? Xie Xingzhou's voice could barely contain his anger. Zhou Mubai, you say Xie Yaochen slandered you. Do you mean everything he said is false and everything you said is true? That he was the kept one and you are innocent? How ridiculous. Before Zhou Mubai could answer, Xie Xingzhou continued, Xie Yaochen is my cousin, the only child of my uncle and aunt. The empire they built will eventually be inherited by him. You say he was kept by He Linen. You should ask whether He Linen is even worthy. As a massively popular influencer with millions of followers, Xie Xingzhou's identity was well known. Everyone knew he was the youngest son of the prestigious Xie family. Hearing his words, they were all stunned. Earlier, someone had revealed that Xie Yaochen came from a rural background and was not well off, so when the rumors of him being kept emerged, most people had no doubt. But now, knowing Xie Yaochen's true origins, it seemed utterly absurd. I knew about He Linen dating and being engaged to my cousin. I also knew about the recent broken engagement, but I wasn't aware of the details, Xie Xingzhou said, coldly staring at Zhou Mubai. I never expected it had something to do with you. Xie Xingzhou once held great affection for Zhou Mubai, but now he felt only disgust. He had been blind. To let his own cousin suffer because of such a person. You've already successfully stolen someone else's fiancé, isn't that enough? Do you still have to throw mud at the innocent victim? Zhou Mubai, how can you be so disgusting? In Xie Yaochen's mind, this brother is still worth keeping. 001 also nodded approvingly. Xie Xingzhou's outburst once again plunged everyone into shock. Zhou Mubai felt like he was about to faint. He couldn't understand how things had escalated to this point. Looking at the still broadcasting camera at Su Qinghuan's shocked and disbelieving gaze, he felt as if his skin had been stripped off and the whole sky had turned dark. Turn it off. Turn off all the live streams. He Linen reacted, shouting with a darkened face. The staff looked at the director, who then looked at Lu Jueming, who sat on the sofa with a grim expression. Lu Jueming leaned back in the sofa, relaxed yet imposing, and said coldly and unequivocally, "Keep broadcasting. Don't turn off a single camera." The director felt reassured. This brief interaction left everyone bewildered. Why did the director obey Lu Jueming? He Linen, seeing that the director completely ignored his words, became furious and implied a threat. "Director Yang, if I remember correctly, your company still has 2 collaborations with me." The The director was no longer afraid. He pointed at Lu Jueming and said, "Let me introduce this gentleman, Mr. Lu, the chairman of Shengshi Technology and our ultimate boss." His entertainment company, though well known in the industry, was merely an underperforming subsidiary under Shengshi Technology. The director's words stunned everyone. What? Chairman of Shengshi Technology? The fastest to react were Lu Juming's appearance fans, who roared with laughter in the live stream. Ha ha, hilarious. Remember what some fans said before? That our brother Lu wasn't even fit to tie their idol's shoelaces. That was perfect. Can your idol personally repeat that in front of brother Lu? No, in front of our chairman Lu. Helinen's fans were still in shock, silent as mice. Even if they didn't know much, they understood that compared to Shengshi Technology, his corporation could only be the one tying shoelaces. At this point, Helinen suppressed his shock and said dejectedly, "Chairman Lu, I don't think I've offended you." Continuing the live stream and humiliating him. What benefit could that bring Lu Jueming? Lu Jueming lifted his eyelids, but before he could speak, a light laugh sounded beside him. Xie Yaochen said lazily, "I forgot to introduce him. Besides being the chairman of Shengshi Technology, he's also my boyfriend." Lu Jueming glanced at the person beside him and smiled slightly. "That's right." As he spoke, he took Xie Yaochen's hand and interlocked their fingers. It was a simple gesture, but it exuded a strong sense of possessiveness. Xie Yaochen felt that his grip was a bit tight, as if he was displeased about something. Though puzzled, he didn't pull his hand away. Helinen. Zhou Mubai. Others. At this point, Xie Yaochen's fans also began to roar with laughter, joining Lu Juming's fans and the newly emerged CP fans, almost grinding Helinen and Zhou Mubai's fans into dust. The live stream was nearly crashing, with waves of netizens flooding and drawn by the scandal. By the way, Xie Yaochen tried to ignore the strength and warmth enveloping his hand and looked at the dazed Zhou Mubai. "My people have found that, Mr. Zhou Mubai, you and your management team disguised yourselves as insiders to reveal online slandering me as being kept to make me take the blame for you. I don't think I've wronged you, have I? My lawyer will contact you shortly. Please cooperate." Zhou Mubai was thunderstruck. His fans, who had been struggling to defend him with desperate arguments, were also dumbfounded and fell silent, utterly despairing. So even this was Zhou Mubai's doing. "Brother, how many unscrupulous things have you hidden from us?" This episode ended amidst the chaos of Zhou Mubai fainting. But Xie Yaochen suspected it was mostly an act, probably to avoid facing fans. It was a bit too late to faint, though. A mocking smile tugged at his lips. With the necessary matters settled, he turned his attention back to Lu Jueming. "Are you upset?" Lu Jueming had barely spoken the whole time, only stepping in at the crucial moment to back him up. Xie Yaochen racked his brains, but couldn't figure out why his mood had suddenly soured. Wasn't everything fine before? Meeting his gaze, Lu Jueming stated directly yes. "Why?" Lu Jueming's gaze darkened as he fixed his stare on Xie Yaochen. Suddenly, he raised his hand, grasping the young man's chin, forcing him to meet his eyes, unable to look away. He then asked, "Do you really like Helinen?" Xie Yaochen was taken aback and suddenly understood. Upon reflection, it seemed that everything was fine at first, but it was when he accused those two that he mentioned his relationship and engagement with Helinen that the man's mood suddenly soured. He realized, "So you were jealous." Lu Jueming's eyes were deep, his thumb gently stroking Xie Yaochen's skin. "Why can't I be jealous?" Xie Yaochen felt a bit nervous under his gaze, instinctively avoiding eye contact. "Cough, no, of course you can. Aren't you my boyfriend?" He said it casually, unaware that this statement struck a chord with Lu Jueming. The man's breath hitched as he suddenly grabbed his wrist and strode to the corner of the corridor. "Hey, what are you doing?" Before he could finish, he was pinned against the wall. Lu Jueming held his face and said, "I want to kiss you." He leaned in, but suddenly stopped, softly asking, "Can I kiss you?" Xie Yaochen's heart raced, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Why was there even a question about this? "Last time you kissed me without stopping, didn't you?" "Given the circumstances, my opinion doesn't matter. I can only say go ahead." Before he finished speaking, the kiss had already descended. Unlike the last time, this kiss was gentle and lingering, leaving no room for resistance. Xie Yaochen felt dizzy from the kiss. It seemed Lu Jueming was addicted, kissing again and again. Each time Xie Yaochen thought it was finally over, his lips would be ensnared once more. "That's enough. Stop kissing." Xie Yaochen felt like a fish out of water. Lu Jueming replied, "I can't help it. Just one more time," he said with such confidence. Unknown to them, the corner they were in faced the door to Helinen's room. As soon as Helinen opened the door, he was caught off guard by this highly provocative scene. Helinen stood frozen, greatly shocked. Helinen shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Xie Yaochen's mind suddenly cleared, and seizing the opportunity while Lu Jueming was distracted, he pushed him away, gasping for breath, as if he had been granted a second chance at life. He had only heard of people being unable to get out of bed. He never imagined that kissing could be so awkward. Lu Jueming remained calm, his face only showing displeasure at being interrupted. In front of Helinen, he provocatively kissed Xie Yaochen's swollen lips again and said let's go back to the room and pack up. I have something to discuss with Mr. Xie Yaochen felt as if he had received a great pardon. Okay, he could almost predict what would happen next, but he did not stop it. He even silently thanked He Linen for giving him this opportunity to escape. As he returned to his room and had not yet closed the door, he suddenly heard a piercing scream. Xie Yaochen was not surprised, holding the door to continue listening, discovering it was just that one scream, and then nothing else before regretfully closing the door. Turning back, he touched his lips, still tingling from the kiss, and his good mood instantly vanished. This love affair cannot continue. Thankfully, the show is about to end. 001 Huh? Why not continue? Is Lu Juming not good? Xie Yaochen replied, just kissing is so terrifying, I'm afraid one day I might die in bed. 001. Xie Yaochen was seriously contemplating. His lips were numb from the kisses, and it was only the second day of establishing their relationship. He could not even imagine what kind of life he would be living in the future. Remembering what 001 said about Lu Juming's stamina, which was better than a domineering CEO, who could go 7 times a night, he felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. Breaking up was a must. Once he returned, he would end things and say his parents disapproved. Originally, he had reluctantly agreed, and once the show ended they would part ways. Even if Lu Juming was angry, there was nothing he could do. Just as he made up his mind, he heard a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found Lu Juming standing there. Xie Yaochen suppressed the impulse to slam the door shut, asking, "Is it over?" "Yes." Lu Juming nodded calmly, showing no signs of leaving. Xie Yaochen asked, "Aren't you going to pack?" "The assistant has come, he will take care of it. I think there is something more important to discuss." "What is it?" Lu Juming stepped into his room, shutting the door behind him, while moving closer to Xie Yaochen. "You haven't answered my previous question." The previous question was simply whether he really liked He Linen. Xie Yaochen let out a breath. He didn't realize it. Thinking with trepidation, he hoped it wasn't about continuing to kiss. "I don't like him," he said decisively. "If you don't like him, why were you together and engaged?" "I was young and lacked love, so I was deceived by him." Lu Juming's expression softened a bit. But his questions were not finished. "You were together for so long, and even got engaged. Did he ever kiss you like I did today?" His tone was calm, but Xie Yaochen keenly sensed the turbulent undercurrents beneath that calmness. The danger alarm was instantly triggered. "Of course not." He replied immediately, "The most intimate we got was holding hands and hugging." This was not a lie. It's absurd that the original character had been with He Linen for so long, and even got engaged, yet nothing ever happened. He Linen never kissed him, because during a kiss it was inevitable to see his true face, which was unlike his white moonlight. He did want to take the original character to bed, but the original character was someone who valued the sense of ceremony, believing such things should wait until the wedding night, thus they achieved nothing. Lu Juming's aura shifted from dark to bright, thoroughly satisfied, and kissed the corner of his mouth, saying, "Stay away from him in the future, and do not think of him again." Xie Yaochen nodded. Staying away was certainly feasible, but not thinking about it might be difficult. Zhou Mubai was dealt with, but He Linen had yet to receive his due retribution. In the original plot, that scum was undoubtedly the root cause of the original character's tragedy, and he had no intention of letting him off. However, this didn't need to be shared with Lu Juming. In the afternoon, the production team's car took everyone to the city center, and then everyone parted ways one by one. In such a scene where everyone could exchange pleasantries, Zhou Mubai appeared particularly lonely, as there was no one beside him except for his manager and assistant. Xiang Xinghuan, who had been closest to him, glanced at him a few times, hesitated to speak, and ultimately, she had previously thought that Zhou Mubai was a good person and had hoped they might become good friends, but little did she know that his seemingly pure kindness was all an act. Now she could not let go of her resentment, and could not be friends with such a person. Jian Xikong looked at Zhou Mubai with a complex gaze, and ultimately did not approach him either. Instead, they went over to bid farewell to Xie Yaochen and exchanged contact information. Zhou Mubai felt the coldness from everyone, his face growing even paler and frilier, as if he had suffered a great injustice. 001. In the original plot, the protagonist developed a deep friendship with Jian Xikong and Su Qinghuan during this variety show, and they later provided him with much help, serving as 2 of his golden keys in the entertainment industry. Now that's all gone, hee. Also, there's already a backlash online with voices criticizing him everywhere, and many fans have unfollowed him. His management company is considering giving up on him. His star path has ended. At this moment, Zhou Mubai in the original plot was thriving and proud. Now he was completely disheveled and miserable. 001. But you host have gained many fans. Xie Yaochen had not done anything significant. The reason he was criticized was merely due to his persistent pursuit of He Linen a few days before the variety show and his targeting of Zhou Mubai. But now that the truth was known, netizens felt nothing but pity for Xie Yaochen. They could no longer criticize him, and some were even drawn to his looks and talent. Xie Yaochen smiled faintly, his gaze finding He Linen not far away, who was on the phone, emanating an aura of anger and gloom, fully equipped with a mask and sunglasses. He usually wasn't like this. It seemed he had been heavily reprimanded by Lu Juming. Brother, let's go. Xie Xingzhou ran over to call him. Let's go home together. Before Xie Yaochen could speak, Lu Juming had already approached. Lu Juming's car had arrived early, but after attending a few days of events, he must have accumulated quite a bit of work. Having just reunited with his assistant, he had been on calls until finally getting some free time. Others could not help but glance at the two secretly. Who would have thought that the guest star in their show would turn out to be the chairman of Shengshi Technology and also become Xie Yaochen's boyfriend? It was truly unbelievable. Lu Juming stood beside Xie Yaochen, naturally adjusting his collar, saying, I have another task here and won't be returning to the capital for now, so I won't be going home with you. But call me when you get there. He added, a few days later, after I've finished my work and returned, I will pay a visit. Xie Yaochen's eyelids twitched, and he blurted out, pay a visit. Of course, Lu Juming nodded. It's time to meet your uncle and aunt and discuss future matters. Xie Yaochen almost couldn't hold back his surprised expression. What was there to discuss with his parents? What future matters? They had only been dating for less than 2 days. While he mentally resolved to send a breakup message immediately after they parted ways, he nodded perfunctorily under Lu Juming's gaze, saying, okay. Lu Juming, satisfied with his response, kissed the corner of his mouth before leaving with his assistant, who had been anxiously waiting. Brother, you're amazing. Xie Xingzhou exclaimed, how did you do it? In such a short time you managed to capture the heart of your future brother-in-law, or rather brother-husband. Xie Yaochen took a deep breath and slapped him, saying, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. True to his word, 2 hours later, as soon as he got off the plane, he immediately messaged Lu Juming. And I've been thinking and feel like we're not quite suited for each other. Let's break up. Goodbye. After sending the message successfully, without a second of hesitation, he immediately turned off his phone. 001. A host, you're so cowardly. 001. But you'd better pray that the breakup really succeeds otherwise. Ouch. In the sea of consciousness, 001 covered its bottom, suddenly jolted up 3 feet high from the shock. Once out of the airport, the family driver had been waiting outside. Brother, I'm leaving first. He'll come find you to play later. Xie Xingzhou bid farewell to Xie Yaochen, dragging his suitcase towards their family driver. Xie Yaochen waved casually and got into the car. As he entered the house, he was just thinking about Lu Juming's reaction to his breakup message when he suddenly heard a gentle voice. Baby, you're back. Are you tired? Xie Yaochen looked up and saw an elegantly dressed, graceful middle-aged woman looking at him with joy and affection. She seemed to want to approach, but hesitated, carefully standing at a distance that was not too close, yet not too far. This was the original protagonist's mother, Madame Xie. The original protagonist had gone missing as a child and was not found until he was 16. There had been much speculation about the family's dynamics, but in reality Xie's parents were very concerned and loving towards their son who had returned. However, the original protagonist's heart was sensitive. He had constantly heard people say how excellent his deceased brother had been, leading him to believe that his parents' affection was merely transference. Thus, while he desperately craved his parents' love, he was unable to open his heart to get close to the Xie couple. He did not know the extent of the impact their son's death had on his parents. His mother, dazed while collecting his remains, had a car accident and tragically passed away due to failed rescue. His father did not believe that his son's kidnapping was an accident, and after much struggle he finally traced it back to the protagonist's involvement, but by then he was already bankrupt and could not stand against He Linen. Later he infiltrated Zhou Mubai's performance site, betting everything to expose those two's crimes, but was attacked by furious Zhou Mubai fans, fell off the stage, and died on the spot. Father Xie lost a son, but the attackers, being underage, and with Zhou Mubai's protection, faced no punishment, and soon returned to their bright future after a brief period of low profile. Coming back to reality, seeing the woman in front of him who was hesitant to approach, Xie Yaochen stepped forward and hugged her, saying, I'm back, not tired. Madame Xie was stunned. After a moment, she finally reacted, her excitement rendering her incoherent. Not tired. That's good. Are you hungry? Mom made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Xie Yaochen smiled and gently nuzzled against his mother's shoulder. Thank you, Mom. This endearing gesture almost brought tears to Madame Xie's eyes. On one side, Father Xie could no longer sit still. He put down the newspaper he had been pretending to read, which he hadn't truly looked at, and walked over with his hands behind his back, his face stern as he cleared his throat. Having been accustomed to being in a position of authority, his demeanor was somewhat intimidating. In the past, the original owner might have misunderstood his father's displeasure as being directed at him. However, Xie Yaochen immediately discerned the thoughts of his awkward father. He smiled and stepped forward, giving him a big hug. Let me have a hug too, Dad. Father Xie was so pleasantly surprised that he nearly floated away, but in order to maintain his dignified fatherly image, he forced himself to appear calm. Not bad, you've learned a lot since going out for a while. Just as he finished speaking, his wife slapped him lightly. How can you talk about our son like that? If you can't speak properly, then just go away and check on the soup I made for Chinchun. A hint of grievance crossed Father Xie's handsome middle-aged face as he maintained his stern expression and headed to the kitchen. Xie Yaochen's eyes narrowed with a gentle smile. The original Xie Yaochen had a very happy family, but he had yet to realize it. Although it wasn't mealtime yet, since Xie Yaochen mentioned he was a bit hungry, the family of three sat down at the dining table early. The dishes were all prepared in advance. Knowing roughly when Xie Yaochen would return, Mrs. Xie had already been busy in the kitchen making a table full of dishes that her son loved, waiting for his return. This was the first time the family enjoyed such harmony together. During the meal, Mrs. Xie's eyes turned red several times, but she maintained a satisfied smile on her face. The show you filmed, your father and I watched it every day. Our precious child performed wonderfully, Mrs. Xie said with a beaming smile. Did we just discover that our little treasure has so many talents? Did you learn them all from the elders in the village? I recorded a certain piece you played during the live broadcast, planning to use it as a ringtone. Just as the atmosphere was perfect, a servant came in to announce that Madam He had arrived with her son. The surrounding tension suddenly dropped. Father Xie banged the table. He leaned on. How dare this scoundrel come here? Does he think the Xie family is easy to bully? Previously, when the engagement was broken off, the Xie couple had no idea of the details and thought their son simply didn't like the other party anymore, so they let it go. Only after watching the show did they realize that He Lianon had actually cheated. Thinking of the bullying their son had endured during this time, Father Xie nearly had a heart attack from anger and decisively made a call to terminate all cooperation with the He family. The He family probably came here because of this. Tell them to leave, we won't see them. The servant hurried off. After delivering the message, Father Xie suddenly remembered his son and looked nervously at Xie Yaochen. Both parents knew about Xie Yaochen's infatuation with He Lianon. At this moment, however, Xie Yaochen calmly responded, Why are you looking at me, Mom and Dad? The Xie couple breathed a sigh of relief. Their son seemed to have come to his senses. Remembering that Xie Yaochen had mentioned a new boyfriend on the show, Mrs. Xie said, That boy surnamed Lu seems quite nice. Not to mention he stood up to defend their son at a critical moment. Father Xie expressed some dissatisfaction. Why didn't he come back with you to see us? Xie Yaochen nearly choked on his food. Dad, I've only been dating him for 2 days. How could he just come over? Moreover, with Father Xie's controlling demeanor, if the person really came, he would probably be the first to grab a broom to chase him away. All right, then what about him? We've already broken up. Xie Yaochen immediately replied. What? The Xie couple was surprised. Weren't you just together? Of course, Xie Yaochen couldn't say that the other party was too much for him and made him a bit scared. Instead, he vaguely said, I just felt it wasn't a good fit. We were too impulsive getting together before. Mrs. Xie felt somewhat disappointed. Father Xie nodded. It's better to break up. The Lu family is quite wealthy. If you were to be together, you might have to endure some grievances. After finishing the meal and patiently spending time with his parents, Xie Yaochen returned to his room and turned on his phone. Lu Jueming hadn't sent him any messages, only 3 missed calls, which were probably made right after he got off the plane. Perhaps seeing that he hadn't answered, he didn't call again afterward. Xie Yaochen breathed a sigh of relief. This response wasn't too intense, so afterward it should be fine, right? Forget it. Even if something unexpected happened, he would deal with it then. Shaking off these miscellaneous thoughts, Xie Yaochen took a shower and went to bed. At the very same moment that he lay down on his soft and comfortable bed, He Lianon was getting beaten up. Having not even set foot inside the Xie family's door earlier, Mrs. He was extremely furious and took He Lianon back home. She originally planned to complain to her husband, saying that the Xie family looked down on them. However, before she could do so, the old master of the He family stormed in and started hitting He Lianon with a stick. Dad! Mrs. He screamed and hurried forward to protect her son. What are you doing? What did he do wrong? Don't you know? The old master was furious. He pointed at He Lianon with disappointment. This marriage proposal was initiated by you. What have you been doing since then? Cuddling with all sorts of scum. For a no-name little star, you've even offended the Xie family. He Lianon lowered his head and said nothing, his face bruised from being beaten by Lu Jueming, looking quite disheveled. Just as Mrs. He was about to defend her son, the old master angrily asked, Let me ask you, did you know when he was keeping that little star? And when he broke off the engagement with the Xie family for that little star, did you know about it? The He couple suddenly, but after a moment, Father, he said, Men will be men. Oh, what's the big deal about keeping a little star? The only mistake Lianon made was taking that little star too seriously and breaking off the engagement with the Xie family. Mrs. He quickly followed up, Exactly, that's the only thing wrong. In the end, it's still the Xie family's small-mindedness. Dad, you don't know, I just took Lianon to apologize in person, and they didn't even let us through the door. The old master was so furious that he felt faint. Shut up. He slammed his cane heavily and the He couple immediately fell silent in fear. The Xie family has terminated cooperation with us, do you know that? Lu Jueming has declared that he will no longer cooperate with the He family, do you know that? Father He's expression changed. Why is there also a matter about Lu Jueming? The old master snorted coldly. You'll have to ask your good son about that. He Lianon's expression was not good, Lu Jueming. He is Xie Yaochen's new boyfriend. Only then did the He couple realize the seriousness of the situation. They could still manage with just the Xie family, but the He family and Shengshi technology were not even on the same level. If Lu Jueming targeted the He family as well, it would be a huge problem. Dad, what should we do now? Now you know to ask me. The old master replied irritably. What can we do? Of course we need to apologize and coax him back. And that little star, get rid of him quickly. I absolutely will not allow someone like that to enter the He family's door. The He couple agreed. They looked down on Xie Yaochen, but they looked down even more on Zhou Mubai. At least Xie Yaochen had the Xie family backing him, but what did Zhou Mubai have? Nothing at all. Just a shameless person who actively crawled into bed with someone. This could be seen as a game, but if he were really to marry him, wouldn't the He family become a laughingstock in the future? Waking up in the morning, Xie Yaochen checked his phone immediately. Seeing no message from Lu Jueming, he felt a strange mix of emotions. Relief tinged with a subtle disappointment he hadn't anticipated. Yawning, he headed downstairs. Dad, Mom. Both of his parents were home. It was unusual for his father to be there at this hour. Nothing pressing. I'm just keeping your mother company, his father said, picking up a newspaper with a light cough. Mrs. Xie shot her husband an amused glance, but chose not to expose his excuse. Was he really keeping her company, or was he here for their son? After breakfast, a servant announced that He Linen had arrived and wished to see Xie Yaochen. Why is he here again? Mr. Xie slammed his teacup down with a bang. He never used to visit this. Tell him I'm busy, Xie Yaochen said listlessly, waving a hand without turning around. Why did it have to be He Linen? He had hoped for someone else. He stopped short. Why had he thought of Lu Jueming again? Wait, how did he suddenly think of Lu Jueming again? Damn it, that guy's saliva must be toxic. Fuming, he mentally roused 001, accidentally stretching it into a long strip. 001. Xie Yaochen sat beside his mother to watch TV. Soon his phone rang. He Linen was calling. Xie Yaochen coldly blocked the number. Around noon, a Xie Xingzhou called to invite him out. Xie Yaochen agreed, stopping his mother from calling the driver. He grabbed the keys. Mom will drive myself, it's not far. As he drove out of the neighborhood, a figure suddenly lunged at his car. Xiaochen. Xie Yaochen slammed on the brakes. He Linen. Why haven't you left yet? Outside, He Linen held a bouquet of fiery red roses, impeccably dressed and styled. However, probably to evoke sympathy, he had not covered his face. The bruises from earlier looked even more ghastly today, making him appear comical. It had been nearly 3 hours. Had He Linen been waiting here all that time? In the old days, a half-minute delay would have made him impatient. How ironic. Xiaochen, get out of the car. I need to talk to you. Xie Yaochen smirked lazily from inside. Just say it here. Hurry up, I have things to do. He was curious to see what pathetic act this fool would put on. Xiaochen, I was wrong. He Linen leaned on the window. I made a mistake before, but now I've realized. Keeping Zhou Mubai was just a whim. In the end, I still love you. Xie Yaochen shut his eyes, nearly losing his breakfast. That's it. I came to apologize. He Linen rushed as Xie Yaochen started the engine. I've broken up with Zhou Mubai. Can we get back together? He thrust the bouquet through the window. Look, roses I specially picked for you. Xie Yaochen rolled up the window swiftly. Don't put your trash in my car. I thought you'd have something new, but this is just a waste of time. Xiaochen. He Linen panicked. Xie Yaochen accelerated, showing no regard for He Linen's safety, as if running him over wouldn't be a loss. He Linen scrambled backward helplessly, watching Xie Yaochen's car roar away. He stood there gloomily, his face dark. He flung the bouquet to the ground in anger. Just then Zhou Mubai called. His panicked voice came through. Linen, your mother came to see me. She told me to leave you, and that you're planning to marry Xie Yaochen. Is it true? Zhou Mubai's voice trembled with helplessness. One could almost picture him sobbing pitifully. In the past, He Linen would have been overwhelmed with pity. But now, listening to Zhou Mubai's tearful tone, he felt nothing but irritation. Why did a man cry so? He snapped. Yes, it's true. Let's break up. Don't contact me again. Linen. Zhou Mubai thought he misheard. He forced a laugh. You're joking, right? I'm not joking. He Linen took a deep breath. Let's part ways amicably, as if this mistake never happened. He hung up. Zhou Mubai was stunned. He was at his worst. His company had decided to abandon him. The internet was full of scorn and his only hope, but now He Linen wanted to break up. Ever since he noticed He Linen's renewed interest in Xie Yaochen, Zhou Mubai had feared his heart would return to him. Now his nightmare had come true. He couldn't understand. They had been so affectionate just days ago. How could He Linen change so fast? 001 didn't understand either. It was puzzled. In the original plot, the protagonist Gong first manipulated the original owner into taking the blame for Zhou Mubai's scandalous video, then used him to eliminate rivals, clearly not caring about the original owner's life, yet deeply loving Zhou Mubai. Why is it different now? Xie Yaochen replied, nothing strange. In the original story, those events happened much later, when He Linen and Zhou Mubai's relationship was stable. But now He Linen has just broken off our engagement. He has feelings for Zhou Mubai, but not deep ones. He can easily give up. Another reason is that he's a masochist, Xie Yaochen sneered. Now that I'm not fawning over him, and there's someone better like Lu Jueming around, his twisted possessiveness kicks in. And most importantly, Zhou Mubai harms his interests while I can restore them. 001 clapped enthusiastically. Great analysis, host. Xie Xingzhou had spent the past few years abroad with his maternal grandfather and rarely met his cousin Xie Yaochen, who had only been found a few years ago. Their first real interaction was during the variety show, but due to misinformation, he held a prejudice against Xie Yaochen and kept his distance. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared, he felt deeply guilty and invited Xie Yaochen out whenever he could. He introduced Xie Yaochen to his friends, revealing his identity. Naturally, someone mentioned Xie Yaochen's elder brother Xie Jinyu, who had passed away from illness a few years ago. Jinyu was truly exceptional. Many regarded him as a role model since childhood. My parents often said that once he took over the family business, he would surely elevate the Xie family to new heights. Who could have imagined? Son. As for the protagonist's White Moonlight, the original text did not dwell much on it, only using it to foster the relationship between the main couple. Xie Yaochen was somewhat curious. Having overheard this, he couldn't help but say, Mom, can you tell me about my Mrs. Xie paused a bit anxious and said, Darling, did you hear something outside again? Don't believe those words. Mom and Dad love you just as much as your brother. You're not a substitute for anyone. Back then, after the younger son went missing, the Xie family had been searching all along, but it was only after Xie Jinyu passed away from illness that they found the original and brought him home. Due to this delicate timing, the original always misunderstood that his parents only brought him back because his brother was gone. Xie Yaochen sighed, Mom, don't worry. I don't think that way. Lately, I've come to understand many things, and I think it's time we had a proper talk. Mrs. Xie was almost moved to tears. I'm so glad you can see that. Come upstairs with me. She took Xie Yaochen upstairs and unlocked a carefully secured room. Inside, here are the gifts your brother left for you. Seeing the room filled with exquisitely wrapped gift boxes of various sizes, Xie Yaochen stood stunned. When you were little and we lost you, your brother prepared a gift for you every birthday, saying that one day his little brother would come home, and he wanted to make up for every birthday gift you missed. Mrs. Xie broke down sobbing. Xie Jinyu was raised as the heir, outstanding and composed. But no one knew that his long-lost younger brother had always been his soft spot. Years ago, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness. He had no regrets about the world except for his parents and his brother. In the final days of his life, his greatest concern was preparing a birthday gift for his brother, who was about to turn 16. From the 15 years before to the 16th, 17th. All the way to 100 years until the room was filled. He smiled and said back then, I hope that when my brother finally comes home, he will know that I loved him. And that I've been waiting for him to return. A complete set of 100 birthday gifts. I hope my brother lives a long life, takes good care of Mom and Dad, and doesn't end up like me. He left this world with contentment, for it was then that he finally received news of his brother, like a final. In the end, he said nothing, only hugging Mrs. Xie tightly and murmuring, Mom, I'm sorry. Mrs. Xie wept uncontrollably. In the end, he said nothing, only hugging Mrs. Xie tightly and murmuring, Mom, I'm sorry. Mrs. Xie wept uncontrollably, and it took her a long while to compose herself. She wiped her tears and said, Don't believe any rumors about your brother and He Linen. They weren't close at all. Your brother had someone in his heart, the daughter of Uncle Luo's family. They grew up together. After Xie Jinyu's passing, Miss Luo, unable to bear the loss of her lover, went abroad to heal. After crying it out, Mrs. Xie felt much better, for her youngest son had finally opened his heart to them. She had long wanted to show him these gifts, but Xie Yaochen had always rejected the idea, so it was put off until now. Over the next 2 days, Xie Xingzhou invited Xie Yaochen out again, but he declined. He felt that going out was pointless, wanted to spend more time with his parents on behalf of the original, and also felt inexplicably listless. System 001 suddenly spoke out, shocking him. You're thinking of Lu Jueming. Xie Yaochen was sketching to pass the time. At this, his hand slipped, ruining the entire drawing. He threw down the pen and snapped, What nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly attacked by the System 001 refused to back down and retorted, It's true. Many people crave companionship when feeling down, and that's exactly how you were. 001. You're thinking of Lu Jueming. I've detected it. In the spiritual sea, a large hand suddenly grabbed it. Xie Yaochen snarled, You dare to detect my brainwaves. 001. 001. You drew it yourself. What does that have to do with me? Xie Yaochen immediately looked down and saw that the facial features he had been casually sketching had somehow taken on most of Lu Juming's likeness. Holy crap! Xie Yaochen exclaimed in shock. Have I been possessed? He released 001, tore off the paper, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Seeing him distracted, Mrs. Xie grew worried. After probing and confirming it wasn't about Xie Jinyu, she was sure it must be about He Linen. The sight of her son suffering at He Linen's hands was still fresh. Now that he had finally come to his senses, she didn't want him to regress. After a moment's thought, Mrs. Xie made a decision and prepared to take Xie Yaochen out to find male models. Mr. Xie, what? Xie Yaochen, go where? Even Xie Yaochen, who had seen much of the world, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. As a proper person, he was about to refuse outright, but then he thought of his recent strange behavior. Darling, shall we go? Let's go. He had only met Lu Jueming not long ago. How could he be so? Perhaps he was simply shallow, captivated by the other's alluring appearance. This would be a good test. Meanwhile, after high-intensity work, Lu Jueming had finally cleared his backlog. Just as he stepped off the plane, he received a call from Sui Chuan. Brother Dark Horse Club, come quick. Your wife will be gone if you're late. Lu Juming's eyelid twitched. Explain clearly. Sui Chuan spoke loudly, and clearly Xie Yaochen is hiring male models. Lu Jueming. He took a deep breath, a single thought echoing in his mind. Not suitable with me, but suitable with a male model. His original plan was to go home first, then visit the Xie family to see Xie Yaochen. Now he changed it abruptly, instructing the driver to the Dark Horse Club. At the Dark Horse Club, Xie Yaochen sat in a luxurious private room, facing a lineup of male models said to be the top ones there. Unsurprisingly, working here meant they had exceptional looks and physiques, polished manners, and a very appealing, but Xie Yaochen felt nothing, utterly unmoved, as if he could become a monk in the next second. Seeing his dissatisfaction, the manager smiled and said, Our most popular one is Shaoqin, but he's currently chatting with young Master Su. Would you like to wait, young Master Xie? Xie Yaochen already sensed that there was no need to continue looking, but since he was already here, let's wait. The manager left with the lineup, and Xie Yaochen waited alone in the room board. Mrs. Xie had just run into two old friends upon arrival and went off with them. About half an hour later, someone suddenly opened the door and entered. Hearing the steady footsteps, Xie Yaochen immediately sensed something was off. He turned his head and was nearly frightened out of his wits. Lu Juming. What are you doing here? Lu Juming, still weary from his travels, had compressed nearly half a month's work into just a few days to hurry back, only to hear halfway that Xie Yaochen was calling in male models. Seeing the man nearly panic into an illusion, his mood improved slightly. He took off his constricting outer coat and casually tossed it aside, walking towards Xie Yaochen. What's wrong? Are you surprised to see me? Who were you expecting? Listening to the man's almost gritted voice, Xie Yaochen felt a bit flustered. This is my private room. Shouldn't I be surprised by your sudden entrance? As he spoke, he attempted to step back, but Lu Juming was one step quicker, blocking him against the sofa. Then he pulled out the breakup message from 3 days ago, looking down at him. Explain this. What does it mean? Xie Yaochen was at a loss for words. After sending the message, Lu Juming had only made 3 calls and then remained silent. He thought the other party was indifferent, but it was clear now that he cared too much, intending to gather his anger to deal with him. Just as he pondered how to argue, Lu Juming pressed closer. I thought when you agreed back then you at least liked me. If you didn't like me, you could have just rejected me then. I wouldn't have really done anything to you. But you agreed to me, made me happy for 2 days, and then dumped me. Did you think I was an easygoing person? Xie Yaochen's expression turned complex. Tell me honestly, if I had rejected you back, then you really wouldn't have done anything to me, eh? Lu Juming fell silent, pretending not to hear. He enveloped Xie Yaochen in his shadow and responded to the breakup message from 3 days ago. In short, I don't agree to the breakup. Cold, resolute, and not open to negotiation. Xie Yaochen felt this was utterly unreasonable, yet he also thought the man was so handsome that it made his heart race uncontrollably. He hesitated for a moment. Fine, if we're not breaking up, I have a request. What request? The coldness in Lu Juming's eyes melted away. As long as they weren't breaking up, everything else was a minor issue. Then he heard Xie Yaochen say, Can you not kiss me so fiercely in the future? Lu Juming fell silent. He furrowed his brow disapprovingly. Fierce. You're going to bite my lips off. What do you think? Lu Juming. You want to break up over this? Xie Yaochen. The two stared at each other, the atmosphere becoming a bit awkward. After a while, Lu Juming said, I will try to hold back in the future. But what level is acceptable for you? He touched Xie Yaochen's face, his gaze deep. Should we test it out? So that you won't feel uncomfortable later. Xie Yaochen, how do I feel like you're tricking me into kissing? Then can I kiss you? Yes. In an instant, warm lips covered his. Initially calm, the kiss turned passionate, gradually becoming fervent. After the kiss, Lu Ju-ming cupped his face, resting his forehead against his, and whispered, "I miss you." Xie Yaochen looked up, and the next second the man grabbed his hand and pressed it against his chest. The violent heartbeat beneath his palm silently conveyed something. Xie Yaochen seemed to be infected, his own heartbeat gradually becoming frantic. Realizing that he wasn't the only one acting foolish these days, his mood suddenly lifted. He took the man's hand and placed it on his own chest, smiling as he said, "Me too." At this moment, he was certain that he had fallen in love with Lu Ju-ming at first sight. Just as they were lost in their affection, someone suddenly walked in. "Xie Xiao? Xiao Qin is here." Their eyes met, and the air fell into silence. The manager stared at the two entwined on the sofa, his pupils shaking. Lu Dong. The manager recognized Lu Ju-ming and was quite familiar with him, as this club was owned by Sui Chuan. Lu Ju-ming pressed his lips together, his gaze directly sweeping over the person next to the manager, assessing him. The man had the qualifications to meet Xie Yaochen alone. He turned back to Xie Yaochen. "Xiao Qin." "Xie Yaochen." He hurriedly waved his hand. "No need here, you all can leave first." The manager quickly took the person away. "I just wanted to find someone to chat with." Xie Yaochen turned back, calm and innocent. "You know the male models here don't provide special services." "You want special services?" Sensing his jealousy, Xie Yaochen couldn't help but laugh. He reached up to hook the man's collar and kissed him, saying, "No, I only do it with you." In an instant, the ice melted away. Lu Ju-ming pulled him into his embrace and leaned down again. "I didn't kiss enough just now, oh let's do it again." Half an hour later, the two walked out of the private room, fingers interlocked. Just then, Xie's mother came to find her son and was shocked to see them from a distance. "Why does the male model my son hired look so much like Lu Dong from Shengshi Technology?" She squinted her somewhat nearsighted eyes, trying hard to discern. Her longtime friend beside her said, "This seems to be him." As she spoke, Xie Yaochen had already walked over, holding onto Lu Ju-ming's hand. "Mom." He rarely felt a bit shy. "This is Lu Ju-ming, my boyfriend." Lu Ju-ming's mouth curved up at the title. He politely nodded. "Hello, auntie. I've been with Yaochen since the show. I should have visited you and uncle a long time ago, but I've been busy with work these past few days and just returned to the capital today. I hope you can forgive me." "Oh, it's fine, it's fine." Xie's mother never expected that one day the renowned Lu Dong would speak so respectfully and politely to her. She hurriedly waved her hand while glancing at her son. Didn't they say they broke up? Holding hands so tightly, how could they look like they had broken up? However, she suddenly realized no wonder her son had been in low spirits these past few days. The one influencing him was not He Linen, but the one in front of her. And this one was much better than He Linen, a total league ahead. Lu Ju-ming wanted to visit the Xie family today, but since he had just returned and hadn't organized himself, it felt a bit disrespectful. So he could only hold Xie Yaochen's hand, squeezing it tightly before reluctantly letting go when they had to part. "I'll go to your house tomorrow, wait for me." He touched Xie Yaochen's face as he spoke. It felt like he was going to propose. Xie Yaochen felt a bit shy, but didn't show it on his face. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Lu Ju-ming kept his word and formally visited the Xie family the next day. Lu Ju-ming's standing in the business world far surpassed that of Xie's father, yet today, he came to visit with the utmost deference of a junior. Right from the start, he put Xie's parents' minds at ease. "I've already discussed my relationship with Yaochen with my family, and they don't oppose it." Xie's parents were astonished. Lu Ju-ming's family background was no simple matter. His father's side was in politics, and his mother's side was a renowned wealthy clan. Although same-sex marriage was now legal, families like his usually had expectations for their children's unions. And yet they allowed Lu Ju-ming to be with a man, and one like their son no less. While despite their 10-meter-thick parental filter, Xie's parents were clear-eyed enough. They knew their son, though clever, handsome, filial, talented, with a legion of fans and destined for stardom, had yet to achieve much. Under such circumstances, the Lu family's consent must have been all due to Lu Ju-ming's effort. Father Xie's satisfaction, with Lu Ju-ming originally a mere 6 out of 10, now soared to 9. What pleased him was not the Lu family's acceptance of Xie Yaochen, but the importance and regard Lu Ju-ming showed for his son. By the time Lu Ju-ming had spent 3 hours in the Xie home and was about to leave, Father Xie saw nothing but perfection in this young man. He even insisted on seeing Lu Ju-ming out. But then the servant came over. "Sir, young master, he is here again." "Young master, he?" Lu Ju-ming stopped. Father Xie frowned. Who else could it be but He Linen? That scoundrel who pursued our Yaochen so ardently, then shamelessly cheated after the engagement. "I don't know where he gets the nerve to still show up at our door." He said directly to the servant, "Tell him to get lost and never come back. Tell him Chen Chen already has a new boyfriend, so stop bothering him." The servant went out and relayed the message. He Linen refused to leave, but at that moment, he saw Father Xie escorting Lu Ju-ming out the door. He Linen's face turned pale. "What is Lu Ju-ming doing here?" The servant replied, "Mr. Lu is our young master's boyfriend. Of course he's here to meet the parents today." "Meet the parents?" He Linen's heart seethed with rage. Had Xie Yaochen and Lu Ju-ming already reached this stage? Then what were all those words of love he had spoken before? Just as he was fuming with resentment, Lu Ju-ming, who was still conversing with Father Xie, cast a brief glance in his direction, then casually looked away, his expression unchanged, as if he didn't even notice him. He Linen grew even more furious. Just then Xie Yaochen came out, and after being alerted acknowledged his presence. Yet he only gave him a cursory glance before fixating all his attention on Lu Ju-ming. They exchanged a few words, then Lu Ju-ming suddenly reached out and affectionately ruffled Xie Yaochen's hair, as if He Linen didn't exist at all. He Linen was nearly exploding with anger. Amidst his fury, a poignant bitterness rose in his heart, and the gift box he had carefully chosen was nearly crushed in his grip. Xie Yaochen used to smile so beautifully in front of him too. But now he would not even spare a flicker of emotion. He Linen hurled the box to the ground, his eyes fierce, then turned and strode away. Xie Yaochen couldn't help glancing at his retreating figure, but after only 2 seconds Lu Ju-ming turned his face back. Don't look at him. Xie Yaochen's mouth twitched a little helpless. Just a glance. Was his boyfriend a bit too? Father Xie stood aside, feeling awkward at the open intimacy between the two young men. He clasped his hands behind his back and quietly slipped inside. Xie Yaochen noticed and immediately said to Lu Ju-ming, "You'd better go now." Left alone face to face with Lu Ju-ming, he too felt awkward. Especially the way Lu Ju-ming looked at him. It was simply overwhelming. Every time they met eyes, he felt his blood run hot. He waved his hand dismissively and tried to slip away, but Lu Ju-ming pulled him back. "So reluctant to see me. Don't be unreasonable. That's not what I meant." Lu Ju-ming looked unruffled. "Then what did you mean?" Xie Yaochen sighed and raised his eyes to him. "Wasn't staying inside long enough. Now you want to stand at my doorstep until the end of time. Why don't you just move in?" Lu Ju-ming looked thoughtful. "May I?" Xie Yaochen. He gave him a push. "Go now, it's almost..." No longer joking, Lu Ju-ming stroked his hair again, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. "Get ready. In a couple of days I'll take you home to meet my family." "What?" Xie Yaochen was stunned. "Isn't this too fast?" He didn't mind Lu Ju-ming coming to his house. After all, the man seemed insecure, and he was willing to accommodate that. But going to the Lu family was a different story. It implied they'd have to get engaged or married within half a year, or else it would be awkward. He only wanted to date after all. Having accidentally let that slip, Lu Ju-ming's eyes immediately changed as he looked at him. "You only want to date me?" Xie Yaochen wasn't too brave to nod. Only dating meant they would eventually break up, and he had a feeling that if he dared to nod, he wouldn't be able to walk safely back into the house today. He thought for a moment, then swallowed his embarrassment and admitted, "I never thought about leaving you. It's just that we just got together, and it's too soon. I haven't had time to think about marriage." Lu Ju-ming's expression cleared. Those words, "never thought about leaving you," sweetened his heart. He gently touched Xie Yaochen's cheek. Really? Seeing that he was this insecure, Xie Yaochen found it both incredible and tender. Really? He abandoned his own hesitation and principle in a second, gripping Lu Ju-ming's hand. "Fine. Arrange a time and let me know." "Fine. Arrange a time and let me know." Since they had already promised to be together and had no intention of parting, what did it matter if they married earlier? It was inevitable anyway. If something really went wrong later, they could always get a divorce. Having placated him, Xie Yaochen couldn't help adding, "I've never deceived you. Why do you keep asking me? As my boyfriend, can't you trust me a little more?" "I was wrong," Lu Ju-ming said, holding his hand, lost in thought. "But somehow I always feel you might run away. That's slander. How could I be that kind of person?" He had always been straightforward and had never lied to anyone. Well, except that scoundrel of a higher power. "Don't worry, I'll never lie to you." He patted his boyfriend's hand. Lu Ju-ming's handsome features softened, and he leaned down to kiss the corner of his eye. "Good." Xie Yaochen entered the door again. More than half an hour had already passed. Madame Xie glanced at her son and teased her husband. "If Chunxin truly marries, I think we need not worry about the feelings between the young couple anymore." Xie Yaochen felt a bit hot in the face. He hadn't expected that just sending him off at the door would take over half an hour, all thanks to Lu Ju-ming. "Dad, Mom, I'm going upstairs first." He quickly slipped away. Watching his disappearing figure, Madame Xie smiled, her eyes filled with affection. Chunxin has been much happier these past few days. There was a vibrant energy in his eyes, quite unlike the lethargy of the previous days. Xie Yaochen returned to his room and touched his chest. "The feeling of being in love is really not bad. 001, you should try it too." 001. Please don't be absurd. How could it show up in its context? After a while, estimating that Lu Ju-ming should have arrived home, Xie Yaochen picked up his phone, preparing to send a message. However, Lu Ju-ming called first. As soon as he answered, the man on the other end took the initiative to say, "I've arrived home." Xie Yaochen couldn't help but laugh. "Are you a little girl? Do you have to report this to me?" "I'm not a little girl, but I am your boyfriend." Xie Yaochen felt a sweetness in his heart and blurted out, "How come you're so good at flirting? Do you have experience?" Lu Jueming chuckled lightly. No, just you. Touching his slightly itchy ears, Xie Yaochen couldn't help but smile again. 001. Is it over? Will its host turn into a fool unable to handle a relationship? After a pointless phone call, the two chatted for over 10 minutes before hanging up, and that was only because Lu Jueming was about to enter his home. When Lu Jueming entered, a smile still lingered on his lips, but a figure suddenly rushed up. Jueming, that smile vanished instantly. Looking at the person in front of him, Lu Jueming's brows slightly knitted, revealing a rare hint of impatience. What are you doing here? The person before him had a handsome face, exuding the demeanor of a proud young master, and it was none other than Song Yun, the youngest son of the Song family. It was precisely because of Song Yun that he had appeared on the show. Of course I'm here to see you. I haven't seen you in ages. Song Yun said, looking aggrieved. Lu Jueming's frown deepened, his expression decidedly cold. If I'm not mistaken, you promised before that you wouldn't disturb me again. Song Yun pouted. He had said that in a moment of impulse, who knew Lu Jueming would actually go on the show. But Jueming-gu, I still like you. Don't say such things to me again, Lu Jueming interrupted coldly. If you've watched the show, you should know that I already have a boyfriend. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words with Song Yun and walked inside without looking back. Watching his cold back, Song Yun felt both sad and angry. Boyfriend? That's Xie Yaochen. The next day, just as Xie Yaochen stepped out of the house and was about to get into the car, he was suddenly called out. You are Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen turned his head, looking at the aggressive person with raised eyebrows. Xie Yaochen 001. Who is this? 001. Song Yun, the young master of the Song family, a suitor of your boyfriend, and part of those who filmed an inappropriate video of the protagonist in the original plot. Xie Yaochen, part of it. 001. The other parts are several fish from Jian Saikong's. In the original plot, the protagonist first captured Jian Saikong's heart, and then won Lu Jueming's favor. How could their admirers not be angry? Jian Saikong orchestrated everything, and when Song Yun learned of this, he naturally jumped right in. During the conversation, Song Yun began to introduce himself, starting with, I am Song Yun, Lu Jueming's boyfriend. Moi. Xie Yaochen immediately snapped back to reality, his mood complicated. What did you say? I said I am Lu Jueming's boyfriend. Song Yun snorted coldly, lifting his chin. I came here to warn you today. You'd better stay away from my boyfriend in the future, or I will make you regret it. Xie Yaochen couldn't help but smile. I haven't heard about Lu Jueming having a boyfriend. If you haven't heard, go find out. I've known Jueming-gu since childhood, and we've grown up together. Both families have tacitly agreed that we will marry in the future. Who doesn't know about this? If you still want to save face, just take the initiative to leave him. After finishing his threats, Song Yun turned and got into the car with the escort of his bodyguards, leaving in a stylish manner. Did you hear all that? Xie Yaochen turned to the driver standing by the car door. The driver looked embarrassed. Today, Lu Jueming and Xie Yaochen had agreed to go out for a meal together, marking their first date, which both valued highly. Lu Jueming initially planned to pick him up in person, but due to a last-minute issue, he could only send the driver. Who knew he would encounter such a situation? Just report back to Lu Jueming about what happened truthfully. I won't go anymore, Xie Yaochen said, turning around and leisurely heading back home. 001. Host, you don't actually believe what Song Yun said to you. Xie Yaochen snorted. Am I that? Compared to the ill intentions of Song Yun, he certainly preferred to believe in his boyfriend, but he still felt unhappy about Song Yun's words. Meanwhile, Lu Jueming checked the time, ready to head to the date location when the driver called to report the early. The man's expression instantly darkened. Su Yichuan was beside him and vaguely heard a few words. Song Yun went to find Xie Yaochen. Lu Jueming hung up the phone, nodding coldly. I had confirmed my relationship with Yaochen before, and specifically called the Song family, but they clearly failed to manage their child well. It's not that they failed to manage, it's that they're clearly unwilling to let go. Su Yichuan sneered. The Song family has been declining in recent years, you know that. I heard you like men, so the Song couple certainly wouldn't want to give up this connection to the Lu family. In their eyes, if you can fancy a little star, why can't their son be acceptable? Show some respect, he's not just any little star. Lu Jueming corrected him, displeased. Su Yichuan quickly explained. Oh, I didn't mean any disrespect towards your boyfriend. Oh, I was just talking about the thoughts of the Song couple. Lu Jueming casually nodded, swiftly picking up his coat. I'm going to the Xie family, you do as you please. Su Yichuan nodded, watching him hurriedly leave, desperately holding back laughter. Unexpectedly one day, he would witness his second brother in a hurry to appease his boyfriend. Xie Yaochen stood on the second-floor balcony, timing himself in his mind, while watering the flowers with a spray bottle. At the precise 30-minute mark, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. He held back the urge to turn around and continued with his task. The next moment, as the footsteps drew near, an arm wrapped around his waist, and the spray bottle in his hand was taken away. This pot of orchids is about to drown because of you. The man pressed his chest against Xie Yaochen's back, his deep voice laced with amusement. Xie Yaochen looked down and saw that the water in the orchid pot was overflowing, unable to be absorbed any longer. Xie Yaochen. He stubbornly said, my orchids need plenty of water, don't speak if you don't understand. Lu Jueming suppressed a laugh, indulgently replying, all right. Xie Yaochen immediately felt uncomfortable, turning around with a sharp glance. How does Chairman Lu have time to come here? Aren't you supposed to be with your childhood sweetheart, whom both families have agreed will marry? Seeing his jealous expression, Lu Jueming felt his heart melt. How could he be so adorable? There's no childhood sweetheart. I've told you before, I only have you now and forever. With such sweet words, Xie Yaochen could no longer keep up the act and burst into laughter. Lu Jueming smirked. So you're not angry anymore? Who said that? Xie Yaochen's smile faded. You better explain clearly what's going on with that Song Yun. I'm not familiar with him, Lu Jueming replied immediately. We barely have any connection. Oh, we just have some dealings, because our families know each other. Really? Then how come people say you are childhood sweethearts who grew up together? What childhood sweethearts? Lu Jueming bluntly exposed the truth. I'm much older than him. When he was in kindergarten, I was already in high school. Where would we have any intersection? Indeed, Lu Jueming was nearly 30 while Song Yun looked barely 20. This matter was poorly handled by me. Lu Jueming touched Xie Yaochen's cheek, saying, Song Yun used to cling to me relentlessly. I thought he would behave better knowing I have a boyfriend, but he turns out to be so reckless, coming to you with nonsense. Noticing Lu Jueming's genuine anger, Xie Yaochen felt less upset. Just as he was about to comfort his boyfriend, Lu Jueming said, I need to visit the Song family shortly. Why don't you come with me? To the Song family. For what? To discuss some issues regarding child discipline. Xie Yaochen raised his eyebrows, realizing that there might be some excitement to watch, and nodded sure. At the Song family. Song Yun was cozied up to his parents and grandfather, and upon hearing that Lu Jueming had arrived, his eyes lit up, and he immediately got up to run out to greet him. However, he saw that although Lu Jueming had come, he was accompanied by someone. His expression changed instantly. What are you doing here? Xie Yaochen smiled. Is the Song family not welcoming me? Should I leave then? Lu Jueming grasped his hand. You are here to receive an apology, not as a guest. Whether they welcome you or not is of no importance. Only then did the elders of the Song family realize, reprimanding Song Yun, how can you speak to a guest like that? They looked at Lu Jueming with curiosity, asking what happened. What apology? Lu Jueming first greeted Old Master Song, and then said, Grandpa Song, let me introduce you. This is Xie Yaochen, my fiancé. Fiancé. This title not only stunned the Song family, but even made Xie Yaochen, the fiancé, freeze momentarily. They had only been boyfriends for less than half a month, and suddenly he was upgraded to fiancé. He cast a doubtful glance at the man beside him, feeling that this was intentional. Song Yun looked utterly incredulous, as if the world had crumbled. Old Master Song immediately felt an uneasy premonition. He was aware of his precious grandson's feelings for Lu Jueming, and connecting it to Lu Jueming's mention of an apology, he quickly asked, did Xiao Yun do something? Lu Jueming did not shield Song Yun at all. This afternoon Song Yun came in front of my fiancé, claiming to be my boyfriend, and that he was going to marry me, threatening my fiancé to leave me, or else he would make him pay. He coldly retorted, I came here specifically to ask Master Song, when I became your boyfriend, and how you plan to make my fiancé pay. Lu Jueming showed no mercy towards the Song family, and his unceremonious words left several members of the Song family awkwardly smiling, barely able to keep their composure. Old Master Song glanced at his son and daughter-in-law, suppressing his anger, and apologetically said to Lu Jueming and Xie Yaochen, it is my Song family's failure to manage our child, and we have offended Mr. Xie. I sincerely apologize, and will definitely discipline Song Yun strictly in the future. Xie Yaochen was somewhat taken aback, thinking that this Old Master Song was quite reasonable. Xiao Yun, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Xie. Old Master Song sternly commanded again. Song Yun, feeling sad and embarrassed, struggled against tears under the pressure of his grandfather and Lu Jueming's cold gaze. Reluctantly, he said to Xie Yaochen, I'm sorry. He clearly felt unwilling, but Xie Yaochen didn't mind. They weren't here for an apology. Their true purpose was merely to warn the Song family to manage their people properly. Having expressed their stance, the two decided not to linger any longer at the Song family and stood up to leave decisively. As they reached the door, they vaguely heard Old Master Song's furious voice from inside. What did I tell you before? Encouraging your son to snatch someone else's boyfriend, you actually went ahead with it. You've completely disgraced the Song family. Xie Yaochen was astonished to learn that Song Yun had the support of the Song couple. His boyfriend was quite the catch. 001 explained to him the Song family has been declining over the past few years, whereas the Lu family is flourishing. When they heard that your husband might like men, they have been trying to arrange a marriage between Song Yun and the Lu family. It's just that your husband has never been interested. Originally, they thought Lu Jueming might not like men at all, but hearing about your relationship, that couple figured since you can do it, why can't their son? Xie Yaochen felt speechless, not knowing what to say. If he had to say something, the Song couple was indeed quite confident. While talking with 001, he didn't even notice when Lu Jueming pulled him into the car. What are you thinking? Lu Jueming called out to him twice, receiving no response. He grew dissatisfied and turned his face to look at him. Xie Yaochen came back to his senses. I was wondering when I became your fiancé. It's only been a few days. At this rate, in a few more days won't I become your wife? 001 was, why do you automatically consider yourself the wife? Why can't it be the husband? Xie Yaochen was also stunned. Lu Jueming clearly realized this issue as well. He felt pleased with Xie Yaochen's awareness and leaned in to whisper in his ear, if you are willing, it's not impossible. But if you're in such a rush, the wedding preparations might be a bit too late. Xie Yaochen, embarrassed and angry, pushed him away and secretly rubbed his flushed ears. Who wants to be your wife? You wish. Lu Jueming chuckled again and pulled him back into his arms. The wedding isn't urgent. Do I want to prepare it well? But we can get engaged first. Weren't we just talking about meeting your family? I haven't even seen them yet. How did you jump to engagement? Because I want a title. Lu Jueming gazed at him. Will you give it to me? Xie Yaochen shyly averted his eyes. Isn't the title of boyfriend enough? No. Xie Yaochen was speechless and reminded him, not long ago you weren't even a boyfriend yet. But Lu Jueming was unyielding. But now I am. Isn't it only natural for me to want our relationship to go further? He caressed Xie Yaochen's face. He truly loved touching his face. Xie Yaochen also liked it because he felt the gesture carried a tender meaning. Of course, more importantly, an engagement will make many people recognize our relationship and prevent something like today from happening again. Lu Jueming continued. Even if there are still those who don't see clearly as my fiancé, you have the right and the confidence to tell them to get lost. Xie Yaochen's heart stirred, a trace of warmth welling up when he suddenly added, at the same time as your fiancé, if he Linen comes to bother you again, I believe I have the right to throw him out. Xie Yaochen. It felt like the latter reason was the real focus of his desire for engagement. But in the end he agreed. He had already agreed to marriage, so what was an engagement? So under Lu Jueming's decisive arrangement, 2 days later, he met the Lu family. Another 2 days and Xie's parents met with Lu's parents. A week later, both families simultaneously announced the upcoming engagement. Many in the circle were stunned. He Linen was thunderstruck. Over the past few days, the He family situation had been dire, with company problems erupting one after another. He was overwhelmed, barely squeezing out time to rest, only to hear this news of engagement. He Linen, unshaven and wearing a wrinkled shirt that hadn't been ironed for days, rushed to the Xie residence. Of course he couldn't get in. The Xie family had long blocked him. I want to see Xie Yaochen. His eyes bloodshot, he shouted frantically at the security guard. The guard called. This time Xie Yaochen came out. He leisurely walked to the inside of the gate, stopped, showing no intention of opening it. Separated by the door, he said, say whatever you have to say. He Linen stared at him. You're going to marry Lu Jueming? Yes. Xie Yaochen nodded casually. So what? You're engaged to him. You're engaged to him. Then what about me, eh? He Linen's accusation was tinged with bewilderment. Xie Yaochen found it ridiculous, and he indeed laughed. He Linen, do I need to remind you that we've been over for a long time? You were the one who said you fell in love with Zhou Mubai and chose to break off our engagement. But now He Linen couldn't even bear hearing Zhou Mubai's name. His mind buzzed, dazed and confused. He thought he was angry, and indeed he was furious, but inside him there was more suffocating pain and bitterness. After an unknown time, he lifted his head, peering through his disheveled hair at the man behind the gate, asking now, do you still have any feelings for me at all? Is there nothing left of your feelings for me? His eyes were hopeful and pleading, but Xie Yaochen's face showed only utter coldness. Love? That's in the past. This answer struck He Linen heavily. Even if Xie Yaochen had said he never loved him, it wouldn't have hurt so much. But saying it this way made him inevitably recall the intense passion Xie Yaochen once had. Back then Xie Yaochen would never look at him so coldly. His eyes and heart were full of him, lighting up whenever he saw him. But the Xie Yaochen who loved him so deeply had been abandoned by his own hands and would never return. Linen, why are you still here? A car suddenly stopped by the roadside. Madam, he rushed down anxiously. Your grandfather collapsed and was taken to the hospital. Hurry back. She looked haggard, pulling He Linen into the car, without even a glance at Xie Yaochen. A clear sign that the He family situation was truly dire. Xie Yaochen watched the He family's car speed away. Tutang, tisk, looks like the He family is going bankrupt. How tragic. Truly tragic, he said 001. The man and the system shed crocodile tears in unison. No one knew better than them why the He family's company was in trouble. After all, it was they who had gathered and leaked the He Corporation scandals, shoddy construction, deaths, money laundering, and so on. In the original storyline, the Xie family was also driven to bankruptcy by He Linen simply because Xie Yaochen had displeased Zhou Mubai. Now what goes around comes around. It's fair. Having witnessed He Linen's disheveled state, Xie Yaochen was in high spirits and leisurely turned to go back. But just then a figure emerged from the shadows under the trees. It was dark, and at first glance he found it vaguely familiar. On closer look, wasn't that his boyfriend? Xie Yaochen stopped in his tracks, both surprised and delighted. When did you get here? Lu Juming's face was expressionless, coldly saying, when he asked if you still liked him, and you answered that you did in the past. Xie Yaochen. That was the last thing he said to He Linen. If Lu Juming had only arrived, then how could he not have noticed? The man had clearly been there long before, heard everything, but only mentioned that one line. Obviously jealous again. Behind the gate, Lu Juming stared at him without expression. Before you told me you never liked him, not even in the past. You lied to me. Xie Yaochen's heart jolted, recalling he had indeed said that. Seeing his visibly upset boyfriend, he quickly opened the gate and stepped out. How could I ever like such a thing? I was just tricking him earlier. You know, kill the heart. See how miserable he looked. Lu Juming stared at him without speaking. Xie Yaochen stepped forward, took his hand, glanced cautiously at the security guard in the booth, and coaxed in a low voice. Don't be mad. I really don't like him. I only like you. Lu Juming remained silent. Suddenly inspired, Xie Yaochen raised his head and kissed him on the lips. Can you stop being angry now? Lu Juming's handsome face remained taut. After 2 seconds of silence he said, one more kiss. Xie Yaochen repressed a smile, leaning in for another kiss. Just as he was about to pull away, Lu Juming clamped the back of his head, while his other hand locked around Xie's waist with practiced ease. The kiss was forced to linger. Xie Yaochen gasped for breath, unable to escape until moments later when he was finally released. As he struggled to steady his breathing, the man remained unsatisfied, pressing a thumb heavily against his lips, eyes blazing with desire. One more time. Enough? Xie Yaochen abruptly cupped his hand over Lu Juming's mouth, shooting him a glare. The shimmering waves in those eyes caught Lu Juming off guard, his breath faltering. He pulled the man tightly into his embrace, afraid to look any longer. The two stood locked together for a long while before calming down. Suddenly a faint voice drifted from beside them. Are you done yet? Your father's been waiting at home. The food will get cold. Mom. Xie Yaochen, startled, shoved Lu Juming away. There by the door stood Madame Xie, who had arrived. Who knew how long ago? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Xie Yaochen said, you could have just called me. I didn't expect you to come out yourself. Madame Xie held back a smile. Your father was worried when you didn't return, afraid that He Linen might bully you. Who knew I'd find not He Linen, but the two of you so entangled? I hesitated to interrupt. Come inside too, Juling. Your uncle will be delighted to see you. Lu Juming remained perfectly composed, even reaching out naturally to take Xie Yaochen's hand. Very well, then we'll impose. The Xie household was filled with harmony, but the He family's situation was far from pleasant. Old Master, he had narrowly escaped death, yet after a brief moment of consciousness he had slipped back into a deep slumber, leaving no one to steer the company's affairs. Originally, He Linen's father was too inept, so the Old Master had bypassed him to groom his grandson directly. But He Linen's current capabilities were far from enough to salvage the crumbling edifice. Almost everyone realized that the He family's downfall was imminent. Yet at this very moment Zhou Mubai actually called He Linen, pleading for his help. To curry favor with Lu Juming, Zhou Mubai's agency had not only terminated his contract without hesitation, but also demanded a hefty penalty. He had no money to pay and could only turn to He Linen for assistance. When they were together, He Linen had spent generously on him, and Zhou Mubai saw nothing unusual in asking again. But now with the He family in such dire straits, He Linen was barely managing his own troubles. How could he spare a thought for Zhou? He even lashed out, money, money, money. What did you say before? Back when I spent money on you, weren't you pretending to be aloof, insisting on standing on your own? Now you come crawling to me. All those past sweet moments now seemed laughable to He Linen. He had lavished money on Zhou Mubai, pulled strings to get him into film crews and shows, always thinking of his interests. Yet after all that, he still had to coax and soothe him because Zhou Mubai felt such gestures were insulting, harming his dignity and self-respect. At the time he only admired Zhou Mubai's noble character, but now he wondered, hadn't Zhou Mubai accepted everything in the end? If it was truly insulting, why not refuse outright? Receiving Zhou Mubai's call now, he felt his past actions were nothing but a joke. He ended the call decisively and blocked the number. On the other end, Zhou Mubai was stunned. He sat in the shabby rental he'd moved into after being evicted from the company apartment, utterly despairing. If He Linen wouldn't help him, whom else could he turn to? He had called Jian Xikong, who tactfully indicated that Zhou had offended Xie Yaochen, who was backed by Lu Juming, and his family dared not get involved. He had also called Su Qinghuan, but received no response. How had things come to this? Zhou Mubai didn't understand. Whenever he went online, he saw countless people cursing him. Former fans, supporters of Xie Yaochen, and strangers. He also saw the news of Xie Yaochen and Lu Juming's engagement. The Lu family's stature was beyond the reach of ordinary wealthy families, and Xie Yaochen had instantly become the envy of countless netizens. He spotted paparazzi photos of He Linen drinking alone at a bar, murmuring Xie Yaochen's name. The more Zhou Mubai saw, the more bitter and resentful he grew. He couldn't explain why, but a voice inside insisted that none of this should have happened. Hadn't he Linen loved him? He had broken off his engagement with Xie Yaochen for Zhou's sake. So why had everything suddenly changed? And then there was Lu Juling, that aloof, unattainable man who had always treated him with icy indifference. Zhou felt that man ought to have cared for him. How had it become Xie Yaochen? Staring at a picture of Lu Juling and Xie Yaochen walking hand in hand on the street, he found it increasingly unbearable. The news of their engagement also dealt a heavy blow to another person, Song Yun. After being personally warned by Lu Juling, Song Yun dared not trouble Xie Yaochen any further. He could only drown his sorrows at a bar. When he stumbled out, he caught a vaguely familiar figure at the street corner. Xie Yaochen, all alone here. Emboldened by alcohol, Song Yun's malicious intent surged. He ordered his companions go drag him over here. I'm going to beat him up. His sycophantic friends promptly obeyed, seizing the shadowy figure lurking at the corner and hauling him back. Let go. Who are you? What do you want? The person was wearing a mask, struggling weakly. Drawing closer, Song Yun sensed something off. He yanked off the mask and instantly grew furious. You're not Xie Yaochen. Who are you? The person's hairstyle and outfit were almost identical to Xie Yaochen's, and the exposed eyes and brows bore a resemblance. In that brief glance, he had mistaken him. But now a closer look revealed that it was merely a deliberate imitation through styling and makeup. Not him at all. Zhou Mubai felt aggrieved. He had heard that Lu Juling would be at a nearby hotel tonight, so he had dressed up like this to wait in ambush. With He Linen refusing to help Lu Juling was his last hope. But before Lu Juling arrived, he had been grabbed without explanation. Hey, isn't that Zhou Mubai? Someone, Zhou Mubai. Who's that? That little celebrity kept by He Linen as a mistress. Him. Song Yun's face twisted with disgust. He despised those who stooped to being kept, and he loathed shameless homewreckers. Zhou Mubai embodied both. Although Song Yun too had competed with Xie Yaochen for a man, he considered himself nothing like trash like Zhou Mubai. After all, he had known Lu Juling first, and had loved him for years. Clearly Xie Yaochen was the one who had stolen his man. Why are you dressed up like that, just loitering here? Song Yun demanded harshly. Gazing at Zhou Mubai with undisguised disdain, he added, what was He Linen thinking? Xie Yaochen is detestable, but at least he has a face. And you're so ugly that he broke off the engagement for you. What was he thinking? Zhou Mubai's face twisted with humiliation, tears trembling on the verge of falling. So young Master Song, do we still beat him up? Beat him up? Is he even worthy of me hitting him? Song Yun fumed, ordering his men to release Zhou Mubai. Let's go everyone back home. But after getting into the car, Song Yun had second thoughts. If he couldn't vent his anger on Xie Yaochen, why not take it out on a cheap imitation? It was all Zhou Mubai's fault for dressing like that, and wandering around where he could be seen. Song Yun stormed out of the car, staggering with drunken steps, and returned to Zhou Mubai's side. But just as he grabbed Zhou Mubai's collar before he could strike, a van screeched past them. In that moment of distraction, the Song family driver realized his young master, and Zhou Mubai had vanished into thin air. 001 host. Don't sleep. Get up. A major plot twist is happening. In the dead of night, Xie Yaochen was jolted awake. He rubbed his temples. Speak. 001. Zhou Mubai's been kidnapped. It's He Linen's mortal enemy. He Linen got the news and drove off himself to chase them down. Xie Yaochen, that's it. 001. Isn't that huge? Xie Yaochen. Huge or not, what does it have to do with me? Why did you wake me up? He had been playing games with his boyfriend only to discover Lu Jueming was a total noob. They played until 1 in the morning, barely climbing a few ranks. He had barely fallen asleep when he was rudely startled by shrieking. He was so irritated he wanted to destroy. Caught off guard by the question, 001 paused, then realized. Oh right, the plot had changed. Now the protagonist was the one being kidnapped, not its host. It really had nothing to do with them. Sheepishly it said, oh, I didn't think it through. The embarrassing video plot for the protagonist got butterflied away, and I assumed the kidnapping would be the same. It was just a bit shocking when it happened. Go back to sleep. Thanks to that racket, Xie Yaochen was now somewhat awake. Give me the details. Tell me what happened. By now 001 had calmed down. Oh, nothing much. Zhou Mubai deliberately dressed up like you to seduce your boyfriend, but the kidnappers mistook him for you and grabbed him. In the original plot, the thugs were supposed to kidnap Zhou Mubai. Now that He Linen cared more about Xie Yaochen, the target naturally shifted to him. 001. He Linen was drowning his sorrows at a bar, unable to accept that the He family might go bankrupt. When he heard you were kidnapped, alcohol clouded his judgment, and he impulsively drove off after them. 001. Oh, and by the way, Song Yun was about to beat up Zhou Mubai, mistaking him for you, when the kidnappers conveniently snatched him too. Xie Yaochen. Everyone's night had been truly eventful, unlike his, which was spent losing ranks with his boyfriend. Got it. Sleepiness washed over him. He closed his eyes again. I'm going back to sleep. Just tell me the results tomorrow. 001 acknowledged, then felt something was off. It's 10:09 a.m. Today's temperature 22-29 sunny. Are the results out? Yes. It's 10:09 a.m. Today's temperature 22-29 sunny. Are the results out? 001 had known the situation since before dawn and had been bursting to share it. The male lead just came out of the emergency room. His life is spared, but both legs are ruined. He'll probably never stand again. The main protagonist isn't in mortal danger, but his face suffered severe burns. Completely disfigured. As for Song Yin, he's fine except he peed his pants when escaping from the car. The media caught it and plastered it online. He's utterly humiliated. Last night 001 had sneaked out to watch the scene. It was spectacular. By some stroke of luck, He Linen actually caught up with the kidnapper's van. But he had been drinking and wasn't fully in control. During the interception, he accidentally collided with the kidnapper's vehicle. The car burst into flames. The kidnappers fled immediately. Song Yin also scrambled out, but Zhou Mubai was bound hand and foot and couldn't move. He Linen rushed over to help him. Zhou Mubai was moved beyond words, but the moment He Linen saw him, the words that tumbled out were, "Who are you? Where's Yaochen?" At this point 001 couldn't help cackling. Host, you have no idea. The expressions on their faces were priceless. I even recorded a video for you. The car exploded soon after. Zhou Mubai survived by a miracle, but suffered severe burns across his. As for He Linen, it was hard to say whether luck was with him or not. He dodged the blast in time, but rolled into the middle of the road where a passing vehicle crushed his legs. 001 chirped happily. I recorded that too. I've made a highlight reel. We can watch it together later. Xie Yaochen. Thanks but no thanks. He finished listening, nodded, squeezed toothpaste onto his brush, and began brushing his teeth languidly. Watching his calm demeanor 001 narrowed its tiny eyes, and suddenly probed, "Host, did you know something all along?" "Know what?" "You definitely know." In the spiritual sea 001 puffed up, its short chubby waist growing more convinced as it thought. "You said before you'd give He Linen some karmic retribution, but this whole time you've just been flirting with your boyfriend. You haven't made a move against him at all, and you weren't the least bit anxious. And last night when I told you weren't surprised at all." It accused indignantly, "You must have done something behind my back. Why didn't you take me in your system?" Xie Yaochen felt conflicted. "You're inside my head all day, yet you have no clue what I do. And you blame me for not including you." He rinsed his mouth. "So tell me, what do you usually do all day?" 001 fell silent. Xie Yaochen. A giant hand materialized in the spiritual sea and picked up the tiny, bean-sized creature. 001. "I only watched a little bit of cartoons." "Just a little." 001 sniffled. "It was 3 hours and 5 minutes yesterday." Xie Yaochen. The giant hand vanished and 001 flopped onto the ground, rolling twice because its bean-shaped body was so round. It sat up dizzy. "So host, what exactly did you do?" Xie Yaochen. "Nothing much. I just looked into the identity of He Linen's mortal enemy." In the original storyline, there was no detailed description of this arch-rival's circumstances, nor why he would go to such extremes to target He Linen. It wasn't until a few days ago when he uncovered the rival's identity that he understood the reason. The man was He Linen's half-brother, the illegitimate son of the He family. As he struggled to steady his breathing, the man remained unsatisfied, pressing a thumb heavily against his lips, eyes blazing with desire. Such a person who in the original plot would commit such extreme acts would not be swayed from his vengeful path, even with the He family on the verge of bankruptcy. Naturally, he need not do anything further. He only had to wait patiently and reap the rewards. 001. So the host really did nothing. Well, not exactly. I'm about to do something now. Xie Yaochen said leisurely as he gave instructions. I've already gathered evidence of this man's crimes. Now just send it to the police. Everything should come to an end. 001. This man was truly annoyingly vindictive. But in the original ending, the protagonist had died at this illegitimate son's hands. This report gift package was well-deserved. 001 cheerfully went to carry it out. Xie Yaochen finished washing and went downstairs just as Lu Juming called. Awake. Xie Yaochen bit into a mushroom-stuffed bun, snorted. I slept until now. Who's to blame? On the other end in the spacious office, Lu Juming held his phone in one hand and a pen in the other, falling silent for a moment. After a moment, he helplessly explained to himself, I haven't touched any games since I started working, so I'm a bit rusty. I'll have my assistant find someone to guide me, and once I get the hang of it, I'll play with you. Xie Yaochen immediately became displeased. Don't you have a boyfriend? Why find someone else to teach you? Hearing the jealousy in his words, Lu Juming's lips curved slightly, a smile spreading in his eyes. Just kidding. I'll only let my boyfriend teach me. Xie Yaochen was satisfied. Have you heard about He Linen? Yes, it's on TV. As luck would have it, the television that was on was reporting the incident. He Linen and Zhou Mubai had just been on a show. Because of the scandals involving Mistress's affairs and the He family company's troubles, the two were already in the spotlight. Now suddenly they were in a car accident, together and involving kidnapping. So the internet was buzzing. Paparazzi rushed into the hospital, first getting news that He Linen would need an amputation, then capturing images of Zhou Mubai with severe burns, his face nearly destroyed. Even those who had previously cursed him felt a twinge of pity at the sight. Xie Yaochen, however, watched from beginning to end without a flicker of emotion. Disfigured and pitiful, the original protagonist's entire family had lost their lives. Certainly most of this was He Linen's doing, but he didn't believe Zhou Mubai was completely unaware. Neither of them was innocent. 001 sighed regretfully. The protagonist's love interest has such a strong fate. Only an amputation. It's better that he didn't die, Xie Yaochen said with a cold smile. Death is just a moment, once dead you know nothing. Living is how you truly suffer. Especially since the He family was about to collapse. He Linen's remaining years would be spent not only as a legless cripple, but also in poverty and destitution. Compared to his previous life as a favored child of heaven, this would likely make him suffer more than death. 001 marveled, brilliant. Host, you're truly vicious. I must learn from you. Xie Yaochen. If he didn't know that 001's brain capacity was really that small, he would have suspected the system was mocking him. Do you have any plans later? Lu Juming asked. Nothing unexpected, I suppose. Then can you come pick up your boyfriend from work? Xie Yaochen retorted. We haven't officially engaged yet. What fiancé are you? Fine. Then can you come pick up your boyfriend from work? Lu Juming corrected smoothly, his deep voice laced with amusement. Can't you have some principles? I can have none in front of you. Xie Yaochen felt a heavy blow to his heart. Damn, everyone had a mouth, so why was Lu Juming the only one who could speak like that? 001 jumped up. Host, wait for me. They'll go search for 2 books of sweet talk for you. A real man can't lose. Xie Yaochen. In this aspect there was no need for such strong competitiveness. In the afternoon, estimating the time, Xie Yaochen changed his clothes and prepared to go out. After all, he had to fulfill his boyfriend's request. As he was leaving, he ran into Mrs. Xie. Returning. Sweetie, going out? Xie Yaochen said frankly. Yes, to pick up Lu Juming from work. Mrs. Xie immediately beamed. Good. Go ahead, don't let me hold you up. Xie Yaochen felt a little embarrassed. A couple of minutes late won't matter. Does he dare not wait for me? Oh, I went shopping with Auntie Lin. We also arranged to go to a party together tomorrow. Auntie Lin was Lu Juming's mother. After the two families met, the mothers unexpectedly hit it off and had been going out together frequently these days. To show that he was in no hurry at all, Xie Yaochen stood at the door and chatted with his mother for a while before leaving. Mrs. Xie watched his light foot back and felt at ease. She had actually received a call from Xie Xingzhou, who told her about He Linen's accident. Worried about her son's mood, she had rushed back. But it seemed she had worried for nothing. Her precious son had truly let go. When Xie Yaochen arrived at Lu Juming's company, it was still before closing time. He had left early initially, so even after chatting with Mrs. Xie for a while, he wasn't late. As he walked into the building, he pulled out his phone to call Lu Juming. The call connected, but the voice came from behind. Why so early? Xie Yaochen turned around in surprise and found himself face to face with the man's gentle, smiling eyes. Lu Juming, dressed in a suit, shook off the crowd behind him and strode toward him. It was the first time Xie Yaochen had seen his boyfriend in formal attire, tall and long-legged with a composed aura exuding the charm of a mature man. It instantly struck a chord in his heart. Lu Juming approached and noticed the bright gleam in his eyes. What are you looking at? Your chest muscles, Xie Yaochen said, enviously staring at the 2 spots where the suit was stretched taut, thinking that the physique underneath must be remarkable. His fingers itched, and he said bluntly, I want to touch. Lu Juming's eyelids twitched. He quickly grabbed the hand that was already reaching out, cleared his throat softly, lowered his voice slightly, and coaxed. There are too many people here. It's inconvenient. We'll go to the office later, and you can touch then. The assistant, who happened to be walking over. Was this something he was supposed to hear? All right, Xie Yaochen said with a hint of disappointment, then asked, how did you come back from outside? I just went out to discuss a business deal. Lu Juming took the opportunity to hold his hand. At that moment, someone approached from behind, and Lu Juming introduced, this is Vice President Chen, and this is Manager Wang. He then introduced his 2 assistants to Xie Yaochen, saying, if you come looking for me and happen to find me in a meeting, you can look for these 2 first. Xie Yaochen nodded. Hello, young Master Xie. The 2 assistants greeted eagerly. You and Director Lu truly make a perfect pair. Vice President Chen said with a smile, I heard that you 2 are about to get engaged, and I believe that the wedding is not far behind. I hope to be able to toast to your happiness then. Definitely. Even if this might just be a polite remark, Lu Juming felt happy hearing it, and a rare smile appeared on his face. The group walked inside with Lu Juming holding Xie Yaochen's hand. He said, there's another meeting to attend later. Why don't you wait for me in my office? Xie Yaochen replied, sure. The people behind watched the two with their fingers interlocked and shoulders almost touching, unable to resist glancing at each other, all showing smiles. The news of their engagement came rather suddenly, and many people doubted that there was real affection between them, speculating that there must be some unknown details such as a mutual benefit. But seeing Director Liu like this, how could it not look like there was affection? It was clear that their feelings were deep. Liu Juming's meeting didn't last long. While Xie Yaochen stayed in the office, he managed to play a couple of games before Liu Juming returned. So soon. Because there was an urgent matter, so it ended quickly. Xie Yaochen had just been shot dead by a chaotic barrage in a game. Putting down his phone, he looked up in confusion. What urgent matter? Liu Juming walked up close, grabbed his hand, and placed it on his chest. Coming back to let your boyfriend touch his abs. Xie Yaochen. He was speechless for 2 seconds, complicated emotions prompting him to exclaim, my boyfriend is really considerate. Feeling the warm touch in his palm, he wanted to be modest, but couldn't help but grab a couple of times. Then he looked up and in a shy tone said something bold. The sensation isn't great through the clothes. I want Liu Juming. He looked down and met 2 innocent, hopeful eyes. He felt somewhat helpless. Go ahead. Xie Yaochen's hand immediately cheerfully reached in. Wow, it's soft. Can it get hard? Why don't you take off your shirt? The assistant at the door. Is it really appropriate to knock now? Xie Yaochen had been touching for about 10 minutes, and he had even stirred up Liu Juming's temper. 001 couldn't help but remind, if you keep touching, your husband is going to explode. Only then did Xie Yaochen reluctantly withdraw his hand. Ah, the sensation is truly nice. Perhaps because this is the person he likes, touching him brings a special sense of satisfaction and happiness. Someone knocked at the door from outside. Liu Juming suppressed the restlessness in his body, kissed Xie Yaochen, tidied up his clothes, and then allowed the person to enter. After dealing with 2 documents, it was time to leave work, and the two left the company punctually. In the car, Liu Juming suddenly asked, do you want to visit the hospital? Xie Yaochen was taken aback for a moment before realizing that he was asking if he wanted to see He Linen. Why go see him? He's not dead, but if he were dead, I might still go take a look and feel happy about it. He sat in the passenger seat, resting his elbow on the window, supporting his head as he turned to look at the man driving, smiling. There's no way someone is still harboring old jealousy, right? Liu Juming replied calmly, is that not allowed? It's allowed. With your justification, who could stop you? Glancing at the direction, he asked, where are you taking me? Just now Liu Juming had the driver return home and drove himself, saying he wanted to take him somewhere. Liu Juming's lips curved slightly. Of course it's a date. Just a date, why make it so mysterious? Though he said that, Xie Yaochen's lips also lifted slightly, his eyes filled with bright joy. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the most famous couple's restaurant in the capital. There were already people waiting at the entrance to greet them, smiling broadly and respectfully, leading them to the top floor. We wish Director Liu and young Master Xie a pleasant meal. After saying this, they swiftly retreated. Xie Yaochen turned his head, smiling, is this the surprise you prepared for me? The top floor of this restaurant is the hardest to book. It requires long advance reservations, yet now aside from them, there were no other guests on the entire top floor. Clearly Liu Juming had reserved the whole place, which must have taken quite an effort. Liu Juming did not deny it, leading him to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Is it beautiful outside? The top floor is the most expensive in the restaurant, and there's a reason for its cost. The view here is exceptional, allowing one to see the entire business district. Xie Yaochen couldn't help but admit it's beautiful. After looking for a while, the waiter began to serve the dishes, and they turned back to their seats. The dishes were all personally ordered by Liu Juming, and surprisingly most of them were flavors that Xie Yaochen liked. How did you know? Xie Yaochen asked in surprise. I don't think I ever told you. Some I observed myself, and some I asked your mother. Xie Yaochen was taken aback, then noticed that those dishes that were not to his taste were all the original owner's favorites. Are there any you don't like? I'll have them removed. Seeing him lost in thought, Liu Juming misunderstood. No. Xie Yaochen shook his head, his eyes curving gently. They are all my favorites. Perhaps due to the sweetness of a first date, Xie Yaochen felt very pleased with this meal. Sometimes there was no need to say anything. He only needed to look up and see that handsome face across from him, and the other party would happen to notice his gaze and look back enough to satisfy his heart. After enjoying their meal, the two stood by the floor-to-ceiling window to admire the view for a while. Then Xie Yaochen said, are we leaving? He thought this should be the end. However, Liu Juming held his hand and said, no, let's wait a little longer. He pulled Xie Yaochen back to the window, lifted his hand to cover his eyes from behind, and whispered in his ear, count to 3, there's a surprise. Xie Yaochen was stunned. He did not resist silently counting to 3 in his heart. The hand over his eyes suddenly released, and at the same time, he heard the sound of fireworks exploding. He abruptly opened his eyes, and outside the window, the beautiful scene of countless fireworks rising into the sky instantly filled his vision. The guests downstairs and the pedestrians on the road all looked up at the night sky in amazement at the same time. Wow, it's so beautiful. What's going on? I didn't hear anything about a fireworks show today. Lucky us. We're actually here at the scene, or I have to take a picture and post it on social media. On the top floor of the restaurant, Xie Yaochen's eyes reflected the fireworks twinkling like stars. He turned to Lu Jueming. Is this the surprise for today? Lu Jueming embraced him from behind, their breaths mingling. Do you like it? I like it, it's beautiful. Xie Yaochen replied softly. How did you think to arrange this? I happened to see your diary when I visited your home last time. It was an open diary lying on Xie Yaochen's desk with only one line written on the page. I want to watch. Lu Jueming had gone to fetch something for Xie Yaochen, caught a glimpse of it, and saw it all clearly. Out of respect, he didn't touch it, but he easily guessed who that him referred to. Now He Linen was a thing of the past, yet he still wanted to fulfill the wish of the person in his arms. Hearing his explanation, Xie Yaochen was momentarily stunned. He naturally never kept the diary. That notebook belonged to the original owner, and every word on its pages was about He Linen. Growing up in the countryside, he had never seen a fireworks display. Only a fleeting glimpse on television once, which made him believe it was the most beautiful thing in the world, and he had yearned to see it ever since. Later, when he fell in love with He Linen, he secretly added that wish to his diary. But He Linen had promised him only to break his word. At that moment, he was lying in Zhou Mabai's bed. It was because of this incident that the original owner discovered Zhou Mabai's existence. In the end, throughout his brief life, he never got to witness fireworks in person. Ironically, in the original storyline, on the night of the protagonist couple's wedding, He Linen arranged a grand fireworks display for Zhou Mabai. Meanwhile, the original owner was sinking into the pitch-black ocean, dying in utter silence. Xie Yaochen looked out the window. The fireworks were beautiful, illuminating the night sky like daylight. Does this count as fulfilling the wish? So gorgeous, so magnificent. Surely it was far better than the one He Linen prepared in the original story. How could his boyfriend be so wonderful? Xie Yaochen lifted his head, eyes sparkling, and said, I want to kiss you. Lu Jueming tightened his arm around Xie Yaochen's waist, lowered his head. All right. Xie Yaochen immediately bit his lip. Their bodies embraced intimately, the kiss lingering and passionate. Pressed too close, Xie Yaochen suddenly stopped. What's poking me? Lu Jueming sighed helplessly, not expecting to be discovered this way ahead of time. He reached into his pocket and brought out the object. This is today's other surprise. Seeing the box no bigger than a palm, Xie Yaochen's heart leaped. Is this? With a click, the box opened, revealing a ring. Xie Yaochen, engagement ring. Lu Jueming, proposal ring. They spoke almost simultaneously. Xie Yaochen froze for 2 seconds, then looked up. Didn't we agree to get engaged first? We haven't even held the engagement banquet, and you're already proposing. Lu Jueming, marrying sooner or later is all the same. Why not do it earlier? If we die at 80, getting married half a year later means we lose half a year as a married couple. But if we marry now, isn't that like gaining half a year? Xie Yaochen. He was rendered speechless. His mind knew Lu Jueming's logic was flawed, but at that moment his IQ seemed dragged down to the same level, and he couldn't find a way to refute it. Lu Jueming suppressed a smile and continued coaxing. Since we'll eventually marry anyway, what difference does it make if you say yes now? Or are you still thinking of breaking up, not wanting to spend your life with me? Stop it. Xie Yaochen, exasperated and abandoning reason, clamped his hand over Lu Jueming's mouth. I feel like you're deliberately tricking me. They had just declared their feelings and settled the boyfriend status. Soon after, Lu Jueming said since they would marry anyway, why not get engaged first? And now, before the engagement banquet, he was already proposing, saying they might as well marry right away. Everything sounded reasonable, but something felt off. What's wrong? Lu Jueming stroked his face. I just want to cherish every moment we can spend together in this lifetime, without a single second wasted. Xie Yaochen racked his brain. 001. Good heavens. Its host had really grown foolish. When they first bound together, he had such a commanding presence. Of course I chose today for another reason, Lu Jueming added. Xie Yaochen looked up in confusion. What? Earlier Xie Yaochen had said that if He Linen died, he might go take a look just for laughs. Now Lu Jueming put that into practice. He Linen is so miserable. Don't you want to get married to celebrate? Xie Yaochen was stunned. 001 was stunned. 001. Oh my gosh, host, your husband is even more vicious than you. Xie Yaochen. So will you accept my proposal? Lu Jueming lowered his head, kissing the corner of his mouth, his voice so tender it made the heart race. Wife. That single word sent Xie Yaochen's mind completely blank. He didn't hesitate. Let's do it, let's go register right now. Lu Jueming's dark eyes brimmed with laughter. No need to rush you, I want to give you a wedding you'll cherish for a lifetime. It's not ready yet, tentatively set for 3 months from now. But we can go get the marriage certificate first, okay? Okay, let's go. Xie Yaochen had completely lost his mind. Later, when 001 asked about it, the person in question said matter-of-factly, what's the use of brains when you're in love? Systems without partners keep quiet. That night the fireworks lasted over an hour. Word later leaked that it wasn't an official event, but a surprise arranged by the chairman of Shengshi Technology for his beloved. Countless netizens were fed mouthfuls of dog food and lemons. In the hospital, Linen, who had just learned he needed an amputation, overheard a nurse chattering about the news. He grabbed his phone and looked online, immediately spotting a trending photo someone had snapped Xie Yaochen and Lu Jueming kissing on the top floor of a restaurant. Against a backdrop of endless fireworks, the two embraced intimately, one looking up, the other leaning down, both smiling. The comments section was filled with squeals and blessings that tens of thousands of netizens liked and shared it. Everyone praised how perfect they were for each other. No one mentioned that Xie Yaochen had once loved a man. Linen's eyes were bloodshot. He kept calling Xie Yaochen, knowing full well his number was blocked, yet refusing to admit it. Mrs. He entered from outside, haggard and swollen-eyed, her hair unkempt for days. Her entire demeanor exuded a shabby desperation. Anyone who saw her would instantly realize the He family was truly finished. Seeing her son like this, she burst into tears, rushed over to steady him as he nearly fell off the bed and sobbed. Linen, what do we do? The He family is really going bankrupt. Meanwhile, Zhou Mubai had also woken up. His face was severely burned. His dream of a career in showbiz was utterly shattered. Now not only the entertainment industry, but even ordinary jobs would be hard for him to find. He too overheard people discussing Xie Yaochen's news and sat in a daze, feeling like everything was a nightmare from which he couldn't wake. How could this happen? Wasn't he supposed to be the one deeply loved, envied, with a bright future? How could it be Xie Yaochen? Half a month later, Xie Yaochen and Lu Jueming held their engagement banquet. Originally, Xie Yaochen thought that since they were getting married directly, the engagement process could be cancelled, but his boyfriend was not too keen on that and wanted to show their affection one more time. What could he do? He could only accompany him. The Xie family was not an ordinary family, and the Lu family's background was even more significant. This engagement banquet was naturally quite grand, with efforts comparable to others' wedding ceremonies greatly discussed by many. He thought this was the pinnacle, but 3 months later the wedding would be truly magnificent. The Xie and Lu families invited numerous prominent figures and countless media. On the wedding day, the Lu family's patriarch and matriarch arrived at the venue early, and Lu Juming's legendary parents, along with his elder brother and sister-in-law, personally welcomed the guests at the door. Netizens initially only knew that Lu Jueming was impressive, having founded Shengshi Technology at a young age and become a major player in the industry. Later, through others' explanations, they learned that not only was Lu Jueming remarkable, but his entire family was also quite formidable. His father took over the position of the Lu family's patriarch, achieving remarkable results over the years. His current position was already quite high, with hopes of further promotion often seen in the news. His mother was the most outstanding daughter of the prestigious Lin family, having taken over the family business years ago, becoming the true spokesperson of the Lin family. His elder brother was a pride of the younger generation, and his sister-in-law was a rising star in the research field. With such a family background, one can imagine how many people were focused on Lu Juming's marriage, and no one expected he would eventually choose Xie Yaochen. What surprised people even more was that the Lu family accepted it, which was simply astonishing. At the wedding, a reporter could not help but interview Madame Lu. For such a daughter-in-law, don't you have anything to say? Madame Lu, dignified and elegant, smiled and replied, Xiao Chun is a very good and outstanding child. The Lu family likes him very much. Jueming is truly fortunate to have met him. The initial agreement to this marriage was largely due to Lu Juming's insistence. Although their family was not of ordinary status in matters of marriage, as long as the partner did not pose significant issues, they prioritized the children's wishes. However, after these few months of interaction, the entire family genuinely grew fond of Xie Yaochen. At first glance, she thought this child could only attract her son's affection due to his temperament and looks, but later discovered it was more than that. Xie Yaochen was also well-informed and exceptionally intelligent. When she spoke of troubles encountered in business, he could always effortlessly propose solutions. When the patriarch and her husband discussed work matters, he could pinpoint the essence and provide reasonable advice. This child truly amazed the entire Lu family. He did not seem like he grew up in a family that knew nothing and was on par with, if not better than, those carefully nurtured descendants of wealthy families. After her astonishment, she specifically sought out Madame Xie. How could such an excellent child be left at home? If he had been allowed to work earlier, he would surely have shone brightly. Madame Xie was dumbfounded at that moment. My son is that impressive. Madame Lu's words were released by the media, causing the dark-minded speculation that Xie Yaochen could not fare well in such a prestigious family to vanish instantly. A year after the wedding, Xie Yaochen took over the Xie family's company, allowing Xie father and mother to finally set down their burdens and enjoy life. And as expected, just as Madame Lu said, as long as Xie Yaochen worked diligently, he would surely shine. In just 5 years of taking over the family business, he developed the Xie family to a scale comparable to Shengshi Technology, becoming a behemoth feared in the industry. 3 years later, he even surpassed Shengshi technology. Of course, this was partly due to Lu Jueming stepping back from the company to take over his father's position, but his excellence could not be denied. By this time, no one dared to say that Xie Yaochen was unworthy of Lu Jueming, and others looked at him with nothing but admiration. In his leisure time, Xie Yaochen followed several main characters of the plot, and saw He Linen, who had lost both legs drowning his sorrows in alcohol, in a dilapidated building. The He family had long fallen with the patriarch already deceased, and He father was incapable and a mediocre talent. He Linen had completely lost his fighting spirit, leaving the He family with no hope of a comeback. Unable to accept this immense disparity, He father spent his days at home, abusing his wife for amusement. Madam, he could no longer endure such a husband and the poverty, and one morning she secretly took the last bit of savings from the family and ran away with another man. Amidst He father's curses, the dilapidated building was left with only the two dejected father and son, unsure of how to live on. On the other side, Zhou Mubai was mixing in a shabby and small film crew, always wearing a mask and never daring to take it off. Occasionally, when he heard someone mention Xie Yaochen's name, he would stop and secretly glance at others' phones. It was either Xie Yaochen and Lu Jueming sweetly holding hands while shopping, or at a product launch, Xie Yaochen standing on stage full of vigor. After watching, he silently walked away, burdened by the heavy items in his hands. As for Jian Xikong, his pond of fish was ultimately exposed, and he left the entertainment industry 3 years ago to return and inherit the family business. In this world, Xie Yaochen accompanied Lu Jueming until he was 80. As death approached, perhaps people truly have a premonition. Lu Jueming lay on the hospital bed, reaching out his hand to tightly grip Xie Yaochen's, his eyes filled with longing, not willing to look away even for a moment. "I want to be with you in the next life." Xie Yaochen looked at his lover, whose hair had turned gray, gently kissed his lips, lifted his gaze, and promised softly, "I will find you. Not just in the next life, but in the life after too, we will be together." Lu Jueming finally felt satisfied, a faint smile appearing on his lips, and he passed away peacefully. Xie Yaochen gently touched his eyes, asking in his mind, 001, did it succeed? 001, it succeeded. I have bound his soul to yours, so no matter which world you go to, however, the energy obtained from completing the task is almost depleted. With so much energy, perhaps he could connect with the main system. Xie Yaochen, I will remember your efforts. It doesn't matter if the energy is gone. There's still the next world. 001 revived fully. Holding the gradually cooling hand of his lover, Xie Yaochen also left this world without any reluctance. To others, it seemed that he followed Lu Jueming in death. In the hospital room, a group of nephews and nieces who came to care for them cried out in grief. Online, someone released the news of their deaths, and countless people expressed their condolences. While accompanying his husband in this world, Xie Yaochen, feeling bored, developed many new products, including life-saving medicines for incurable diseases, saving many lives, and changing many people's destinies, ensuring that his name would forever remain in this world. Of course, while appreciating his achievements, it was inevitable that some would mention his lifelong lover. That was a relationship enviable by many, still talked about fondly many years later. Although they lost contact with the main system, 001's mission program was pre-written, so as soon as one world ended, they automatically moved to the next mission world. In the new world, Xie Yaochen opened his eyes. He was leaning against a tree's shade, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. 001. In this world, not only are you a cannon fodder, but your entire family is cannon fodder. Xie Yaochen. He started reviewing the plot. This was an ancient farming-themed sweet and doting novel. The male lead Gong was called Zhao Min, the heir of the Prince of Wu. The male lead Shou was called Lu Shu, the adopted son of the Xie family, Xie Yaochen's family. The male lead Gong Zhao Min was chased by assassins and fell unconscious from severe injuries in the mountains. He was found by the male lead Shou, Lu Shu, who happened to be gathering herbs on the mountain. Lu Shu saved him and secretly hid him in a cave. During Zhao Min's recovery in the cave, Lu Shu secretly brought him food every day, and feelings gradually blossomed between them through these encounters. However, the gap between them was vast, and being both men, it was clearly impossible for them to be together. He could have a small sedan chair carry Lu Shu into the prince's mansion to serve as a male concubine, but Lu Shu had noble aspirations and was unwilling. Just as their feelings were at a low point, a turning point suddenly emerged. Zhao Min inadvertently saw a jade pendant on Lu Shu, which was the token carried by the current crown prince's younger brother, the 9th prince, who had been lost since birth. The jade pendant actually belonged to the original host, but Lu Shu did not explain to Zhao Min. Instead, he thought despicably that if he had a noble background, would he then be worthy of Zhao Min? He wouldn't take things for nothing, and once he had status and position, he would compensate Xie Yaochen well. Zhao Min made a grand show of taking Lu Shu back to the capital. When they parted, the Xie family was overjoyed, happy that Lu Shu could go to the capital to enjoy a good life. Lu Shu, with reddened eyes, promised the Xie family that once he settled in the capital, he would immediately send someone to bring them over. He would never forget their years of nurturing grace, and they would be family forever. However, 2 months later, what the Xie family awaited was not a messenger to take them to the capital, but assassins coming to wipe out their entire family. According to the plot, Zhao Min had secretly given this order without Lu Shu's knowledge. Because he discovered Lu Shu's impersonation of the prince to protect his beloved the Xie family, and the real ninth prince had to die. When Lu Shu learned of this, he wept bitterly in grief, and sulked with Zhao Min for 3 whole days before being placated. Xie Yaochen couldn't understand, but greatly shocked. 3 whole days of sulking. How troublesome. 001, can't you pick a world with more normal protagonists? 001. Why do you think him called the Cannon Fodder Counterattack System? It sighed and comforted the host as a veteran. Don't worry, you'll get used to it as you go. Even during my training, I was just as helpless as you are now. The remaining part of the plot, Xie Yaochen glanced. The current crown prince was violent and cruel, and the emperor was fatuous and partial to him, causing the entire court and commoners to suffer bitterly. After returning to the palace, Lu Shu used his identity as the younger brother to gain the crown prince's trust, and secretly drugged him, causing him to die of a sudden illness. Afterward, the emperor, grief-stricken by the loss of his beloved son, died of depression. On his deathbed, because he had few offspring, and Lu Shu, having grown up in the countryside, truly lacked governing talent, he adopted Zhao Min instead. Thus the male lead Gong Zhao Min lucked into becoming the new emperor. At this point, both the male lead Gong and Shou stood at the pinnacle of the world, and no one could criticize or hinder their relationship. Zhao Min reigned as sovereign for 30 years. Under his rule, the land was peaceful and prosperous, and he was universally praised as a wise ruler. His harem remained empty. He loved only Lu Shu his entire life, and his devoted affection was even recorded in history books. After reading, Xie Yaochen commented, "What nonsense. Let's not even mention how unjust the princess consort of Zhao Min was. What misfortune did the Xie family and the crown prince suffer?" Due to the characterization of the male leads, he was temporarily skeptical of the crown prince's ill repute. The current plot point was the second day after the male lead Shou saved the male lead Gong. 001 suddenly realized. "Wait, host, so you are the prince who was lost outside?" Xie Yaochen, "No, I'm not." 001, "Not you. Then who?" This required an introduction to the Xie family's members. Xie Yaochen's current identity was the second son of the Xie family. The head of the Xie family was old Xie, his wife was Auntie Xie, and the family had 5 children. The eldest, Xie Chunwei, was a scholar who had passed the Shouzai examination. He had just married this year, and taught the village children at the only school in the village. The second was the original host, 18 years old, smart, but not fond of studying, usually idle, and loved to wander around. The third was the adopted Lu Shu, also 18, who learned medicine from a village barefoot doctor. The fourth, Xie Yaochen, was an extremely intelligent bookworm. At only 16, he had already surpassed his elder brother and passed the Jiren examination, making him a famous child prodigy near and far. The fifth, Xie Yunlai, was the only girl in the Xie family, and she was twin with Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen. The jade pendant was given to me by Xie Yaochen. When they were young, Auntie Xie went back to her maiden home to give birth to the younger sister. A few years later, they suddenly brought back a Xie Yaochen, saying that they were originally twins, but a fortune teller said the child's birth chart had issues, so he had to be fostered outside for a few years before being brought back. At that time, Xie Yaochen was small, looking about the same size as sturdy Xie Yunlai, so no one suspected anything. The jade pendant had always been worn by Xie Yaochen, but later he liked his second brother, the original host, so he gave it to him. Therefore, if the Xie family truly had a prince, it would only be his fourth brother, Xie Yaochen. Who knows where old Xie and Auntie Xie had picked up these children? Nonetheless, one Lu Shu and one Xie Yaochen, his parents really knew how to pick them. After organizing his thoughts, Xie Yaochen stood up from under the tree, threw away the blade of grass in his mouth, and sauntered home lazily. He suddenly remembered something very important. "System, can you detect where my husband is?" 001. "Can't detect, but the binding was successful. He must be in this world, and due to the binding you will definitely meet." Xie Yaochen suppressed the longing in his heart, and returned to the Xie family courtyard. The Xie family's standard of living was quite good in the village. Old Xie was a well-known carpenter in the surrounding area, and their family background was fairly wealthy, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to support 2 sons' education and adopt Lu Shu from outside. As soon as Xie Yaochen stepped over the threshold, a girl rushed toward him. With bright eyes and a lively appearance, she grabbed his sleeve and spun around. "Second brother, where are the pastries you bought for me?" "Where?" "Oh, right, in fourth brother's books." Following the girl's words, half a body emerged from the window. The young man inside had a handsome appearance, dressed in a green robe, holding a scroll, looking mature and steady, yet also gazing at him with eager eyes. These were the Xie family's twin dragons, Xie Yunlai and Xie Yaochen. Her little sister was tugging so hard at his belt that Xie Yaochen only remembered that the original owner had gone to the town today and promised his younger siblings gifts before leaving. Having had too much fun, he forgot, and on his way back, he even dozed off under a tree at the village entrance. I stumbled halfway, so I didn't make it, and came back. Xie Yaochen lied calmly. His siblings immediately grew anxious. Fell. Where? Is it serious? It's nothing, just a scrape on the leg. It'll probably heal by tomorrow. Really? His sister still worried. Wait until Sange comes back and let him take a look. Xie Yaochen seized the opportunity to ask, where's your Sange? He went up the mountain to gather herbs. Xie Yunlai added casually, strange. The day before yesterday, Sange said those Lingji weren't ripe yet, and he wouldn't go this month. Why is he heading up the mountain today? Xie Yaochen smiled, faintly thinking to himself that the male lead was currently on the mountain. No, of course he couldn't ignore it. As they spoke, Father Xie, Mother Xie, and Xie Chunwei and his wife returned from outside. News had come in the morning that Xie Chunwei's father-in-law had broken his leg while chopping wood on the mountain, so they had gone to visit. Hearing from her young daughter that her second son had also fallen, Mother Xie immediately pulled Xie Yaochen over with concern to check him. Yo, my dear boy, where did you fall? Let Mother see. Xie Yaochen's mouth twitched as he dodged. Mother, it's nothing, just a scrape. It doesn't even affect walking, otherwise how could I have come back on my own? Although the original owner was idle, his parents still doted on him deeply. Yet they were not partial. They cherished all their children equally, even treating Lu Shu as their own. This only highlighted how ungrateful Lu Shu later became. In the evening, Lu Shu returned. Xie Yunlai asked with concern, Sange, why are you so late? Any later, and father would have asked second brother to go up the mountain to find you. Lu Shu carried a herb-gathering basket, but it was nearly empty. He smiled and said, I accidentally wandered a bit far while looking for herbs. Xie Yaochen discreetly sized up this male lead. Lu Shu was handsome with a gentle and shy temperament, the kind of obedient child elders favor. Like Zhou Mubai before him, he was quite deceptive. There are wild beasts in the mountains, but don't go too deep, Father Xie advised with concern. He added, your Uncle Yang broke his leg. Can you find time tomorrow to see him? He referred to Xie's elder sister-in-law's father, Xie Chunwei's father-in-law. Lu Shu was gifted in medicine. Although only in his teens, he had gained considerable fame in the nearby villages. Everyone acknowledged his skill and sought him out for treatment. This should have been a trivial matter. The Yang family was the Xie family's in-laws Lu Shu ought to have visited. But upon hearing Father Xie's words, he hesitated. Father, I might not have time tomorrow. The Lu family in town invited me for a consultation. The Lu family. Father Xie was surprised. Such a prominent household is indeed hard to refuse. Since you've agreed, go ahead. As for your Uncle Yang, well, find him another doctor. Lu Shu hummed in acknowledgement, lowering his head in shame. The Lu family hadn't actually invited him. He was just worried about the man on the mountain and wanted to go see him tomorrow. Xie Yaochen watched coldly and said to 001. So this is your minor world's protagonist. No matter how noble he pretends to be, his true nature occasionally slips out, ugly and vile. All for a man he just met, and he couldn't be bothered to visit an injured relative. Would it really have taken that much? Xie Yaochen shook his head internally. 001 felt sullied. Host, how can you talk like that? What do you mean our minor world's protagonist? Our world's protagonist isn't like this at all. This protagonist was spawned by the minor world mutation itself. Even our main god despises them. Otherwise, why would a cannon fodder counterattack system like me exist? Xie Yaochen. Judging by 001's intense reaction, it was clear how detestable the protagonists in this minor world were. Early the next morning, Xie Yaochen saw Lu Shu secretly hiding 2 chicken legs and a few steamed buns, and guessed he was heading to the mountain. Due to the original owner's habit of sleeping in, he had woken up a bit late. While washing his face with a basin of water, he said to 001, scan the cave where the male lead is hiding. I'm going to take a look. 001. All right, let me check. Just as Xie Yaochen lowered his head, his handsome, unruly face reflected in the water. 001's voice abruptly stopped. Xie Yaochen, did you find it? Hearing no response, he asked 001. 001 answered coldly, I'm here. Xie Yaochen, what are you doing? 001. Why don't you look down first? Xie Yaochen looked down and saw his own face in the reflection. He paused, suddenly remembering he had forgotten something very important. At that moment, 001 drew a big blade and demanded with grief and anger, you bastard. Explain to me why you look exactly the same as in the last world. Xie Yaochen was silent for 3 seconds, then said earnestly, Babe, being bound to a special level wanted criminal on your first try is a unique experience that few systems ever encounter. Aren't you at all surprised? 001. I'm not surprised. I just want to kill you. Alright, it had even cursed his little system was really furious. Xie Yaochen thought for a moment and sincerely apologized. Sorry, my bad. I was passing by and just grabbed randomly to see if I could snatch a lucky one. Logically at that speed, I shouldn't have caught a system. Who knew your luck was so terrible? 001 couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears with a woof. So it's my fault. Xie Yaochen's head ached from the crying, almost ascending on the spot. He quickly coaxed, of course not your fault. It's mine. I'm the kidnapper, you're the victim, or victims, but as the saying goes, meeting is fate. Though the method of meeting is a bit special if you put your hand on your heart, except for tricking you this once haven't I treated you well otherwise. Last time you secretly used my energy to buy a VIP for the cartoon channel I noticed, but didn't say anything. 001 was so shocked it hiccuped. Xie Yaochen suppressed a smile and continued soothing. No matter what, we're now bound together. When you contact the main system later, we'll still need to cooperate and do the mission well. You can be mad at me, but the mission can't be abandoned. So babe, have you located the exact cave where the male lead is hiding? 001 started crying again. You coaxed me all this time just to know the cave location. Xie Yaochen was speechless. 001 completely ignored him, squatting in a corner like a mushroom, deeply sulking. But Xie Yaochen was fairly satisfied with this state. Look, even this angry, it only sulked alone instead of picking up the big blade to chop him. If that wasn't love, what was? Except when traversing between worlds, Xie Yaochen didn't particularly need the system at other times, so he wasn't in a hurry letting the little system take its rest. After washing his face and eating, he leisurely made his way up the mountain. Half an hour ago, Lu Shu had left claiming to go to the town to see patients, but Xie Yaochen suspected she was already up on the mountain. Without 001, he could still find the cave. After all, he had traversed many worlds, one of which was a primitive world that had given him extensive wilderness survival experience. Using this experience, finding the cave wouldn't be difficult, just time-consuming. Soon he reached the mountainside. Just as he confirmed a new direction, he suddenly halted. He twitched his ears, tilting his head slightly to concentrate. The ground beneath him trembled faintly, and a rumbling sound could be heard. In a moment, Xie Yaochen recognized it as the sound of hooves. Judging by the noise, it was at least dozens of iron cavalry. Why would cavalry appear in such a place? Xie Yaochen immediately changed direction, intending to satisfy his curiosity. Soon he reached the main road and perched on a pine tree just as a procession came into view from afar. The procession was grand. In the center was a luxurious, spacious carriage surrounded by guards on tall horses, armed and majestic, their uniforms bearing the insignias of the Imperial Palace Guards. Xie Yaochen was taken aback. People from the Imperial Palace. Why would they be here? He glanced at the direction of the procession and suddenly remembered a manor nearby, which was perpetually guarded and villagers dared not approach. Were these people headed there? Just then the thunderous sound of hooves came from the other side. He turned to see dozens of similarly clad cavalry returning from the front of the road toward the procession, appearing to be scouts. The sound he had heard earlier must have been them. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the carriage surrounded by layers of guards. Who was inside? Stroking his chin, Xie Yaochen couldn't suppress his curiosity and planned to sneak after them to find out. But he had only taken 2 steps when 001, who had been ignoring him, suddenly cried out. Where are you going? Get back here. This is the Crown Prince's carriage. Do you have a death wish? Xie Yaochen, Crown Prince. 001 quickly said, the Crown Prince of this world, Zhao, he is truly insane. The rumors aren't false. Stay away from him or you'll lose your life. 001 had even forgotten to hold a grudge, its tone so panicked that this Crown Prince must indeed be a dangerous figure. Xie Yaochen glanced at the procession and heeded the advice, stepping back. Just as he was about to leave, quietly a sharp shout came. Who goes there? The next moment a sharp arrow whistled fiercely toward him. Xie Yaochen reacted swiftly, tilting his head and grabbing the arrow, which seemed to carry a thunderous force, firmly in his hand. Everyone below was startled, looking up to see a youth standing by the verdant pine tree, ethereal in appearance, his dark hair casually tied, his clear eyes narrowing slightly. Though dressed simply, he exuded a noble air. Jing Feng, who had fired the arrow, narrowed his eyes. Xie Yaochen, just passing by. See you around. With that, he prepared to vanish, but at that moment a breeze lifted the carriage curtain for an instant before it slowly fell. Xie Yaochen stopped abruptly. System, am I seeing things? I think I saw my husband. 001 was also stunned. It does look like him. But that's the Crown Prince. Below, Jing Feng gave the order, don't let him get away. Seize him. Several arrows flew again. Xie Yaochen dodged nimbly and shouted down, stop shooting. He'll come down on my own. Jing Feng frowned slightly and raised his hand. The volley halted instantly. Xie Yaochen deftly jumped down from the low cliff, and as he landed, a blade was pressed to his neck. Jing Feng reported respectfully to the carriage, Your Highness, we have captured a suspected assassin. After a brief pause, a low, indifferent voice came from within. Kill him. Xie Yaochen. Wait. At least look at me before you kill me. What kind of absurd demand? But the person in the carriage, perhaps bored, slightly tilted his chin and actually allowed the curtain to be lifted. The people above and below the carriage came face to face. In that instant, Xie Yaochen saw the scene inside the carriage clearly. Inside the luxurious, spacious carriage sat a handsome young man in splendid robes, but his clothes were wide open, revealing a muscular chest and lower abdomen. His long hair was loose, draped casually as he leaned lazily against the couch, propping his forehead with his hand. He had been dozing with his eyes closed, but now he slowly opened them, the rims of his eyes tinged with red, a fierce and dangerous look within. Xie Yaochen immediately sensed something wrong. System, what's wrong with my husband? He seems ill. 001. The Crown Prince is indeed afflicted. When he was a child, a favored consort of the Emperor secretly poisoned him over 2 years. Though his life was saved, the drug's effects could not be eradicated. 001. Because of the drug, he is prone to sudden rage and loves the sight of blood, which is why he has a reputation for cruelty and brutality. 001. Also, due to the drug, he constantly feels hot and restless, hence his untidy clothing. He also suffers from chronic insomnia, and his body is nearing its limits, which is why he came to this manor to recover. Xie Yaochen was furious. Is that favored consort dead? 001. A dead beyond dead. The Emperor killed her himself. You won't have the chance to take revenge. While the two were conversing, they suddenly noticed that the Crown Prince had risen from the couch and was staring intently at Xie Yaochen. Have I seen you somewhere before? He looked at Xie Yaochen with a hint of longing, and that gaze made Xie Yaochen's heart ache slightly. Of course, I've seen it before in my past life. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Xie Yaochen smiled. Naturally, no one believed such words. On the contrary, people wondered if this was some new form of deception. However, Zhao Yi stared at him for a moment, and suddenly said, "Get in the carriage." Jingfeng was startled. Your Highness. Zhao Yi raised his hand, silencing him. I'm coming. Xie Yaochen pushed aside the knife at his neck and eagerly jumped onto the carriage. Before he could steady himself, his collar was grabbed, and he fell right in front of Zhao Yi. He was momentarily stunned, but did not resist, allowing the man's shadowy aura to envelop him as he examined. Zhao Yi's oppressive gaze scanned him inch by inch, asking, "What's your name?" Xie Yaochen. His thumb gently traced his face. Are you married? No. This answer seemed to satisfy Zhao Yi, who slightly lifted the corners of his lips and then asked, "Would you be willing to be my consort?" Xie Yaochen. The subordinates on both sides. Xie Yaochen blinked. What did you just say? Be my consort? Why are you unwilling? Is this a question of willingness? Isn't this a bit too casual? You're just randomly pulling someone in the middle of the road to be your consort. How could it be casual? Zhao Yi's gaze was strange, staring at him as if deep in thought, his hand unconsciously reaching to touch his face. Perhaps only you are different. Xie Yaochen clutched his heart. What's going on? With his memories intact, he's still lost. Isn't it a bit too much to say sweet nothings right after their first meeting? He struggled to suppress his feelings. It's still a bit casual. We've only just met for less than a quarter of an hour and know nothing about each other. I am Zhao Yi, the Crown Prince, age 26. As for you, Xie Yaochen, you are unmarried. Isn't that enough? Xie Yaochen. No wonder it's you, Lu Jueming. To want to be boyfriends just after getting acquainted in the last life, now you want to marry me after just meeting in this life. His emotions were complicated, it seems. Enough. Zhao Yi was satisfied and immediately ordered, "Go send a message to my father saying I have chosen a consort." The subordinates on both sides were bewildered. What just happened? Isn't this person a suspected assassin? Has it been only a quarter of an hour? And this is definitely a man. This so-called Xie Yaochen is also quite absurd. Does he even understand what being a consort means? How could he agree? Yet no matter how shocked they were inside, they didn't dare to utter a word. The Crown Prince's words were absolute authority, and the head eunuch Fu Bao hurriedly took his orders. Zhao Yi then held Xie Yaochen's hand, pulling him up to sit beside him, gently asking, "Where is your family? How many people are in your family? What do they do for a living?" Xie Yaochen. This sequence of questions feels Taoshi Village, the old Xie family. I'm the second child with one older brother, a pair of younger siblings, and an adopted younger brother. My father is a carpenter, but most of the time, he farms for a living. My parents are in relatively good health, and life is bearable. After he finished explaining, he prompted, "Now it's your turn." Zhao Yi felt intrigued. Up until now, few people spoke to him so naturally. Just a few days ago, that minister merely asked if he wanted to try his newly acquired sword and fainted in shock. Completely useless. His newly chosen consort actually wasn't afraid of him. Realizing this, Zhao Yi felt delighted. So he answered in good humor, "My family situation isn't complicated either. My father and mother are quite kind, but among my younger brothers and the concubines in my father's harem, there are often those who are unreasonable. But it's not a big deal. In the future, if you encounter someone who makes you unhappy, just kill them directly." And my father, Xie Yaochen. 001. Xie Yaochen, my husband, is really something. He tried to reason with Zhao Yi. Isn't it a bit much to just kill someone? Zhao Yi was taken aback, chuckled, and then patted his head indulgently, saying, "It's fine. If you don't find that satisfying, you can first lock them up in the dungeon and torture them before killing. The dungeon is right beneath the East Palace, very convenient." Xie Yaochen. Is that what I meant? Zhao Yi suddenly leaned closer, sniffing at his collar. Xie Yaochen felt oddly ticklish and instinctively retreated, but Zhao Yi quickly grasped his shoulder, his eyes narrowing slightly with displeasure at his avoidance. Xie Yaochen stopped moving, somewhat helpless. You can smell, but I can't smell anything. As he spoke, he raised his hand to smell himself. It smells good and comfortable. As Zhao Yi continued to sniff, he leaned against Xie Yaochen's neck, unconsciously relaxing his demeanor. I'm a bit tired and want to sleep for a while. He firmly locked Xie Yaochen's waist, holding him in his arms, and unexpectedly closed his eyes. In just a moment, his breathing steadied. Xie Yaochen was stunned, then chuckled. Is he really so unguarded? He gently lowered his head, looking at that cold and sharp sleeping face, feeling a pang of sympathy as he thought of 001 mentioning his chronic insomnia. After their souls were bound, although they could traverse the same world, since Lu Jueming was not the host, unlike him, he couldn't come over midway. Rather, it was akin to transmigrating, as a fetus slowly growing up from infancy. He had just arrived and didn't know how much suffering he had endured before. But it's fine, he kept his promise and came. Xie Yaochen gently and quietly kissed the corner of Zhao Yi's eyebrow, silently smiling with warmth in his eyes. In the corner of the carriage, the head eunuch Fu Bao, who was watching all this, fell into deep confusion. Didn't His Highness the Crown Prince just meet this young Master Xie? Or has His Highness been secretly raising someone on the side all along, and that was just a performance? But that can't be right. He had been by His Highness' side since childhood, never leaving his side. If His Highness had really raised someone outside, he wouldn't have failed to notice. When the carriage reached the villa, Zhao Yi suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open, revealing a cold, blood-red glare indicating that he usually had a high level of vigilance, waking up at the slightest disturbance. Jingfeng respectfully reported from outside, Your Highness, we have arrived. Xie Yaochen lifted the curtain to take a look outside, and indeed it was the villa not far from Taoshi village. He was surprised, so this was once a royal villa. Zhao Yi liked the scent on him. Even upon waking, he did not let him go, as if a lazy lion was keeping him under its paw, contentedly rubbing against him. He briefly explained it wasn't originally, but now it is. 001 added at the right moment, this used to belong to the Wu royal family, but since the crown prince needed it, the emperor requisitioned it. The king of Wu. Isn't that the protagonist's father? So this is where the protagonist's family resides. No wonder the protagonist Zhao Min ran here after being injured. Xie Yaochen turned his head, saying, in such a remote place, what brings you, the dignified prince, here? If I'm not mistaken, it's already a 2-day journey from the capital. Because I am about to die. Zhao Yi smiled, playing with his hair, casually stating, my father the emperor asked Taoist Qing Yun to divine, and it was revealed that there is a chance for life here, so I came. Xie Yaochen's heart trembled. 001, what's going on with dying? Is it because of the poison from that favored concubine? 001 replied. Yes, the poison not only changed his temperament drastically, but also severely damaged his body. Without a turnaround, he won't live long. In the original plot, the medicine the protagonist took only accelerated his death. Seeing him silent, Zhao Yi misunderstood something and suddenly pinched his chin. Will the princess be willing to accompany me in death then? A faint smile lingered on his lips, yet his eyes held a dangerous glint. Xie Yaochen had no doubt that if he didn't provide a definite answer, he would be thrown off the carriage immediately, and the other party might even carry out the previous order to kill him. His husband in this life is genuinely a bit crazy. He immediately nodded and said, to accompany you in death. If you die, I will follow you right away. Only then was Zhao Yi satisfied, his expression softening as he stroked his face, saying, rest assured, before I die, I will treat you well. I will give you anything you want. Is that so? Xie Yaochen couldn't help but reach out. Then let me touch. The unfamiliar sensation left Zhao Yi momentarily stunned. He slowly lowered his head, looking at the slender white hand on his chest, his expression rather blank, or perhaps somewhat empty. After a while he asked, what are you doing? The eunuch Fu Bao in the corner was almost scared silly. However, Xie Yaochen remained calm and innocent. You've already determined that I am your princess, and if I die you want me to accompany you in death. Is it not okay for me to touch my own husband? Just now when I first saw you under the carriage, I was a bit moved with your clothes, so open, isn't it enticing? Now you're saying you will give me anything, so I won't hold back. With that thought, Xie Yaochen recklessly squeezed a couple of times. I must say his husband's figure is still even though decades had passed the moment he touched, he instantly recalled the sweetness of their past romance. Looking at the prince's open clothes revealing his well-defined and wild abs, he felt a pang of envy. Politely raising his head, he asked, may I touch below? Zhao Yi looked up, his expression strange, staring at him meaningfully for a while before suddenly laughing and grabbing his hand to explore downward. Go ahead. Thus Xie Yaochen unabashedly felt around. Afterward he restrainedly withdrew his hand, and Zhao Yi surprisingly looked a bit disappointed. Aren't you going to continue? Xie Yaochen. Lu Jueming, you are so lewd in this life. He cleared his throat, glanced at eunuch Fu, and lowered his voice slightly. Next time let's save it for after we get off the carriage. The manor was quite large and had been prepared in advance, looking very grand. Xie Yaochen casually wandered around, glanced at the sky, and said, I must return or it's late, and my family will worry. As soon as he finished speaking, his wrist was firmly grasped, the force so strong that it hurt. Zhao Yi's expression darkened. You are already my princess, where do you think you're going? Xie Yaochen gasped in pain, but with his husband acting like this, he dared not pull away forcefully and could only reason with him in a gentle tone. Today's encounter was sudden, and my family doesn't know where I've gone. If I don't return, they will worry. I'll reassure them, don't worry, I'll come back, but I need to go back first and explain things to them. Zhao Yi wouldn't let go. I'll send someone to check on them. In theory that's possible, but my family won't feel at ease if they can't see me. Don't worry, am I going to run away? You are the current prince. Even if I run to the ends of the earth, you could have someone bring me back. Finally, Zhao Yi seemed to take this to heart, stroking his face, his gaze deep. Then I will trust you this once. Xie Yaochen left. Zhao Yi turned to Jingfeng and coldly ordered, send 2 people to follow him. If he dares to run, bring back his corpse directly. Since he acknowledged him as a princess and agreed to accompany him in death, whether in life or death, it must be fulfilled. Jingfeng felt a chill in his heart. Just now the prince seemed to be possessed when facing that young Master Xie. He thought the prince had genuinely fallen for someone at first sight, losing his mind. He bowed deeply, yes. Zhao Yi flicked his wide sleeves, turned, and walked in with casual steps. Following behind, Xie Yaochen, burdened with the system, couldn't possibly fail to notice. Learning from 001 about Zhao Yi's command, he was instantly speechless. 001 couldn't help but say, your husband is too terrifying a host, you should find another one. Xie Yaochen immediately retorted, what's so terrifying about him? Don't speak nonsense. He even ordered to wait until I show signs of escaping before killing me. Isn't that kind enough? 001 was left dumbfounded, unsure of what to say for a while. But thank you for your concern. How are you no longer angry with me? Xie Yaochen asked with a smile. 001 exasperated replied in a harsh tone, if it weren't for needing you to complete tasks to contact the main system, I wouldn't bother with you. Xie Yaochen suppressed a laugh and didn't expose it. When he got home, Lu Shu had already returned and coincidentally walked out of his room. The Xie family had many children, so it was impossible for everyone to have their own room. Previously, the original host lived with Xie Chunwei, and Lu Shu lived with Xie Xiqing, while the younger sister had her own room since she was a girl. Later, when Xie Chunwei got married, an extra room was built next door, and the couple moved in, leaving Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen narrowed his eyes. What are you doing in my room? Lu Shu seemed taken aback by his sudden return, displaying a momentary panic on his face, but after hesitating for a moment, he cautiously spoke up. Second brother, I remember you have a jade pendant. Could you lend it to me? Jade pendant? What do you need that for? Lu Shu certainly wouldn't dare to say it was because he had fallen for a man he just met wanting to dress decent. He vaguely replied, I need to go to Master Liu's house for a follow-up consultation. I want to make myself presentable so as not to be looked down upon and to avoid losing face for our family. Xie Yaochen scoffed, so if he didn't lend the jade pendant and lost the family's face, that would be his fault. In the original plot, the protagonist probably quietly borrowed his jade pendant like this. However, this time he was well prepared and had placed the jade pendant on himself last night. Since Master Liu's family has already invited you, wouldn't they know exactly what kind of person you are? Why bother adorning yourself? Besides, you're a physician going to treat patients. Since when is it necessary to compete in beauty and splendor? After being scolded, Lu Shu's expression faltered. He forced a smile and said, I was overthinking. Second brother, your reprimand is right. Xie Yaochen grunted in acknowledgement and said no more, walking around the other person into the room. In the evening, the whole family gathered. Xie Yaochen then said, Father, Mother, I encountered a benefactor today, the owner of the manor to the west. I was fortunate enough to catch the benefactor's fancy, and they asked me to work on their estate. They'll probably head over tomorrow. I came back today to let you all know. A benefactor. The whole family was greatly surprised. Old Master Xie and Old Madam Xie were both very delighted. Xie Xiqing, being clever, began to think more deeply. Second brother, what is the benefactor's status? For no reason, how would they seek out us farming folk to work? I heard they're from the capital, and they don't seem like a bad person. They just wanted to find a local who knows this area, and I happened to be lucky enough to meet them. Hearing this, Xie Xiqing felt a little more at ease. Xie Chunwei had spent some time in the town while studying, and had encountered some people who were relatively wealthy and powerful in this area. Knowing that such people were hard to serve, he worriedly advised his younger brother, be careful while working for the benefactor. If it's too difficult, find a chance to come back quickly. The others also chimed in. Knowing that his family was worried about him, Xie Yaochen smiled and responded to each one. Lu Shu, however, was absent-minded, as if lost in thought. After dinner, the other person quietly found him. Second brother, can you do me a favor? What favor? You're working on the benefactor's estate, so you should have opportunities to come across precious medicinal herbs. If you find a Tianshan snow lotus, could you help me think of a way? Xie Yaochen's head practically sprouted a question mark. The request was so outrageous that he thought he had misheard. Help you think of a way, eh? What way? Of course not buying it. The Tianshan snow lotus is extremely precious, and Lu Shu could never afford it. So the way he meant was of course stealing it. Lu Shu hesitated. Xie Yaochen's gaze turned cold. Do you know what you're saying? Xie Chunhui and Xie Siqing had earnestly cautioned him, fearing that he would anger the benefactor and cause trouble. Lu Shu, on the other hand, actually took the initiative to ask him to help with this kind of favor. I just told you that's a benefactor from the capital. Aren't you afraid that if this comes to light, it will bring disaster upon me, upon our entire family? Lu Shu's face flushed bright red, and he was speechless. Xie Yaochen asked again, what do you need the Tianshan snow lotus for? It's for the young master of Master Liu's family. I've been attending to him these past few days. His illness is rather troublesome. Xie Yaochen raised his hand to stop him, unwilling to listen further. What, young master of Master Liu's family? It's probably that protagonist Gong again. For a stranger he just met, he doesn't even care about his own family's lives. As expected of a protagonist show. Regretting the waste of a little time, Xie Yaochen turned and left. He had originally planned to go to the manor tomorrow, but in the dead of night, when the whole family was fast asleep, there was a sudden knock at the gate. Old Master Xie was a light sleeper. After just 2 knocks he got up and opened the door. Then he was startled by the people outside. A military officer. What brings you to? At the door stood 2 stern-faced guards. We have come to receive Master Xie. Master Xie. Old Master Xie was stunned for a moment before realizing that they must be referring to his second son, and these 2 were likely sent by the estate's benefactor. He had wanted to ask, isn't it tomorrow? Why come in the middle of the night? But he didn't have the courage, so he hurried to wait. Xie Yaochen was also surprised to see the guards at the door. He quickly said a few words to old Master Xie, then grabbed a torch and left with the 2 guards. Once they left the village, he asked, did something happen? Why come for me at this hour? The 2 guards hesitated as if wanting to speak, but holding back. One of them, thinking that Xie Yaochen was already the crown princess acknowledged by the crown prince himself, told the truth. His Highness woke up in the middle of the night, couldn't sleep, and flew into a rage. He ordered us to come and fetch you. Xie Yaochen. Actually, Zhao Yi had many sleepless nights, but who could blame him? Today had just had a sound sleep, holding Xie Yaochen in the carriage. Now by nightfall he had reverted to his old state. How could he bear it? The violence in his heart increased 2-fold compared to before. Remembering that he had slept so well during the day, only while holding Xie Yaochen, he naturally didn't want to suffer. He immediately ordered someone to fetch him. Hearing this, Xie Yaochen found it both amusing and exasperating, and also felt a little sorry for him. Then let's go quickly. The mountain path was difficult to traverse, and it was nighttime. They walked for over half an hour before reaching the manor. Lord Jingfeng, Master Xie has arrived. Jingfeng, waiting at the gate, immediately stepped forward. Master Xie, come with me quickly. Xie Yaochen was led to the courtyard where Zhao Yi resided. As he approached, he saw many shattered items at the entrance, and Fu Beo's round body was huddled by the door, barely daring to breathe loudly. Seeing Xie Yaochen, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted excitedly, Your Highness. The crown princess, Xie Yaochen. This eunuch, didn't he stare at me with suspicious eyes in the carriage earlier? How come in just half a day his tone of calling me crown princess has become so sincere? Without lingering, Xie Yaochen went straight in. And then he saw Zhao Yi sitting on the bed with his clothes disheveled, sitting arrogantly with his legs apart. He had clearly just lost his temper. His handsome brows still carried lingering ferocity. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, his eyes filled with terrifying bloodshot veins. He reached out his hand and said hoarsely, Come here. Xie Yaochen hurried over. As soon as he got close, Zhao Yi grabbed his hand fiercely. Xie Yaochen's bones creaked slightly from the force. Before he could protest, he was pulled into an embrace and held tightly. Smelling the familiar scent, Zhao Yi's tense spirit finally relaxed. He nuzzled into Xie Yaochen's neck and let out a barely audible sigh of satisfaction. Didn't you say you'd come back? If I hadn't sent someone to fetch you, would you not have returned? He grabbed Xie Yaochen's waist, his interrogation cold and fierce. Xie Yaochen, I think I told you when I left that I'd come back tomorrow. Zhao Yi, I didn't hear it. Xie Yaochen, when someone is so self-righteous, what can you do? Alright, it's my fault. Maybe I spoke too quietly. Having been woken in the middle of the night, he was truly sleepy. He yawned, patted Zhao Yi's arm and coaxed. Alright, let's rest. It's late. Zhao Yi didn't let go. Holding him, he fell backward onto the bed. Xie Yaochen was used to it. In his past life, Lu Juming had held him like this countless times. He skillfully found a comfortable position in the man's arms and closed his eyes. Zhao Yi didn't know why, but he suddenly felt an indescribable contentment, as if an empty void within him had finally been filled. His gaze fell upon the stunningly ethereal face of the person in his arms, his eyes deep and unfathomable. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he slowly closed his eyes as well. Fu Bao and Jing Feng standing at the door exchanged a glance, and both let out a sigh of relief. Fu Bao tiptoed into the room and gently covered both of them with a blanket. Zhao Yi rarely enjoyed such a good sleep. The next day, he slept until noon. Xie Yaochen of course had woken up long ago, but when he opened his eyes he found himself trapped firmly, unable to move at all. Not wanting to disturb the other person, he stayed still obediently. He gazed contentedly at the coldly handsome sleeping face before him, and suddenly remembered something. He asked 001, he's already 26 and a crown prince, how come he's not married yet? 001. He was supposed to get married but he killed the candidate. Xie Yaochen. 001. When Zhao Yi was 15 the emperor chose a crown princess for him, the left chancellor's daughter. 001. But that young lady had an affair with the consort Shu's eldest prince before the wedding. 001. On the day of the wedding she jumped down from the bridal sedan, held a knife to her own neck, and claimed she was already pregnant with the eldest prince's child, begging the crown prince to let her go. Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen, is this woman crazy? If she had feelings for the eldest prince, why didn't she speak up before the wedding? Did she have to slap the crown prince in the face on the wedding day? 001. Of course this was instigated by the eldest prince to make a big scene and humiliate the crown prince, while also branding him as a man who stole his elder brother's beloved. 001. After the left chancellor's daughter, the eldest prince stepped forward, knelt before the emperor, and wept profusely, saying he could give up everything as long as his younger brother would return the woman he loved. 001. The emperor was furious at that moment. 001. He was about to have them dragged away, but then the crown prince appeared. Zhao Yi at 26 was wild, and Zhao Yi at 15 was no less. Ignoring the emperor, the left chancellor, and all the ministers present, he directly ordered the left chancellor's daughter to be seized and tied to a wooden pole. Then he turned to the eldest prince, a smile on his lips, and said softly, "Elder brother, since you love her so much and can give up everything for her, what about your life?" 001. Is it the same? Before the eldest prince could react, he was seized and shoved forward, standing in front of the left chancellor's daughter. Then Zhao Yi leisurely ordered, "Jing Feng, come and let this prince see your archery skills." At that time Jing Feng was already the top expert of the imperial guards. He stepped forward, drew his bow, aimed the arrow, and pointed it at the eldest prince. If the eldest prince didn't dodge, he would be hit. If he dodged, the arrow would strike the left chancellor's daughter. Zhao Yi said, "Elder brother, let this prince see your true heart." With a sharp whistle, the feathered arrow shot through the air. The eldest prince screamed in terror, urinated in his pants, and fled in panic and despair. Thus the arrow pierced the left chancellor's daughter's abdomen, killing both her and the unborn child on the spot. In her final moments, she stared in disbelief at the eldest prince, who was now crying in fright, his pants soiled, his dignity entirely lost. Zhao Yi beckoned to the eldest prince again. "Elder brother, come here. This prince has something to say to you." The eldest prince dared not disobey. Trembling on his weak legs, he crawled over. The moment he approached with a metallic ring, Zhao Yi suddenly drew a guard's sword and ran him through with a single thrust. Zhao Yi's sinister voice rang out, "Dare to scheme against this prince? Who gave you the nerve?" Xie Yaochen. Stunned. So when he said you could stab anyone if you were unhappy, he wasn't joking. The left chancellor and the emperor didn't stop him. 001. The left chancellor should be grateful that his daughter died on the spot, otherwise it wouldn't have been just his daughter. His entire family would have been wiped out. 001. As for the emperor, well, he felt that his precious son had suffered tremendous psychological trauma on his wedding day. 001. As for the eldest prince, dead is dead. Who told him to scheme against the crown prince? The emperor had many sons, a losing one didn't make a difference. 001. When he returned, he even scolded consort Shu for not raising her son properly and demoted her to a concubine. Xie Yaochen. Dumbfounded. Both father and son were something else. The crown prince's reputation for cruelty spread even wider. After that, the emperor tried to select a crown princess again, but no family dared to marry their daughter into the eastern palace. The emperor was anxious and wanted to force the issue. In his view, being married to the crown prince was a blessing for those families who dared to be picky with his son. But then a Taoist named Qin Yun appeared. He performed a divination for the crown prince and told the emperor that the prince's destined marriage had not yet arrived and needed to wait. Marrying someone unwilling would only bring harm to the prince. The emperor calmed down, and the matter was postponed until now. That year, Zhao Yi's temper became increasingly uncontrollable, and his health was not optimistic. Qin Yun Taoist performed another divination, saying that the prince's opportunity for survival lay in the northwest at a certain distance. The calculation pointed exactly to this place, so the emperor hastily sent his son here under escort. Xie Yaochen. This Qin Yun Taoist really knows his stuff. No sooner had he exclaimed than he sensed something amiss. He looked up and found Zhao Yi awake at some point staring at him intently. Xie Yaochen smiled, instinctively raised his head, and kissed him on the chin. Awake. Did you sleep well? Zhao Yi paused at the kiss, his expression turning somewhat subtle. He raised his hand to touch the spot where he had been kissed, feeling the unfamiliar sensation. His gaze suddenly turned strange, slowly moving downward and fixing on Xie Yaochen's lips. Xie Yaochen sensed what was coming, and just as the other man leaned in, he raised his hand in time to block between them. What do you think you're doing? Zhao Yi, slipping into his role as quickly as ever, irritatedly pushed his hand away. This prince is your man. Is it wrong to be affectionate with you? Xie Yaochen laughed helplessly and said, let's talk after we get up. Zhao Yi ignored him. He turned over and kissed him. After the kiss, Zhao Yi's face darkened, his expression black as water. He pinched Xie Yaochen's chin and demanded, who have you kissed before? How are you so skilled? Xie Yaochen. 001 burst into uncontrollable laughter, sounding like a thunderous roar. Xie Yaochen choked, then forced an explanation. I'm naturally gifted. What else could he say? That he had practiced with you in a past life. Zhao Yi was skeptical. Xie Yaochen acted like a dead fish, saying, this place is so small, who could I have kissed? If you don't believe me, have someone investigate. Only then did the man's gloomy face ease. He lowered his head again, greedily sucking on his lips. How could there be such a wonderful thing in this world? He had never done such a thing with anyone before. Looking at the candidates for the imperial consort, the thought of sharing a bed and entangling lips with them made him feel a wave of disgust. However, it was quite miraculous. With Xie Yaochen, he felt no repulsion at all. Instead, he found the experience utterly delightful. After kissing for a while longer, Fu Bao wandered outside several times, fearing that His Highness might be hungry and unsure whether to knock on the door. Only then did he finally release the person beneath him with satisfaction. Did you just say you want to do it again after getting up? Xie Yaochen. Did I really say that? Seeing Zhao Yi's wolf-like fervent gaze, he felt a tinge of regret in his heart. He already knew how uncontrolled this guy could be from his past life. Seeing Zhao Yi's current state even more excessive than before, he couldn't help but think that at this rate, wouldn't he end up making him pregnant in no time? 001. Wake up, host, you don't have that function. The two got out of bed, and only then did Fu Bao bring someone in to serve them. Seeing the crown prince's radiant expression completely unlike his usual gloomy demeanor, Fu Bao couldn't help but smile widely. He personally presented Xie Yaochen with the freshly delivered new clothes, saying, Your Highness, do you find these clothes satisfactory? Xie Yaochen glanced at them. The fabric was luxurious, the craftsmanship exquisite, yet not overly ostentatious, which was exactly to his liking. He nodded, very good. With the affirmation, Fu Bao's smile grew even brighter. Suddenly, Xie Yaochen turned to Zhao Yi and asked, Does your father agree to let you marry a male imperial consort, especially considering his lowly and ordinary status? Zhao Yi looked at him oddly, saying, Why do you need your father's agreement? As long as I agree, that should be enough. Xie Yaochen was left speechless. This was no ordinary boldness. He was just a crown prince, and he didn't even care about his father. After having lunch with Zhao Yi, Xie Yaochen suddenly recalled the main characters he had neglected and smiled, asking Zhao Yi, Do you want to go hunting in the mountains? 001. Host, what are you planning? Xie Yaochen. To send some warmth to the main character's attack. Zhao Yi was indifferent and replied, Then let's go. Half an hour later, a group of people ascended the mountain. Given Zhao Yi's esteemed identity, there could be no slip-ups. Jingfeng prepared thoroughly and brought quite a few people. With so many people, it wasn't long before they discovered a cave that had clearly been used recently. Inside, there were leftover medicinal dregs, blood-stained bandages, and a pile of embers from a fire, indicating that someone had just left. Jingfeng immediately became vigilant, ordering people to search the area. 001A. Isn't this the cave where the main character's attack stayed? Why did he run upon hearing the commotion? If he meets the crown prince, won't he be able to go home? 001 had a hunch that the host knew what was going on. Xie Yaochen chuckled softly, Go home. More like on the road. Xie Yaochen. Last night on my way here, I inquired with the guard brother and heard no news of the Wu Wang's heir being attacked, injured, or missing in recent days. However, the crown prince was attacked when leaving the capital, and the assailant escaped heavily injured, whereabouts unknown. Thus, he quickly pieced together the situation. How coincidental was it that the main character's attack, Zhao Min, was injured? Moreover, the Wu Wang's heir was severely injured and missing, and the Wu Wang's household didn't dare to release any information or search extensively. Wasn't that a sign of guilt? So what ambush? He was more like the assassin himself. Upon hearing Zhao Yi and his group approaching the mountain, he naturally had to flee quickly. If he delayed, he might lose his life. 001. So this is the warmth you sent, host? Xie Yaochen. Yes. I hope he has a strong life and doesn't die outside from such a minor setback, otherwise what will I do later? He wondered why the protagonist in the original plot who was doing fine would take such risks to harm the crown prince. If the main character's attack was instigating, everything would make sense. What luck it was to stumble upon the imperial throne. There were plenty of royal offspring, so why was it that Zhao Min ended up on the throne? At this moment, on the other side of the mountain, Lu Shu was drenched in sweat, supporting a handsome young man. Suddenly Zhao Min's legs went weak, and Lu Shu, being weak, couldn't hold him up, and they both fell to the ground. Zhao Min clutched his chest, and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Shu panicked, asking, "Brother Zhao, are you alright?" Zhao Min's face was ashen. The poison has taken effect. Lu Shu was immediately distressed to the point of tears. Zhao Min's injury shouldn't have been that severe, but the wound was poison which he could have dealt with if only he had the right herbs. Last night when he asked his second brother for help, his brother had even said such harsh words. He gently supported the man, saying, "Why don't we take a break first? Your condition is too dire, continuing to rush may worsen it." Zhao Min's eyes darkened as he shook his head. "No, we must keep moving. We can't let those people find us." Lu Shu hesitated. "Brother Zhao, who are the people behind us? Why do we need to hide?" Zhao Min smiled bitterly. "There's a village nearby that you should know of. The people behind us are from that village, and are also the ones who wounded me, so we must not let them discover us." Lu Shu exclaimed, "That's outrageous. They did this to you, trying to take your life. Is there no law? Can't we report this to the authorities?" Seeing Lu Shu's concern for him, even at this moment, Zhao Min's heart softened unexpectedly. How could there be such kind and beautiful people in this world? How fortunate he was to have met him. He shook his head at Lu Shu, saying, "The owner of that village has deep connections with the authorities. If we go, we would be walking straight into a trap." The two had no choice but to keep running. Fortunately, the pursuers really didn't catch up. However, once they reached a safe place, Zhao Min fainted, worsening his injuries with only a breath left. The hunt in the mountains didn't yield much prey, but Xie Yaochen was in a good mood. He told Zhao Yi, "I need to go." Zhao Yi immediately expressed dissatisfaction. "Going back again?" Xie Yaochen leaned in to kiss him. "I have something to take care of. He'll be back tonight. I won't let you sleep alone." Only then did Zhao Yi reluctantly let him go. He wasn't usually so easygoing, but after having kissed Xie Yaochen several times today, he was in a good mood. As soon as Xie Yaochen returned to the village, he attracted attention. "Isn't that Xie Heir? Why are you back? Didn't your father say you went to work at the nobleman's village? Wow, I almost didn't recognize you. Is this really Xie Heir? Tisk, those clothes look even better than what the young master of Lu Laoi in town wears. The nobles at the village are really generous." Xie Yaochen had been too lazy to change clothes when he returned. He was still wearing what Fu Bao had prepared for him earlier. Although he tried to keep a low profile, it was still significantly different from what ordinary villagers wore. Plus, he naturally had a good temperament, which made him seem like a completely different person from the usual Xie Heir, almost like a noble young man who had wandered into this place. If it weren't for the familiar face, the villagers wouldn't have dared to recognize him. A group of people curiously surrounded him, filled with envious remarks, asking what he had done for the nobles at the village, and some even inquired whether their sons could also go work there. Xie Yaochen felt that it wasn't possible. On the crown prince's bed, having him alone was enough. Xie Yaochen had been delayed on the road for quite a while. When he finally returned home, the first person he saw was Xie Yunlai. She sprang up from her stool, in surprise. "Second brother, weren't you supposed to be at the estate? Why are you back?" Xie Yaochen stepped through the doorway and patted her head. "His Grace is merciful and allows me to return frequently." "That's wonderful." Xie Yunlai was overjoyed. "I thought I wouldn't get to see you often anymore." As she spoke, she winked at a young girl in the courtyard. The girl had been staring at Xie Yaochen, her gaze entranced. Caught off guard, her face flushed with embarrassment. Besides Xie Yunlai, there were two other people in the Xie family courtyard, a young man and a young woman. Xie Yaochen recognized them. The man was Lu Wei and the woman was Lu Yuanyang's siblings and the children of He Danyang from the head of the village. Lu Wei had been betrothed to Xie Yunlai since childhood, and if nothing went awry, they would marry in a couple of years. Lu Yuanyang, meanwhile, had harbored feelings for the original Xie Yaochen, and both families had been inclined to match them. Xie Yaochen paid little attention to Lu Yuanyang, but he did cast a longer look at Lu Wei. Lu Wei was also a scholar studying at the same academy as Xie Xiqing. He Danyang had been widowed early and was in poor financial straits, out relying on her own embroidery and her daughters. She could barely afford Lu Wei's education. But because of the childhood betrothal, Father Xie and Mother Xie thought of Lu Wei as their future son-in-law. If he succeeded, their daughter would prosper, so they had supported him generously, covering most of his expenses in recent years. For that alone, Lu Wei could never be too good to Xie Yunlai. But if his memory served, this fellow, though he looked decent and cultivated an air of righteousness, was actually infatuated with the protagonist's love interest. In the original story, he was the devoted male supporting character for the protagonist's beloved. When the Xie family was wiped out, he betrayed them without hesitation. Later, through his connection to the protagonist's lover, he soared to greatness, reaching the pinnacle of officialdom. At this thought, Xie Yaochen let out a cold laugh, inwardly his gaze toward Lu Wei turning icy. Lu Wei's heart tightened, and he asked politely, "Second brother, is there something wrong with me?" "No." Xie Yaochen smiled faintly, and asked Xie Yunlai where the rest of the family had gone. "Father, mother, eldest brother, and sister-in-law went to Uncle Yang's again. I heard they've hired another doctor for him. Third brother went to town to see the young master of the Lu family, and fourth brother went out to borrow books from someone." Since Xie Yaochen was back, Lu Yuanyang felt too embarrassed to stay, and hastily took her leave, the siblings departing together. Only then did Xie Yaochen ask his younger sister what did they come for. Lu Wei came to see third brother. As for Yuanyang, you know her intentions. She heard you were going to work at the estate, and worried she wouldn't see you anymore, so she came to ask me. She covered her mouth with a giggle. Second brother, father and mother say you're already 18, not young anymore. I think they mean to settle the matter between you and Yuanyang at the right time. Xie Yaochen's heart jolted at these words. That absolutely wouldn't do. If he dared to marry Zhao, he would directly kill him, and then go on a bloody rampage. He immediately said to his sister, "I have no feelings for Yuanyang. You'd better not talk like that anymore, or it will ruin the girl's reputation and make it hard for her to marry in the future." After all, the original Xie Yaochen had never liked Lu Yuanyang and never responded to her. Later, when the parents returned, Xie Yaochen immediately brought up the subject. This was no small matter. If any misunderstanding arose and reached Zhao Yi's ears, the crown prince would truly lose his mind. Hearing that he was unwilling to marry Lu Yuanyang, father Xie and mother Xie grew worried. "If you don't like Yuanyang, then who do you like? You're already 18, you ought to marry. You must choose someone. Oh, there's no rush. His Grace will not treat me poorly. Rest assured your son will eventually be able to marry. Whether he would be the bridegroom or the bride, however, and who the other party would be, well, that was another matter." The Xie family was delighted, assuming His Grace was arranging a match for him. Any maidservant from the noble's household would be far better than a village girl. Fearing the crown prince might have another outburst, Xie Yaochen didn't linger at home. Before leaving, he went to see Xie Yaochen. The academy had let out for a break, so Xie Yaochen would be at home for some time. Xie Yaochen took out the jade pendant and handed it to him. "Keep this somewhere safe. The family knows about it, but don't show it to anyone else. If someone asks to borrow it, refuse no matter who, even if it's someone in the family." Xie Yaochen was startled, but obediently took the pendant. His sharp mind grasped the key point without needing much explanation. "Is this thing important?" "Very important. Very important." Xie Yaochen didn't hide it from him. "It concerns your origins." Xie Yaochen was shocked. Seeing that his reaction wasn't too violent, Xie Yaochen understood. "You already knew." Xie Yaochen gave him a long, dark look. "I only suspected, but with you saying it now, I am indeed not father and mother's biological child." Xie Yaochen patted his shoulder. "What does it matter if you're biological or not? Aren't they still your family? Don't be too curious about your origins for now. Let me find out more before I tell you." He had no intention of letting Xie Yaochen return to the royal family just yet. How had a perfectly legitimate prince ended up cast out here? There were too many questions. Without a clear picture, returning rashly would only invite unseen dangers. Xie Yaochen trusted him and nodded obediently, not pressing further. Xie Yaochen rather liked this younger brother. Though young, he was probably the most reliable person in the family. So he continued him going back to the estate. "I won't be coming home every day from now on. I have 2 matters to entrust to you. Go ahead, second brother. First, keep an eye on things at home. Send word to me immediately if anything unusual happens. Pay special attention to Lu Shu. Note any abnormality about him. Second, watch over our little sister. Don't let her spend too much time with that Lu Wei, and never let him bully her." If anyone else had been given such instructions, one to be wary of a family member, the other to guard against the sister's betrothed, they'd have felt Xie Yaochen's forehead and pressed him for explanations. But Xie Yaochen merely looked surprised, pondered for a moment, and then agreed. Fearing the crown prince might lose his mind again, Xie Yaochen didn't linger. As soon as Head said his piece, when he returned to the estate, dusk was falling. The moment he stepped through the gate, he sensed something was off. Guests. Fu Bao came out to receive him in person. "Yes, one is the heir of Prince Wu, and the other claims to be your third younger brother." Xie Yaochen's eyes narrowed sharply. "What are they doing here?" "His Grace waited long for your return and went out for a stroll. He first recognized the heir, and then the other introduced himself as your younger brother, so he brought them back. And that third young master of yours is truly remarkable." Fu Bao exclaimed excitedly. Earlier His Grace was suffering from a headache, but this young master cured it with just a sachet. Now with that sachet, His Grace's head is completely at ease. What's more, he said he can expel the remaining poison from His Grace's body. A flicker of coldness passed through Xie Yaochen's eyes. How dare someone try to rob him? He let out a scoff, non-committal, and strode toward the front hall. At this time in the front hall, Zhao Yi sat casually fiddling with the sachet and occasionally bringing it to his nose to sniff. His gaze was deep and unfathomable, no one knew what he was thinking. Below knelt two people, Lu Shu and Zhao Min. Lu Shu couldn't help but secretly lift his head, gazing with a hint of astonishment at the person seated above. Just now, when Zhao Min knelt to pay his respects, he realized that the owner of this estate was none other than the crown prince of the current dynasty. So his second brother was working for such an exalted person. He suppressed his nervousness and spoke again very confidently. Your Highness, I wasn't boasting just now. The poison in your body, I truly can cure it. Zhao Yi was noncommittal. He lifted his eyes, but his gaze fell on Zhao Min. Zhao Min was drenched in blood, his face as pale as paper. Having knelt for two long, large beads of sweat slid down his forehead. He was well aware of the terror of the crown prince seated above, so he dared not relax even a bit. His whole body was taut, and even when he reached his limit, he dared not faint. Min, you were fine. How did you end up here and injured like this? Zhao Yi's tone was very gentle, yet contrary to that it was as if he hadn't seen Zhao Min's dishevelment at all. He showed no intention of telling him to rise. Zhao Min swayed and replied, I was originally going to Yangzhou to visit my maternal grandfather. Unexpectedly, just 2 days out of the capital, I encountered assassins. In the chaos, I got separated from my guards and fled into the mountains. Unfortunately, I had bad luck and ran into a wild beast. Fortunately, I met Dr. Liu. With a healer's heart, seeing my severe injuries, he first stopped my bleeding, then brought me down the mountain, and then we encountered your highness. Zhao Yi suddenly let out a laugh, a fierce look appearing between his brows. These assassins are truly audacious. First they come to assassinate me, then they go to assassinate you. In broad daylight, repeatedly striking at the royal family. The person behind this is simply courting death. Min, don't you think so? Zhao Min's heart tightened, and he quickly put on a shocked and angry expression. Your Highness also encountered an assassination. The person behind this is truly reckless. We must report to His Majesty and have them severely investigated. Zhao Yi stared at him and smiled. Don't worry, I will. They'll make him regret being born into this world. Zhao Min felt a chill in his heart and dared not meet his gaze. Xie Yaochen had arrived long before, but he stood at the door not entering. Zhao Yi looked up and caught a glimpse of the half-hidden shadow outside the door, and the smile at the corner of his lips became genuine. After another glance at the two kneeling below, he ordered, someone take the heir and Dr. Liu away and see to their proper lodging. After the two main characters had left, Xie Yaochen finally entered. As soon as Zhao Yi saw him, he pulled him into his arms and first took a deep inhale. Why are you back only now? I was fast enough. Xie Yaochen lifted his head from where it was buried in Zhao Yi's neck. What are you keeping them for? Are you really going to let him treat you? Zhao Yi looked at his half-smiling face, reached out, and touched it. Is the crown princess displeased? Isn't that your younger brother? Why do you seem to dislike him? Xie Yaochen snorted. Aren't those people in your family also your brothers? How come you stabbed them whenever you wanted? After saying that, he clearly expressed his intent. He'll find a way to deal with the poison in your body. Don't let him treat you. Zhao Yi was somewhat surprised. Then he touched Xie Yaochen's face and said cheerfully, all right. He rarely added an explanation. I never intended to let him treat me in the first place. Really? Xie Yaochen expressed doubt. Then why are you keeping them? And you even accepted his gift. He picked up the sachet from the side and pinched it with disdain. Those two are treating me like a fool. Zhao Yi smiled handsomely, but his tone was chilling. I've been bored at this estate. Since entertainment offers itself, how could I refuse? A flicker passed through Xie Yaochen's eyes. What do you want to do? Nothing. Zhao Yi hugged him and said amiably. He was hurt by a beast, wasn't he? Then let him recover well here. I have no shortage of medicines for internal and external injuries. He can leave once he's fully healed. Xie Yaochen. Was Zhao Yi already aware that Zhao Min was the assassin? So whether Zhao Min was injured by a beast or poisoned, he probably knew everything. It was clearly poisoning, but treating it as internal and external injuries. Wouldn't that kill Zhao Min? Zhao Min could confess himself, but would he dare? What a brilliant counterscheme. 001. Host, you finally admit that your husband is very cunning. Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen, a slip of the tongue. He quickly changed the subject. You can keep them as long as you want. But since you know he's my third brother, send a message to my family so that my parents won't worry about him not returning for so long. Zhao Yi had someone handle it. Then he asked with concern, Fu Bao said you had a headache when you went out. What happened? Does it still hurt? It only hurts occasionally. Zhao Yi said nonchalantly, then touched his face. When you're by my side, I don't feel the pain. 001. He often has headaches. This is also a side effect of the poison. Xie Yaochen suddenly felt both pity and a sense of guilt. He had been by his side for 2 days yet hadn't noticed. I will cure you. He kissed Zhao Yi and said. A slight shadow passed over Zhao Yi's eyes. This person before him seemed to know many things about him, such as his poisoning, and that Zhao Min was the assassin who tried to kill him. Even Fu Bao, who attended him closely, might not know these things, and he had never spoken of them. Yet he looked at Xie Yaochen and asked nothing. He only said with a smile, "All right." Xie Yaochen picked up the sachet and sniffed it. Without even opening it, he identified the medicinal herbs inside. This sachet can only alleviate your symptoms, not cure them. Moreover, using it several times carries the risk of addiction. He'll prepare another one for you. Throw this away. Zhao Yi, so you want to throw it away just because it's not good? Xie Yaochen, what else? Zhao Yi looked at him. I thought the crown princess was jealous. Xie Yaochen was taken aback. No answer was needed. His instinctive reaction was exactly the answer Zhao Yi wanted. A sudden, inexplicable joy welled up in his heart. He reached out and pulled Xie Yaochen, who had retreated a little, back into his arms. He lowered his head to bite his lips, bite his neck, and tore his clothes into disarray, yet it still didn't feel enough. So he raised his hand and pulled off Xie Yaochen's belt. Xie Yaochen jerked in surprise and quickly grabbed his hand. Wait! Zhao Yi looked up with displeasure, his face seemingly written with the words unsatisfied desire. Xie Yaochen, this is the living room. Do you want others to see? Zhao Yi swept a glance toward the doorway and frowned slightly. He himself was indifferent to such matters, but the mere thought of Xie Yaochen's body being seen by others stirred a murderous impulse within him. Not here, he murmured, kissing Xie Yaochen's lips before pulling his garments back into order. Let's return. As for what they intended to do upon returning to the chamber, Xie Yaochen guessed Zhao Yi's intentions, but felt neither the urge to resist nor refuse. In truth, he himself had been yearning for intimacy, and when it came to Zhao Yi, he could neither bear nor bring himself to decline. Thus the evening meal was postponed repeatedly. The kitchen staff dared not slacken in the slightest, sending someone every now and then to ask Fu Bao, will His Highness be summoning the meal now? Fu Bao crept stealthily to the door, listened to the sounds within, then turned back with a beaming face. It will still be a while longer. At the same time, he ordered hot water to be kept ready at all times. Fu Bao had said to wait a little longer, and that wait stretched on for more than 2 shurchen. Xie Yaochen had been through a life-and-death ordeal and was almost completely drained, yet to his dismay the man above him remained vigorous and showed no sign of ceasing. Seeing that Zhao Yi intended to continue, he hastily refused. Enough. Zhao Yi looked up with displeasure. A man who had touched delight but failed to fully satisfy himself, his gaze turning rather fearsome. Not enough. Xie Yaochen. Then just one last time. Zhao Yi was somewhat dissatisfied with the answer of one, but gazing at the sweat-soaked person beneath him, he felt a pang of tenderness, and thus understood the need to yield. He lowered his head to nibble at his lips. Then you have to call me husband. When it was over, Xie Yaochen was too weary even to eat and fell into a dead sleep. The original bed was no longer usable, so Zhao Yi lifted him and carried him to the adjoining chamber. All the while Fu Bao and the others held their breath with heads bowed, not daring to glance upward even once. But catching the rare tenderness on His Highness's face as he set the man down, Fu Bao thought that their eastern palace might indeed be gaining a male crown princess. Xie Yaochen's recovery was fairly swift. His entire body ached when he awoke the next morning, but by the afternoon, he could move freely. Seeing this, Zhao Yi's eyes suddenly grew dark. He locked his arms around Xie Yaochen's waist from behind and lowered his head to lightly bite his earlobe. Crown Princess, are you well? Xie Yaochen. The voice of 001 rang out with gleeful schadenfreude. Your husband has been celibate for 26 years. Do you really think he'll be satisfied so easily? Host, your good days are still ahead. That statement was absolutely true. A man who had held back for so many years and then suddenly tasted pleasure was by no means easy to handle. Over the next few days, the two of them lived in a daze of passion, barely seeing the sun outside. One afternoon, just as Xie Yaochen had awakened, he heard Fu Bao knocking softly at the door. The arm around his waist tightened, and the voice of the man behind him was slightly hoarse, tinged with satiety. What is it? It's that physician surnamed Lu who claims to be the crown princess's younger brother. He says he wishes to see the crown princess. Though Xie Yaochen had yet to receive any formal title, Zhao Yi's people had grown quite adept at calling him crown princess. Lu Shu. Xie Yaochen spoke lazily. Did he say what he wants from me? He didn't say, but he looked rather anxious. Anxious. Xie Yaochen gave it a moment's thought and understood. He turned his head and asked Zhao Yi, how is the Prince Wu's heir these past 2 days? Zhao Yi leaned down to kiss him again, replying nonchalantly, he won't die for now. Hearing this assessment, Xie Yaochen knew that Zhao Min's condition could not be good, which explained Lu Shu's urgency. This third younger brother of his never came to him for anything good. No doubt he wanted help stealing the antidote. I won't see him, Xie Yaochen said directly to Fu Bao outside. Tell him I'm very sleepy and have no time. Lu Shu waited for a long time outside only to receive this reply, and his indignation flared. If Xie Yaochen had claimed to be busy, it might have been believable. After all, he was a servant. But at this moment, he was right inside the crown prince's courtyard. Did he have a bed to sleep in there? Lu Shu felt that Xie Yaochen was fobbing him off, that he was utterly indifferent to brotherly affection. Fuming, he turned and strode away. Xie Yaochen, whom Lu Shu had silently cursed for having no bed to sleep in, was at that moment lying in the Crown Prince's bed, nestled in the Crown Prince's arms, not yet risen. He stirred and sighed. "My waist hurts." Zhao Yi placed his hand over it and murmured, "Let your husband rub it for you." That self-address made Xie Yaochen's ears burn. Even though they had lived a lifetime as a married couple before, he still found himself blushing and flustered at this man's flirtations. As he rubbed, Zhao Yi's breathing grew heavier. Xie Yaochen promptly caught his hand. "Today I want to go out and get some fresh air." Zhao Yi suppressed his disappointment with some reluctance. But since he was in a bad mood and unwilling to torment Xie Yaochen, he naturally would vent his frustration on someone else. Thus an hour later, Zhao Min, who had been recuperating in his room, was summoned. Jingfeng relayed Zhao Yi's order. "His Highness the Crown Prince says he has heard the Prince Wu praise the heir's equestrian and archery skills, so today he wishes to see them in action." Zhao Min and Lu Shu both turned pale. Lu Shu's expression revealed barely concealed anxiety. Over the past few days, the people at the manor had only supplied them with medicines for internal and external injuries. There was not even a trace of the snow lotus needed to prepare the antidote, and they were forbidden from approaching the pharmacy. As long as the poison remained unresolved, Zhao Min's wounds could not heal. So the injuries had not yet closed. How could he possibly engage in strenuous activities like horseback riding and archery? Unable to restrain himself, Lu Shu spoke out. "Lord Jingfeng, the heir's injury. Is the heir's injury still not healed?" Jingfeng stroked the feather arrows in his hand. "I've heard from my subordinates that these past days the heir has been given the finest medicines. In principle, a minor wound like that should have healed quite well by now." Zhao Min hastily stopped Lu Shu. "Indeed, it's almost healed. If His Highness the Crown Prince wishes to witness my skills, it is my honor. I shall go at once." A quarter of an hour later, the two followed Jingfeng to Zhao Yi's presence. They stood in the manor's horse paddock. Zhao Yi sat with an air of studied nonchalance, exuding an overbearing dignity and oppressive presence. His outer robe was still draped casually over himself as before, but now it no longer exposed any part of his body, mainly because his crown princess had been displeased, apparently not liking others to see him. Moreover, today his chest bore many marks left by Xie Yaochen, which he also did not want others to glimpse. So today the crown prince was uncharacteristically neat in his attire. Lu Shu followed Zhao Min in paying respects. In a brief glance upward, his eyes widened in shock. He saw Xie Yaochen not only dressed in magnificent clothes, but also seated intimately close to the crown prince. Was his second brother not here to serve as a servant? Zhao Min also noticed Xie Yaochen and was astonished to see him sitting on equal footing with the crown prince, a shock that left him speechless. Who was this person, and where had he come from? Xie Yaochen noticed the gaze of the main character, but he chose to ignore it, continuing to complain to 001. Does the Wu Wang residence not have the funds to hire a proper assassin? Does the heir really need to come personally for an assassination? 001 replied. We also don't really understand what the main character is thinking. Let's get started. Zhao Yi called for someone, but didn't even spare a glance at Zhao Min, casually waving his hand. I've heard from Uncle Wu Wang that you possess the demeanor of the greatest warrior of the Great Zhou. Protecting and expanding the borders of the Great Zhou should be a piece of cake. Don't let me feel that the name doesn't match the reality. As he spoke, he was playing with Xie Yaochen's hand, squeezing and kneading it, thinking to have Fu Bao find 2 secret manuals for him later, as he still had 2 years to live, and this experience was far from enough. Zhao Min below was drenched in cold sweat from his words. What did the crown prince mean? Had the other party already sensed something? It seemed he must give it his all now. Meanwhile, Xie Yaochen was chatting with 001. When he looked up to see Zhao Min knocking an arrow and mounting a horse, then starting to go all out, tackling every difficult challenge he'd in. Xie Yaochen, what is he doing? Is he seeking death? 001, It seems he's overthinking and has been scared by your man. Xie Yaochen was speechless. This is a bit too timid. 001 was also somewhat speechless, but it was regarding their host. How many people could be courageous before this crown prince? Suddenly Zhao Min couldn't hold on any longer and fell directly from his horse. Amin. Lu Shu turned pale, rushing over without even noticing what he shouted. Xie Yaochen let out a dissatisfied tch and said to 001, why does it seem like he's being bullied by the villain like a pitiful little thing? 001. This seems to be a fact, right? Although the main character isn't exactly a good person. Seeing him fixate on Zhao Min, Zhao Yi suddenly felt displeased. Xie Yaochen's hand was pinched painfully, and when he turned to look, he saw Zhao Yi with a serious expression. He hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Zhao Yi, is he very good looking? Xie Yaochen then understood that His Highness the Crown Prince was feeling jealous. He held back a laugh and shook his head decisively. Not good looking. Zhao Yi was still unhappy. If he's not good looking, why did you stare at him for so long? I just heard he's your cousin, so I compared the two of you, that's why I looked a bit longer. What did you find in the comparison? In comparison, his build isn't as good as yours, his face isn't as handsome, his temperament is also inferior to yours, and just running a few laps and hitting a couple of targets isn't enough, which is a far cry from you. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I believe if you were to compete, you would definitely be much braver than him. Zhao Yi's expression brightened instantly, saying, "Unhumble, you have good taste." While speaking, Zhao Min was helped over. Zhao Yi immediately changed his expression, darkly stating, "Is the heir just being perfunctory? With such little ability, how dare you claim to be the greatest warrior of the great Zhou? Your Highness, please see clearly." Zhao Min hurriedly knelt down. The wound under his clothing had already opened, blood flowing profusely, yet he dared not show any sign of it. He gritted his teeth. "It's because my wound hasn't fully healed yet that it affected my performance. I dare not be perfunctory with your Highness." "The wound hasn't healed yet." Zhao Yi suddenly expressed concern. "With such a small injury, why hasn't it healed after so many days? What is this Dr. Lu doing? Why not let the imperial physician by my side take a look at you to avoid delaying your recovery?" Zhao Min immediately broke into a cold sweat. The poison in him was specially made for the Eastern Palace, only present on the arrows of Jingfeng. Wouldn't calling the imperial physician expose him? He quickly said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, your Highness, but Dr. Lu's medical skills are perfectly fine. It's just that I haven't been cooperating, and I've been too lazy to change the dressing these past few days, which has affected my recovery." "Is that so?" Zhao Yi actually didn't press the issue. "Then let him continue treating you." Zhao Min secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, Lu Shu supported him, worry and pity in his eyes, and the two exchanged glances hinting at an emerging affection. Xie Yaochen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that after spending every day together and tending to wounds and changing dressings, their relationship had progressed significantly. He set down the teacup in his hand and suddenly spoke. "I've heard that the heir and the heir princess have been married for many years and share a deep bond. Since the heir has been injured and hasn't returned for a long time, the heir princess must be very worried, right? Your Highness, why not grant a favor and bring the heir princess over to take good care of her husband?" Upon seeing Xie Yaochen, Zhao Yi, though unsure of his intentions, willingly agreed. "That sounds reasonable." He immediately ordered someone to take care of it. He didn't even ask how Xie Yaochen, someone from a farming background who might not even know the local county magistrate's name, would know about the matters of the Wu Wang heir and the heir princess far away in the capital. Just as Xie Yaochen hadn't planned to conceal anything. Below, Lu Shu's face instantly turned pale. The heir princess. Once he returned, he would be heartbroken and in tears. "I mean, you've already gotten married." Seeing him like this, Zhao Min felt extreme heartache, tightly embracing him. "I don't like her. Ooh, I only have you in my heart. Xiao Shu, don't worry, I will divorce her, and I want you to stand by my side openly." After a sweet exchange, Lu Shu's anxiety dissipated, and he remembered Zhao Min's cracked wound, hastily changing his dressing for him. "We can't go on like this, we must quickly detoxify you," Lu Shu said worriedly. "Although I've temporarily suppressed your poison, if it drags on, I will be powerless." Zhao Min also felt anxious and suddenly remembered something. "You said before that your second brother works in this." Hearing him mention this, Lu Shu's expression became somewhat complex. "Yes, you've seen him. He was just sitting beside His Highness the Crown Prince." Zhao Min was startled, recalling the person who was stunning at first glance and received special attention from the Crown Prince. "That person is actually your second brother." "Yes, I don't know what relationship he has with His Highness the Crown Prince." Thinking of Xie Yaochen's closeness to the Crown Prince, Lu Shu suddenly felt envious. His second brother with such a lowly background could actually catch the eye of the Crown Prince. For a moment he felt disdain and disgust. Had his second brother become a plaything for the Crown Prince? That was too shameless. But all that could be set aside for now. He needed Xie Yaochen's help. Fu Bao came to report that Lu Shu wanted to see Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen then said, "I'll go out for a bit." Outside, Lu Shu, who had been waiting anxiously, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xie Yaochen come out. "Second brother." Xie Yaochen walked over. "What's the matter?" Lu Shu cautiously glanced at the guards on either side of the door, pulling him a little further away before anxiously whispering, "Second brother, I need you to help me with something. Again, stealing medicine for you. For the heir of Prince Wu." Xie Yaochen's gaze pierced through him, as if it could see into his soul. Lu Shu gritted his teeth, neither confirming nor denying, and pleaded, "I truly have no other choice, second brother. You must help me. I have already explained the consequences of this matter to you clearly last time." Xie Yaochen said coldly, "So for someone you barely know, you would disregard the lives of your own family?" Lu Shu's face paled, and he quickly defended himself. "No, it won't happen. If we're discovered, the heir will plead for you and ask the Crown Prince to overlook it. You and the family will be safe. If that's the case, why not just have Zhao Min directly beg the Crown Prince? Why drag me into stealing?" Lu Shu was left speechless. Xie Yaochen looked at him, growing more disappointed with each passing moment. "You've been here for days. Have you sent word home to let our parents know not to worry?" Lu Shu froze, then stammered, "Too forgot." Xie Yaochen shook his head and turned to leave without another word. "Second brother." Lu Shu grabbed him in desperation, blurting out recklessly, "You have to help me, or he'll tell everyone that you're the Crown Prince's catamite. You're so shameless. Once the villagers find out, they'll despise you." Xie Yaochen was stunned. He turned back, meeting Lu Shu's evasive gaze, but the latter clenched his teeth and did not back down. "I have truly underestimated you." Xie Yaochen let out a cold laugh, disgustedly shaking off his hand. "Go ahead and try telling them. But I can hardly believe such words came from your mouth. If we're talking about shamelessness, how could I ever compare to you? The Crown Prince, after all, is unmarried. What harm is there in my being with him? As for your heir, he has a consort, he has children. And yet you at this moment seem to have forgotten the very meaning of shame. You might claim you didn't know before, but you know now, don't you? Do you have any intention of leaving him?" Lu Shu's face turned an ugly shade of pale and green. He clenched his fists, then suddenly lifted his head with determination. "So what if he's married? He doesn't love his consort at all. He's miserable with her. Their union is nothing but a mistake. Amin said that he and I are fated. He will go back and divorce his consort." A heavy silence fell over the scene. At that moment, both Xie Yaochen and 001 were utterly stunned. Xie Yaochen could hardly believe his ears. How can he say such shameless things with such conviction? 001 said, "My ears are polluted. I need to run a virus scan." Just then Fu Bao emerged, beaming as he approached Xie Yaochen, and said respectfully, "Crown Princess, His Highness is looking for you. He says the sun is harsh, and bids you come inside." Lu Shu, still lost in his own emotions, was startled by the address. "Fu Gonggong, what did you call him?" "Crown Princess." Fu Bao stated matter-of-factly, "His Highness has submitted a memorial, and His Majesty has already approved it. Once His Highness finishes his recuperation here, he will take the Crown Princess back for the grand wedding." "What physician, Lu, did you not know?" Lu Shu felt as if struck by lightning, utterly incredulous. He stammered, How is that possible?" "Physician Lu." Fu Bao interrupted him with displeasure. "You are the Crown Prince's own brother. Shouldn't you offer words of blessing instead?" "His Majesty has already replied. Barring any mishap, the Ministry of Rites has begun preparing the wedding ceremony for His Highness and the Crown Princess. Why would it be impossible?" Fu Bao was not lying. The moment Zhao Yi met Xie Yaochen, he had sent a dispatch to the capital. Within 2 days, the Emperor's reply arrived. What surprised even Xie Yaochen was that the Emperor, far from being furious, had personally suppressed all opposition in the court. He was merely curious about Xie Yaochen and hoped Zhao Yi would bring him back as soon as possible, wanting to see what kind of person could capture his son's heart at first sight. Xie Yaochen followed Fu Bao inside. Lu Shu stood frozen, his mind blank, unable to recover for a long time. As soon as Xie Yaochen entered, Zhao Yi complained with displeasure, "Why were you gone so long? Instead of wasting time on inconsequential people, you should spend more time with your husband." With practiced ease, he pulled Xie Yaochen into his arms. Xie Yaochen smiled. "I was only gone for a quarter of an hour." He glanced at the sachet hanging from Zhao Yi's waist, and his mood lifted. He had personally blended the herbs for Zhao Yi. It not only alleviated headaches, but also aided sleep. Originally, he had intended to entrust the formula to the imperial physician attending Zhao Yi, but Zhao Yi was unsatisfied and insisted that Xie Yaochen personally prepare over a dozen sachets, each a different pattern, to be worn one each day. "By the way, I've found a way to deal with the residual poison in your body," he said suddenly. The poison within Zhao Yi was indeed stubborn, but having traversed several minor worlds, Xie Yaochen was not daunted. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Xie Yaochen immediately called for brush and paper and wrote out a prescription on the spot. "Take this medicine for 2 months, as I've prescribed. If all goes well, the poison in your body will be completely expelled. Then you will no longer suffer as you do now. You will be as healthy as any ordinary person, and you will live." Thinking of all that Zhao Yi had endured over the years, Xie Yaochen's heart ached. He caressed his lover's face, his gentle voice carrying the weight of a promise. Zhao Yi took the prescription, his eyes dark and unreadable. Good health. A long life. These were things he had long stopped daring to hope for. Could they truly come true? Seeing his flat reaction, Xie Yaochen grew a little displeased. He turned Zhao Yi's handsome face toward him. "Don't you believe me?" Zhao Yi stared at him, then suddenly smiled, grasping his hand. "No, I do." He immediately gave orders from today onward. He would stop taking the imperial physician's medicine and follow Xie Yaochen's prescription instead. Zhao Yi was always attended by 2 imperial physicians, one surnamed Li, the other Feng. Both were among the finest in the Imperial Academy of Medicine and had been responsible for Zhao Yi's health for years. Physicians Li and Feng were selecting herbs when they heard the news, and both were stunned. "Let Xie Yaochen treat him. Has the Crown Prince gone mad, or have we?" Both physicians were furious. Physician Li resented someone else stealing his role, while Physician Feng was angry at the Crown Prince's recklessness. But Physician Li, being deep and cautious even though he was furious, had no intention of charging in himself. He immediately goaded Physician Feng. "This Xie Yaochen, I know him. He's a peasant's son who bewitched his highness with his face. Where does he get the audacity to boast he can cure the crown prince's poison? If we let him proceed and something goes wrong, the emperor's wrath is the least of our worries. The crown prince's health is paramount. Brother Feng, we cannot let him act recklessly." Physician Feng, incited to rage, hastily closed his medical case. "I will go see his highness immediately." As soon as he saw Zhao Yi, Imperial Physician Feng said anxiously, "Your highness, how can you trifle with your own life? The poison in your body is extremely dangerous. Even the slightest mistake in medication could stimulate the residual poison to spread. The current prescription was determined by me and the entire Imperial Academy of Medicine after deliberating for over half a month before we dared to finalize it. How could you just discard it arbitrarily? And yet you want to use that prescription from this so-called Master Xie." He pointed fiercely at Xie Yaochen and demanded, "May I ask, Master Xie, under whom did you study?" Xie Yaochen said, "No one." Then, seeing that Master Xie is so young yet you dare to treat the crown prince, have you achieved anything noteworthy? For instance, have you cured any incurable diseases that others couldn't? Xie Yaochen thought about the original owner's simple 18 years of life and found nothing praiseworthy. Achievements. He struggled to think. "I'm a good hand at farming, and I once defeated the strongest Uncle Lu in Taoshi village. Does that count?" Zhao Yi. Imperial Physician Feng. Imperial Physician Feng's vision went dark and he nearly fainted. Zhao Yi turned his head, looked at his crown prince's innocent eyes, and silently raised a hand to cover his mouth. "Stop talking." Imperial Physician Feng had cared for him for many years. He still had some affection for him and didn't want to anger the old man to death. Xie Yaochen lowered his hand and said, "Ahem, just a joke." Imperial Physician Feng panted heavily. "Your Highness, think twice. My mind is made up. That's final." Zhao Yi waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. Seeing that the crown prince's patience was running thin, Fu Bao quickly stepped forward and led Imperial Physician. Watching Imperial Physician Feng being dragged away while still raging with anger, Xie Yaochen felt he should at least go and explain so as not to truly anger him, since this old Imperial Physician truly seemed to care about Zhao Yi. He stood up and said, "He'll step out for a moment." Xie Yaochen caught up with the man. "Imperial Physician Feng, I know you care about His Highness' life, but at least take a look at the prescription I wrote first, okay?" Imperial Physician Feng's gaze at that moment was no different from looking at a seductive concubine. He shook his sleeves and said angrily, "What is there to see? It's nothing but..." His words abruptly stopped, because Xie Yaochen had directly handed the prescription to him. Imperial Physician Feng was first stunned by the beautiful handwriting, and then saw that the very first ingredient on the prescription was exactly the medicinal herb he had always wanted to use, but dared not. Because of this herb, Imperial Physician Feng frowned, sensing that things might not be simple, and immediately continued reading. As he read on, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Because contrary to what he had thought, Xie Yaochen's prescription was not some fabricated folk remedy, but was completely feasible. Most of the ideas actually closely resembled the current prescription of the Imperial Academy of Medicine, showing that Xie Yaochen was not messing around. However, there were several medicinal herbs that he didn't understand. Could they be added to this prescription? Realizing that Xie Yaochen was not a useless fool, Imperial Physician Feng immediately humbly asked for. Xie Yaochen also did not hide his knowledge. Whatever Imperial Physician Feng asked about the function of a certain herb, why it was added at this stage, he would explain in detail. Imperial Physician Feng listened, occasionally exclaiming, "Oh, so that's it, and what? It can be done like this." In the end, he was completely convinced. "I was narrow-minded. With your method, perhaps we can truly eliminate the poison from His Highness' body." But he no longer believed Xie Yaochen's previous nonsense and immediately pressed, "You must have a master. Quick, tell me who. Is it that old man, medical immortal? Or that divine physician who retired into seclusion 20 years ago?" Xie Yaochen said helplessly, "Really, I don't." All of this he had learned in previous small worlds. Over such a long time, anyone with a brain could have achieved something, let alone someone as intelligent as him. He didn't know he had inadvertently shown off, and Imperial Physician Feng's expression instantly became complicated. After a long pause, the old man said reservedly, "Then would you be willing to take on an older disciple?" 001. Host, you are so popular with old men. Xie Yaochen. He had heard of appeal to women, but what on earth was appeal to old men? Imperial Physician Feng reminded him of Grandpa, who from his previous life. He certainly hadn't agreed to Grandpa Hu's request, but this time. Medical skills, if learned, but not applied, what meaning would they have? If he spread the medical knowledge he possessed, it could save many people. So after a moment's thought, he agreed. Imperial Physician Feng was overjoyed. When he returned to his courtyard, his face still wore a smile. Imperial Physician Li was leisurely drinking tea and asked when he saw him, "How did it go? Did His Highness rescind his order?" "No, Imperial Physician Feng replied, absent-mindedly thinking about how Xie Yaochen said he would spare 2 hours every day to teach him. It's still going to be Master Xie treating him. What? You didn't persuade His Highness. Imperial Physician Li was alarmed and quickly stood up. That Xie Yaochen probably can't even recognize a few characters. How can you really let him do it? Imperial Physician Feng was displeased. Li Shui, why are you slandering people? Illiterate. My master's flying white calligraphy is superb. Don't talk nonsense if you haven't seen it. Besides, his medical skills are truly outstanding. No wonder His Highness trusts him. His Highness has discerning eyes. Imperial Physician Li was stunned. What did you call him? Imperial Physician Feng beamed with joy. You heard right. I have already taken him as my master. I was such a jerk just now, but my master didn't even hold it against me. He didn't mind my age and was willing to take me as his disciple. My master's magnanimity is truly vast. Having said that, Imperial Physician Feng happily went to organize his medical chest. The lessons would start tomorrow, so he had to be prepared. Imperial Physician Li. Madness, everyone has gone mad. Forget the Crown Prince, but how did Xie Yaochen manage to bewitch even an old codger like Feng Lian? Xie Yaochen returned and told Zhao Yi that he had convinced Imperial Physician Feng. Zhao Yi didn't ask how he did it, he pulled him into his arms and skillfully took a sniff. Xie Yaochen often felt as if he was being treated like a cat to be sniffed. Did you take the medicine? How do you feel? Zhao Yi, with his arm around his waist and his face relaxed in his neck, casually replied, Don't know. Haven't taken it yet. Huh. When I went out just now, didn't Fu Bao bring you the medicine? It's too bitter. Haven't touched it. I want the Crown Princess to feed me personally. Feeling the hot and ambiguous breath near his ear, Xie Yaochen thought that the method of feeding personally would not be so simple. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he politely declined, I'm afraid of bitter too. Zhao Yi laughed, kissed his ear, and said with indisputable authority, No, you're not. What could Xie Yaochen? He could only have another serving of medicine brought in, and then spent nearly 2/4 of an hour personally feeding the Crown Prince a whole bowl of medicine. Afterward, his mouth was so numb from the bitterness that he lost all sensation, but the Crown Prince was quite content. With the Crown Prince's company, next time the medicine can be even more bitter, it doesn't matter. Xie Yaochen was reminded and instantly became alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. This does have something to do with it. He pondered all that evening, trying to improve the taste without affecting the efficacy of the medicine. In the end, he truly surpassed himself. However, as the way rises, the demon rises higher. Zhao Yi said, You used to complain about bitterness, but now it's not bitter anymore. Xie Yaochen. Jingfeng cast him a sympathetic glance. Why didn't Master Xie realize that His Highness had been taking medicine for so many years? How could he possibly fear bitterness? No matter how the prescription was altered, the final result was always a kiss. Zhao Yi touched his cheek. Do you dislike my kissing you? That was not the case. Xie Yaochen's gaze was plaintive. It was just. Can you show some restraint? My lips are almost rubbed raw by you. Every day he had to face others with a mouth like this. It was truly embarrassing. When would this wretched creature ever break this vile habit? 001. He failed to break it in his entire previous life. Do you think he can change now? Xie Yaochen was left speechless. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi pondered his words for a moment, then turned and ordered Fu Bao, Go ask Physician Feng if there's a way to make the Crown Prince's lips less tender. He paused, then added slowly, Oh, not just the lips, other parts of the body as well. Xie Yaochen. Fu Bao suppressed a laugh and turned to leave. Xie Yaochen, come back. He grabbed Zhao Yi's collar. How can you be so vicious? I only asked you to show some restraint, and you want to humiliate me completely. Zhao Yi smiled at the corner of his lips, lowered his head to kiss him again, as if addicted. Restraint might be a bit difficult, but I will be gentler in the future. Xie Yaochen didn't believe his nonsense at all. But, I'll forget it. As long as he was happy. He resignedly hooked his arms around the Crown Prince's neck. The next day they slept until the sun was high in the sky. As soon as they arose, a servant reported that the princess of the Prince of Wus had arrived. Xie Yaochen was surprised. How did she get here so fast? According to the distance from here to the capital, shouldn't it take a few days? Jingfeng said. Our men had only reached halfway when they encountered the prince's carriage. Believing that the heir was still in Yangzhou, she grew worried that the elderly there were unwell, so she brought the child to check on the situation. Meeting the messenger from the Eastern Palace and learning that Zhao Min was here and injured, she hurried back with them. Now the princess and the child are waiting outside to request an audience with your highness. Let her in. In a moment, Xie Yaochen saw the princess of the Prince of Wus, a beautiful woman with a dignified and aloof temperament. By her side was a 5 or 6-year-old boy, Zhao Rui, the lawful eldest son of the protagonist Gong Xiaomin. I pay my respects to your highness. The princess saluted Zhao Yi. Little Zhao Rui imitated her, looking quite well behaved. Watching this, mother and son Xie Yaochen recalled their fates in the original novel. The original work focused heavily on how the protagonist Gong doted on the protagonist Shou, with very few words devoted to this princess and her child. It only wrote that she was malicious, jealous, and used unscrupulous means to frame the protagonist Shou. Eventually exposed, she was ruined and divorced by the protagonist Gong. After returning to her family, unable to bear the blow, she drifted aimlessly and drowned on a certain day. As for Zhao Rui, the lawful eldest son of Zhao Min, losing his mother's protection, he stood alone in the prince's mansion. The plot wrote that the protagonist Shou, pitying his youth, wanted to raise him. But the child, true to his mother's evil nature, was sullen and withdrawn. Moreover, he was an ungrateful viper who bribed a physician to poison the protagonist Shou. Of course, he did not succeed. But the protagonist Shou was heartbroken, which made the protagonist go ache with distress. Having already ascended the throne, he demoted his eldest son to commoner and exiled him to the bitter northern lands. Afterward, the protagonist Shou selected a child from the protagonist Gong's concubine-born sons to raise, and this child was eventually made crown prince, becoming the next emperor. Snapping back to reality, Xie Yaochen accidentally met Zhao Rui's gaze. The child's eyes were large, clear, and bright, looking at him with innocent curiosity and pure admiration for beautiful things. As soon as he noticed he was seen, he shyly averted his gaze and stood obediently beside his mother. Already at such a young age, he bore the air of a proper gentleman. Where was the sullen, withdrawn shadow described in the original novel? Zhao Yi had little interest in the princess. After a brief greeting, he ordered someone to take the mother and son to see Zhao Min. The princess led her child out respectfully. Zhao Yi turned and asked Xie Yaochen, "Why did you have me summon her here?" Xie Yaochen answered lazily, "To watch some drama. You'll know in a couple of days." It didn't even take 2 days. By the next day, a servant reported that the heir and his princess had gotten into a fight the previous night. Recalling Xie Yaochen's earlier words, Zhao Yi showed rare interest. "Oh, what happened?" It is said that the princess woke up in the middle of the night and found the heir missing. Worried about his injuries, she personally went to look for him, only to find him in the bed of that. A Dr. Lu engaged in indecent acts. The heir flew into a rage and ordered the princess to get out. Just then the young master was awakened by the noise and came over. Hearing the heir yell at the princess, he defended her. The young master inevitably mentioned Dr. Lu, who felt humiliated and wept. Seeing this, the heir grew even angrier and in a fit of rage slapped the young master. The princess, seeing her son slapped, became furious and started fighting with the heir. Xie Yaochen was stunned and speechless. Couldn't he bear it? To sleep in the same bed with his wife until midnight, then sneak off to the protagonist Shou's bed. And then they actually did it. And after that, he had the nerve to strike his own 5 or 6-year-old son. Truly a match made in heaven. He turned to Zhao Yi and said, "Send an imperial physician to check on the child. I wonder how serious the injury is." Zhao Yi waved his hand, sending someone to handle it. Now Zhao Yi understood what Xie Yaochen meant by drama, but he still couldn't quite grasp it. It's just a male favorite. If he likes him, why not just take him into the inner court? Xie Yaochen chuckled. That was probably what the princess thought as well. After all, Zhao Min already had plenty of women in his harem. Adding one more male or female made no difference to her. So she likely never took Lu Shu seriously. But the protagonist Gong and Shou thought otherwise. They prided themselves on being true love, bringing her into the rear courtyard as a concubine. This was an insult to their feelings and an insult to Lu Shu. Even the heir's consort's dismissive attitude toward Lu Shu would make Lu Shu feel it was a deliberate humiliation. But Xie Yaochen was too lazy to dwell on that. He suddenly recalled something and turned to fix his gaze on Zhao Yi. As the heir apparent, you can't just leave no successor, can you? I'm a man. I can't give birth to one. Will you have to find another woman later? Zhao Yi rather enjoyed seeing him jealous, but he couldn't bear to let him overthink. So he caressed his face and said softly, "I want. There are plenty of children from the imperial clan." Xie Yaochen finally broke into a smile, kissed the corner of his mouth, and said, "I only want you 2. They'll be with you for life." The atmosphere between them was warm when a servant came to report that the heir's consort had arrived with the young master. Let them in. A day later, seeing the mother and son again, Xie Yaochen's face immediately darkened. The heir's consort seemed merely haggard, but Zhao Rui, whose skin was normally fair, had half his face swollen badly. Zhao Min had struck that hard. The heir's consort led the child in performing a bow. "We came today to thank your highness. Thanks to the physician you sent, Rui's ears weren't permanently damaged." Xie Yaochen ears. The heir's consort took a deep breath. The heir struck too hard. Rui was slapped so violently that his ear bled. He can barely hear now. The physician said it will take 10 days to half a month to recover. Xie Yaochen was stunned. Zhao Min laid such heavy hands on his own son. Having been at the estate for a day, the heir's consort had roughly figured out Xie Yaochen's identity and dared not slight him. She choked out, "I didn't expect him to be this furious either." Rui only said that Dr. Liu was merely a male concubine and shouldn't have made him lose face over a male concubine. But he got angry, so terribly angry. Rui is hurt so badly, yet he hasn't even asked about it by this morning. Instead, he sticks to Dr. Liu's side every step as if afraid he'll send someone to harm him. He's just a male concubine. If he finds him novel and wants to bring him back, would I stop him? All those concubines in his rear courtyard, weren't they arranged by me properly? Xie Yaochen shook his head. If the man only wanted a male concubine's position, that would be one thing. But what Lu Shu truly desired was the very position of legitimate heir's consort. He beckoned to Zhao Rui. Come here, let me see. Zhao Rui, listless, took 2 steps forward instinctively, then stopped and looked up at his mother. Only when the heir's consort nodded did he walk obediently to Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen examined him carefully, and seeing that there was indeed no serious problem, he patted the child's head and gave him a piece of candy. It's nothing serious. It'll heal soon. Zhao Yi's expression barely flickered. His emotions were naturally aloof, and he cared little for these insignificant people. After the heir's consort finished speaking, he only asked, "What brings you to see me today?" The heir's consort had claimed she came to thank him, but clearly it was more than that. At Zhao Yi's question, she replied, "I was hoping your highness could help me deliver 2 letters. One to the prince's manor, and one to my maiden family." Xie Yaochen couldn't help but glance at her. She had come with her own people, so she could have sent the letters herself. But she specifically sought out Zhao Yi, likely because she sensed that Zhao Min was trapped here by the crown prince and feared that sending letters herself would arouse the crown prince's suspicion, so she chose to ask him for help. She was a very clever woman. He wondered how she had met such an end in the original story, probably due to the protagonist aura of the main couple. As for the letters she wanted to send, if he wasn't mistaken, they were complaint letters. She wouldn't take a Lu Shu seriously, but Zhao Min had laid hands on her child for the sake of Lu Shu. That had crossed her red line. Zhao Yi said, "Just give them to Fu Bao." The heir's consort expressed her thanks, and then left with the child. At the main courtyard gate, she ran into Lu Shu. Zhao Min, of course, was by his side. Lu Shu was telling the servants that he had come to cure the crown prince of his poison. His tone was supremely confident. "Only I can cure his highness' poison. If I don't act, his highness has at most 2 years to live." These words were nothing short of treasonous, but Zhao Min by his side didn't stop him at all. Instead, he gazed at him with infatuated tenderness, probably thinking his beloved was very impressive. Zhao Yi had just been disturbed by the heir's consort, and was trying to snatch a moment of intimacy with Xie Yaochen. When he heard the servants report, his mood turned vile. He laughed coldly, and said rudely, "Who does he think he is? Tell him to get lost." Lu Shu was taken aback by the answer. "Are you sure you relayed my words to his highness truthfully? I really can save his life. His highness' life is none of Dr. Liu's concern, nor do you have the qualifications. Our crown prince's consort will treat his highness properly." Crown prince's consort? Xie Yaochen. Lu Shu was incredulous. "You're letting him treat his highness. He knows nothing. He'll kill his highness." Hearing this, the heir's consort furrowed her delicate brows, and said coolly, "Dr. Liu, if I'm not mistaken, Master Xie, is your elder brother. By saying this, how is that different from wishing him dead?" Lu Shu's face changed color, but he insisted stubbornly, "I'm only telling the truth. He's playing with his highness' life." Inside, Zhao Yi listened to the commotion outside, his expression turning dark. He lifted his head from Xie Yaochen's neck. "Go. Give that Lu Shu 50 strokes of the heavy board." The guards immediately obeyed, went out, and seized Lu Shu. Lu Shu was caught off guard. "What are you doing?" "Disrespecting his highness with insolent words and disturbing his highness with loud noise." 50 strokes. Carry it out." Lu Shu was dragged away on the spot. "Xiao Shu." Zhao Min cried out in alarm. He turned and glared at the heir's consort. "What are you doing here? Are you satisfied now?" The heir's consort was indeed quite satisfied, but she didn't say so. She only said coldly, "Rara was beaten like that. Of course I have to send word to the prince's father and my own parents." On hearing this, Zhao Min's expression changed drastically as he felt the threat in her words. The heir's consort's maiden family was the mighty Wei Yuan general's mansion. He had taken the initiative to court her back, then precisely because the Wei Yuan general held military power and wielded significant influence at court. To accomplish his ambitions, he absolutely needed a powerful in-law family. If the heir's consort complained and made the general's mansion dissatisfied with him, Zhao Min's face turned very grim. It seemed that for the time being he would have to continue his hypocritical dealings with this woman. But if she thought this would win his heart, she was sorely mistaken. His heart belonged only to Xiao Shu alone. Lu Shu was beaten 50 strokes and left half dead. Yet at the very moment he needed Zhao Min the most, Zhao Min moved back to the first prince's consort's chambers, abandoning him alone. His concern for him was no longer what it used to be. He was cold and distant, as if there were no ties between them, spending his days either with the first prince's consort or with Zhao Rui. Lu Shu was heartbroken. During his recovery, his expression grew more and more haggard. Xie Yaochen had been keeping an eye on the situation. Seeing this, he summoned a guard, and while lazily eating grapes gave an order, "Go to Taoshi village, find a man named Lu Wei, and tell him that Lu Shu has been bullied here and is living in misery." He did all this in front of Zhao Yi with no intention of hiding it. Zhao Yi watched with interest, not fully understanding the reason, but it was clear that his crown princess was full of mischief. He pulled Xie Yaochen into his embrace, and lowering his head intercepted the grape that Xie Yaochen had been about to eat. "What are you planning now?" Xie Yaochen said frankly, setting a trap. 001. Host, are you ready to make a move on Lu Wei? Xie Yaochen, this piece of trash naturally cannot be kept any longer. The manor was not far from Taoshi village. That afternoon Lu Wei came looking. He hesitated at the sight of the two imposing guards at the gate. This manor was so grand its owner must be no ordinary person. How could he get in to find Lu Shu? He tentatively approached and asked, not expecting much, but to his surprise the guard glanced at him, and someone then led him to a certain place in the manor and went to notify Lu Shu. Lu Shu's medical skills were good, and perhaps due to the protagonist's halo he was already able to move freely after just a few days. When he heard that Lu Wei had come, he was stunned for a moment, almost unable to believe it. When he actually saw Lu Wei, tears immediately streamed down his face. "Xiao Shu." With no one around, Lu Wei stepped forward and embraced him, looking at his pale, haggard face with pity. "How did you end up like this? Who bullied you?" Lu Shu couldn't hold back his tears any longer and wept bitterly in his arms. When his emotions had settled a little, he pushed Lu Wei away. "Brother Wei, don't. You are Yunlai's fiancé." Lu Wei pulled him back again. "Xiao Shu, don't you know my feelings for you? I don't like Xie Yunlai at all." Lu Wei stayed at the manor for over an hour before leaving. Before he left, Lu Shu asked him to find a snow lotus from the celestial mountains and secretly bring it in. Lu Shu turned and walked back to the courtyard where he lived, only to find Zhao Min waiting for him in his room. As soon as he saw him, Zhao Min asked, "Where have you been?" Lu Shu's eyes reddened, and he deliberately said coldly, "What does it have to do with you where I go? Go back quickly, or the first prince's consort will be looking for you again." Zhao Min's heart ached. He stepped forward and cupped Lu Shu's face in his hands. "Xiao Shu, my heart is all for you. These past few days I had no choice. I wanted to explain to you earlier, but she kept people watching me, and I couldn't find the chance." He then told Lu Shu about the first prince's consort's threats. "Let her be smug for now. Can binding me to her side win my heart? I still need the general's mansion's help, so I can't touch her yet. But Xiao Shu, I promise you when the time is right, I will divorce her, immediately take back the position of first prince's consort that was never hers, and make you my rightful consort, or even empress." Outside the door, the first prince's consort heard these words, her mind buzzing, nearly collapsing. She hurriedly turned and slipped away quietly. Xie Yaochen listened to the live broadcast from 001 and gave a sardonic laugh. After playing 2 rounds of chess with Zhao Yi, he went to see the first prince's consort. "What business does Master Xie have with me?" The first prince's consort was distracted. "You must already know about Zhao Min's delusions." The first prince's consort looked up sharply. "What do you plan to do now, madam?" Xie Yaochen gazed at her. "If you continue as the first prince's consort of the Wu prince's mansion, you will have 2 outcomes. One, Zhao Min succeeds, and he will depose you to make way for Lu Shu. Your family will likely suffer a terrible fate. The other, Zhao Min fails, and his entire clan will be executed. The general's mansion will die with him. But as it stands, the first possibility is non-existent because the crown prince already knows about his assassination attempt. He is simply pretending ignorance and playing with him for amusement." The first prince's consort was horrified. Zhao Min had even attempted to assassinate the crown prince. At this moment, she hated that man with all her being. He had actively sought to marry her, and now he resented her for occupying the position of first prince's consort. He needed the general's mansion as his support, yet he planned to discard it after using it. In rebellion. How dare he even think of such a thing? Since Zhao Min left her no way out, she had to find one for herself. Without hesitation, she declared, "Master Xie, I am willing to pledge allegiance to the crown prince and follow his orders, only hoping to save her and the general's mansion." Xie Yaochen praised her attitude. "Rest assured, you and your son will be safe. If General Wei Yuan knew nothing of Zhao Min's plans, and is as wise as you, the general's mansion will also be spared." The first prince's consort felt relieved. Having seen how highly the crown prince regarded Master Xie, she trusted Xie Yaochen's words. "Then what do you and his highness need me to do?" "Gather evidence of Zhao Min's rebellion." "No, just one thing is enough." Xie Yaochen shook his head and tossed her a small porcelain bottle. "This is a medicine I made. Give Zhao Min 2 pills every day secretly. You don't have to hide it, you can do it openly. The pills smell and taste only of snow lotus from the celestial mountains. Zhao Min will be more than willing to take them willingly." The first prince's consort's heart pounded. "Master Xie, you mean? These pills will only render him impotent in bed, breaking a man's pride. I'm simply curious if my dear brother and Zhao Min love each other so deeply. How will their relationship develop if he can't perform in bed? He added gently, I don't intend to kill him outright. That would be too cruel. After all, one must be alive to be properly tormented. The snow lotus from the celestial mountains had the effect of regulating menstruation and relieving pain. She claimed she was unwell and had specially requested it from the snow lotus from the celestial mountains had the effect of regulating menstruation and relieving pain. She claimed she was unwell and had specially requested it from the crown prince, and because it was bitter she added it to her nourishing soup. Zhao Min's poison could no longer be delayed. His wounds had not healed, they festered and healed repeatedly, yet the snow lotus he needed was still unavailable. Suddenly encountering this unexpected stroke of luck, he suppressed his disgust and began eating with the first prince's consort every day. Because of this he argued with Lu Shu again. Lu Shu, seeing him accompany the princess consort every day, grew very displeased and even began to suspect him. Was he truly only after the snow lotus of Tianshan? He had already told him that he had sought help from Lu Wei and would obtain the herb soon, so there was no need to humble himself before the princess consort. Zhao Min, however, was worried about his health. When the medicine he needed was right before his eyes, why should he continue to delay? Thus they fell into a cold war. Xie Yaochen found this amusing to hear. He was painting alongside Zhao Yi. As a versatile master, his painting skills were naturally exceptional. Zhao Yi gazed at the landscape painting he had effortlessly completed. Its quality was in no way inferior to his own, and his eyes deepened. He held the person in his arms, gently stroking his hair. My crown princess, where do you come from? Can you tell me about your family? Xie Yaochen set down his brush, relaxing into his embrace, nuzzling his head against him, both reliant and affectionate. Zhao Yi looked down at him. Of course. What do you want to know? How many brothers do you have? What is your mother like? Brothers? Zhao Yi thought back with some effort. There used to be over 20, I suppose. Now only 7 or 8 remain, and none are in the capital. Xie Yaochen was startled. Where did they go? Are you asking about the living or the dead? Zhao Yi countered calmly, replying nonchalantly, I killed a few of the dead, the rest killed each other in their infighting. The living were all frightened out of their wits by me and fled the capital. What did you do? Nothing much. Zhao Yi toyed with his hair, his tone tender, yet laced with a bone-chilling coldness. I merely had a few who dared to act against me, torn apart by 5 horses. 001 immediately popped up to supplement Xie Yaochen's knowledge. Zhao Yi meant a literal dismemberment by 5 horses. He had been poisoned as a child, and the imperial physician said his lifespan might be shortened, that he wouldn't live long. After that, his brothers began to grow restless, one by one, rubbing their hands together, eager to pull him down from the position of crown prince. Yet unexpectedly, even though the physician said he wouldn't live long, the emperor steadfastly refused to depose him. To make matters worse, this man whom the physician had predicted would die soon had a truly stubborn destiny. He passed 20 and still hadn't died. Thus those princes, while cursing the quack doctor, decided to take matters into their own hands. One after another they launched assassination attempts against Zhao Yi. Their methods included, but were not limited to, poisoning his bowl, sending assassins, and fabricating accidents. Obviously they all failed, and the flames of Zhao Yi's counterattack were something they could not withstand. Earlier the eldest prince had been run through with his sword, but would he show any mercy to the others? So Zhao Yi specially built an underground dungeon in the eastern palace for his beloved brothers. After torturing them sufficiently, he chose a fine sunny day and invited all the princes and imperial concubines to the scene, to witness the carefully prepared show of dismemberment by 5 horses starring his brothers whose attempts had failed. It was said that almost all the princes and concubines present were so terrified they wet themselves, and the stench of urine filled the air. So Zhao Yi specially built an underground dungeon in the eastern palace for his beloved brothers. After torturing them sufficiently, he chose a fine sunny day and invited all the princes and imperial concubines to the scene, to witness the carefully prepared show of dismemberment by 5 Xie Yaochen. No wonder the throne eventually fell to Zhao Min. On the other hand, one must admit that Zhao Min was truly bold and lacked self-awareness. When so many princes dared not contend, how did he believe he could succeed? Do you find me cruel? Zhao Yi suddenly touched his face and whispered. Xie Yaochen looked up, meeting his dark gaze, and shook his head. No. Others only saw him killing his brothers and deemed him violent and terrifying, but why didn't they consider that those princes' actions were also fratricide? The only difference was that they didn't succeed. And with so many people targeting the Eastern Palace, could Zhao Yi truly guard against everything and never fall into a trap? Probably not. The crown prince before him now had crossed the threshold of death countless times before struggling to live to this moment to meet him. He didn't think him cruel, he only felt heartache. Xie Yaochen lifted his head and kissed him. Seeing the emotion in his eyes, Zhao Yi's heart trembled, and he bent down to kiss him back. It took a long while for them to calm down. Zhao Yi continued, Mother is a very gentle person. She will like you. You haven't met her yet. How do you know she'll like me? Zhao Yi lowered his head and brushed his lips over Xie Yaochen's. Because I like you. Caught off guard by this sweet dose, Xie Yaochen's lips curled into a slight smile. He then asked, is your mother the only one you have? Zhao Yi paused, glanced at him, and said there was supposed to be a younger brother, but when he was born rebels rose and chaos stole him from the palace and threw him into the river. The imperial guards chased after him and fished him out, but he was already dead. Xie Yaochen asked a few more questions and learned that all the rebels from that year had been killed. A plan formed in his mind. He thought he could go back and discuss it with his younger brother. Just as this thought occurred, a guard came in to report that someone from Taoshi village was looking for him, sent by his younger brother Xie Yaochen to deliver a message. Xie Yaochen went out to see Brother Yang. The visitor was Yangde, a hunter from Taoshi village. Xie Yaochen himself was physically frail, while Yangde went up the mountains every day. That was probably why he had asked Yangde to come on his way. Brother Yang, what message did Seer ask you to bring? Yangde smiled. It's good news. Lu Wei and your little sister are getting married earlier than planned. He wants you to go back quickly. An earlier wedding. Xie Yaochen narrowed his eyes slightly. He thanked Yangde and thought that he should tell Zhao Yi he needed to return. It was nearly dusk, and it was time for Zhao Yi to take his medicine. On the way, he met a young eunuch carrying the medicine and said, give it to me. I'll bring it in. But when he entered the room, Zhao Yi was not there. He asked Fu Bao, who replied His Highness felt unwell just now and wanted to bathe, so he went to the hot springs. This manor had hot springs located at the back of the hill. Looking at the medicine in his hand, Xie Yaochen thought it would be a bother to have it reheated later if it grew cold, so he carried it and went looking for him. When he arrived, the guards outside knew of his special status with the crown prince and let him in without announcing him. Today, Imperial Physician Li came to see me, hoping I could persuade your highness not to take your life lightly, just because you dote on Master Xie. Xie Yaochen's steps halted abruptly. It was Jingfeng speaking. Imperial Physician Li. If he were capable, why hasn't he cured the poison in me all these years? Jingfeng hesitated. But using the former Imperial Hospital's formula is safer. Master Xie, from the information gathered, he has never studied medicine. If something goes wrong, do you think I haven't thought of what you've considered? Then why does His Highness still trust young Master Xie so much? It's not trust, merely a matter of tedium. Zhao Yi's voice was cold and listless. A single life. What difference does it make whether one lives 2 years or 2 months? I'm simply curious. After taking his medicine, when will I die? Bang! The sudden noise startled both master and servant. They turned to see Xie Yaochen standing by the nearby table, having arrived without notice, and he slammed the medicine bowl heavily onto the surface. Amidst the steaming mist, Zhao Yi's long hair cascaded down his back, his bare chest powerful and alluring, his features sharp and commanding. In the past, Xie Yaochen let out a cold laugh, strode over to the pool's edge, and gazed down at the figure in the water. Amidst the steaming mist, Zhao Yi's long hair cascaded down his back, his bare chest powerful and alluring, his features sharp and commanding. In the past, Xie Yaochen would have been utterly captivated. But now only searing rage churned within him. Your Highness doesn't trust me, yet still lets me treat you. To appease me, you'd risk your own life as if it were a game. Should I be so moved that I lose myself? Had Zhao Yi trusted him unconditionally, Xie Yaochen would have been overjoyed. But he clearly didn't believe in him, yet still offered his life and safety, so carelessly, even calculating when death would come. Xie Yaochen closed his eyes, straining every muscle to restrain his clenched fists. His voice turned vicious. Wanting to die is hardly difficult. Just stop drinking my medicine, and within 2 years you'll surely return to the Yellow Springs. By then, when your Highness the Crown Prince has turned to dust, what will I be doing? Perhaps I'll have found a new husband, graceful, understanding, and tender. I hope your Highness beneath the 9 springs will be magnanimous enough to bless me. Zhao Yi showed little reaction to the earlier words, but as the latter part reached his ears, his face gradually darkened, and by the end storm clouds gathered heavily. You dare! A splash erupted as Xie Yaochen was dragged into the water. Zhao Yi grabbed his chin with savage intensity. You promised to be buried with me. Do you intend to go back on your word? Xie Yaochen met his gaze with a cold smirk. So what if I change my mind? What can you actually kill me? Zhao Yi's hand immediately moved to his neck, but before applying any pressure, his own heart began to ache. His face turned livid. Xie Yaochen snorted, you can't bring yourself to do it now. When you're dead, can you still stop me from living on? Seeing Zhao Yi frozen in place, he grew impatient. Hurry up, kill me or not. If not, I'm leaving. He turned to climb out, but Zhao Yi seized his wrist, his grip fierce enough to shatter bone. Where do you think you're going? None of your business. I'm not sleeping with you tonight. Xie Yaochen shook off his hand and strode away without looking back. Before long, as Zhao Yi still brooded sullenly in the water, Fu Bao hurried in to report that the crown princess had returned home. Seemingly caught off guard that Xie Yaochen had simply left, Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned. Went home. Did he say anything? He did. Fu Bao lowered his round head. He said that since your highness is so eager to die, you shouldn't take the medicine he prescribed anymore. The crown princess seemed quite furious. Fu Bao ventured cautiously. Your highness, shall we send someone to bring him back? Zhao Yi rose from the water, radiating menace. Bring him back. Let him go if he wants. Do I need him to survive? Then in the dead of night, Zhao Yi jolted awake, reached out to embrace, only to grasp empty air. His head throbbed violently. He felt beside the pillow. The sachet was gone. His face changed instantly. Who touched my belongings, say? Fu Bao. It was the crown princess. He said that since your highness no longer needs his medicine, there's no need for his sachets either. Then he searched out and took away all your highness' dozen or so sachets. Zhao Yi. In such a short time, how could he be so thorough? Why didn't any of you stop him? Fu Bao. Fu Bao glanced at him cautiously. Your highness, shall we go retrieve the crown princess? Zhao Yi's mood soured further. He shot a cold glare. For such a trivial matter, she fled back to her family. If he rushed after her to appease her, how could he ever assert his authority as a husband? Half an hour later, he lay down again, secretly tucking one of Xie Yaochen's garments into his arms. This time, he finally drifted into peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, at the Xie residence, lying in bed, Xie Yaochen had watched the entire live broadcast through 001. Stubborn to the point of death. 001. Host, when are you going back? Xie Yaochen's chest still ached with fury. Not until he realizes his mistake. He didn't trust him, that was fine. But how could he be so careless with his own life? He said he could manage without me, didn't he? Let him continue on alone. At dawn, the Xie family asked, Second son, why didn't third son come back with you? He had returned too late last night, eaten a quick meal, and gone straight to sleep, so the family hadn't yet found a chance to question him. Speaking of which, how did third son catch the attention of such an honored guest? What was he doing at the estate? Treating the nobleman. Dame Xie speculated with delight. Now everyone knew that a distinguished person had arrived at the estate, and both her sons had been called to serve him, bringing great prestige to the village. Others envied her. That's right. Xie Yaochen brushed it off. The nobleman needs him these days, so he couldn't come back. He then turned the topic to Xie Yunlai and Lu Wei's wedding, the main reason for his return. Oh, this. Lu Wei proposed it himself. He said he's been recommended by his academy's master to attend a better school, and he doesn't know when he'll return. To avoid delaying your little sister, he wants to marry early. The boy has thought it through quite thoroughly. Lu Wei had always played his part well in public, concealing his feelings for the protagonist receiver so deeply that no one suspected. Thus, Xie's parents had always been fond of him. In Taoshi village, customs were liberal and rules relaxed, so even though Xie Yunlai was the youngest, there was no issue with her marrying before her elder siblings. We called you back to discuss how to arrange your little sister's wedding. Lu Wei is a promising scholar destined for great success, so we must not slight him in this marriage. Xie Yaochen asked, what do father and mother have in mind? Old Master Xie outlined the family's plan. Apart from furniture, jewelry, and other items, they intended to give Xie Yunlai a dowry of 500 taels of silver. Xie Yaochen's eyelids twitched. 500 taels. That was an enormous sum in the eyes of ordinary. One must understand that reading an expensive endeavor cost Lu Wei merely 8 silver taels for his annual tuition. The wealthiest household in Peach Creek Village aside from the Xie family, that of the village head, likely possessed assets amounting to no more than this. Now the Xie family was bestowing such a fortune upon marrying off a daughter. Isn't this a bit excessive? It is somewhat generous, but the Xie family can afford it. Old Xie sighed. Yesterday that boy Lu Wei came to our home, and to our surprise he asked to borrow some money from us. He said that after the wedding he couldn't bear to be separated from your younger sister for long, so he plans to take her along when he goes to study. They intend to buy a house near the academy and live together with Yunlai. Once they are married, they will be one family. Moreover, we cannot bear to see your younger sister live in hardship. It would be disgraceful for him to borrow money under such circumstances. So your mother and I discussed it and decided to take out all the cash we have at home to give to your younger sister as her. However, we won't play favorites among our children. We didn't give this much to your eldest brother and his wife back then, but we will make it up to them later. As for you and your third and fourth siblings, your mother and I will strive to save up the silver for your marriages. Watching old Xie's aged yet smiling face, Xie Yaochen suddenly felt a surge of fury, itching to rush straight to the Lu family and beat Lu Wei to a pulp. He had known it all along. Wasn't Lu Wei madly in love with the protagonist's love interest? Why would he suddenly propose an early marriage? It was all for this. Deliberately coming to old Xie to mention borrowing money was actually a hint. To buy a house for Xie Yunlai. More likely to buy a snow lotus from Tianshan for Lu Shu. He had wondered why Lu Shu dared to ask for his help so readily. The scheme had been aimed at his own family all along. The Xie family's wealth was substantial, but only relative to others in the village. 500 silver taels nearly drained the savings they had accumulated over the years. Xie Yaochen's gaze turned icy. So reckless and courting death. Then don't blame him for being ruthless later. Seeing the Xie family already discussing the wedding date, he chose not to object. Xie Yunlai and Lu Wei's engagement had been set for many years. To oppose it, he would need a reason. Moreover, Lu Wei and Lu Shu were regarded as exemplary children by the elders. Even if he exposed their relationship, now the elder Xies would likely not believe him. Since Lu Wei was in a hurry saying he would leave in a few days, the Xie family decided to hold the wedding in 3 days after deliberation. For a farming family, weddings were not overly complicated, and the necessary items had been gradually prepared for Xie Yunlai over the past few years. Thus, although the time was rushed, it would not be conducted perfunctorily. In that case, he'll send word to third brother and have him return as soon as possible, said Xie Yaochen. But isn't he needed by the noble? Will the noble let him go? Xie Yaochen sneered inwardly. The noble is very understanding. Surely he wouldn't forbid a brother from attending his own sister's wedding. After rising, he went to find Xie Yunlai first. She was embroidering her pretty face, flushed, likely thinking about the impending marriage. Xie Yaochen sat down and asked bluntly, "Little sister, do you love Lu Wei?" Xie Yunlai's face turned crimson instantly. "Second brother, what are you saying? Why be shy in front of me?" Xie Yaochen changed his approach. "What if I were to beat up Lu Wei?" Xie Yunlai replied without hesitation. "Then he must have done something wrong first." Xie Yaochen had a reputation for idleness in the village, but in the eyes of his younger siblings he could do no wrong. Their adoration was as thick as a city wall at the corner. Pleased with this answer, Xie Yaochen continued, "What if Lu Wei hit fourth brother?" Xie Yunlai's brows shot up in anger, and with a loud bang, she nearly smashed the table with her palm. "He's asking for death." Xie Xiqing was supposed to be older than Xie Yunlai, but since their parents said they were twins, Xie Yunlai had always been discontent with the birth order. She considered herself the elder sister and was fiercely protective of Xie Xiqing. Even when Xie Xiqing went to town to study, she insisted on escorting him to the academy gate, afraid that her frail little fourth brother might be bullied. Xie Yaochen felt relieved. It seemed that in his little sister's heart, that Lu Wei wasn't so important after all. He then called Xie Xiqing aside alone. Before he could say anything, Xie Xiqing asked, "Second brother, is there something between Lu Wei and Lu Shu?" Xie Yaochen was astonished. He hadn't revealed anything, and Lu Shu wasn't even in the village lately. How had Xie Xiqing found out? His fourth brother's intellect was truly terrifying. But then he thought about fourth brother's biological older brother, and his liver ached with anger. A brother so intelligent, yet the elder brother only had a stiff mouth. Snapping back to reality, he didn't hide anything from Xie Xiqing. "Since you know, you must have some thoughts about this marriage for our sister, right?" Xie Xiqing nodded, his face calm and handsome. "What does second brother plan to do?" "He'll first call Lu Shu back, and then..." The two brothers spoke in hushed tones for a while. Xie Yaochen patted his shoulder. "He'll leave it to you then." Xie Xiqing gave a faint smile, gentle and refined, yet with an unsettling aura. "Rest assured, second brother." After this, Xie Yaochen sauntered to the village entrance and called out to the empty space, "Come out, one of you." Nothing stirred for a long while. Xie Yaochen narrowed his eyes and stared precisely at a certain spot. Only then did the hidden figure realize he had truly been discovered. A breeze rustled and a shadow appeared sheepishly before Xie Yaochen. "Your Highness the Crown Princess." "Don't call me that," Xie Yaochen said coldly. "Being the crown princess for your prince means I'd be buried alive with him. I still plan to find a charming husband after he's gone. I dare not claim that title." The guard was speechless. "My little sister is getting married. Go have him release Lu Shu." With that, the guard returned to his hiding spot and looked earnestly at his companion. "You know I'm not good with words. How about I stay here and you go convey the crown princess' wishes to his highness?" The companion replied incoherently. The guard sighed heavily, slapped the fool on the head, and resignedly, Zhao Yi was even more irritable today than last night. From morning till now his face had been gloomy and the household had been in turmoil. Hearing that the guard stationed at Peach Creek Village had returned with news from Xie Yaochen, Fu Bao was moved to tears and immediately brought the man before Zhao Yi. "Your Highness, the crown princess has sent word." Zhao Yi, whose mood had been foul, felt the clouds disperse upon hearing Fu Bao's report. He tossed aside his brush. "Let him in." The guard entered. Zhao Yi asked coldly, "What did he send you here for?" "The crown princess said that his younger sister is getting married and requested that your highness release that Dr. Lu back." The guard finished speaking and fell silent. Zhao Yi waited for a moment, then frowned. "Is that all?" "Ah, there is. There is more." The guard lowered his head, closing his eyes in pain. "The crown princess said not to call him crown princess. He said he'll wait for you to do that thing and then go find a graceful and elegant husband." His voice grew softer with each word, because as he spoke the pressure in the room dropped to a terrifying degree. By the time the last word fell, Zhao Yi was seething with rage. "Xie Yaochen." He hurled the fine purple brush in his hand to the ground, then turned to sweep the jade paperweight off the table. But just as his hand touched it, he suddenly remembered that this was something Xie Yaochen cherished, something he loved to hold and play with when by his side. So he forcibly redirected his aim and smashed the inkstone beside it instead. Fu Bao and Jingfeng, who had inadvertently noticed this detail, stood speechless at the door. After a long moment, Jingfeng's face turned grim, and he murmured through barely moving lips, "It's over. When the crown princess returns, will I be given a hard time?" Thinking of how difficult the crown prince had been from last night to today, Fu Bao cast him a mournful glance. "Isn't that what you deserve?" Xie Yaochen had sent word in the morning, and by afternoon Lu Shu was back. Lu Shu looked unwell. The wounds from the 50 strokes of the board had not yet healed, and combined with the recent rift in his relationship with Zhao Min, he appeared utterly haggard. The elders of the Xie family were startled and asked with concern, "Third brother, what's wrong? Are you ill?" "He is ill," Xie Yaochen replied, coolly answering for him. "But it's not serious. He'll be better in a couple of days." Hearing this, the elders felt relieved, but still urged Lu Shu to rest. Lu Shu was somewhat nervous upon returning, but after carefully observing the attitude of the Xie family, and finding nothing amiss, he guessed that Xie Yaochen had not revealed his affair with Zhao Min. Only then did he feel slightly reassured. The wedding was to take place in 3 days, so preparations had to start immediately. Both the Xie and Lu families hastily hired helpers to get everything ready for the big day. Thus both households were bustling with activity over the next 2 days. On the evening of the second day, Lu Shu sneaked out. Xie Yaochen followed him without a sound. A moment later she returned and told Xie Yaochen, "He indeed went to find Lu Wei. They are in the house west of the village." To the west of the village stood an abandoned house, the Xie's old residence. After their circumstances improved, and they built the current house, no one went back to live there except that Lu Shu would occasionally go there to dry herbs. Seeing that the time was right, Xie Yaochen strode out and waved his hand, gathering a dozen or so half-grown lads from the village. With a grin he said, "Come, let's go quietly prank the groom." Seeing that the time was right, Xie Yaochen strode out and waved his hand, gathering a dozen or so half-grown. Xie Yaochen led the group closer to the house west of the village and raised his hand. "Should keep quiet." Inside the house, "Brother Wei, what did you give me?" Lu Shu had just drunk a cup of tea poured by Lu Wei and felt his body go limp, almost devoid of strength. He immediately sensed something was wrong. Lu Wei's eyes were full of affection as he sat beside him and embraced him. "Xiao Shu, don't blame me. I can't hold back anymore. If you can give yourself to others, why not to me?" Lu Shu's expression shifted. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I already know. You had a man at that estate." This was of course information Xie Yaochen had anonymously revealed to Lu Wei through Xie Yaochen. "I." Lu Shu turned his face away. "So what if I did?" "Brother Wei, you're about to marry Yunlai. I don't like her at all, you know that." Lu Wei grew anxious, cupping his face in his hands to explain. "My heart has always belonged to only you." Meeting his gaze filled with passion, Lu Shu, already wounded by Zhao Min's rejection, wavered and choked out, "Really? Then why didn't you call off the engagement earlier?" "Because I need the Xie family's support, you understand. For Xie Yunlai, it's only ever been about use. Once she gives birth to a child and leaves an heir for the Lu family, I won't have to care about her anymore. Then we can be free to do as we please. Xiao Shu, grant me this, please." "Okay." Perhaps moved by such deep devotion, or perhaps heartbroken and bitter from Zhao Min's rejection, Lu Shu slowly lowered the hand that had been pressing against Lu Wei's chest. Outside, Xie Yaochen and Xie Yaochen had been listening with boiling rage. When they heard improper sounds coming from inside, Xie Yaochen strode forward and kicked the door open with a fierce blow. "Ah!" The two on the bed turned their heads simultaneously, screams escaping their lips. Lu Shu, already stripped naked, turned pale and hastily grabbed an outer robe to cover himself. When they saw Xie Yaochen, Xie Yaochen, and the dozen people behind them, both Lu Shu and Lu Wei felt the world blacken before their eyes, nearly fainting. Before they could speak, the group of lads behind, snapping out of their stunned trance, dashed out noisily. "Dad, Mom, second uncle, third aunt, fifth grandma. Come quick. Third brother Lu and brother Lu Wei are hugging each other with their butts bare." The village was small. With such a commotion, the villagers who had been helping at the two households came rushing over in no time. By then, Xie Yaochen had already kicked Lu Wei against the wall. Xie Yaochen grabbed Lu Shu, who was trying to flee, and with a dark face punched him in the face. Thanks to their interference, the two had no chance to dress, so when the crowd arrived, they indeed saw them naked from the waist down. "What is going on?" Brother Lu Wei said that since third brother Lu gave himself to other men, why not to him? He said his heart belongs only to third brother Lu, and he doesn't love sister Yunlai at all. That's right. He also said he only wants Uncle Xie's money, and once sister Yunlai gives him a son, he'll dump her and be free with third brother Lu. That's right. He also said he only wants Uncle Xie's money, and once sister Yunlai gives him a son, he'll dump her. The lads spoke over each other as excited as if they had firecrackers in their mouths. No one could stop them, and the information they blurted out left everyone present utterly stunned. The Xie family had just arrived and heard this. The minds of the elders went blank, and they nearly fainted from fury. Recovering Father Xie and eldest brother Xie charged in menacingly. Xie Yunai, incredulous and still blank-minded, suddenly saw Lu Wei taking advantage of the chaos to protect Lu Shu, even harshly pulling Xie Yaochen aside. Rage surged within her. Lu Wei, you bastard! How dare you lay a hand on our fourth brother? Ignoring the warnings that the men inside were naked, she rushed in like the wind. With the momentum of her run, she delivered a vicious kick to Lu Wei's chest. And she shouted loudly, "Second brother, hold him down so I can hit him." The scene was in chaos as Aunt He arrived a moment late. Upon seeing her son being mercilessly beaten by the Xie family, she immediately cried out in despair and rushed in. "I'll wait. Let go of my son. Mom, save me." Lu Wei's sister Lu Yunyang stood outside, nearly fainting at the news of what her brother had done. How could my brother do this? The turmoil came to an end with Lu Wei being beaten nearly to death, while old Xie, with a dark expression, declared to Aunt He, "This marriage is off. Our Yun Lai will never marry into your Lu family." Furthermore, the several hundred taels of silver that the Xie family has spent on Lu Wei over the years must be returned. Then Xie Chun Hui dragged the bruised Lu Shu back home. Though Lu Shu was not beaten as badly as Lu Wei, he was still under the effects of medicine, moving sluggishly. His mind was blank. Upon returning home, he raised his head and saw the Xie family members glaring at him. Lu Shu shivered slightly, his face ashen, as he said, "Father, mother, I was coerced by Lu Wei, who I didn't do it willingly. Did you not hear that the second and fourth brothers were present? Are they lying?" Aunt Xie trembled with rage. "I have treated you like my own son all these years. How could you do so?" Lu Shu was the child of Aunt Xie's distant cousin. When that cousin fell gravely ill and the child's father was unknown, she had asked Aunt Xie to adopt him. Aunt Xie, being kind-hearted, agreed after discussing it with old Xie. Who could have imagined that this seemingly obedient child would end up doing such a thing? I had no relationship with him before this. But he likes men and he likes you. Did you not know? Xie Yaochen looked at him coldly. Yet you not only didn't tell your family, but even accepted his affections half-heartedly today, right before your sister is set to marry him tomorrow. If it hadn't been discovered, what were your plans afterward? Just as he said to use your sister to leave a legacy for the Lu family, then live freely. Where would you leave your sister? She has treated you like a real brother all her life, and has gone to great lengths for you. Once she nearly fell off a cliff while helping you gather herbs. Is this how you repay her? Lu Shu felt utterly ashamed, his face devoid of color. He looked at Xie Yunlai, who refused to give him even a glance, turning away to tend to Xie Yaocheng's wounds. In the earlier chaos, Xie Yaocheng had been scratched on the chin. The Xie family has treated you well over the years. You are now grown. You should not stay at home anymore. Move to the old house in the west. Old Xie took a puff from his pipe and made the decision. Lu Shu suddenly looked up. Father, mother. Although they had given him the old house to live in, how was that different from being expelled from the Xie family? Lu Shu immediately broke down, shouting, "I just like men. What's wrong with that? Second brother likes men too, and he has long been involved with a nobleman from the village." Clack! Old Xie's pipe fell. The whole family turned to look at Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen. 001. It was said that as one eats, they become part of the melon field. Just then, Aunt He arrived, and upon hearing this, she immediately found her footing. "Your Xie Xiao'er is not a good person. Why did you beat our Awei like that?" Aunt Xie, still shocked, immediately became furious upon hearing this, hands on her hips, as she stepped out to retaliate. "Only your son is not a good person. My Xiao'er just likes men. Who does that hurt? Unlike your family, who messes around with men and tries to trick my daughter into having a baby. Simply heartless and disgusting. Is it only your Xie Yunlai who suffers? Is my Yunyang not suffering too? Isn't Xie Xiao'er also planning to trick her into having a baby?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yaochen's expression darkened. "Aunt He, be careful with your words. I have nothing to do with your Yunyang." "What do you mean, nothing to do with? Now that you've climbed up the nobleman from the village, you no longer intend to acknowledge it, do you?" Aunt He sat down heavily, her legs kicking up a cloud of dust. "This is outrageous. Now that you've prospered, you won't even acknowledge your marriage contract. My poor daughter, how did she end up with such a person?" The Xie family members were nearly dead from rage. "Don't say nonsense. When did my second son ever have a marriage contract with Yunyang?" Initially, both families had intentions of bringing the two together, but it was said they would first see the young people's feelings, and there was no guarantee it would happen. Later, after Xie Yaochen expressed his stance, they clarified things with Aunt He. How could it suddenly turn into a marriage contract at this moment? Aunt He glared fiercely, her voice hoarse. "My Yunyang likes him so much. Does Xie Yaochen no longer acknowledge people after getting rich?" Aunt He glared fiercely, her voice hoarse. "My Yunyang likes him so much. Does Xie Yaochen no longer acknowledge people after getting rich?" Upon hearing the keyword, Xie Yaochen's eyes narrowed. He blocked his furious sister, looking at Aunt He. "What exactly is your demand for coming here today?" Thinking he was going to back down, he felt a rush of joy and almost without hesitation blurted out, "The several hundred taels spent on our way cannot be called back. You must also give my son 200 taels for medical expenses. Additionally, after marrying my Yunyang will not stop you from continuing to serve that nobleman. But since you are serving a nobleman, you must give our family 300 taels every month." Xie Yaochen. The Xie family. The onlookers outside. 001 stared in disbelief, wanting to speak, but hesitating. "Host, why do I feel like she is treating you like a sold man?" Xie Yaochen twitched the corner of his mouth. "You don't have to say it out loud." His shrewdness left everyone dumbfounded. This sharpness was truly astonishing, unmatched. "Mother." Lu Yunyang was filled with shame and anger, almost unable to face the Xie family. She stepped forward and forcefully pulled Auntie, trying to get her up. "This matter was originally my brother's fault. Don't do this, let's go home." "You wretched girl, whose side are you on?" Auntie raised her hand and slapped her on the head, loudly addressing the Xie family. "I declare today, if your Xie family does not agree to this marriage, my daughter and I will not leave." As soon as her words fell, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. "What marriage?" Auntie replied immediately, "Of course it's the marriage between Yunyang and Xie Yaochen. No matter what, Xie Yaochen must honor the marriage contract and marry our Yunyang." Only then did she realize something was amiss. The surroundings had grown unnaturally quiet. Auntie suddenly turned her head and saw that the villagers who had originally surrounded the Xie family had dispersed, replaced by 2 rows of imposing cold-faced guards. And in front of them stood a handsome man dressed in splendid clothing, exuding an intimidating aura. Auntie did not recognize this man, but as soon as she saw the guard's attire, she immediately trembled. "Sir?" Zhao Yison's cold gaze fixed on her. "What did you just say?" I haven't done anything, sir. I just want the ungrateful man Xie Xiaobao to fulfill his promise and take responsibility for my daughter." They had originally agreed to get engaged. Zhao Yi's heart was aflame with anger as he suddenly glared at Xie Yaochen inside. "You secretly found a fiancé behind my back." "Second son, who is this?" Old man, Xie, trembling with fear, asked in a light, shaky voice. Xie Yaochen never expected Zhao Yi to come, but he hadn't intended to hide it any longer, so he turned to old man Xie and said quietly, "This is the crown prince. If you dare to acknowledge it, he is also your daughter-in-law." Old man Xie was left speechless. "Son, do you think your father has the guts for this?" The Xie family was completely stunned. "The crown prince. Is this the person second son found?" Outside, someone foolishly asked, "What is a crown prince?" "He is the emperor's son, destined to become the emperor in the future." The person answering was terrified and lowered their voice. "Goodness. Does this mean that Xie Xiaobao will become the empress in the future?" "Enough. Are you all trying to get yourselves killed? Stop talking nonsense." The village chief, who was also watching the commotion, hurriedly scolded in a low voice. Zhao Yi was delighted by old man Xie's response, and the clouds on his face cleared significantly. He didn't care about the low murmurs outside, but unhappily corrected Xie Yaochen. "What daughter-in-law?" "I am your..." Xie Yaochen helplessly walked up to him. "Why are you here?" Zhao Yi glanced coldly at Aunt He and her daughter on the ground, saying frostily, "If I hadn't come, my crown princess would probably be marrying another woman." In truth, the crown prince had been irritable all day, wanting to smash everything in sight. Finally, unable to endure the days without a crown princess, he grew furious that Xie Yaochen had not returned for so long, wondering what he was doing at home. So he brought people over. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon this scene. He looked at Aunt He and her daughter with no warmth in his gaze, and directly said, "Someone take these two." Xie Yaochen hurriedly grabbed his arm, stopping him. "It's just a small dispute. Our family can resolve it without making such a fuss." As for Aunt He, that was one thing, but Lu Yuanyang, this girl, he felt some fondness for. In the original plot, Zhao Min sent people to exterminate the Xie family, with Lu Wei as an accomplice. Afterward, relying on this contribution and his relationship with Lu Shu, along with plagiarizing the articles and poems left behind by Xie Siqing, he gained great fame and rose to a high position. Later, the mother and daughter inevitably learned the truth. Aunt He felt no guilt or regret towards the Xie family, and even reminded her son that this matter must be taken to the grave, absolutely not to be revealed. However, Lu Yuanyang found it hard to believe and was heartbroken, unable to accept that her brother could be such an ungrateful, treacherous hypocrite. She thought of her past love and her good sister, feeling both sorrow and rage. During a fight with Lu Wei, she blurted out that she wanted to expose Lu Wei's true nature, only to be silenced by Lu Wei on the spot. Punishing Aunt He was one thing, but it inevitably affected Lu Yuanyang. What could a young girl who had already lost her father and could lose her mother do afterward? After all, although Aunt He was somewhat repulsive, she hadn't committed any heinous crime. Considering Lu Yuanyang's face, letting her go was not a problem. But Lu Wei. A chill flashed in Xie Yaochen's eyes. His attitude made Zhao Yi's expression darken instantly. "Are you protecting her?" Xie Yaochen's lips twitched slightly as he raised his head. I have nothing to do with her. Your Highness, could you please stop being jealous for no reason? As he spoke, he looked at the Xie family. Facing such a situation, Mrs. Xie felt her legs weaken, but bravely spoke up to prove her son's innocence. Yes, second son, and Yuan Young never made any engagement. It was all fabricated by her mother trying to swindle our family. Your Highness, please see for yourself. The other Xie family members nodded in agreement, and some villagers boldly chimed in to support them. Only then did Zhao Yi believe them, and immediately became amiable, grabbing Xie Yaochen's hand and waving to the crowd, let the irrelevant people disperse. The villagers actually wanted to stay and watch the excitement, because this was the Crown Prince, a person many would never see in their lifetime. Now he had come to their Peach Creek village and entered the Xie family's door. But the guards at the Xie family's entrance were clad in armor and had fierce expressions, so no one dared to stay behind. Without waiting for the guards to drive them away, they hurriedly dispersed. As for Aunt He and her daughter Zhao, he found them bothersome and had them dragged away. Immediately, only Zhao Yi, his servants, and the Xie family remained in the courtyard. The Xie family was suddenly at a loss, wondering if they should bow to the Crown Prince. What should they do? Crown Princess, why don't you introduce your family to me? Zhao Yi said kindly. Xie Yaochen introduced. This is my father and mother, this is my elder brother and sister-in-law, and these are my younger siblings. As for Lu Shu, who was standing there foolishly, he didn't even glance at her. I have met the Crown Prince. Old man Xie immediately knelt down. The others quickly followed suit. Zhao Yi's brows furrowed, and he quickly glanced at Xie Yaochen. Fu Bao and Jingfeng immediately stepped forward to stop the Xie family. Fu Bao personally helped old man Xie up, smiling as he said, the Crown Princess and His Highness are very close, you don't have to be so formal. The Xie family hurriedly stood up. At that moment, Zhao Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened. Xie Yaochen followed his line of sight. He was looking at Xie Xiqing. Xie Xiqing had been standing at the back, and now she finally revealed her face. Jingfeng and Fu Bao quickly noticed Xie Xiqing's face, and surprise appeared on their faces. Xie Yaochen's heart stirred. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes. Crown Princess, this younger brother of yours. Xie Xiqing felt her scalp tighten under his scrutiny, and subtly cast a pleading glance at her second brother. What is this about? He admitted he had some looks, but let's talk inside, Xie Yaochen said, pulling Zhao Yi's hand. The group entered the house, and Jingfeng immediately went outside, personally bringing people to guard the door, his expression noticeably colder and more vigilant than before. Zhao Yi sat down and got straight to the point. Is this younger brother of yours your biological brother? His words changed the expressions of the Xie family, especially the two elders. Aunt Xie turned pale, but instinctively pulled Xie Xiqing behind her, saying, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please see clearly. This is undoubtedly our own flesh and blood, the fourth and fifth are dragon and phoenix twins born together. Old man Xie forced himself to nod. That's right. The fourth and fifth were born together. They are indeed my and my wife's own children. Seeing the reaction of the two elders, Xie Yaochen realized they must have known the danger surrounding this child from the beginning, and perhaps also knew someone was trying to harm him. Thus they had been cautiously protecting him, using the guise of dragon and phoenix twins to conceal the truth, unlike Lu Shu, who adopted without changing the name. Seeing the two elders so frightened, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Father, mother, please do not panic. Look, the Crown Prince noticed something wrong the moment he saw the fourth. Is it possible that he might be a relative of the fourth? Because the fourth resembles the elders of the family, he recognized him at first glance. The two elders were taken aback. Zhao Yi observed Xie Yaochen, quietly thinking that his Crown Princess knew quite a lot. I lost a brother before, he stated directly to the two elders of the Xie family, recalling he was abandoned near Tongzhou Prefecture. Aunt Xie's expression immediately changed slightly. Father, mother, how did you find me? Xie Xiqing suddenly, seeing his calm demeanor, the two elders were shocked. Fourth, did you already know? I guessed I wasn't your biological child several years ago when I accidentally overheard you two talking in private. At this point, there's no need to hide it any longer. Aunt Xie began to recount the events of that year. At that time, Aunt Xie was visiting her family, and while taking a break on the road, old man Xie went to find water. She stayed behind to rest, and suddenly heard a faint sound coming from behind a tree. She walked over and saw a swaddled bundle inside, which was a newborn baby. Her heart ached at the sight, and she quickly picked up the child, assuming someone had carelessly abandoned it, and hurried to find old man Xie. The couple was playing with the child near the water source when they suddenly heard a commotion nearby, with someone exclaiming terrifying words. Where has the child gone? You're more trouble than you're worth. Wouldn't it have been simpler to kill him right away? Hurry, find him. The couple was terrified and hurriedly sought a hidden cave familiar with the area, and only dared to emerge once night fell and the surroundings were quiet. Afterward, they realized the danger of this child, yet they couldn't bear to abandon such a small infant, knowing he might freeze to death overnight. Since they had recently taken in Xie Yunlai, it would be too abrupt to return home, with another child claiming he was born together. So after some discussion, they secretly confided in Aunt Xie's parents, who couldn't bear to see the child abandoned and quietly raised him there. Years later, Old Man Xie and Aunt Xie returned to retrieve the child, using the excuse that the child's birth chart had issues requiring him to be raised outside for several years before bringing him home. When Xie Yaochen was young, he was frail, and when he arrived at the Xie family, he was about the same height as Xie Yunlai, so no one suspected anything. In recent years, he had clearly grown taller than Xie Yunlai, yet no one thought much of it, as boys typically grew taller than girls. Until now, the unexpected Zhao Yi had come to the Xie family and was suddenly caught off guard. By the way, when we found the fourth, there was a jade pendant in his swaddle. Aunt Xie quickly added, "Second brother, I remember the fourth gave you that right." In the beginning, Aunt Xie was a bit scared hiding the jade pendant at the bottom of the box, but in a place like Taoshi village where people lacked experience, no one paid it any mind, so she relaxed and kept the item for the child herself. "Here it is." Xie Yaochen took out something from his pocket. "Second brother returned it to me a long time ago." Upon seeing the jade pendant, Fubao's eyes instantly became moist excitedly, saying, "Your Highness, this is the item the Empress prepared for the young prince, exactly the same as yours." At this point, there was almost no doubt left. Xie Yaochen was indeed Zhao Yi's biological younger brother, the younger son, lost by the current Empress. Based on Zhao Yi's previous explanations, Xie Yaochen deduced that the rebels must have had an important purpose for abducting Xie Yaochen. However, they were discovered midway and pursued, forcing them to fabricate the false narrative that the ninth prince had drowned, hoping to secretly take away the hidden ninth prince once the crisis had passed. But they didn't expect that the Xie couple had already taken the child away. Looking at the stunned Xie Yaochen, Zhao Yi's gaze softened, and he waved to Xie Yaochen, "Come here, let me take a look." Xie Yaochen, usually composed, rarely appeared so flustered. He instinctively looked towards his more reliable second brother. He had thought about who his biological parents might be, but he never imagined they would be the current emperor and empress. Xie Yaochen reassuringly nodded at him. "It's all right." Xie Yaochen felt a sense of certainty and walked up to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi touched his face and suddenly smiled, saying, "You look very much like mother." Fubao asked, "Your Highness, should we send someone to immediately notify His Majesty and the Empress?" Zhao Yi nodded, "Yes, go ahead." Fubao immediately went off cheerfully, and when delivering the message, he made sure to praise the Xie family. The Xie family truly was a remarkable household. To raise a crown princess of such stature was impressive enough, but the elders were genuinely kind-hearted. They were terrified of the crown prince, yet they still protected the young prince. Xie Yaochen had suddenly found family with such an extraordinary identity. The thought that the fourth would soon enjoy a life of luxury in the capital made the Xie family incredibly happy. In this joy, Xie Yaochen's unexpected coming out stirred no waves, and he was even inexplicably accepted peacefully. If he had sought an ordinary man, his family might have worried for him and advised him to return to the right path. But Zhao Yi's status had left them dumbfounded. This was the crown prince. Their second son had actually found such a formidable person. Moreover, hearing the crown prince and those around him call him crown princess meant he was likely to become empress in the future. Their second son had truly outdone himself. Lu Shu, who had long been forgotten, was watching all this unfold and was nearly driven mad. Why was it that he and Xie Yaochen both liked men, yet their treatments were so different? It was Zhao Yi who ultimately thought of Lu Shu first. He cast a faint glance and said, "Zhao Min has also come. Send him over." Xie Chunwei asked instinctively, "Who is Zhao Min?" "The son of the Prince of Wu." Zhao Yi made no attempt to conceal the matter for Lu Shu, remarking lightly, "It appears Zhao Min intends to take him back as a male concubine. But the princess consort is not pleased with this. Once he enters the Prince of Wu's residence, whether he lives or dies remains uncertain." The Xie family was thunderstruck. They had thought only Lu Wei was involved. Now there was a prince's son as well, and a male concubine at that. They had raised him so well, and now he was to be someone's lesser. In these parts, they had only ever heard of women becoming concubines, never men. Though the Xie family were farmers, they were well off in this countryside. Had they ever lacked for food or clothing? Why would he debase himself like this? Even if he had simply married a good village girl and lived a decent life, that would have been far better than being a male concubine, especially when the mistress herself held no favor for him. He had utterly disgraced the Xie family. The elder Xies were now completely disillusioned with Lu Shu. As the guards took him away, Xie Deseo turned and entered the house with reddened eyes, not casting him another glance. Seeing the sky darkening outside, Xie Yaochen turned to Zhao Yi and asked, "Aren't you going back?" Zhao Yi's tone was sharp. "Are you trying to drive me away?" "Because there's no place for you to sleep here." Zhao Yi didn't hesitate. "Of course he'll sleep with you. My bed is very small. Then he'll hold you while we sleep." Xie Yaochen, how can you be so shameless? That night, Xie Yaochen had no choice but to share the narrow bed with the crown prince. There was another bed in his room, originally Xie big brothers. After he married, their father had made a larger wedding bed for the couple, leaving the old one unused. Alone the bed was already too narrow, two people squeezed together would be most uncomfortable. Hence Xie Yaochen had initially planned to let Zhao Yi sleep in Xie Big Brother's bed. But to his surprise, the always pampered crown prince, upon seeing the narrow bed that could barely accommodate two, was overjoyed and absolutely refused to sleep alone. So now Xie Yaochen had to lie half on top of Zhao Yi. Uncomfortable, he pinched Zhao Yi's waist in annoyance and said crossly, "Didn't you say you could manage without me? Why did you come back? And now you want leave?" Since he was already here, Zhao Yi didn't mind humbling himself further. He tightened his embrace around the person in his arms, lowered his head in the darkness, and kissed his lips with a silent sigh, "Because I truly miss you." Xie Yaochen paused, all his anger dissolving away. Why was this man not playing by the rules? Zhao Yi tested first, and seeing that he didn't pull away, he breathed heavily and kissed him deeply. It had only been a few days, yet it felt like years of separation. Longing surged in their chests as they embraced tightly, their lips and tongues intertwining intimately, breaths rapid and hot. Hearts pounded like drums, blood boiled. Within moments, Xie Yaochen's lip was bitten raw. This damned creature always did that, but this time Xie Yaochen wasn't angry. In fact, he rather liked it. The movements grew too intense, and the bed beneath them began to creak. Zhao Yi, as if deaf to the sound, reached his hand down and slid it under his clothes. "Stop!" Xie Yaochen quickly grabbed his hand and whispered in protest. The Xie house was so small the walls might as well not exist. If they kept this up, neither of them would be able to face anyone tomorrow. Of course, with Zhao Yi's thick skin, only Xie Yaochen would end up embarrassed. Zhao Yi allowed his hand to be caught, but made no move to withdraw. In the faint moonlight filtering through the window, his eyes blazed with intensity, fixed on Xie Yaochen. "I haven't been intimate with you for 3 days. He lowered his head and kissed him again. "I miss you." His aura was fierce and eager, yet Xie Yaochen inexplicably sensed a hint of pitifulness. Xie Yaochen wavered inside, then said, "Move softly and don't make a sound." In the darkness, the corners of Zhao Yi's lips lifted slightly, and his voice was low as he replied, "All right." Striving to suppress any sound added a unique flavor. Next door, Xie Yaochen stared blankly at the ceiling in the darkness. "Second brother, have you forgotten, or are you deliberately ignoring that I've always had sharp ears?" The next morning, the crown prince was refreshed, a stark contrast to his irritable mood of previous days. The rest of the Xie family were also beaming, discussing what to prepare for the youngest to take back when he went to the capital. The insoles they had already embroidered must be taken, the homemade pickled vegetables packed, and the sweet potatoes the youngest had always loved could not be forgotten. They needed to go dig up 2 baskets from the field. Everything must be fully prepared so that he wouldn't feel out of place going alone to the capital. Amidst them all, only Xie Yaochen sported 2 dark circles and looked haggard. Xie Yaochen asked with a hint of guilt, "Fourth, didn't you sleep well?" Xie Yaochen glanced weakly at his second brother, paused, and said faintly, "I suddenly found out I'm a prince. Got too excited to sleep." Xie Yaochen felt somewhat relieved. "Really? You'll get used to it in a couple of days." 001 cruelly revealed the truth. "Don't get your hopes up. He heard everything last night." Xie Yaochen. He reached out and pinched Zhao Yi's lower back hard. Zhao Yi turned around. "Are you giving me a massage?" Xie Yaochen, his limbs weak and without strength, replied, "Wait until I've eaten something." Having unexpectedly found a younger brother, Zhao Yi naturally wanted to return to the capital early. However, some preparations were needed before Xie Yaochen could leave, so they would likely stay here for 2 more days. The Xie house was still too small. One night's stay for Zhao Yi was fine, taken as a novelty, but 2 more days might be unbearable. So in the afternoon, they set off back to the manor. Xie Yaochen naturally went back with him. Now that Zhao Yi had coaxed him into compliance, how could he bear to let go? Among those most delighted by Xie Yaochen's return to the manor, aside from the crown prince and his 2 attendants who had suffered these past 2 days, was Physician Feng. "Master, you're back." Physician Feng, upon hearing the news, rushed up to greet him, overjoyed. "I've finished the medical book you left before you left. It's truly exquisite. I've already accumulated several questions to ask you." Zhao Yi said. "Master." Xie Yaochen turned his head. "You didn't know?" His eyes narrowed. "Then how did you find me?" Zhao Yi was silent for a moment, then squeezed his hand with a hint of coaxing. "I missed you so much I couldn't bear it." Xie Yaochen's words caught in his throat. Jing Feng asked from the side, "Physician Feng, what's this about a master?" Physician Feng hadn't expected the crown prince to be unaware. He quickly explained what had happened that day and finished with reverence. "Since 3 months ago, the poison in your highness' body has been difficult to control. I was worried about what to do next, but it turns out your highness is a blessed man. My master's prescription is more exquisite than anything the entire Imperial Medical Institute could devise. Your highness' poison can truly be cured." Jing Feng was stunned. Zhao Yi was also frozen in shock. "Crown Princess, I have failed you." Jing Feng quickly corrected himself, filled with guilt. "It was my fault for doubting your medical skills without any evidence. Please punish me." Xie Yaochen waved his hand. No need. You were just concerned about your master. He pulled the suddenly silent Zhao Yi into the room. Turning back, he said coolly, what are you dumbfounded? Zhao Yi abruptly pulled him into his arms so tightly that his back ached slightly, as if he wanted to merge him into his very bones. His voice low and hoarse, he whispered in his ear, how fortunate I am to have met you. Xie Yaochen had intended to scold him, but upon hearing this his heart softened with sympathy. He grabbed his wrist to check his pulse, then frowned. Have you taken your medicine these past 2 days? Zhao Yi coughed lightly, avoiding his gaze. No. Xie Yaochen sighed. I must have, no definitely, owed you in several past lives. Stopping the medicine for 2 days still has some effects. Tonight go soak in a medicinal bath at the hot spring. At this moment the crown prince naturally would obey anything he said. He stroked his hair. All right. He was again tempted to ask him to accompany him, but before he could speak, Xie Yaochen said, this bath will take a long time, at least 3 hours. Have Fu Bao guard you. He looked at the instigator gloomily. I can't accompany you. I didn't get any rest last night, and now I'm so sleepy I can barely walk. Zhao Yi for once felt a twinge of guilt. He embraced him and kissed him gently, speaking softly. You don't need to accompany me. Rest well. That evening after dinner, Xie Yaochen went straight to bed. Zhao Yi took the others to the hot spring, and the courtyard suddenly seemed empty. He closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep when his ears twitched and he abruptly opened his eyes. Almost at that instant a flash of cold light swept past, and a masked black-clad figure suddenly appeared, lunging at him with a sword. Xie Yaochen's gaze turned icy. Instead of dodging, he turned and met the attack with bizarre moves, swiftly disarming the opponent of his sword. The black-clad figure's pupils contracted in shock, clearly not anticipating that Xie Yaochen possessed. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, 4 or 5 more black-clad figures dropped from the rooftop and encircled Xie Yaochen. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi was also harassed by assassins, but strangely, they were all small fry, no match for the Eastern Palace guards, who dispatched them with ease in a few moves. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, 4 or 5 more black-clad figures dropped from the rooftop and encircled Xie Yaochen. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi was also harassed by assassins, but strangely, they were all small fry, no match. Jing Feng's expression also changed, and he swiftly followed behind Zhao Yi. Returning to the main courtyard, they saw several guards' corpses outside and heard the dead silence inside. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Their crown princess must be in dire straits. Bang! Zhao Yi violently kicked the door open. Then everyone stood frozen in place. As the door swung open, a thick smell of blood assaulted them. Amidst a heap of assassins' corpses, Xie Yaochen stood in the center of the room in white robes with black hair, slowly wiping the bloodstained sword in his hand with the air of a boss who had just chopped a few cabbages. Zhao Yi's door-kicking startled him. He turned around, their eyes met, and there was dead silence. After a long pause, Xie Yaochen said, what if I told you they all killed themselves? Would you believe me? Jing Feng. Zhao Yi, I believe. Jing Feng immediately looked at His Highness in disbelief. Was it not too absurd to lie through his teeth to such an extent? In just a moment, Zhao Yi composed his expression, walked over nonchalantly, and took the sword from Xie Yaochen's hand. This is too dangerous. Put it away, don't hurt yourself. He also wiped the spot of blood from his cheek, saying with concern, so many dead people. You must be terrified. It's my fault. I should have left more people here. Ahem, it's fine. Are you hurt? Zhao Yi kissed him reassuringly. I'm fine. Turning around, his eyes turned icy cold, and his gaze was frighteningly sinister. Investigate. How did so many assassins sneak in without a sound? The Eastern Palace guards immediately followed orders. Jing Feng stepped forward, knelt down, and personally lifted the veils of the corpses on the ground. Then his face changed. He quickly uncovered the others, and after seeing their features clearly, he looked up in astonishment at Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen paused. What? Is there a problem? These people shouldn't be important players. They all seemed quite useless. Jing Feng was silent for a moment, a strange expression on his face. If I'm not mistaken, these 6 corpses all belong to Hong Lu, and they are all elite assassins in the top 10 of Hong Lu. The one under your foot is even the top assassin of Hong Lu. Jing Feng had once fought this person and only barely won. If the 6 of them attacked together, he probably wouldn't last 10 moves. But now all of them, not a single one escaped, all dead under Xie Yaochen's sword. And they had earned a disdainful comment from their crown princess. All quite useless. Xie Yaochen. 001. 001. I told you to hold back a bit. Xie Yaochen. I've been staying in several cultivation worlds recently. I haven't adjusted yet. Accustomed to splitting mountains and seas with a single sword strike, a few low martial world assassin killers were indeed quite useless. He turned and fell into Zhao Yi's arms, feigning weakness. I'm scared. I want to rest. Xie Yaochen was easygoing, since it was done worrying about it was useless. After all, there was no main system, so there was no so-called C, and thus no punishment. The next clean room. Xie Yaochen was easygoing since it was done worrying about it was useless. After all, there was no main system, so there was no so-called C and thus no punishment. Since he was a top-tier fugitive, he might as well do as he pleased. He pulled Zhao Yi down for a kiss and soon fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Yi did not sleep. He stared at Xie Yaochen by his bedside for a long time, then left. The guards investigated the assassins all night. Jing Feng found a surviving assassin and after severe torture obtained a shocking confession. The assassins at the hot spring were not a diversion, nor was Xie Yaochen the target. The true target was Zhao Yi. For this assassination Hong Lu had planned for a long time, even sending their top assassin and several elite top 10 members in a luxurious lineup, all to make sure Zhao Yi died at this manner. As for Xie Yaochen, he was just a convenient target. Since they thought killing Xie Yaochen would be easy, they planned to finish him off first before proceeding to their main task. Unexpectedly, they met their downfall right here. The several major assassins who were supposed to go after Zhao Yi never made it out of Xie Yachen's room. Not only did they fail to assassinate the crown prince, but they also lost their lives without even laying eyes on Zhao. At that moment, Jing Feng once again realized just how terrifying their mysterious crown princess consort truly was. Indeed, he had already employed the term mysterious. For no child of a farming family could possess such formidable medical skills that even imperial physicians conceded defeat. Nor could any ordinary person slay several elite assassins as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Upon reflection, something had been amiss from the very start. Despite His Highness's apparent ailment, Xie Yaochen showed not a trace of fear and even engaged in love talk with the prince with perfect composure. According to previous investigations, the second son of the Xie family should not have been replaced, yet it makes no sense. Where did the crown princess consort acquire such abilities? Zhao Yi waved his hand. No need to investigate further. Xie Yaochen's anomaly had never been intended to be hidden from him from the start. Living day and night with this person sharing the same bed, how could he not sense the strangeness? Knowing Xie Yaochen's capabilities, he neither worried about his origins nor feared that he would harm him. He only felt dread. If such a person ever wished to leave him, what means did he have to keep him? Have you identified the mastermind behind the Red Pavilion? The Red Pavilion was an assassin organization that had emerged a decade ago, repeatedly targeting the Eastern Palace. Yet its founder remained extremely cautious, never revealing their true identity. Jing Feng lowered his head in shame. Not yet found. Then cease the search, Zhao Yi said nonchalantly. It can only be one of a few individuals. Simply find an opportunity to eliminate all who obstruct the path. Why waste effort on these intrigues? Your Highness. Fu Bao rushed in abruptly. The men searching the manor have found a fleeing assassin in Dr. Liu's residence. Lu Shu. Jing Feng frowned immediately. After all, he was the nominal younger brother of the crown princess consort. If he became entangled with an assassin, would it implicate the consort? He asked at once, was he aware that the assassin was hiding there? Well, when the imperial guards broke in, he was applying medicine to the assassin. Jingfeng. Zhao Yi's face darkened like a storm cloud. Go. Arrest Lu Shu and Zhao Min and execute them on the spot. Jingfeng and Fu Bao were both stunned. Lu Shu was one thing, but Zhao Min. Is Lu Shu not his man? Zhao Yi said coldly. Naturally, what Lu Shu does is also his doing. What is the problem? Not to mention the assassination attempt. Zhao Min had already made one before. They were all destined for death. He was too weary to argue further. I shall go at once. Xie Yaochen was sleeping soundly when 001 suddenly shouted joyfully. Host, stop sleeping. Your man is about to kill both the protagonist and his love interest. Get up and watch. Xie Yaochen's eyelids twitched and he opened his eyes. What's going on? 001. A lucky escapee from the hot spring fled into Lu Shu's courtyard. He discovered the man but didn't report him to the guards. In fact, seeing how badly wounded he was, he took pity and started dressing his wounds. 001. The guards were searching everywhere, and naturally they were discovered. The crown prince was furious and ordered both to be arrested and executed on the spot. 001. Get up. We must get over there quickly. Such an exciting scene. If we're late and they're already dead, we'll miss it. Xie Yaochen first thought Lu Shu's behavior was baffling, still playing the merciful healer act at a time like this. Was his mind working properly? At the same time, he felt puzzled. Wasn't it Lu Shu who harbored the assassin? Why is Zhao Min involved? Did he orchestrate it? 001. Oh no. Your man remembered how he rushed back from the hot spring thinking you had almost died at the assassin's hands, and it still pains him. So he vented his anger on Zhao Min. Xie Yaochen's heart felt sweet. He's so adorable. 001. Only its host would think that. Xie Yaochen naturally wanted to witness this spectacle too. He dressed quickly and sped to the scene. But he suspected the protagonist and his love interest wouldn't die so easily. Just as he had expected, no sooner had he arrived, and before he reached Zhao Yi, a guard rushed in and reported, Your Highness, Prince Wu has arrived. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes coldly but ignored him. Instead, he rose and strode quickly to Xie Yaochen. Why are you awake? Had a nightmare. Xie Yaochen, of course, could not say he had come for the excitement. He rubbed his face against Zhao Yi's hand. I couldn't sleep without you. Hearing this, Zhao Yi's heart was both sweet and softened. He kissed him. After I deal with these two, I'll accompany you back. Turning back to Lu Shu and Zhao Min, his gaze instantly darkened. These two wretches were delaying his time sleeping with his consort. At that moment, Lu Shu and Zhao Min were kneeling on the ground, their hands tied behind their backs. Lu Shu, pale-faced and weeping, defended himself. I truly did not know he was the assassin who attacked His Highness. I only saw he was gravely wounded, and as a physician my heart could not bear it, so I helped treat his wounds. Spare me, Your Highness. Second brother, save me. Zhao Min, kneeling beside him, had been utterly bewildered, sleeping peacefully until guards dragged him here. He had no idea what was happening before hearing the execution order. Now, hearing Lu Shu's words, he understood the situation and his face changed instantly. Your Highness, this has nothing to do with me. What has to do with Lu Shu has to do with you. Zhao Min was stunned. So he was implicated purely because of Lu Shu's action. He was to die just because of what Lu Shu did. He whirled his head. Xiao Shu, how can you be so foolish? Accused thus, Lu Shu sobbed, even harder, both heartbroken and aggrieved. Xie Yaochen nearly laughed aloud and said to 001, this is Zhao Min's karmic retribution. Another guard approached. Your Highness, Prince Wu requests an audience. Zhao Min suddenly realized. Yes, his father had come. With his father present, he would not die. Xie Yaochen narrowed his eyes and turned to Zhao Yi. Shouldn't Prince Wu be staying properly in the capital? What is he doing here in the dead of night? Especially since Zhao Yi had just survived an assassination, Prince Wu appearing nearby was far too coincidental. Zhao Yi squeezed his hand and gave a cold, light laugh before unhurriedly ordering, invite Uncle Wu in. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a righteous face hurried in anxiously. This was Zhao Min's father, Prince Wu. Greetings, Crown Prince. Why is Uncle here? Zhao Yi asked. Your subject went out on business a few days ago and was not at the residence. The moment I returned home, I heard that Amin had come here. Worried that he might disturb Your Highness's rest, I rushed to bring him back. You've taken the trouble to come even at this late hour. Uncle is most considerate. It is my duty, Prince Wu said humbly, then, as if just noticing Zhao Min kneeling with a sword at his throat, asked hurriedly, what has Amin done to incur such wrath from Your Highness? What crime has he committed? Zhao Yi did not answer directly, but leisurely asked, Uncle Wang, what punishment do you think one should face for plotting against the Crown Prince? The King of Wu's heart skipped a beat, and he calmly replied, naturally it should be execution according to the law. However, Amin, since Uncle Wang has said so, I need not hold back. Come, take action. The guards immediately raised their blades to strike. Father, save me. Wait. The King of Wu's eyes widened in terror as he lunged forward. His movement was timely. At the critical moment, he finally managed to block the guard's slaughtering knife. The blade's edge was merely 2 inches from Zhao Min's neck, the chill causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Even kneeling, he nearly succumbed and collapsed to the ground. The King of Wu's face was also a shade of iron gray. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I just sought Uncle Wang's opinion. According to the law, execution is warranted. How is it that you say otherwise? The King of Wu's face was also a shade of iron gray. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I just sought Uncle Wu. The King of Wu felt the Crown Prince's illness once more and hurriedly said, I have not finished speaking. Plotting against the Crown Prince should indeed be punished by death, but Amin is my son. I know he is loyal to both Your Majesty and Your Highness and would never commit such an act. There must be some misunderstanding. Is this what Uncle Wang wishes to convey? Then it is unnecessary. The evidence is conclusive and discussion is redundant. He should still be executed. After saying this, he gestured to the guards to carry out the execution, and then, holding on to Xie Yaochen, turned to leave. Seeing that he was indeed serious, the King of Wu panicked, shouting urgently, Your Highness, I am willing to exchange my life-saving medal for my son's life. Zhao Yi halted his steps. Xie Yaochen remarked, See, I told you the main characters won't die so easily. 001 sighed in disappointment. In the residence of the King of Wu, there was a life-saving medal bestowed upon him by the current emperor many years ago. The emperor has many brothers, but shares the closest bond with the King of Wu. During battles, the king saved him from peril multiple times, and after ascending the throne, the emperor granted him this medal. Over the years, the King of Wu had always treated this medal as a treasure, but now he had no choice but to take it. Xie Yaochen felt the grip on his hand tighten and turned to see Zhao Yi, emanating displeasure. He patted Zhao Yi's hand and leaned closer, whispering, It's fine, there's no rush to kill him. There will be plenty of opportunities later. He added meaningfully, the King of Wu's life-saving medal is but this one piece. It would be quite wasteful to use it at this moment. Zhao Yi's gaze flickered slightly, his expression becoming somewhat more agreeable. However, if one cannot be killed, what about the other? Just as his eyes turned to Lu Shu, a guard hurriedly entered. Your Highness the Marquis of Annal requests an audience. The Marquis of Annal. Why would he come to such a remote place in the dead of night? Zhao Yi would begrudgingly give some face to the Marquis of Annal because he is the younger brother of the Empress, making him Zhao Yi's uncle. Please, my lord, come in. Shortly after the middle-aged and still handsome Marquis of Annal entered. I greet your Highness the Crown Prince. What brings you here, my lord? I have come for a person, the Marquis of Annal said, glancing around before his eyes fell on Lu Shu, fixating on the somewhat familiar features, his eyes instantly turning red. This is my nephew. I do not know what crime he has committed, but I ask your Highness to spare him for my sake. Nephew. Lu Shu stared at the Marquis of Annal, stunned. His biological father actually hailed from an Xie Yaochen raised an eyebrow, quickly recalling the plot he had only skimmed over before. I remember the Marquis of Annal seems to be the biological father of the protagonist's love interest, right? When did he become an uncle? 001 exclaimed. You haven't remembered incorrectly, host. This scoundrel is lying. The Marquis of Annal continued to plead with Zhao Yi. Your Highness is also aware that my elder brother died in battle for the country and left no children behind. I only discovered after my brother's death that he had a blood descendant in the world, but their whereabouts were unknown. Over the years I inherited my brother's title and have never given up searching for that child. Just a few days ago, I finally found a clue. This child named Lu Shu is my nephew. My wife and I have been childless for many years and have agreed to raise this child as our own. After finding him, my wife is very much looking forward to it. Not knowing what crime this child had committed, I ask your Highness to spare him for the sake of my wife and me. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. However, since the Marquis' elder brother died for the country and his aunt was very kind to him, considering Lu Shu was merely foolish, he finally waved his hand impatiently. Take him away, and do not let him appear before me again. After wasting half a day without killing anyone, the Crown Prince was somewhat displeased, his face dark, as he pulled Xie Yaochen to leave. Xie Yaochen was too lazy to go through the lengthy plot, directly asking 001, can you explain Lu Shu's background? 001 quickly searched, and full of excitement exclaimed within 3 seconds, found it. Lu Shu was born to the Marquis of Annal with another woman behind the back of the Marquis' wife. That woman is named Lu Xie, a distant cousin of Xie Dama, who is in the business and has some wealth. However, Liu's father had a gambling addiction and inadvertently lost the family fortune, leading to a life of poverty for the family. Lu Xie was sold by her father to a brothel. She was supposed to be sent there, but by chance she encountered the Marquis of Annal's wife's carriage and was saved. The Marquis of Annal's wife, pitying her misfortune, brought her back to the Marquis' residence and treated her not as a servant, but as a sister. However, staying frequently in the Marquis' residence inevitably led to encounters with the Marquis of Annal. The Marquis fell in love with her at first sight and could not help but be captivated, privately flirting with her. Lu Xie, being young and at the age of first love, found it hard to resist the allure of the Marquis, who was the most handsome man in the capital at that time. Soon they became entangled. When the Marquis sought to marry the Empress' younger sister, he had vowed that he would only ever have one wife in the future. After several years of marriage, he indeed remained devoted. Even when the Marquis of Annal's wife bore no children for years, he did not take a concubine, thereby earning a good reputation in the capital. Not long after their secret affair began, Lu Xie became pregnant. Though her belly was not yet large, she could not help but show signs of abnormality. The Marquis of Annal's wife thought she was ill and was very concerned during that time. Lu Xie felt guilty and anxious every time she faced the Marquis of Annal's wife's suffering. After enduring pain for some time, she felt that she had been bewitched and deeply regretted causing trouble for the Marquis' wife, so she quietly left the Marquis' residence. She returned to her hometown, but later fell ill after giving birth and was bedridden. She felt too ashamed to send her child back to the Marquis' residence, fearing to hurt the Marquis' wife's feelings. Thus, nearing death, she entrusted her child to Xie Dama. In recent years, the Annal Marquis had quietly been searching for someone. Upon learning of Lu Xie's death, he harbored a deep-seated hatred towards the Annal Marquis' wife, believing she was responsible for the demise of his beloved woman. Now that he had found Lu Shu, he did not dare to acknowledge their father-son relationship, directly fearing the Empress and the Crown Prince behind the Annal Marquis' wife. At the same time, he was unwilling to let the cherished red mole on his heart suffer, so he planned to acknowledge Lu Shu under the name of his deceased brother, intending to adopt him later. This way, Lu Shu could receive the love of the Annal Marquis' wife and eventually inherit his title. In the original plot, Lu Shu took the place of the ninth prince, making it impossible for the Annal Marquis to bring him back to the Marquis residence, but the father and son had already acknowledged each other privately. Later, Zhao Min ascended the throne, and Lu Shu was known as the ninth prince, while in reality, he was the Empress, and the Annal Marquis rose to prominence. He immediately divorced the Annal Marquis' wife, telling her in anger that he had never loved her over the years, as his heart had always belonged to another woman. He had only endured humiliation in her presence to one day take revenge for his beloved. Now he no longer needed to endure. Not only did he divorce her, but he also found an excuse to have Zhao Min order her execution. After hearing this, Xie Yaochen was at a loss for words, glancing at Zhao Yi with a complex expression. Zhao Yi asked what's wrong. Nothing. He just felt that the crown prince was quite unfortunate, having lost his life, his throne, and his aunt was being bullied like this. Upon arriving in the capital, he immediately sent the people away in one go. It was already late, and the two went directly to bed. Feeling pity that he hadn't slept well the previous night, Zhao Yi, despite his strong desires, restrained himself to merely kiss him and pulled him into his embrace. Sleep now. Zhao Yi was very concerned about his own safety. Even during rest, the guards outside were layered in protection. However, after the incident with the assassins, the guards outside were not as tense tonight. One must admit that with such a crown princess by the crown prince's side, everyone felt quite secure. Although their crown princess was reluctant to acknowledge this, she still stubbornly insisted that the assassins were killed by each other. 2 days later, the crown prince's carriage set off back to the capital. The Xie family had been busy for days wanting to bring everything for Xie Yaochen, and only when it was time to part did they finally realize that the son they had raised for so many years was leaving them. The elderly couple of the Xie family were overwhelmed with sadness. Seeing this, Xie Yaochen said, "Since you can't bear to part, why not come to the capital with us?" He had just stirred up a wave of resentment from the Red Chamber last night, and didn't feel comfortable leaving his family alone in Taoshi village. Moreover, since Xie Yaochen would become a prince in the future, he would likely be by Zhao Yi's side continuously. If they didn't go together, they might not be able to see each other often. He proposed this suggestion, initially worried that the elderly couple of the Xie family would be reluctant to leave their hometown, but to his surprise, both Xie Laodad and Xie Grandma were quite adaptable. After a brief discussion, they happily packed their things. Thus, in the end, the Xie family joined the journey. Lu Shu did not stay with the Xie family, but remained beside the animal marquee. The villagers of Taoshi village came out of their homes and stood by the roadside to see them off. They already knew that Lu Shu and Xie Yaochen had found their relatives. One was a young master from the marquee residence, and the other was even more impressive. He was a prince. Seeing Xie Laodad and Xie Grandma being helped into the carriage by the guards, everyone was filled with envy and admiration. The Xie family truly has great fortune. They must have ancestors blessing them. I burn paper every year and am very sincere about it. Oh, why don't my ancestors bless me? How did they find such luck? 2 children picked up from outside. One is a future marquis and the other is a precious prince. The one raised in the family is even more impressive. He not only turned out to be a boy, but can also become the crown princess and eventually the empress. That makes him the mother of the nation. Oh, Aunt Lu slapped her leg in frustration. On the day the Xie family's girl picked up the prince, I clearly walked that road too, and I was half an hour earlier than her. If I had been a bit more careful, wouldn't the prince have been mine? It's all my old man's fault. When we got there, I said I was thirsty and wanted water, asking him to fetch it. He refused, saying to hold on until we reached my mother's house, and that's how I missed the prince. The people around immediately gathered. What? There's the story. Did you go back to visit your relatives that year? I don't remember it. Of course I did. Aunt Lu immediately retorted, let me tell you in detail. In such a lively atmosphere, Aunt He's family appeared particularly quiet. Aunt He wanted to curse. Why did all the good fortune fall to the Xie family? Yet at this moment, she dared not make a sound, not even standing out in the open, only secretly shrinking back to watch from behind others. Fearing being discovered by the Xie family, and recalling her own schemes, who would have thought that Xie Yaochen would actually be favored by the crown prince? If the crown prince saw her, and recalled that day's events, perhaps she would lose her life. The carriage moved, and the procession began. Lu Yuanyang quietly watched the luxurious carriage at the front, as she couldn't see the people inside, but could imagine the boy's lazy, carefree smile. However, she should no longer dwell on it. Lu Wei had been badly beaten that day. He should have been resting in bed to recover, but he still secretly sneaked out. He stared intensely at the gradually disappearing procession, filled with unwillingness. Inside the carriage, 001 asked host, didn't you say you were going to deal with Lu Wei? Why didn't you take action? Did you forget? Xie Yaochen chuckled lightly. No rush, I haven't forgotten, you'll know later. On the other side, Lu Wei returned, and said to Aunt He, mother, I want to go to the capital too. 2 days later in the capital, the Grand Eunuch Fu, and who served the emperor, was already waiting early at the city gate to welcome them. Upon seeing the crown prince's carriage, he immediately approached with a smile. Your Highness, you have finally arrived. His Majesty and Her Majesty have been waiting for you in the palace. The news of Zhao Yi finding his brother had already reached the capital, and the emperor and empress had been anxiously awaiting their return. Zhao Yi yawned. There's no need for my parents and elder brother and sister-in-law to enter the palace, right? He crawled up from the soft couch behind Zhao Yi, resting on his back, yawning. They're all ordinary folks, and they've never thought they would meet the sovereign. If they went abruptly, they might act inappropriately before the emperor. Zhao Yi held his hand, pulling him into his embrace and caressing his face. That's fine, but except for the 9th prince, you will also have to enter the palace. Father and mother have long said they want to see the crown princess I chose. Xie Yaochen let out a chuckle and kissed him on the chin. All right, they'll go down first and inform my parents. The carriage curtains remained undisturbed. Fuan stood below, hearing only the voices from within. A flicker crossed his gaze. So this was the famed long-heard, but never-seen crown princess dope. The curtains stirred, and a figure leaped directly from the carriage, movements unrestrained yet without a hint of roughness. The hem of the robe swept past few in sight, heading toward the carriage behind. Fuan Sharpie caught a glimpse of that face, and astonishment seized him. Could such a dashing and handsome young man truly have been born in the wilderness? Xie Yaochen went to the rear carriage and informed the Xie family about entering the palace. This time only my brother and I will go in. Jingfeng has already arranged accommodation and will take you all there directly. Hearing that none of them needed to enter the palace, the elder Xie couple breathed a sigh of relief, far more so than the eldest brother and his wife, and wiped the cold sweat from their brows on the spot. Then they couldn't help worrying about him and Xie Xiqing. What about you two? Will there be trouble? That's the emperor and empress. Xie Yaochen smiled helplessly. No, it'll be fine. Xiqing is their own son. What could happen? Besides, the crown prince is there too. After soothing the elders, Xie Yaochen returned to the front carriage. In the palace, the emperor and empress sat together, having been waiting with their eyes straining for so long. The empress peered out the hall for the umpteenth time. Why haven't they arrived yet? Didn't they say they'd entered the city? As she spoke, a young eunuch hurried in, beaming, and announced, Your Majesty, Your Highness, the crown prince has arrived. Let him in at once. The empress rose in agitation. When she saw Xie Xiqing, she lost her composure utterly, her eyes reddening. Sobbing, she said, This is my child, my little Nine. No evidence was needed. Just looking at that face, so much like her own, she knew this was her son. The empress embraced Xie Xiqing, weeping uncontrollably. Xie Xiqing felt at a loss, his heart growing both tender and sore. Nearby, the emperor was not as emotional as the empress, but he gazed at the mother and son, embracing, a genial smile on his face, warmth in his eyes. Xie Yaochen raised his eyes, discreetly glanced at the emperor, and fell silent. Zhao Yi did not resemble the empress, but his and the emperor's faces were practically cast from the same mold. Yet from that same mold, Zhao Yi remained elegant and handsome, every feature distinct, while the emperor had grown so portly that his eyes were reduced to mere slits. Observing the emperor's figure, which could easily pass for two men, Xie Yaochen's heart chilled slightly, and he subconsciously cast a glance at the crown prince beside him. Xie Yaochen, Zhao Yi won't end up like that in the future, will he? 001. Probably not. Just then the emperor looked over at them. Seeing Xie Yaochen by Zhao Yi's side, his smile did not waver. He beckoned, Crown Prince, bring your prospective crown princess over, and let your father have a look. Zhao Yi took Xie Yaochen's hand and stepped forward. Since entering, Zhao Yi had not performed any formal obeisance to the emperor and empress, nor did he intend to make Xie Yaochen kneel before the Son of Heaven. Instead, he led Xie Yaochen to sit directly beside the emperor. It was evident how unrestrained the crown prince was in front of the emperor. The emperor did not mind. Ever since the consort affair years ago, he had been exceedingly indulgent toward his crown prince. He studied Xie Yaochen with a kind gaze, yet the majesty of the Son of Heaven was not something ordinary people could endure. However, Xie Yaochen simply sat there, obediently calm and composed. The emperor was pleased and said with a smile, My crown prince has always had excellent taste. Xie Yaochen found it somewhat absurd. This was the heir apparent, and Zhao Yi's father's acceptance seemed rather excessive, didn't it? He actually had no objections to his male crown princess. 001 said, ever since he discovered that his beloved son had been harmed by a favored consort, and might have only a few years to live, the emperor's mental state has been somewhat unhinged. From then on, he indulged the crown prince without restraint. Whatever the crown prince wanted, he gave. Anyone who spoke ill of the crown prince was eliminated. In the early years, some ministers still submitted memorials to depose the crown prince, but now no one dares to utter a word. A male crown princess is nothing, even if he married a pig. Ow! 001 clutched its backside, jolted 3 feet high by another shock. Host, I didn't mean to throw shade. I was just making an analogy. The emperor might even agree to a pig. You're at least a human. Just then the empress, her emotions somewhat calmed, led Xie Xiqing over. First she made him address the emperor as father, then chatted briefly with Xie Yaochen, also wearing an expression of great satisfaction. Especially when she saw that her son was still holding Xie Yaochen's hand tightly, she couldn't help but smile. This is truly fate. Yi fell for you at first sight, and Xiao Jiu was raised by your family. It seems destined. Destined. Zhao Yi loved that word. He felt it was exactly that. He held Xie Yaochen's hand gently, kneading it, glanced at the person beside him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Daoist Qinjian's calculations were correct this time. When I went that way, I indeed found my life's turning point. The Emperor and Empress had not yet learned that Xie Yaochen could cure illness. What? This time Xie Yaochen spoke up. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have some knowledge of medicine. The poison afflicting His Highness the Crown Prince. I happen to know how to cure it. Hearing this, the Emperor and Empress were overjoyed. Is that true? Good. Good. The Emperor too lost his composure in his excitement. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Marquis of Annel's consort has arrived. Fuan came in to announce. The Empress dabbed at the moisture at the corner of her eyes and said cheerfully, "Let her in at once." A laughing voice came from outside. I hear my little nephew has returned. Where is he? The Marquis of Annel's consort entered. She resembled the Empress greatly, the difference being that one was gentle and graceful, while the other was brisk and generous. She had not come alone. Beside her was none other than Lu Shu. The Marquis consort first paid her respects, then excitedly pulled Xie Yaochen over to study him for a moment before curiously exchanging a few words with Xie Yaochen. Finally, she brought Lu Shu forward and said with a smile, "Your Majesty's sister, this is our Marquis's young master. What do you think of him?" Lu Shu was now dressed in a splendid set of embroidered garments, decked out finely. Every accessory on him was exquisite and without equal. It was said that the Marquis of Annel's household was not wealthy. Such items could not have come from him, but only from the consort's hand. Moreover, the jade pendant at Lu Shu's waist was made of a rare, priceless material of which even the palace had only a few pieces, a testament to the consort's care for him. Lu Shu hastened to bow. The Marquis's young master. The Empress asked in surprise what this was about. The Marquis consort then recounted Lu Shu's background. Naturally, it was the version fabricated by the Marquis of Annel, that his elder brother had once had a dalliance with a woman and left behind a posthumous child. It's truly incredible that Xiao Shu and Xiao Jiu were adopted by the same family and have been brothers for over a decade. Oh, the Empress was surprised. Lu Shu stood below head, lowered his smile somewhat forced. They had been brothers for over 10 years, yet Xie Yaochen and Xie Yaochen could not even spare him a close look. Was this not deliberately making the Empress suspect him? At the same time, a pang of bitterness gnawed at him. He had become a son of the Marquis mansion, yet he was still looked down upon. While he knelt and stood below Xie Yaochen, and Xie Yaochen were seated directly beside the Emperor and Empress. Xie Yaochen cast a glance at Lu Shu and immediately guessed what the latter was thinking. He could not be bothered to look further, giving a scoff in his heart before averting his gaze. The wife of Marquis Annel seemed utterly fond of Lu Shu, continuing, "My husband and I have been married for many years without a single child. Now that we have Xiao Shu, it is well indeed. The Marquis lineage shall continue. My husband even plans to adopt Xiao Shu into my name and then petition for him to be made the heir. Your Majesty must not make things difficult when the time comes." The Empress doted on her younger sister, and the Emperor was deeply attached to the Empress. He chuckled. What difficulty could there be? I can grant it right now. Suddenly Xie Yaochen pinched Zhao Yi's finger. Zhao Yi turned his hand and wrapped those mischievous fingers back into his palm, speaking without a moment's delay, cutting off the Emperor's words. If he is made the heir, he becomes the successor of the Marquis. Father, such a crucial matter warrants caution. It would be prudent to verify that he is indeed of blood kin before conferring the title. Marquis Annel's wife did not overthink it. She smiled and said, "The Crown Prince speaks rightly. A bit of caution is good, lest people gossip about Xiao Shu in the future." Lu Shu, however, felt a jolt in his heart, his face turning pale instantly. After paying respects to the Emperor and Empress, Xie Yaochen naturally took up residence in the palace. Xie Yaochen by the rules was supposed to leave the palace. However, the Crown Prince never cared about rules. He simply took him straight to. After paying respects to the Emperor and Empress, Xie Yaochen naturally took up residence in the palace. Xie Yaochen by the rules was supposed to leave the palace. However, the Crown Prince never cared about rules. He simply took him straight to the Eastern Palace. Is there something wrong with Lu Shu's background? Yes. He is not the posthumous son of the former Marquis Annel. I already instructed Jing Feng to send men to find evidence. He did not state it directly, but Zhao Yi was sharp and instantly grasped the key point. If Lu Shu was not the posthumous son of Marquis Annel's elder brother, why would Marquis Annel go to such lengths for him, and even petition to make him the heir? The only possible answer was, Lu Shu was his own son. Given that his wife had been childless for years, this son could only be the result of Marquis Annel's affair with another woman. What audacity! Zhao Yi slammed the table in rage. Not only had he wronged his aunt, but now he intended to pass Lu Shu off as his aunt's son, making fools of them all. Was Marquis Annel tired of living? As for how Xie Yaochen knew all this, Zhao Yi chose to overlook it. He had grown accustomed to his crown princess omniscience. Don't be angry. He patted Zhao Yi's arm. Once our men bring back the evidence, we can deal with him directly. Why let it spoil your mood? Zhao Yi thought that made sense. Those who courted death could simply be killed. Why waste precious time? So he turned and scooped up Xie Yaochen. What are you doing? Do you really want me to answer? Of course I'm going to. Xie Yaochen broke out in a cold sweat and reached up to cover his mouth. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. If you're going to do it, can you at least watch your language? Why should I watch my words when speaking to my own chambermaid? The moment they reached the bed, Zhao Yi lowered his head to impatiently bite his lips and tear at his clothes. His voice hoarse, he said, I haven't touched you in 2 days on the road. You owe me compensation, and you agreed. Xie Yaochen raised a hand to stop him. The crown prince's expression turned grim. Do you intend to renege? Xie Yaochen's mouth twitched. Take a bath first. Zhao Yi's eyes flickered, then he lifted him again. The Eastern Palace has a large pool. You'll love it. Whether Xie Yaochen loved it or not was unknown, but Zhao Yi certainly did. He kept them in the water all night, without letting him get out. The next afternoon, Xie Yaochen lay weakly on the bed staring at the canopy above. My skin is all wrinkled. A muscular arm wrapped around his waist and pulled him into an embrace. Zhao Yi said with satisfaction, let your husband rub it smooth again. They fooled around in bed for a while before getting up. Xie Yaochen asked him, why aren't you at court? While he was washing his face, Zhao Yi hugged him from behind, bit his ear, and chuckled. Those ministers in court aren't exactly eager to see me. The Eastern Palace has decent scenery. They'll take you around later, and wherever you dislike, we'll have it changed. You can go to other parts of the palace too, even the inner court, but don't stare at those women. Why, oi? Zhao Yi turned his face and bit his lip again, now able to answer with utter frankness. Because your husband gets jealous. Xie Yaochen took his hand with a smile. I know. I won't look at anyone else. Only you. Zhao Yi's lips curved upward. After a leisurely wash, they bypassed breakfast and had lunch instead, then took a stroll around the entire evening. Just as they were about to explore other parts of the palace, a young eunuch came to announce that Marquis Annel had brought the elderly matriarch of the Annel home mansion into the palace to petition for Lu Shu to be made the heir. Xie Yaochen raised an eyebrow and pulled Zhao Yi along. Come on, let's go watch the excitement. Seeing his confident look, Zhao Yi understood. Has the matter Jingfeng handled been resolved, eh? He trusted him so deeply that he didn't even ask what orders Xie Yaochen had given Jingfeng. Almost. When they arrived, Marquis Annel was already present supporting an elderly lady. The emperor was ordering that she be given a seat. The wife of Marquis Annel arrived a step later with Lu Shu entering the hall at the same time as Xie Yaochen. That elderly lady was the mother of Marquis Annel, the old mistress of the mansion. She had not yet sat down when she spotted Lu Shu, studied him closely, and burst into tears. There can be no mistake. No mistake at all. This must be my eldest son's child. The boy's nose is almost identical to his father's. After the emperor had set aside the wife's tentative petition for the heirship yesterday, Marquis Annel grew anxious, fearing delays would cause trouble. So he hastily brought back his pious mother, who had been living in a Buddhist temple, to help testify. Hearing these words from the old lady, Xie Yaochen could not help but twitch his mouth. Madam, is it possible that Lu Shu's nose looks exactly like Marquis Annel's as well? Yet outsiders unaware of the inside story gave it no second thought. Since the old madam herself had affirmed that this must be her grandson, the emperor was prepared to approve the petition for the heir apparent of the Annel Marquisate. However, he had not forgotten that his son had spoken up the previous day, so he deliberately turned his gaze to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi then looked to Xie Yaochen. The emperor's brows twitched, and he too stared at Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen was speechless. He had no choice but to step forward. Your Majesty, I have summoned someone from outside. Might I beg you to meet this person before making your decision? Just then 001 informed him that the person he had sought was already outside the palace gates. The emperor, though puzzled by Xie Yaochen's scheme, nodded. What person? Let him be granted an audience at once. A vague unease stirred in the Marquis of Annel's heart. What was Xie Yaochen up to? Lu Shu's heart also fluttered with dread, a sense of foreboding that it boded no good, stirring resentment within her. What did Xie Yaochen intend now? Could he not bear to see him prosper? Before long, Jingfeng entered the hall, leading a gray-haired, timid old woman in his wake. The moment she set eyes on the Marquis of Annel and Lu Shu beside him, her face turned deathly pale, and she fell to her knees with a thud. Spare me, Marquis. I was never meaning to let Miss Lu escape. For the sake that father and son have finally reunited, grant this old servant mercy. The Marquis of Annel's expression shifted dramatically, and he thundered, what Miss Lu? I know no such person. Who put you up to this, that you dare spout nonsense before His Majesty? The smile faded from the face of the Marchioness of Annel. The surname Lu. How familiar it was. She studied Lu Shu, then the Marquis, and finally fixed her gaze on Lu Shu's features. Father and son. After so many years, she could scarcely recall what Lu Sierra had looked like, so seeing Lu Shu only stirred a vague familiarity that drew her at once. Even if she occasionally noticed a resemblance, she never entertained the thought, for at the time, she had detected nothing amiss between Lu Sierra and the Marquis. The Marquis of Annel strove to deny it, but it was already futile. This old woman had been the maid who once attended Lucier, who later Lucier had bribed her to aid her escape. After Lucier left vanished, and then news of her death came, the old servant, fearing punishment, had secretly fled the Marquise and returned to her hometown 1,000 li away. That Xie Yaochen could even unearth this person meant he had already uncovered everything. No wonder when I asked about Lu Shu's birth mother you only said she was a climbing maid, not even daring to utter a name. So it was Lucier. So Lu Shu is indeed your son. Wang Yue, you have done well to make a fool of me. The Marchioness in a fury suddenly pulled a sword from a guard, and in one thrust ran the Marquis of Anil through. Xie Yaochen was struck dumb. So familiar. 001 echoed, indeed so familiar. So Zhao Yi's madness was not without cause. Aside from his mother, who seemed sane enough, his father and his aunt appeared to be. Seeing Xie Yaochen's expression suddenly turn vacant, Zhao Yi quickly raised a hand to cover his eyes and asked with concern, "Are you frightened?" Xie Yaochen was rendered speechless. The Marquis of Anil had been stabbed in the abdomen. Thanks to prompt medical attention, he survived. But while his life was spared, other things were not. This affair was not merely about acknowledging an illegitimate son. The gravest offense was the crime of deceiving the emperor. To pass off an unentitled son born of an illicit affair as the posthumous child of the former Marquis of Anil, to have him adopted under the Marchioness's name, and then to seek the title of heir apparent. What suicidal maneuver was that? Even if the emperor did not punish him, the Marchioness's family would tear him apart, let alone the deceived emperor, who was greatly enraged. Thus, while the Marquis lay half dead on his sickbed, an imperial decree stripped him of his title. And the Marchioness, growing more furious the more she thought, returned home, and immediately seized the Marquis's attendants for interrogation. Her intention was merely to clarify the affair between the Marquis and Lucier, but inadvertently, she uncovered a shocking secret. All these years her inability to bear children had initially been due to ill health, but later, because Wang Yu had secretly administered sterility potions to her. The Marchioness was thunderstruck, trembling with rage. Seizing a sword, she charged into the Marquis's courtyard in a blaze of fury. By the time Lu Shu heard the screams and rushed over, he had lost his father, leaving only a relative who was half-father, half-mother. Xie Yaochen, listening to 001's retelling, wondered, half-father, half-mother? Yes, 001 replied. The Marchioness castrated him. Xie Yaochen was left speechless. He made a mental note to enroll 001 in a Chinese language class when the chance arose. Having done all this, the Marchioness coldly tossed out a single line. "Since I can no longer bear children, neither shall you," and then departed without a backward glance. Immediately afterward, she went straight to the palace to petition for a divorce. The emperor, of course, consented. Lu Shu stood bewildered in the suddenly empty and desolate marquisate, unable to grasp how everything had unfolded. He had been the Marquis's son for less than 2 days. How had it come to this? Just yesterday, he had joyfully poured out his heart to Zhao Min, saying that once he became the heir of the Anil Marquis, being with Zhao Min would be a match of equal status. Even if they could not marry, no one would dare speak ill of them. Yet now, in an instant, it all amounted to nothing. The affair of the Anil Marquis caused only a ripple in the capital before quickly fading from attention, for a greater event had occurred. His Majesty had found the 9th prince, intended to enfeoff him as a prince and ennoble the family that raised him, while simultaneously announcing that the crown prince's poison could be cured and his health was already recovering. This cascade of news stunned everyone, especially those members of the imperial clan who had long been eyeing the throne. For years they had waited for the crown prince to die so they could claim the prize. How could someone go back on their word and suddenly no longer die? Yet some had a different thought. The crown prince would not die. Excellent. Quickly send their daughters, sisters, or concubines to the eastern palace. However, the emperor immediately ordered the Ministry of Rites to produce the procedures for the crown prince's grand wedding. Facing the assembled civil and military officials in court, the emperor stated directly, "The crown princess is a man. Minister, you must adapt. Some procedures should be changed." Instantly, everyone, regardless of their schemes, felt as if struck by lightning. Earlier, the crown prince had written back saying he had chosen a male crown princess. At that time, news leaked in the court and several stubborn old ministers had opposed it, but the emperor had suppressed their voices. However, that was then, and this is now back. Then they thought the crown prince was dying so naturally they allowed him to do as he pleased. Now that the poison was about to be cured, how could they continue to choose a man? With the crown prince's health restored barring accidents, he would be the future sovereign. A man as the national mother was unheard of. And what about the imperial heirs? Thus waves of opposition arose, each more vehement than the last. Among them were the stubbornly conservative, those coveting the position of crown princess, and members of the imperial clan seeking to fish in troubled waters, hoping to topple the crown prince. For a time the court was in chaos. The emperor listened with a smile, then suddenly ordered a eunuch, "Go summon the crown prince." Suddenly, all the noisy sounds came to an abrupt halt, and the ministers felt a chill rising from their feet. Everyone was visibly terrified. Soon Zhao Yi arrived. He wore a sword at his waist, a gift from the emperor after he stabbed the crown prince at the age of 15, intended for him to carry during court sessions to avoid being caught without a weapon when he felt like killing. At that moment, the mood of the court officials was like this. Zhao Yi, exuding an aura of authority and coldness, entered and said, "I heard someone opposes the crown princess I have chosen." "Who?" "Step forward." In an instant, the court fell silent. Those who had just been the most boisterous shrank back, trembling in fear of being noticed. Xie Yaochen also arrived following Zhao Yi and couldn't help but smirk at the minister's expressions. What has His Highness been doing in court all these years? The emperor smiled and ordered, "Bring forth chairs." A young eunuch immediately brought 2 chairs and placed them beneath the dragon throne. Zhao Yi pulled Xie Yaochen to sit down, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. "What's wrong? Have you all gone mute?" Xie Yaochen sat leisurely, enjoying the minister's awkwardness. "Since there are no objections, then I don't want to hear any more words I don't wish to listen to." Zhao Yi said in a chilling tone, "How can you all judge who my crown princess is?" The ministers shrank back, too frightened to speak. Someone secretly raised their eyes to glance at Xie Yaochen sitting beside the crown prince. They couldn't help but think, with that handsome appearance, no wonder he has captivated the crown prince to the point of losing his mind. But no matter how much they cursed in their hearts, they didn't dare to utter a word. The king of Wu, who had just been stirring the pot, couldn't help but curse inwardly, a bunch of useless fools. Fortunately, he had other plans. "Your Majesty, Taoist Han Yun requests an audience." Xie Yaochen remarked. Taoist Han Yun. He is the disciple of the highly favored Qingyun Taoist. Recently, Qingyun Taoist had to leave the capital for a while, and his disciple has taken his place, having forecasted several events that came true, earning the emperor's trust. However, this person is not trustworthy. He has already been bribed by the king of Wu. This time he is definitely here for you and your man. Just as 001 finished speaking, Taoist Han Yun entered the hall, looking ethereal and sage-like. The emperor inquired softly, "What brings you here all of a sudden?" Taoist Han Yun wore a serious expression, saying, "I just calculated and found that a calamity star has come to the palace, so I specifically came to warn your majesty." "Calamity star?" Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. The emperor narrowed his eyes. "Oh, who is it?" Taoist Han Yun surveyed the crowd, dramatically beginning to calculate. Xie Yaochen thought, "He wouldn't be referring to me, would he?" 001 also found it hard to believe. "Is it? He wouldn't dare to make such a death wish, right?" Moments later, Taoist Han Yun opened his eyes and raised his hand, not yet pinpointing Xie Yaochen's direction, when Zhao Yi's sinister voice interrupted. "You wouldn't be saying it's my crown princess, would you?" Taoist Han Yun's hand trembled. He instinctively glanced at the king of Wu. His line was stolen. "Oh, what to do now?" The king of Wu closed his eyes. "Fool, don't look at me. Are you betting that both the emperor and the crown prince are blind?" Taoist Han Yun quickly regained his composure, feigning an inscrutable demeanor. "It seems that His Highness the Crown Prince has already sensed something unusual." Immediately, whispers spread across the court. "What? This is actually a calamity star." Someone seized the opportunity to say, "Then she definitely can't be the crown princess." The king of Wu pretended to be surprised and spoke up. "Taoist Han Yun, you must have miscalculated, right? Is this young master truly the calamity star?" "I would never miscalculate." "Then what dangers does this calamity star pose?" The king of Wu immediately asked. "At best, it endangers the heir's life, though at worst it threatens the very foundation of the nation." Taoist Han Yun wore a worried expression. "Your Majesty, no matter what benefits this calamity star may present, they are all false and cannot be trusted. I have calculated that he holds no benefits for His Highness the Crown Prince. Instead, after encountering him, the remaining lifespan of His Highness has been severely reduced to only half of what it was. Your Majesty, please do not be deceived." Zhao Yi, furious, was about to act, but Xie Yaochen wasn't angry in the slightest. He looked at Taoist Han Yun and smiled, asking, "This Taoist is quite capable." Taoist Han Yun humbly replied, "Just a bit, nothing special. I am merely the most favored disciple of my master aside from my senior brother." "You mustn't be fooled by him, host. He only has 2 disciples, himself and his senior brother." Xie Yaochen's lips twitched slightly. He looked at Taoist Han Yun and continued, "So Taoist, you must be able to calculate other things as well. Then I would like to ask you to predict something for me. Not about anything else, just asking, Taoist, where is the item I lost this morning?" Taoist Han Yun's eyelids twitched, about to refuse, when Xie Yaochen added, "If you can determine that I am a calamity star, this should be no difficulty for you, right?" Immediately, everyone focused their attention on Taoist Han Yun. His face twitched. He had barely learned the basics in this regard, and the predictions he had given to the emperor these days were merely stolen from his senior brother in advance. How could he know where an item was lost? Couldn't one just go find it themselves? "Taoist." Zhao Yi's dangerous voice echoed, preparing to draw his sword. "Can't you calculate something so simple?" Taoist Han Yun began to sweat profusely, quickly clenching a 5 thunder talisman he had painstakingly drawn for half a year, and sternly shouted, Don't think about stalling for time. Whether or not he is a calamity star, I will prove it with this talisman. Saying this, he moved to act. Suddenly a panicked shout rang out from outside the hall. Stop. This young master cannot be harmed. You will be struck by lightning, junior brother. But it was already too late. Taoist Han Yun's 5 Thunder Talisman had already been thrown at Xie Yaochen's head. However, the anticipated scene of Xie Yaochen being struck by 5 thunders did not occur. The talisman fell like a useless piece of paper. Instead, a sudden clap of thunder rang out, and in the next moment a bolt of lightning pierced through the roof of the grand hall, striking Taoist Han Yun directly. Taoist Han Yun screamed in agony, charred all over, emitting a fragrant smell, and smoking collapsing straight down. A figure rushed into the hall. It was the Qingyun Taoist who had just returned to the capital. Everyone in the grand hall was stunned, their eyes nearly popping out, almost falling to the ground. Once they regained their senses, they all turned to stare at Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen. 001. Xie Yaochen, did you give me a cheat? 001, did you get a cheat? Both responded simultaneously, looking utterly bewildered. So what is happening here? Xie Yaochen's hand had been held by Zhao Yi all along. At this moment, he felt something unusual in the grip. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Yi staring at him, looking slightly stiff. Seeing that the person seemed frightened, he quickly patted his hand and coaxed, "Don't be afraid, this has nothing to do with me." Zhao Yi was silent for a moment. Not afraid. After a while he asked cautiously, "You won't strike me with lightning in the future, will you?" Xie Yaochen. "I told you it wasn't me." "What? What's going on?" A weak voice sounded. It was Red Cloud Taoist lying on the ground. He wasn't dead, yet roughly a third of his life remained. At this moment, he stared blankly at the broken hole in the temple's ceiling above. The others also gradually came to their senses. The Emperor reacted first and immediately asked Azure Cloud Taoist, "What did you mean by that remark just now, eh?" The others immediately remembered as well. Right just now, before Azure Cloud Taoist had even entered the hall, he had already shouted that Xie Yaochen must not be harmed, or else he would be struck by lightning. Azure Cloud Taoist appeared far more reliable than his junior. He checked and saw that his junior still had breath, then sighed in relief and first bowed to the Emperor. This Master Xie is a man of great fortune. Anyone who maliciously slanders or harms him will suffer backlash. He sighed helplessly. This foolish junior of mine actually used a lightning talisman to blast him. Isn't that seeking death? He lowered his head and pointed at Red Cloud Taoist, scolding. Fortunately, your lightning talisman was of poor quality, so the backlash wasn't too severe. Otherwise, you would have lost your life by now. Red Cloud Taoist started crying. Elder brother, you're too harsh. That was the only one I succeeded in making after half a year. 001. A man of great fortune. Xie Yaochen. There are plenty of hosts who carry fortune, especially those who specifically transmigrate into protagonists. Have you ever seen anyone so mysterious? 001. But this old man was indeed struck by lightning. Host, you must have something special. Xie Yaochen stroked his chin, thoughtful. Something special. Is it because I've stayed in many cultivation worlds, eh? 001 was surprised. Aren't the worlds you transmigrate to random? How could you have stayed in many cultivation worlds? Xie Yaochen seemed not to hear and didn't answer. His hand was grabbed again. Turning his head, he saw the crown prince gazing at him with burning eyes, his mind evidently filling in something. I'm just an ordinary person. Don't overthink it. But Zhao Yi clearly didn't believe him. He felt that all the earlier abnormalities about Xie Yaochen could now be explained. His crown princess must be an immortal. But if he's an immortal, doesn't that mean he lives forever? Suddenly he tightened his grip, interlocking fingers with Xie Yaochen, looking at him and whispering, "If I grow old and die, where will you go?" Xie Yaochen was startled. Meeting his gaze, he felt a pang of tenderness. He smiled, gripping back, and said, "Didn't I promise to be buried with you? Of course I'll die with you." Zhao Yi's brows relaxed a curve, lifting the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he felt that everyone present was an eyesore, otherwise he could kiss his beloved without restraint. The two exchanged no more words, but in their silent gaze the atmosphere seemed to thicken. The onlookers around felt suddenly stuffed with a huge mouthful of something uncomfortably bloated. Xie Yaochen cleared his throat, pinched Zhao Yi, and reminded him, "All right, things aren't over yet." Only then did Zhao Ying reluctantly restrain himself, but his good mood was obvious. Below, Azure Cloud Taoist was apologizing to the Emperor on behalf of his junior, unceremoniously exposing Red Cloud Taoist's secrets. "This junior of mine has been stupid since childhood. He couldn't even learn the basics from our master, let alone anything else." Below, Azure Cloud Taoist was apologizing to the Emperor on behalf of his junior, unceremoniously exposing Red Cloud Taoist's secrets. "This junior of who gave you the nerve to deceive people even in the Golden Throne Hall? Who taught you? Speak up quickly so you can atone for your crime before His Majesty." Prince Wu's complexion had already begun to turn faintly green when he heard Azure Cloud Daoist say that Red Cloud Daoist had been stupid and ignorant since childhood. He had previously taken a risk by asking Red Cloud Daoist to perform 2 divinations on how to stage an uprising successfully, and he had believed everything Red Cloud said. He had even taken a risk on Red Cloud's advice and secretly amassed troops in his mansion. He had been deceived. His head was buzzing and his vision was darkening, but over there Red Cloud, under his senior brother's oppressive pressure, raised a trembling hand and pointed directly at him. It's Prince Wu. Wu Prince Wu told me to do this. He gave me a huge sum of silver. I know I was wrong, senior brother, don't kick me anymore, Wu. Prince Wu. In an instant, everyone's gaze converged on Prince Wu. Prince Wu's hand jerked, and the half-eaten pancake he had hidden in his sleeve fell out. Your Majesty, I am wronged. He dropped to his knees with a thud. Not wronged. It was him who instigated it. Because he heard that this Master Xie was actually a divine physician who could cure the Crown Prince's poison, and he feared the Crown Prince would recover, so he had me falsely accuse him of being a bringer of calamity. Red Cloud Daoist shouted hoarsely, the 50,000 taels of silver notes he gave me are hidden in the bright red underwear by my bed. Everyone. Oh, well hidden. Also, Prince Wu has secretly amassed troops in his mansion planning to launch his uprising tonight if the slander fails. Prince Wu saw blackness before his eyes, his mind buzzing with rage. A mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat, and he fainted from anger. As he was dragged away, he dazedly dreamed that he had been reborn to the time before he met Red Cloud Daoist. Xie Yaochen felt at a loss for words. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Prince Wu's affair would be exposed in such a manner. 001. Host, you didn't even have a chance to act, but this Red Cloud Daoist is actually quite helpful. The Emperor immediately sent people to surround Prince Wu's mansion. In the end, just as Red Cloud Daoist had said, Prince Wu had secretly and quietly amassed a fine army in his residence. The Emperor was furious and immediately threw Prince Wu into the imperial prison. Prince Wu's heir Zhao Min, who had been waiting for news in the mansion, was not spared either. He was arrested and reunited with his father. However, the heir's wife and Zhao Min's legitimate eldest son Zhao Rui were not implicated because Xie Yaochen had given advance notice. The heir's wife, who had been prepared, immediately took her son and returned to her maiden home when the incident occurred. After ascertaining that Prince Wu and his son were indeed plotting rebellion, and that the Red Pavilion, which had attempted to assassinate the Eastern Palace multiple times over the years, was established by Prince Wu, the Emperor showed no hesitation and directly sentenced them to exile 3,000 li away. He spared their lives out of consideration for the bond with Prince Wu from years past, but once Prince Wu was sent to that exile land, he would never return in this lifetime. Prince Wu and his son had schemed for years, yet they fell in a single night. For a moment, all the ministers looked at Xie Yaochen with fear and terror. Indeed, Azure Cloud Daoist was right. This was truly a man of great fortune. Provoking him would bring bad luck. Many felt a chill down their spines and quickly suppressed their once restless ambitions. Now no one dared to oppose this male crown princess. The emperor was overjoyed. With such a crown princess, such a future empress, how could the great Zhou dynasty not enjoy flourishing national fortune? 001 acknowledged and started working. A moment later it was dumbfounded. Why can't I find him? Xie Yaochen's eyelid twitched. Did you search carefully? Upon seeing Xie Yaochen, he stared at him intently, clicking his tongue in amazement. Xie Yaochen asked, Daoist, what are you looking at? Qingyun Daoist replied, such a formidable blessing upon the crown prince. Blessing? What I said earlier in the court was not entirely accurate. It wasn't the fortune on the crown prince that backlashed against that fool Hong Yun, but rather the blessing upon the crown prince. My knowledge is shallow, and I cannot discern much. But I can see that the blessing upon the crown prince is so powerful that it must have been bestowed by a great master of our realm. This blessing appears to possess no worldly origin. I speculate it was added to your soul after your previous life ended by someone who wished to ensure your new reincarnation would be smooth and prosperous. Xie Yaochen was stunned. 001 could not read his master's heart at that moment, but it sensed his sorrow. After a long silence, Xie Yaochen sighed softly and said, Thank you, Daoist. He had never noticed the anomaly within himself before. After Qingyun Daoist left, Xie Yaochen sat languidly by the lotus pond, lost in thought. 001 remained cautiously silent for a long while before finally asking, Host, what's wrong? Xie Yaochen replied, Nothing. After a brief pause, he sighed again. You were curious before why I could stay in so many cultivation worlds despite the randomness of the minor worlds, weren't you? 001 said yes. Xie Yaochen answered, Because I didn't go there randomly. I used energy to forcibly break through the world barriers to enter. Xie Yaochen clarified, To be clear, I never stole your supreme deity's wife. How could that bastard even have a wife? I became a top-level wanted criminal simply because I cheated him in an online romance, and then skipped out on meeting him in person. 001. Xie Yaochen said, I swindled a huge amount of points from him trying to forcefully open a certain cultivation world. In the end, not only did I fail, but I also made it gloriously onto the wanted list. 001. After a moment of effort with its limited brain power, it suddenly understood. Wow, so you're our supreme deity's spouse. Xie Yaochen. 001. But you're the one who cheated our supreme deity, so why do you call him a bastard? Xie Yaochen gritted his teeth, because he deserves it. Sure, he had stolen some points, but during their online romance wasn't every benefit the other party wanted granted. He had even agreed to absurd requests like video calls while showering. How could that bastard be shameless enough to put him on a wanted list? As a supreme deity, was he really lacking those few points? Xie Yaochen closed his eyes, staring at his reflection in the water. After a long while he sighed, and continued morosely, his voice so soft it seemed like a soliloquy. When I first became a mission taker, the system warned me not to become too immersed in the minor worlds. Once the mission was done, I would have to leave. But I didn't listen. So after being forcibly detached upon mission completion, I missed my master, my senior uncle, sect leader, my senior brother, and my junior sister every single day. I wandered endlessly through various minor worlds trying to find a way back there, but I always failed. My master only had me as his disciple. Whenever I was 2 days late returning from training down the mountain, he would worry. If I died, how heartbroken would he be? From the first world until now, he had passed through countless minor worlds, yet the blessing remained. How much cultivation had his master expended for this? He wasn't even sure if he would have another reincarnation or if he would still exist in this world, yet his master had still done it. 001. Also touching. Xie Yaochen. Could you please shut up? Thank you. My head is starting to ache. 001. If you're so reluctant to leave host, why didn't you use the soul binding function to bring them along? Xie Yaochen sighed wistfully. That function didn't exist back then. The soul binding was a later bonus added by your supreme deity. Who knows what sudden kindness possessed that bastard? Why couldn't he have done it earlier? Fu Bao suddenly arrived. Crown Prince, that Dr. Lu is waiting outside the palace and wishes to see you. No. The Prince of Wu and his son had just been sentenced to exile 3,000 li. It was obvious why Lu Shu wanted to see him now. But thinking that the Xie family still lived outside the palace, he said, "He'll go out of the palace." Lu Shu couldn't enter the Eastern Palace, but with no other options, he might harass the Xie family. The Xie family had raised Xie Yaochen, and with Xie Yaochen about to become the crown prince, the emperor was generous toward them, conferring the title of Marquis of Yongning upon old master Xie and granting them a mansion. When Xie Yaochen arrived, elder sister-in-law, Xie saw him first and exclaimed joyfully, "Second brother is back." The whole family hurried out to welcome him. Old master Xie and old madam Xie were dressed in silks and satins. The two elders looked somewhat uncomfortable, but seemed very happy. The Marquis mansion also had many servants, all arranged by Zhao Yi. The crown prince was rarely so attentive, and Xie Yaochen felt warmth and gratitude inside. "Father, mother, what were you just talking about?" "We were discussing bringing elder sister-in-law's family over," Xie Yunlai said cheerfully. Xie Yaochen nodded. That's a good idea. He knew about elder sister-in-law's family, simple and honest folks. Now that the Xie family had risen, it was only right to look after them. After a few words, Xie Yaochen also arrived. "Fourth brother, why did you come out too?" Xie Yaochen cleared his throat lightly. "Xiaomei mentioned wanting to see coral before, and Her Majesty happened to have an ornament, so I brought it out for her to look at." "Oh, I see." Xie Yaochen glanced at him, then at the inexplicably shy Xie Yunlai. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, but he didn't say much. Though everyone's status had changed, especially Xie Yaochen and Xie Yaochen, when they sat together, the atmosphere remained warm and loving just as before. No matter whether Xie Yaochen was a prince in the hearts of old master Xie and old madam Xie, he was still their intelligent, sensible, and filial youngest son. Soon the gatekeeper came to report that Lu Shu had arrived and was at the door. The pleasant atmosphere suddenly dissipated. What does he want? The rest of the Xie family didn't know about the court affairs. They only knew that a few days ago the Marquis of Annal's mansion had fallen from grace, its title stripped, and Lu Shu, who had been the heir for just 2 days, became a commoner again. But a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Even so, Lu Shu could still get by there, so they didn't trouble them. Back then, Lu Shu hadn't come looking for them. Later, when the emperor granted them the title of Marquis, Lu Shu visited for the first time. He didn't say it outright, but hinted at wanting to return. He even cried in front of old madam Xie, saying that although the Marquis of Annal was his biological father, they hadn't seen each other for years and had no feelings. In contrast, the Xie family was where he had grown up, and he couldn't bear to lose the relatives he had spent so many years with. Old madam Xie was deeply disappointed. She might be uneducated and inexperienced, but she wasn't stupid. How could she not see that Lu Shu was only interested because they had better circumstances now? So she had him sent away immediately. Now unexpectedly he had come again. Xie Yaochen had no intention of hiding the matter from his family, lest they be unaware of the severity and be swayed by Lu Shu. He said, the Prince of Wu and his son rebelled and were sentenced to exile by His Majesty. Lu Shu is now desperately seeking help. He wanted to see me before, but I refused. Now he has come to our parents likely for the same reason. Xie Yaochen pressed her lips together, her tone cold. Rebellion is a capital crime. Father sparing the Prince of Wu and Zhao Min's lives was already an act of extraordinary clemency. The entire court dares not plead for them, fearing guilt by association. Father and mother must not be deceived. Old Xie and his wife were instantly frightened. Xie Chunwei quickly assured, rest assured I will keep an eye on things at home. No one will trick our parents. At that moment at the gate, Lu Shu had waited for a long time without seeing a single member of the Xie family. His eyes reddened, filled with both sorrow and resentment. After so many years as family, how could they be so merciless? If they wouldn't help him, who else could he turn to? Was Amin truly destined to be exiled? Would he and Amin really have to part? Xie Yaochen stayed until very late before preparing to return to the palace. To his surprise, as he came out, Lu Shu was still there, rushing out to block his way. Second brother, I don't want to be separated from Amin. I beg you, help me save him. Xie Yaochen raised an eyebrow. If you don't want to be apart, then go into exile with him. What of it? He gave a cold, mirthless laugh. Since your feelings are so profound, surely you can endure a little hardship in exile. Lu Shu stood frozen, his face, pale lips moving, but for a long time he could not utter a word. Xie Yaochen let out a scornful laugh and left. 5 days later, the Prince of Wu and his son set off on their journey. Lu Shu did not appear. Zhao Min kept turning back, but he never found the figure he so longed to see. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Shu wept, then turned and buried himself in Lu Wei's arms. Brother Wei, now I only have you. Lu Wei, who had secretly followed him to the capital, embraced him and said excitedly, Xiao Shu, I will be good to you. That Lu Shu had chosen him filled him with ecstatic joy. As Lu Shu watched Zhao Min's receding figure, his heart was filled with guilt and self-reproach. He kept consoling himself that he had no other choice. He was insignificant, had no one to turn to, and could not save Zhao Min, so this was the only way. Moreover, it seemed that Zhao Min's body had developed a problem. He was no longer capable. When Xie Yaochen heard this report from 001, he nearly spat out his tea. Admittedly, when he had asked the consort of the heir to drug Zhao Min, there was a hint of that intention, but the primary reason was still his own mischievous nature. He never imagined that the protagonist's love interest would actually abandon the protagonist's attacker because of this. He summoned Jingfeng and instructed, there's no need to keep such a tight watch on the people around Zhao Min. Also, since he is still fixated on Lu Shu and must be very concerned about his situation, don't hide it from him. Jingfeng understood. So 2 days later, Zhao Min, who should have been on the road to exile, suddenly escaped and secretly returned to the capital. He was fortunate enough to find Lu Shu, but unfortunately Lu Shu was in a romantic embrace with Lu Wei. Zhao Min's heart turned to ice, and with a furious roar he drew his blade and struck. Half an hour later, Jingfeng led his men inside to find a floor splattered with blood. Zhao Min lay in a pool of blood, clutching his chest, barely breathing. His unfocused eyes stared at the sky, and as he heard steady footsteps, he saw Jingfeng. Sir Jingfeng. A tear suddenly rolled from the corner of his eye. I want to see the consort of the heir, and where? Jingfeng saw the regret in his eyes, but paid no heed, instead looking to the other side. Lu Wei had lost one leg, and a long gash across his left cheek revealed bone, disfiguring half his face and destroying one eye. He was not dead, but the sight was horrifying. The only one unharmed was Lu Shu, who was as pale as paper, cowering in a corner. Meeting Jingfeng's gaze, he pointed at Lu Wei without thinking. He did the killing. He's the one. I had nothing to do with it. Lu Wei's expression turned to one of disbelief. Xiao Shu. At that moment his heart froze, just as Zhao Min's had when he entered. Jingfeng waved a hand coldly. Take him away. Instantly men dragged Lu Wei off. He ignored Lu Shu. As he left, he passed by Zhao Min, who had only one last breath, and said, the consort of the heir is about to remarry. Her betrothed is a childhood sweetheart who has waited for her for many years. Zhao Rui will soon change his surname. His future father treats him very well. Even before the marriage, he takes him out to play every day and dotes on him, as if he were his own son. Don't worry. Without you, they will only live better than before. Jingfeng strode away. The last light in Zhao Min's eyes gradually extinguished amidst despair and regret. The grand wedding of Xie Yaochen and Zhao Yi took place 2 months later as scheduled. This was the first male heir consort in history, but the emperor made no effort to conceal it. Instead, he celebrated lavishly on a scale even grander than his own marriage to the empress, sparing no expense to show his approval of his son-in-law. Within 2 years of the wedding, the emperor began to lose his energy and voluntarily abdicated to retire. Xie Yaochen was instantly promoted from heir consort to empress. With both the emperor and empress being male and no consorts in the harem, it was destined that they would have no children, and they showed no intention of adopting from the collateral branches. The ambitious immediately turned their attention to the former ninth prince, now Prince Yu. Unlike the former heir apparent prince, Yu had a steady temperament and a pleasant personality. Moreover, it was highly likely that his children would be given to the emperor and empress to raise, the future crown prince. Suddenly, every household with a marriageable daughter set their sights on this enticing prize. However, to everyone's astonishment, Prince Yu was not interested in any of them. He had chosen his own consort, the younger sister of the current empress, a girl who had grown up with him as his childhood sweetheart. Many stepped forward to criticize, saying that while the Yongning Marquis family had risen in status, everyone knew that just 2 years ago they had been mere peasants. How could a daughter from such a family be worthy of Prince Yu? Before Prince Yu could erupt in anger, Zhao Yi, now emperor, and showing signs of a tyrant, flew into a rage and had the critic hung from the city wall. That is the empress family, the empress sister. To say Yun Lai is unworthy of little nine. Are you implying something about my empress? Your Majesty, I never meant that. I was just too stupid to think. Woo-woo. In the end, Prince Yu married the young lady of Yongning Marquis' house. They were deeply in love, and a year after the wedding she gave birth to a pair of twins. Just as everyone was speculating whether the emperor would take the children Zhao Yi designated his heir, he directly named Prince Yu as the imperial younger brother. Everyone was stunned, never expecting such a turn. Prince Yu became even more sought after. The position of consort was already taken, but there were still 2 secondary consort positions available, weren't there? Even being an ordinary concubine would do, or even just a chambermaid. After all, once he ascended the throne, they would become imperial consorts. Yet, just as Zhao Yi had only this one male empress and no other consorts, Prince Yu likewise declared that he would have only his consort for life and would never look at another woman. When someone persisted in pressing the matter, Prince Yu became agitated and sternly warned them not to harm him. At first, everyone was puzzled by his words, until one day, Prince Yu came to court with a black eye, obviously from being hit. Stared at with shock, Prince Yu remained expressionless and said calmly, "My consort hit me. Does it look good?" Although it was later clarified that the consort had not intentionally assaulted him. She had simply mistaken him for a thief and struck him. Everyone still got a taste of the consort's ferocity and realized that Prince Yu seemed to be afraid of his wife. But speaking of fear of one's wife, their emperor seemed to be even a notch above Prince Yu. The emperor would often be in a towering rage one moment, yet the next, upon being informed that the empress had sent someone, his expression would instantly soften, and he would patiently inquire what the matter was. After several attempts, the court officials discovered that the emperor was in his best mood and most restrained when the empress was by his side. Many times they could not help but feel grateful that such an empress resided in the palace. Yet Xie Yaochen did not always stay within the imperial city. When boredom struck, he would venture out to roam. Once a war broke out in the north. The generals in the court were incompetent, suffering repeated defeats and losing 2 cities, which infuriated Zhao Yi. Seizing the chance to relieve his tedium, Xie Yaochen donned his armor and led the troops himself. In just over a month, he not only recovered the lost cities, but also pushed straight into the enemy's royal court, capturing their emperor and returning in glorious triumph. During that period, the army was filled with jubilation, yet the court officials walked on eggshells, barely daring to breathe, terrified that the slightest intake of air might give their sovereign an excuse to behead them. Some would secretly burn incense at home, praying, "May the Bodhisattva bless the empress to return soon, for this life is becoming unbearable." Zhao Yi had long found it difficult to be apart from Xie Yaochen, and such a prolonged separation was even harder to endure. As the days of separation grew longer, he became increasingly sullen and his temper more volatile, until even Fu Bao struggled to manage him. Just as Zhao Yi was on the verge of explosion, Xie Yaochen finally returned to the capital in triumph, dragging a string of captives behind him. When they met, it was like dry wood meeting fire. For the next few days, Zhao Yi canceled court sessions altogether. Xie Yaochen did not leave the bed for several days, even taking his meals there. At first he was quite willing, for after more than a month apart, he too had missed Zhao Yi dearly. But as time wore on, he began to waver and asked weakly, "Are you trying to exhaust me to death, and then find yourself a new empress?" Zhao Yi tightened his grip on Xie Yaochen's waist and snorted coldly. "You have plenty of energy for fighting a war, yet you lack strength when sharing a bed with your husband." He pressed harder, staring darkly at Xie Yaochen. "And what of your promise to me, eh? You said you would only direct from the rear, never rashly venture to the front lines, and never put yourself in harm's way. Did you keep that promise?" Xie Yaochen felt a pang of guilt. "I couldn't resist. I sneaked to the front just twice." Before he could finish, a cry of pain escaped him. Zhao Yi held him tightly, suddenly biting down fiercely on his neck. The bite was so vicious that the metallic taste of blood appeared almost immediately. Instinctively, Xie Yaochen tried to push the head away from his neck, but then he caught the faint tremor in Zhao Yi's voice, a low husky tone that betrayed a barely concealed fear. Have you ever thought what I would do if something happened to you? Xie Yaochen's hand froze. Zhao Yi lifted his head and gently stroked his face, just as he always did. When the crown prince of old died, the crown princess was to be buried with him. Now that the empress is dead, the emperor will die with him as well. A sharp pain pierced Xie Yaochen's heart. His crown prince's emperor is Zhao Yi, his husband. He had always seen him as domineering and fierce, never imagining he could be so fragile. Instead of pushing away, Xie Yaochen wrapped his arms tightly around Zhao Yi, rubbing their cheeks together and gently brushing their noses. In a soft, tender voice he whispered, I was wrong. I will never do it again. He also stroked Zhao Yi's face. I will no longer put myself in danger. I will stay with you for as long as you live. I will live. 2 days later, Zhao Yi resumed court and rewarded the great victory accordingly. Xie Yaochen was already empress, but Zhao Yi, disregarding all conventions, bestowed upon him the title of Marquis of Shenwei. None of the court officials dared to oppose. Initially, there had been the prophecy of fortune from Qingyun Daoist, though later careful observation confirmed that anyone who offended Xie Yaochen would ultimately suffer misfortune. Now that their empress was so formidable in battle, reportedly, even the enemy general who had caused their earlier defeats had been beheaded by a single sword stroke. Who would be foolish enough to court disaster? Moreover, displeasing the empress would drive their sovereign mad. Zhao Yi held a grand victory feast for Xie. Nearly every citizen of the capital knew that their empress had won a great victory, and soon the fame of the Marquis of Shenwei spread everywhere. At a street corner, Lu Shu stood dazed, carrying 2 bundles of herbs. Not far away, the wonton stall owner was enthusiastically boasting to a customer about how remarkable and handsome their empress was. The day the empress returned to the capital, I waited early at the city gate and saw him with my own eyes. My eye have never seen such a beautiful person. No wonder our emperor wants only him. What's that saying? Among 3,000 weak waters, just take 1 bucket to drink. The customer burst into laughter. What, take 1 bucket? It's among 3,000 weak waters, only take 1 dipper. No one noticed Lu Shu on the street corner, and even if they did, their gazes would not linger. He was merely an ordinary person, ordinary clothes, ordinary looks, ordinary temperament. No different from countless others in this world, and no one would stop for him. After a long silence, Lu Shu turned and limped away into a dim alley. Back then, Lu Wei, harboring a grudge for Lu Shu's ruthless accusation of murder, had escaped after recovering and broken one of Lu Shu's legs. He hobbled on until he entered an ordinary house. Hearing his arrival, a voice rasped with coughing from inside. You were just buying medicine. Why did you take so long? I'm hungry, make me something to eat. The voice was hoarse and shrill, unpleasant to the ear. This was the former Marquis of Annal, his own biological father. Once stabbed and castrated, though he had barely survived, his body had been ruined ever since, and he could only rely on others for care. No longer able to be a normal man, his temper had grown acerbic and eccentric. He would either beat or curse Lu Shu. Their family had long fallen into poverty, unable to afford servants, so everything fell on Lu Shu's shoulders. After years of torment, Lu Shu had rapidly withered and aged, his once handsome face now devoid of its former charm. And such numb, agonizing days might continue for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp prison, Lu Wei had not yet been executed, as if someone deliberately wanted him alive to endure this living hell. With his legs broken, eyes blind, and half his face hideously scarred, Lu Wei lay in the filthy, stinking cell, his gaze more vacant than that of a decrepit old man. He listened to the jailers discussing Xie Yaochen's triumphant return and the newly appointed top scholars parading through the streets, and suddenly fell to daze. The top scholar and the Tanhua. These had been his dreams from years ago. His life was meant to follow that very, but alas, there is no turning back in life. When Zhao Yi was over 40, he abdicated the throne. Though still strong and healthy, the emperor did not wish to waste any more time on state affairs. He believed every moment was precious and should be spent with Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen was naturally delighted. The two traveled the world together, taking in the scenic wonders, and occasionally returned to the capital to visit their family. In this life, Zhao Yi passed away at over 70 years of age, and Xie Yaochen followed him shortly after. Their now white-haired sons, Xie Siqing and Xie Yunlai, suppressed their grief and personally escorted them into the imperial mausoleum. They were placed in a double coffin custom made by Zhao Yi while he was still alive, for even in death, he did not wish to be separated from Xie Yaochen. Even after departing the world, their hands remained tightly clasped deep underground in the coffin. Even as their flesh would turn to bone, they would hold on forever, never to be parted. When Xie Yaochen left the small world, he composed himself and gazed at the enormous energy gained from completing the mission. System, we have energy now. Should we contact the main system? 001 snapped. You're so annoying. If you don't want to rest, hurry up and choose the next world. The energy automatically converted into stored points. Xie Yaochen laughed aloud and casually popped one of the countless glowing orbs floating around. This one, let's go. He could not wait to meet his beloved again. A new world. 001. This is an ABO world. You are an alpha, but you have been masquerading as an omega. 001. The original body is the son of the consortium's richest man and also a senior about to graduate from the Bride Academy. Xie Yaochen's brow twitched. He rapidly sifted through the memories. The original body was 22 this year, the only son of the richest man Xie Yaochen. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to inherit the Xie family's estate. But the smooth-sailing life took a sudden turn at the age of 10. Xie Yaochen remarried, taking the popular movie star Wu Yu as his wife. When Wu Yu entered the Xie household, she brought along a son from her previous marriage. Claiming she wanted the son to integrate into the family and regard Xie Yaochen as his own father, Wu Yu changed the boy's surname immediately upon entering the home. Thus, the Xie family gained a second young master, Xie Ling. Xie Ling presented early and was an alpha. The original body, however, presented late, only showing signs at 15. He presented as an alpha and surpassed Xie Ling in every aspect. Yet he did not inform his father. Instead, he disguised himself, telling everyone that he had presented as an omega. Xie Yaochen was consumed by work and rarely had time for him. The one who spent the most time with him was the mother-and-son duo Wu Yu and Xie Ling. They had long been subtly manipulating him, engaging in psychological abuse. They told him that if his father discovered he was an alpha, Xie Yaochen would surely groom him as the heir. Then what would happen to Ailing? He thought. Ailing was not the Xie family's biological child. He was an extra presence in the household. His natural talents were already inferior to the original body. If the original body took away all the glory, Xie Ling would have no place to stand in the Xie family. Thus, for the sake of his beloved younger brother, the original body chose to sacrifice himself, leaving all the brilliance to Xie Ling. At that moment, Xie Ling stood nearby. After hearing the decision, he was deeply moved. He gave the original body a tight hug and said, "Brother, don't worry. In the future, you can do whatever you want and buy whatever you like. He'll take care of you." What the original body did not know was that his father, Xie Yaochen, was not a man who favored alphas over omegas. So what if he was an omega? He could still inherit the business. However, to demonstrate his resolve, the original body did not hesitate to ruin his own future. He even chose to attend the famous Bride Academy for university. The Bride Academy was filled with unambitious omegas who only studied how to manage a household and care for a husband. Most of them would marry into a good family as soon as they graduated. Seeing his son's adamant attitude, Xie Yaochen believed he genuinely rejected inheriting the family business, so he had no choice but to turn to grooming Xie Ling. For years past, Xie Ling had become the universally recognized heir to the richest family, accompanying Xie Yaochen to various events, basking in boundless glory. As for the original body, once predicted by many to achieve great things, he languished in the Bride Academy for 4 years, and few people even remembered his name anymore. In his senior year, the original body met the male lead. The male lead of this world was the son of the 1st Legion's commander, a top student at the Central Military Academy, an alpha 20 years old named Qin Ming. The female lead, born a commoner, was an omega 20 years old, the campus belle of the Central Military Academy, named Lin Chu. Before meeting the original body, the male and female leads had fallen in love, but clashed repeatedly due to their vast differences in status and perspectives, leading to constant friction. Eventually, Qin Ming grew weary of the on-again, off-again relationship with Lin Chu. Moreover, his family had always practiced a hands-off policy. All his early achievements were earned by his own efforts. Unfortunately, Lin Chu came from a low background with limited experience and could offer him no help. He needed a powerful marriage as a stepping stone. So after another breakup with Lin Chu, he voluntarily returned home and proposed an arranged marriage to his elders. The Qin family chose the original body for him. 001. In the original storyline, after the male lead married the original body, they grew affectionate over time and were quite happy. Even when he discovered the original body was an alpha, the male lead chose not to divorce. 001. Why mention the original storyline? Because in the current world, the female lead has... In her previous life, Lin Chu watched Qin Ming and Xie Yaochen live in affectionate bliss, climbing ever higher, while she herself accomplished nothing and struggled at the bottom for her entire life. She was filled with resentment. One drunken night, she accidentally fell to her death. When she woke, she was reborn at the very moment Qin Ming was about to get engaged to Xie Yaochen. She loathed Qin Ming for abandoning her so easily, never looking back. She hated Xie Yaochen for stealing her lover, the glory that should have been hers. Thus, the reborn female lead relentlessly targeted the original body while simultaneously engaging in a chaste wife crematorium with the male lead. After much pulling and wrangling, they ended up together. Naturally, the original body became the cannon fodder between them. In the end, through the female lead's scheming, he was cast out of the Xie family, ended up on the streets, and froze to death on a snowy night, unnoticed by anyone. Xie Yaochen voiced his criticism bluntly, affectionate and happy. If the male lead didn't divorce, I bet it was because of the original Boda's family background. If he divorced, how could he keep the richest man's support? And this female lead is pretty laughable too. No wonder the male lead looked down on her for being inexperienced. She thinks the original Boda's glory should have been hers. What does she also have a father who's the richest man? The current timeline was exactly when the female lead had just been reborn. The engagement had already taken place, just yesterday. The female lead timed it perfectly, calling the male lead crying and threatening to kill herself. Thus, Qin Ming ran away in front of everyone, leaving the original body alone at the engagement banquet. A few hours later, Qin Ming posted intimate photos of himself and the female lead online, declaring that he still couldn't let go of his true love, so the engagement and the marriage alliance was off. In an instant, the original body became a laughingstock, utterly humiliated. After grasping the situation, Xie Yaochen opened his eyes. He was lying on a soft, large bed. Upon closer inspection, it was the original Boda's room. Xie Yaochen did not rush to do anything else. First, he instructed 001. Babe, quickly find where my love interest is. This world had a high level of technology, so it should be convenient for 001 to search. 001 acknowledged and started working. A moment later, it was dumbfounded. Why can't I find him? Xie Yaochen's eyelid twitched. Did you search carefully? 001. Of course I did. There's just no one who looks like him. Then it hastily added, the soul binding status is normal. He must be in this world. Xie Yaochen pondered for a moment, then a thought suddenly struck him. He recalled that in his past life, Zhao Yi and Lu Juming were not entirely identical in appearance. They could only be said to be about 80 or 90% similar, each having their own distinctive features. Perhaps in this life his appearance had changed somewhat. Xie Yaochen said, look again to see if there's anyone who 001 busied itself again. Well, why is there still nothing? Xie Yaochen asked, have you compared all the data? 001 replied, not really. Some people's data have high confidentiality levels, so I didn't dare to access them. It spoke with a timid tone. After all, the technology level in this world is not low either. What if I get caught? Xie Yaochen was momentarily at a loss for words. Other systems might not need to worry about that, but his system, the one he had so easily kidnapped and sent wandering through someone else's database, indeed had a chance of being caught. After thinking it over, he decided to rely on himself. He drew a portrait of Lu Juming and posted it online. Xie Yaochen v. Husband, lost, looks very similar to the picture. Contact me if found. Heavy reward. Image, thanks to his status as the son of a tycoon and the engagement party scandal from yesterday, Xie Yaochen's account had some recognition. As soon as the post went out, the notification sounds for comments chimed non-stop. At this moment, there was probably no useful information, so he planned to turn off his phone and check it later. But just then a repost suddenly appeared on his homepage. Qin Ming v. Xie Yaochen. Aren't you going to? I just called off an engagement, and you want to be my mother. Xie Yaochen v. Husband, lost. Xie Yaochen, 001. Xie Yaochen was silent for a moment, then said, system check Qin Ming's father. 001 immediately searched. Ridiculously, half an hour ago nothing could be found, but now a deluge of news immediately appeared. Taking a look, what a coincidence. 10 minutes ago, major media outlets simultaneously released a message. 1st Legion Commander makes debut. Visiting Central Military Academy. In the accompanying image, the man stood straight in his military uniform, his profile cold and hard. Even an inadvertent glance carried a chilling, murderous aura that made it hard to breathe. This face now only bore a 50 or 60% resemblance to Lu Juming, but even through the screen, Xie Yaochen was certain. No mistake, this must be his man. However, how could he be the protagonist's father? Is he married? 001 replied, no, he's not married. The protagonist is his adopted son. 001 continued. Not to mention marriage, he hasn't even had a partner all these years because he has a physical problem. He can't sense other Omega's pheromones. 001 added, by the way, his name is Qin Lai. He's 38 this year. The average lifespan in this world is 150, so this age isn't considered old. Xie Yaochen was very satisfied with 001's thoughtfulness. In his spiritual sea, he patted its head. System, you've grown up. 001 proudly puffed out its chest. Just then a servant knocked on the door outside. Young master, are you awake? The master and madam request your presence downstairs. Xie Yaochen's smile faded slightly. Coming. 10 minutes later, he went downstairs and saw the whole family gathered. His father Xie Yunshi was gentle and handsome, his stepmother Wu Yu was stunningly beautiful, and his cheap half-brother Xie Ling was tall and handsome. The whole family had good looks. Upon seeing him, Wu Yu scolded, Xiaochen, I know you're upset, but how could you joke about that person? Quickly delete what you posted online. Xie Ling also sighed and said, brother, you should be more sensible. Your actions will affect Dad. Annoyed by the mother aunt's and pair's habit of seizing every opportunity to frame him, Xie Yaochen said bluntly, when I was being bullied you had nothing to say. Now that I'm fighting back a little you suddenly have opinions. Wu Yu and her son were both taken aback. Xiaochen, what are you saying? Xie Yaochen couldn't be bothered to engage further. He walked over and asked Xie Yunshi, Dad, what do you think? Xie Yunshi glanced at him and leisurely wiped his silver-rimmed glasses. It was the Qin family who were unreasonable first. Qin Ming humiliated our family so badly. What's wrong with you teasing his old man? It's no big deal. Even if you go a bit further I can handle it. Xie Yaochen only caught the last sentence and was overjoyed. Really? Thanks, Dad. Just then 001 excitedly informed him that Qin Lai had just opened a social media account. So he immediately went online and nimbly tagged Qin Lai Xie Yaochen v Qin Lai Uncle Want a Date. The three on the other side heard the notification sound, looked down, and saw this status. Xie Yunshi's expression was momentarily indescribable. After a while the gentle and refined man put his glasses back on and said to his son, Qin Lai is actually quite formidable. How about you pick someone else to vent your anger on? Xie Yaochen said, Thanks, Dad, but no need. I think he's just fine. 001 remarked, Your dad doesn't look so good. Wu Yu seized the opportunity again. Xiaochen, your father cares about you, but this is too reckless. What kind of person is Legion Commander Qin Lai? Aren't you deliberately causing trouble for your father? Xie Yaochen looked up and cast a chilly glance at her, then suddenly said, Dad, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? I'm actually an alpha. Wu Yu and her son's faces instantly changed dramatically. Xie Yunshi paused and took off his glasses again. I said I'm actually an alpha, Xie Yaochen repeated. When did this happen? Without his glasses the authority in Xie Yunshi's eyes was somewhat overwhelming. Did you differentiate into an alpha before, or did you undergo a second differentiation later? I was an alpha from the first differentiation. No second differentiation. Excellent, Xie Yaochen. You dare to deceive your own father about such a matter. Xie Yunshi threw down his glasses and started unbuckling his belt. You've grown up pretending to be an Omega and attending a bride academy. Give me one reason not to beat you to death. Wu Yu sensed trouble and quickly intervened. Honey, forget it. The child is this old, he must have unspeakable reasons. Don't press him. Actually, there's nothing unspeakable. Xie Yaochen turned his head and smiled at Wu Yu and Xie Ling. Aunt Wu and Xie Ling also knew about this. In fact, they were the ones who taught me to pretend to be an Omega because they said if I were an Alpha, Xie Ling would have no place in the Xie family. Wu Yu and her son instantly froze. Xie Yunshi's cold and sharp gaze locked onto them. Is what Xiaochen said true? No, that's not how it is. Wu Yu's mind raced. Honey, you know me. I've known for a long time that you don't look down on Omegas. How could I possibly say such a thing? She quietly nudged Xie Ling beside her. Xie Ling immediately understood. Dad, I'm sorry I was wrong. I said that to my brother. He was extremely remorseful. At that time I was young and ignorant. I was afraid that if my brother became outstanding, Dad would no longer like me, so I confided in him. I never expected him to go that far for me. I originally wanted to tell him it wasn't necessary, but later he actually enrolled in the Bride Academy. I was scared that if I revealed it was because of me you would be angry, so I never dared to speak up afterward. The mother and son cooperated perfectly, shifting all the blame onto Xie Ling. Thus the situation instantly transformed from Wu Yu's malicious intentions into Xie Ling's childish ignorance. Two completely different natures. Xie Yunshi's gaze still held scrutiny. Wu Yu's eyes instantly reddened. Honey, don't you trust me? Back then I would have risked my life to save you. How could I ever scheme against you and your children? Wu Yu was referring to an incident many years ago. At that time Xie Yunshi, as the top boss, visited a film set and unexpectedly encountered an accident on site. In the critical moment Wu Yu sacrificed herself to save him. In the end Xie Yunshi only suffered minor cuts and bruises, but Wu Yu stayed in the hospital for half a month. Because of this Wu Yu immediately stood out among Xie Yunshi's many lovers, successfully becoming the girlfriend of the richest man and soon after his lawful wife. Xie Yaochen's first reaction upon learning this, my dad sure knows how to play. He even keeps him married. Although Wu Yu had already divorced by then, she was still a mother of a child. However, one thing about Xie Yunshi was commendable. He was free to spend as he pleased when single, but after marriage he immediately settled down and never fooled around. Whether it was for his deceased first wife or for Wu Yu, it was the same. 001 clicked his tongue in amazement. Such incredible self-restraint. No wonder he became the richest man. Under Wu Yu's tearful assault, Xie Yunshi's expression reluctantly softened. He didn't continue the topic, but turned to Xie Yaochen and said, tomorrow you'll come to work with me. Wu Yu and Xie Ling's expressions shifted slightly. What did this mean? Were they going to let Xie Yaochen join the company too? Xie Yaochen, however, said, Dad, there's no rush for work. I want to transfer schools first. Transfer to where? Central Military Academy. Xie Yunshi's brows twitched. Not only was Central Military Academy the hardest university to get into, but Xie Yaochen was already a senior. Why do you want to go to Central Military Academy? Xie Yaochen naturally wouldn't say it was because he saw news that Qin Lai was going to be an instructor at Central Military Academy for half a month as part of a military operation. He was chasing after a man. He lied without hesitation. Central Military Academy has always been my dream university. For years I've been dreaming of becoming its student every moment. Before, for reasons everyone understands, I had to restrain myself. But now I've awakened, and I want to experience the life of a military cadet. Xie Yaochen was convinced. All right, I'll arrange a meeting with the principal later. 001. By the way, your father was also a student at Central Military Academy back then, and so was your husband Qin Lai. 001. And because your father was busy managing the family business and suffered a delayed graduation while Qin Lai enrolled early, they ended up as senior and junior for 2 years. They were known as the twin stars of the academy, had plenty of interactions, but couldn't stand each other, truly like fire and water. 001. When you and Qin Lai get together, your old father's expression will be priceless. Xie Yaochen subconsciously glanced at the belt around Xie Yaochen's waist. But after thinking, he said, then Qin Lai will have to call him dad. Shouldn't he thank me? 20 minutes later, Xie Yaochen hurried out the door for work. He didn't bring up that matter again, or it seemed he had decided not to pursue it. But whether he secretly took it to heart, Xie Yaochen glanced at the mother and son, whose expressions were grim, and stood up to leave. Xiaochen, wait. Wu Yu called out. Xie Yaochen stopped nonchalantly. Auntie, is there something? Xiaochen, what's gotten into you today? Wu Yu stood up, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. I consider myself to have treated you well over the years. If you have any grievances, you could have spoken to me in private. How could you say such things in front of your father? Is there a single word I made up? Xie Yaochen sneered. This is nothing yet, Auntie. Don't be anxious. There will be plenty of times for you to worry. With that, he walked away leisurely. Wu Yu's face immediately darkened. Staring at Xie Yaochen's retreating figure, she was somewhat exasperated. Little bastard. I don't know how he suddenly came to his senses. Mom, what do we do now? Xie Ling's handsome face was full of anxiety. Dad just said he'd take him to work. Is he going to support him? What about me? Don't panic. Your father hasn't denied you, has he? Besides, how many years have you been in the company? Can he compare with your influence? Moreover, your father has carefully cultivated you over the years. As for Xie Yaochen, he has long become a wasteland at the Bride Academy. How can he ever catch up with you? Just wait and see him make a fool of himself. Not to mention, he's still muddle-headed. Instead of working at the company, he wants to go to the military academy. The Xie family fortune will be yours sooner or later. As for Xie Yaochen's last remark, she didn't take it to heart at all. Xie Yaochen moved quickly. He arranged Xie Yaochen's enrollment at Central Military Academy the next day, and Xie Yaochen could start school on the third day. On the day of enrollment, Xie Yaochen personally accompanied Xie Yaochen. In the office, the white-haired principal held a teacup swirling a few goji berries inside, and looked at Xie Yaochen with a smile. Which department do you want to join? The logistics department is relatively relaxed, the command department has higher academic requirements, and the combat department is more demanding. Of course, our school also has an art college. Xie Yaochen said directly. I heard that Corps Commander Qin Lai is coming to be an instructor for half a month. Which department can receive his guidance? Sitting nearby, Xie Yaochen's eyelids suddenly twitched. The principal was both surprised and unsurprised. So you're also here for that kid Qin Lai? The competition will be fierce. He doesn't just guide one specific department, everyone can sign up. However, only the best 60 candidates will be selected to form a new company and receive special training. The principal recalled Xie Yaochen's outrageous resume after transferring from the Xinyang Academy and kindly advised, if you only admire Qin Lai's strength and want to be guided by him, there's no need for that. Your father can teach you just as well, can't he? Xie Yaochen turned to look at his old father. Xie Yaochen in a suit and leather shoes crossed his legs, his handsome face wearing a calm expression. The principal smiled and said, don't you know, your father was once on par with Qin Lai. If he hadn't graduated and returned home to inherit the family business, he might have become the current 2nd Legion commander. The alliance had 3 legions, with the 1st Legion being the strongest. Qin Lai was renowned for his strict military discipline and iron-fisted methods. As the youngest among the 3 Legion commanders, and now discovered to be exceptionally handsome, he enjoyed the highest popularity among the public. The other 2 legions were slightly inferior. If your father had gone back, then it would have been uncertain who would rank first between the 1st and 2nd Legions. The principal spoke with considerable pride and a hint of frustration. Both Qin Lai and Xie Yaochen had been his students. Xie Yaochen was surprised and thought to himself that his old father was indeed impressive. But after thinking it over, he said tactfully, my father has been married and had children for many years. It must be hard enough for him to maintain his current figure. I still want to give it a try. What he really wanted was to start a romance, who would want to face a father who pulls out a belt at the slightest disagreement. I don't mind working hard. He'll just go to the combat department. As for securing a spot, he turned briskly. Dad, can you pull some strings for me? Xie Yaochen remained indifferent. If you're so capable, why rely on connections? Earn it yourself. With that, he uncrossed his legs and stood up. Teacher'll take my leave now. I have a meeting in half an hour. After bidding farewell, he strode away gracefully. 001A. Why does your dad seem a bit upset? Xie Yaochen casually replied. Oh, maybe he's hit his midlife crisis. Meanwhile, he asked the principal, when does the special training start? Can I still sign up now? And what's the specific selection process later? The principal was about to pull out the registration form when his phone suddenly received a message. He glanced down, paused, and then discreetly slid the form back into the drawer. Student Xie Yaochen, I'm sorry, registration has already closed. You'll have to wait for the next time. Xie Yaochen stared at him. Principal, that's not what you said just now. The principal gave a benevolent smile, unfazed. I just received the news. 001. Host, the old man is lying to you. Your father sent him a message telling him not to let you go. Xie Yaochen, how did he send it? Show me. 001 immediately copied Xie Yaocheng's original message. Don't let my son see that bastard Qin Lai. Xie Yaochen. The competitiveness of middle-aged men is really absurd. 001. Your father is only 6 years older than Qin Lai. Xie Yaochen choked. Lu Jueming, how do you manage your time travel? Next time don't give me a character over 30. It was impossible to secure a spot by pulling strings, but that didn't stump Xie Yaochen. After hearing that the final round of selection would be personally judged by Qin Lai, he bravely went for it. 3 days later on the training ground, Qin Lai, as the commander of the 1st Legion, had always been quite mysterious. But recently the military felt they had been too distant from the people, which could hurt public support in the long run. So they had a brainwave and sent out their figurehead Qin Lai. First they arranged for him to appear at an event at the Central Military Academy, and then they energetically prepared this special training. With tens of thousands of students at the Central Military Academy, only 60 would be selected, and the training would last just half a month. These were demands Qin Lai insisted on. He had no interest in wasting too much time on these brats. Today was the final day of selection. The remaining 300 cadets, having survived multiple rounds of elimination, stood proudly in formation on the training ground. Their blood boiled with excitement, and their fervent gazes all focused straight ahead. There stood Qin Lai, the master of the 1st Legion, the youngest general-level officer in the Alliance, and the first student in the history of the Central Military Academy to defeat the principal and graduate. Oh, and unless something unexpected happened, he was also the son of the next president. Qin Lai stood as steady as a mountain, unperturbed, facing the 300 cadets. His calm eyes swept over these young, inexperienced students. He was about to speak when suddenly, who is that? Some students couldn't help but glance to the left. At the edge of the training ground, a figure suddenly appeared, strolling leisurely towards them. Wearing the same uniform, it scored only 80 points on others, but a perfect 100 on this person, shapely waist and legs. His face was strikingly handsome, and even his languid demeanor, unusual in a military academy, was extraordinarily charming. Did their school have someone like this? No one here should have known Xie Yaochen, but the protagonist Gong Qinming was in this group. Of course, as an elite student at the Central Military Academy, how could he be eliminated from this training? Xie Yaochen. Qinming was so shocked that he blurted out. The others were immediately astonished. Xie Yaochen. They didn't know him, but he was one of the protagonists of the engagement banquet a few days ago, and the other two were Qinming and Lin Chu, famous figures in their academy. Who hadn't heard that name? Moreover, after that he shamelessly posted a missing person notice claiming Qin Lai was his husband, and even blatantly flirted with their Legion commander in front of the whole internet. It could be said that the name Xie Yaochen had gone viral across the entire internet. Wait, isn't Xie Yaochen an Omega? Everyone was stunned. The person walking towards them was clearly an Alpha. Seeing the students clearly distracted, Qin Lai's dark brows furrowed sharply. He turned his head. Xie Yaochen hadn't even approached yet, but his gaze was already fixed straight on Qin Lai. Wow, look at those broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, and those muscles outlined by the military uniform, just oozing power. Who wouldn't drool a little in respect? He's so handsome, my husband. Just as he was marveling, he suddenly met the other's sharp gaze. The pressure in those eyes made him catch his breath. But their eyes met, and Xie Yaochen didn't flinch or dodge. A slight smile curved on his lips as he continued walking towards the other, his steps even lighter. Wait. Cadet, which college are you from? Did you pass the previous selection? An assistant instructor suddenly stopped him. Xie Yaochen withdrew his gaze and replied, honestly, no. That means you don't have the qualification to participate in this final selection. Please leave. I just transferred here and missed the previous selections. Can I make an exception for this final round? Oh, that's possible, but the ones left here are all quite strong. Are you sure? I'm sure. The assistant instructor immediately went over to explain the situation to Qin Lai. Qin Lai's expression remained unfazed as his gaze swept indifferently over Xie Yaochen, commanding fall in. Xie Yaochen promptly took his place at the end of the first row, standing in military posture with commendable precision. Then he began to stare intently at Qin Lai. Qin Lai's brow twitched violently, and he suddenly turned to look at him. "This student, do you have something to say?" Xie Yaochen flashed a smile and explosively said, "Instructor, do you know me? If you don't, it's fine, and now you do. My name is Xie Yaochen, the one who wants to date you. By the way, would you mind having an alpha as your wife?" Others responded with silence. Impressive. Qin Ming turned pale. Xie Yaochen was so determined to be his mother. He had only regretted one marriage. Qin Lai's expression was unruffled as he stared at him for 2 seconds. "Xie Yaochen, present. Step out." Xie Yaochen complied. Then Qin Lai pointed at the track, coldly stating 20 laps. "You are not allowed to rest until they are completed." Xie Yaochen. 001 emitted a pig-like sound. Xie Yaochen ground his teeth, thinking that if he couldn't provoke him now, he would be in for it later. He didn't linger and briskly headed for the track. Qin Lai cast a subtle glance at his retreating figure, suddenly lost in thought for a moment, his gaze involuntarily wanting to follow. After snapping back to reality, he furrowed his brow and withdrew his gaze. Those who spoke just now stepped forward. Xie Yaochen's interruption had distracted many, with Qin Ming being the first to speak. At this point, they could only brace themselves and step forward. Qin Lai declared, "Your assessments will all double in difficulty." Qin Ming's face turned even greener. 20 laps were actually not challenging for Xie Yaochen, but he had no intention of running seriously. In the first few laps, he ran leisurely, watching as the military academy students were tormented to tears by Qin Lai's harsh assessments while he sauntered along the track. After about 10 laps, he began to slow down, his steps staggering, as if he could barely hold on. Just as he was about to pass by Qin Lai, he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. The assistant instructor was about to rush over when a fierce wind suddenly swept past. It was Qin Lai, who had been supervising the assessment, seemingly unfazed. Before Xie Yaochen could hit the ground, he found himself in an embrace. He subtly curled his lips, looking weak, as he said, "Thank you, instructor." Qin Lai tightened his grip around him, his body suddenly tensing, breath momentarily irregular. Noticing something was off, Xie Yaochen looked up and saw Qin Lai's eyes turning red, struggling against something, his gaze fiercely fixed on him. "Are you an Omega?" His voice was hoarse. Xie Yaochen was taken aback. "Instructor, I'm an Alpha." Seeing something was amiss, the assistant instructor hurried over. "Sir." Qin Lai suddenly picked up Xie Yaochen, declaring, "I'll take him to the infirmary." The man struggled against the surging desire within him, hastily leaving the training ground. Xie Yaochen leaned against him, raising a hand to touch his face. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Lai didn't answer. Fine beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he rushed to the infirmary, placing Xie Yaochen down before awkwardly disappearing. Xie Yaochen sensed something was off. As he jumped off the bed, he asked the school doctor, "Doctor, you can tell I'm an Alpha." "Yes, why?" "Lie down so I can check your condition." "I'm fine, goodbye." He jumped out of bed and chased after Qin. Xie Yaochen sensed something was off. As he jumped off the bed, he, with 001's help, Xie Yaochen quickly found the rest area, specially arranged for Qin Lai by the school. He knocked on the closed door, and when there was no response, he said, 001, unlock it. The door lock was smart, which posed no challenge for 001. Moments later, Xie Yaochen successfully entered the rest area. A flood of alpha pheromones immediately surged forth, making him feel as if he was being locked onto by a fierce beast. Is this the oppressive feeling from a top-tier alpha? If another alpha were here, they might feel weak in the knees, or even faint, but Xie Yaochen didn't react much. He listened for a moment, and quickly walked towards the bathroom. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, the bathroom door suddenly swung open, and in the next moment a hand reached out and forcefully pulled him inside. Xie Yaochen's back slammed against the wall, and upon raising his gaze, he met a pair of restrained eyes. Heavy breaths were close at hand. Qin Lai stared at him intently. After a moment, he seemed to regain some sense of reason, suppressing an impulse and releasing his grip. "How did you get in here?" "Get out." Xie Yaochen didn't move. His gaze swept the ground and spotted a used needle. It was clear that Qin Lai had already taken suppressive medication, but its effect was minimal. However, it was understandable. After all, he had never been able to smell anyone's pheromones for so many years. He casually remarked, "Instructor, are you all right? I've heard before that instructors can't smell omega pheromones. Why are you reacting so strongly to me?" Seeing its host act so brazenly, 001 completely forgot the lessons from the previous 2 worlds and couldn't help but quietly pray. "This is an ABO world. I hope my host won't end up dead in bed, amen." Xie Yaochen was quite curious to see Qin Lai completely lose control. However, this was the legendary commander of the 1st Legion, and his self-control was formidable. In just a moment, the man regained a hint of clarity, grabbing him and directly throwing him out of the rest area. Without a hint of hesitation, the door slammed shut behind Xie Yaochen. From the speed of the door closing, he could almost imagine Qin Lai's embarrassment. Looking back, Xie Yaochen smiled and put on his military cap, leaving in high spirits. Given such a reaction, it seemed that sweet romance was not far off. Although Qin Lai was gone, the assessments in the training ground continued. Xie Yaochen returned and effortlessly passed the assessment, leaving many astonished. On the other end, after Qin Lai waited for his aide to arrive urgently with a special suppressive agent, the agitation in his body finally subsided. Check on the son of Xie Yaochen. Is he an alpha or an omega? This young man, who nearly became the legitimate partner of his son, actually had an effect on him. Qin Lai entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, and cold water cascaded down the contours of his muscled physique. At that moment, when he closed his eyes, he could still faintly smell the scent of the other's pheromones, a fragrance he had never encountered before, crisp and gentle, seemingly possessing a fatal allure for him. The next day, the special training officially began. Qin Lai arrived at the training ground on time. When he noticed that Xie Yaochen was also among the trainees, his footsteps paused almost imperceptibly, and his already taut face turned even more rigid and cold. Starting today, address me as instructor. The training will last for 15 days. No one is allowed to withdraw for any reason during this period. As for how much you will ultimately learn, that depends entirely on yourselves. The training commenced. Many students had come to watch today. Among them was the protagonist, Shu Linshu. At that moment, he was staring intently at Xie Yaochen, who was deep in training. He had just been reborn and had been quite busy these past few days, but when he heard that Xie Yaochen, the one who had almost gotten engaged to Qin Ming, had also joined the special training, he rushed over without delay. Seeing Xie Yaochen openly appearing before everyone as an alpha, he cursed inwardly. He had originally arranged for some marketing accounts to expose online that Xie Yaochen, an alpha, had pretended to be an omega to trick someone into marriage. But before he could even execute that plan, Xie Yaochen had outed himself directly, rendering all his painstaking arrangements useless. He had spent most of his current savings to bribe those marketing accounts, and he wasn't sure if he could get the money back. In his foul mood, the sight of Xie Yaochen only deepened his irritation. In the previous life, this hadn't happened at all. What had caused this change? Is that Xie Yaochen? A young omega beside him let out a soft exclamation. Why is he participating in the special training too? Isn't he from the Bride Academy? And when did he suddenly become an alpha? Who is he here for? The school heartthrob, or the heartthrob's father? The school heartthrob, of course, referred to Qin Ming. Indeed, Xie Yaochen had become an instant sensation through his own efforts. Admittedly, the moment Qin Lai made his debut, people of all genders scrambled to scream and call him husband. His social media account gained tens of millions of followers overnight, and now it had even surpassed 100 million, with no sign of the growth slowing. Yet among the countless netizens, Xie Yaochen remained the most dazzling star. No one could overshadow his explosively brilliant fame. After all, how many people had gotten engaged to the son one day and confessed to the father the very next? Just yesterday, everyone sympathized with Xie Yaochen for being dumped at the engagement banquet. But now it was hard to say whether they should sympathize with Xie Yaochen or with Qin Ming. Although Qin Ming seemed to like Lin Shu, there was still a faint hint of green above his head. Naturally, Xie Yaochen felt the protagonist's house gaze, but he didn't even deign to spare him a glance. During the break, he was about to sidle up to Qin Lai when Qin Ming approached him first. Xie Yaochen, come here, I have something to say to you. Everyone present knew about their relationship and immediately cast eager, gossip-hungry looks. Xie Yaochen turned his head and saw that in that brief moment Qin Lai had vanished, as if deliberately avoiding him. He turned back irritably. If you have something to say, just say it right here. As the protagonist Gong and the school heartthrob of the Central Military Academy, Qin Ming was quite handsome. He stood straight in front of Xie Yaochen, frowned with some distress, and said, I need to apologize to you about the engagement banquet. It was my fault for not thinking clearly, and I caused you trouble. If you're still angry, just come at me. Could you please delete the stuff online and stop harassing my father? Xie Yaochen raised an eyebrow. Can you not be so conceited? What does my liking your father have to do with you? There are plenty of people who like him. Do you think they're all just trying to get your attention? Qin Ming was at a loss for words. As the two were talking, the protagonist Ho Lin Chu rushed over hurriedly, aiming. Although he didn't know what they were discussing, the thought of the two being together for a lifetime in the previous life made Lin Chu very wary. He ran to Qin Ming's side and deliberately hooked his arm around Qin Ming's, displaying their intimacy, then shot a defiant look at Xie Yaochen. You're Xie Yaochen, right? I'm sorry about the engagement banquet earlier. I didn't know you two were getting engaged at the time. But Aiming and I hadn't fully broken up, we were just having a quarrel. He acted on a whim and agreed to the arranged marriage out of spite. I hope you don't take it to heart. Xie Yaochen looked at him coldly. Oh, so you acknowledge that I was just an innocent victim too? Then why don't you get mad at your boyfriend, the real culprit, instead of coming to me with your snide remarks? Hey, are you insane? Even when he first received the plot, he had wanted to curse. Given how badly the reborn protagonist Ho had treated the original owner, one would think the original owner had been a homewrecker who caused Lin Chu a lifetime of misery in the previous life. But he and Qin Ming had already broken up. Qin Ming himself had requested the arranged marriage. Before and after that, the original owner had no idea who Lin Chu even was. So why had he inexplicably become the target of such hatred? If the protagonist Ho were to hate anyone the most, it should be the protagonist Gong. But no, look, aren't they all lovey-dovey right now? Supposedly, it was a crematorium for the wife-chasing arc, but it was just emotional dallying. He had never thought about taking revenge on Qin Ming. All the hatred was heaped onto the original owner. He said the original owner had stolen the glory that belonged to him in the previous life. But honestly, how much of that glory had come from Qin Ming? Wasn't it because of his own family background? This protagonist Ho was pretty ridiculous too, as if he had a billionaire father himself, eyeing everything good that others had as if it were his. Xie Yaochen thought to himself, what a fool. 001 also chimed in loudly, what a fool. Xie Yaochen's blunt words made Lin Chu's face flush with alternating shades of red and green, utterly humiliated. Qin Ming quickly defended his boyfriend. Xiao Chu wasn't being snide. You're overthinking it, Xie Yaochen. Whatever, Xie Yaochen said impatiently. Are you done? If you're finished, please stay away from me. Just then Qin Lai returned, and training was about to resume. Lin Chu had no choice but to retreat to the Watching Xie Yaochen's spirited demeanor in the formation, a flicker of malice passed through his eyes. He recalled the situation of Xie Yaochen's family in the previous life, and his gaze darkened. He remembered that Xie Yaochen had a younger brother, an excellent and outstanding person, who through some unknown scheme by Xie Yaochen had not only lost his heir status, but was also driven out of the Xie family, living a miserable life. With the advantage of rebirth, perhaps he could help that person. As soon as Lin Chu contacted Xie Ling, 001 found out, and immediately alerted Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen found it quite exasperating. He said, no matter. Don't bother with it for now. With Lin Chu around, I might not need to expend much effort on Xie Ling. They'll both land in big trouble together. The next part was combat training. Qin Lai required them to pick their own opponents. Xie Yaochen's eyes lit up immediately. He raised his hand high, practically jumping. Instructor, I choose you. Qin Lai looked at him expressionlessly and added flatly to the group. Only those who defeat 5 opponents consecutively are qualified to challenge me. Xie Yaochen lowered his hand. Well, that was fine too. At least he could take this opportunity to give Qin Ming. Lin Chu hadn't left yet. Upon hearing this rule, he sneered, thinking that even if Xie Yaochen was an alpha, he had transferred from the Bride Academy. 5. He might not even win one. Lin Chu harbored a dark hope that whoever was matched against Xie Yaochen next would give him a thorough beating. When it was time to choose an opponent, Xie Yaochen didn't hesitate at all. He crooked a finger at Qin Ming. Come on. Qin Ming was taken aback. You want to pick me, eh? Stop wasting words. Just tell me, are you fighting or not? Qin Ming tactfully reminded him, ever since I enrolled, I've been the top in combat every year. Xie Yaochen flexed his wrists and smiled. Well, soon you won't be. Seeing his arrogance, Qin Ming no longer refused. He intended to teach Xie Yaochen a lesson in humility. Then he got beaten. Xie Yaochen's moves were swift and ruthless. From start to finish, Qin Ming barely managed to block a few strikes. He was either taking hits or on his way to taking more. He even suspected Xie Yaochen could have KO'd him in a few rounds, but deliberately prolonged the fight just to land more blows. Lin Chu, standing by the training ground, was dumbfounded. When he saw Xie Yaochen deliver another knee strike that nearly made Qin Ming vomit, while he couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed toward the training ground, but was stopped by an assistant instructor. Student, please don't interfere with the training. Can't you see how badly Qin Ming is being beaten? Xie Yaochen is deliberately taking revenge, and the instructors just stand by and do nothing. The assistant instructor glanced over his shoulder, then turned back and said, oh, how can you say that? This is just a normal spar, isn't it? However, Comrade, Xie Yaochen's strikes are indeed a bit too casual. We'll remind him to be more careful later. Lin Chu almost spat blood. By the time they reminded him, Qin Ming would already be crippled. What use would a reminder be? Xie Yaochen beat Qin Ming until he was like a broken rag doll, then cleanly stopped. He looked as if he had only just warmed up, surveying the surroundings and politely asking, any kind soul willing to challenge me? No one answered. Everyone's pupils dilated in shock. They looked at Qin Ming, who was barely breathing on the ground, then at the unharmed Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen thought for a moment and added, don't worry, I won't be so harsh again. I just really dislike him. At these words, everyone collectively sighed in relief. Someone immediately responded excitedly, They were all hot-blooded men in the military academy. Who wouldn't want to spar with someone strong? Since they wouldn't suffer Qin Ming's fate, why hesitate? Xie Yaochen quickly racked up 5 consecutive wins. He rushed over to Qin Lai, grinning with a row of small white teeth. Instructor, I'm here. Qin Lai had watched the entire match from start to finish. From the very first round, He could see that Xie Yaochen's skill far surpassed these green cadets. A rare look of approval appeared in his eyes. But thinking that this was Xie Yaochen's kid, he felt a bit annoyed. How could Xie Yaochen's child be stronger than his own? His own worthless son brought him no pride. Come on. When Xie Yaochen was about to spar with the instructor, the other students hastily stopped their own matches to watch with keen interest. Over there, Qin Ming was about to be carried away, but he struggled to sit up on the stretcher. Wait, let me watch this first. Lin Chu stayed by his side, his face dark. Xie Yaochen beat you like this, and you still want to watch him? Qin Ming kept his eyes fixed on the center of the training ground, waving his hand dismissively. Why are you still hung up on Xie Yaochen? I've already explained to you before, I'm not close to him. The engagement was just a political alliance. I'm staying now not to watch him, but to not miss an exciting match. An exciting match. Xie Yaochen deserves such praise from you. Qin Ming frowned and said through gritted teeth. Although there's some unpleasantness between Xie Yaochen and me, the fact that he's a strong fighter is worthy of my admiration. Can you not be unreasonable? Unreasonable? You're calling me unreasonable because of Xie Yaochen. Lin Chu was bitterly disappointed. Let's break up Qin Ming. Indeed, he should never have gotten back together with Qin Ming. He had been determined to completely let go of this man after ruining the engagement banquet. He shouldn't have softened. Lin Chu walked away without looking back. The school doctor looked from one to the other and asked Qin Ming where to go after him or go to the infirmary first. Qin Ming gave him a strange look. Of course he'll go to the infirmary after watching the match. You're giving up your boyfriend. Let him cool off on his own. Qin Ming turned away irritably. Lin Chu was pulling the same stunt again. Every time there was a conflict, he threatened to break up. Qin Ming was truly getting tired of it. Moreover, Lin Chu was always overly suspicious. Not to mention this matter with Xie Yaochen. Once a beta asked Qin Ming for a small favor, and Lin Chu had to interrogate him endlessly, even going behind his back to warn the beta not to be a homewrecker. Ridiculous. Lin Chu always said that being together with Qin Ming felt like a dream. After all, one was the son of a legion commander and grandson of the future president, while the other was just a lowly commoner. This made him unable to believe their love was real. He was always afraid that one day the beautiful dream would end and that it might turn into someone else's dream. In the training ground, the spar between Xie Yaochen and Qin Lai began. Qin Ming instantly forgot everything else and stared intently. As he watched, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Xie Yaochen had crushed him with ease, and now he was exchanging blows with Qin Lai on equal footing. Qin Ming wasn't the only one dumbfounded, the other onlookers were also stunned. Seeing the instructor's fierce punches, any of them would have had their heads knocked off, yet Xie Yaochen could block them and even find time to counterattack. Someone stammered, "He's so amazing. Our Bride Academy's this awesome now. Are you crazy? Do you know whose son he is?" After more than 10 minutes, neither side had gained the upper hand. Xie Yaochen felt exhilarated. 001 asked curiously, "Host, can you beat him?" Xie Yaochen, "I can win if I want, but there's no need. Beating him isn't the purpose of this spar." As he spoke, a faint smirk barely lifted the corner of his lips. He deliberately left an opening, and when Qin Lai swept his leg, he pretended not to dodge in time, stumbling and falling to the ground. Qin Lai's expression changed. Without a second thought, he dashed forward and caught Xie Yaochen in his arms. Xie Yaochen took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Qin Lai's waist and looked up pitifully. "Instructor, I hurt my leg." 001. "May I ask, do you humans always have this many tricks when you're in love?" Suddenly being so close to him, combined with just having engaged in intense physical activity, the pheromones on Qin Lai were almost overwhelming, causing his arm to stiffen momentarily. He forced himself to remain calm, saying, "They'll have someone take you to the infirmary." As he spoke, he was about to hand the person over to the approaching assistant instructor. Xie Yaochen glanced at him. "That works too." He then turned to the assistant instructor. "Instructor, I can't walk on my own. Can you carry me over? I might have to hold on to your neck later. Hope you don't mind." Qin Lai's hand, which had not yet completely released, suddenly tightened again, pulling the person back. He maintained a stern expression. "Forget it, I'll take you." The assistant instructor, who had already reached out, was taken aback. Watching Qin Lai genuinely carry the person away, the assistant instructor was left speechless. "Aren't there stretchers here?" Xie Yaochen raised his hand to wrap around Qin Lai's neck, smiling as he said, "Instructor, you're really nice." As he leaned in closer, the scent that tormented Qin Lai suddenly invaded his brain. Qin Lai's body tensed up, his temples throbbed. "Stay away from me." "Why, oi?" Xie Yaochen deliberately leaned in closer, his breath almost tickling Qin Lai's ear. "Does the instructor dislike me?" Qin Lai suddenly halted, lowering his gaze to look at him. "Don't use such tactics on me." He struggled to maintain his composure, his eyes dark and heavy. "You can't bear the consequences." Xie Yaochen met his gaze unwaveringly, a hint of provocation in his eyes. "How does the instructor know I can't bear it if we don't give it a try?" After staring at him for 2 seconds, Qin Lai fell silent and strode towards the infirmary while carrying him. Xie Yaochen looked up, only able to see his cold, expressionless profile. Upon reaching the infirmary, Qin Lai set the person down and walked straight out. He had already struggled to maintain his composure, and it was only after leaving Xie Yaochen that he finally got a chance to breathe. He called his aide saying, "The previous suppressant didn't work, send a stronger one." The aide was taken aback as the previous one was already a special suppressant. How could it have failed? Who could provoke such a reaction from the regiment commander? With such a strong response, the compatibility must be very high. Perhaps it's a delicate little oha. In the infirmary, the school doctor looked at Xie Yaochen's calf. "It's not serious, oh, just spray this medicine on it, and I'll be fine." Xie Yaochen exclaimed, "Just spray it, and it's okay." Assuming he was worried about how the injury might affect his training, the school doctor explained, "Yes, this medicine is very effective." "Then hurry and give me one that works the least," Xie Yaochen said immediately. The school doctor was puzzled, assuming he wanted to skip training, but seeing how good-looking he was, thought it was fine, and handed him a medicine of average effectiveness. Just then Qin Lai returned, and immediately noticed the swelling on Xie Yaochen's calf. The injury wasn't that severe. He had pulled back in time when he saw Xie Yaochen didn't dodge. However, since the skin was fair, the injury looked quite shocking. Having been a regiment commander for many years and known for his iron-fisted reputation, he had witnessed many grand scenes, and had never considered such a minor injury significant. Yet now he began to reflect if he had been too harsh. Why hasn't it been treated yet? He frowned and walked over. Xie Yaochen immediately feigned weakness. "Instructor, the doctor said my injury is a bit troublesome. I might not be able to walk for several days." He pulled down his pant leg. "I've already sprayed the medicine, but I need to rest in the dormitory next. Can the instructor walk me there?" He added thoughtfully, "If the instructor doesn't have time, it's fine, or I can ask another alpha for help." Though he said another alpha, Qin Lai's expression visibly hardened for a moment. The man said nothing, stepped forward, and picked him up, asking in a deep voice, "Where's your dormitory?" Xie Yaochen immediately smiled, raising his hand, and somewhat skillfully wrapping his arms around Qin Lai's neck. "Building A, room 1208. The two left together. From behind the school, Doctor watched Xie Yaochen's bright smile, feeling a growing sense of confusion. No, after so many years in the military, shouldn't the regiment commander be well aware of how serious this injury is, and how long it will take to heal? How could he be deceived? Xie Yaochen's dormitory was a single room equipped with everything necessary, with separate living, sleeping, and bathroom areas, plus a fairly large balcony. A regular military academy student's dormitory couldn't be this nice. It was clearly arranged by his father. Qin Lai entered, finally unable to hold back. "Your pheromones, tone it down." Xie Yaochen innocently replied, "Instructor, I'm an alpha. Why are you being so harsh on me?" Both of them knew the reason, but Qin Lai remained expressionless, saying, "There are Omega members in the special training team. Your behavior will disturb others." "Fine." Xie Yaochen suppressed his laughter, realizing the instructor was trying so hard to find excuses, and he could cooperate. But heaven knows he hadn't intentionally released any pheromones. After all, he hadn't realized that Qin Lai would react to his pheromones at first. It was just a mild scent, yet he hadn't expected it to arouse such a response from this older man. What would happen if he fully released his pheromones then? 001 He. Xie Yaochen jumped, slapping his hand over its mouth. "Please stop laughing. Who do you want to scare to death?" 001 looked wronged, with tears in its eyes, wondering who would understand it was just watching an animated show. Seeing its interface, Xie Yaochen realized he had misunderstood it. After a moment of silence, he patted the top of 001's head, feeling somewhat guilty. "I was wrong, I misunderstood you." He directly swiped a large sum of points. "Go buy some snacks." 001 immediately recognized him as Daddy. It immediately abandoned the animated show and happily ran off to the mall. Though the main system was disconnected, the regular mall was still accessible, just not the higher-end ones. There were a few items it had had its eye on for a long time, but it had been too afraid to go in after all 001 was broke. Seeing its excited expression, Xie Yaochen suddenly remembered something. The system's salary was issued by the main system, and since he had cut off contact with the main system, 001 had not seen what a salary looked like until now. As a newly graduated system participating in its first job, it seemed it hadn't noticed anything unusual so far. Clearing his throat, he suppressed his guilt and pulled Qin Lai, who was about to leave, back. "Instructor, are you leaving already?" Qin Lai glanced at him. "Training still has to continue." "Then will you come back to find me after training?" After a moment of silence, Qin Lai said, "I'll send a beta to take care of you." He then turned and walked away. Xie Yaochen found it hard to believe. Is it that difficult to flirt? 001 had rushed back from the mall with the purchases, and upon hearing this said, "I can tell he's definitely tormented inside. Your father is his senior brother. They're of the same generation, and you almost got engaged to his son, so it's only natural he sees you as a junior. If a single flirt could sway him, that would be moral bankruptcy." Having never expected the foolish 001 to utter such profound words, Xie Yaochen glanced at it subconsciously and was caught off guard by a visual assault. Host, do I look good? 001 was ecstatic, twirling several times in the spiritual seat to show off. Xie Yaochen stared at the suddenly acquired orange-eared floral briefs on it, and the carnivorous plant wreath on its head, struggling for a long time to muster a kind remark. What the hell is this? I just bought it from the mall, and it was on sale. I've had my eye on these briefs for a long time, afraid I'd never save enough before they sold out. Not only are they still here, but they're half off. Xie Yaochen opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Could it be that they were so hideous no one wanted them, hence the discount? Maybe in a while they'd be given away for free. Host, do they look good? Xie Yaochen lied through his teeth. They look great. Encouraged by the approval, 001 puffed out its chest with confidence and boasted, the wreath was also a sale item. I didn't waste any points, so I saved a bunch so you can store them all. Xie Yaochen clutched his chest. In that moment he found 001 utterly adorable despite its tacky briefs, but seeing how thrifty it was kind of broke his heart. No need, spend it on yourself. Buy whatever you want, don't save for me, 001 said softly. But aren't you still looking for that cultivation world? Xie Yaochen gave a faint smile. It's not that easy to find. And the points you spend are a drop in the bucket for breaking through world barriers, so there's no need to scrimp. He instinctively reached out to pat the system's head, but was nearly bitten by the carnivorous plant and yanked his hand back. Soon a knock came at the door. Xie Yaochen opened it to find a male beta standing outside. Hello, Xie Yaochen, I'm here to take care of you. Xie Yaochen was speechless. Did Qinlai really follow through? He said bluntly, no thanks, I can manage on my own. Oh, but the commander said you can't walk. I can manage with one crutch. No need to bother, Xie Yaochen smiled. Mainly I'm not used to sharing a room with others. Sorry about that. The beta was dazed by his smile. Oh, no worries, no worries. They'll be off then. The beta returned to report, and Qinlai frowned upon hearing it. During the subsequent training, he was somewhat distracted, though no one noticed. The trainees only felt the instructor had become even more ruthless, his strikes increasingly brutal. Back in the dorm, Xie Yaochen was bored and about to play a game when he suddenly received a call from Xie Yaochen. You're injured. Xie Yaochen was amazed at how quickly he got the news. Dad, how did you know? Of course, because he had people plan. Ever since Xie Yaochen had revealed himself as an alpha that day, Xie Yaochen had privately looked into his son's affairs over the years and had to admit he had been negligent, ignoring him too much. Now he naturally had to pay more attention. If it's serious, come straight home. What are you doing holed up in the dorm waiting to starve? Cough, it's not serious. He'll be fine soon. Dad, what's the matter? Xie Yaochen said, your birthday is in 2 days. I plan to throw a big party for you, so make sure you come back. Xie Yaochen raised an eyebrow, understanding that Xie Yaochen was paving the way for his future. Wu Yu and Xie Ling were probably already aware of this news, no doubt fuming right now. Alright, I understand. Just before hanging up, Xie Yaochen added, I won't interfere with your special training, but stay away from Qinlai. That guy is no good. Xie Yaochen felt a slight pang of guilt. Oh, okay. No sooner had he spoken than there came a knock. 2 steady raps, neither hurried nor slow. Xie Yaochen immediately guessed who it was, and his expression shifted subtly. Xie Yaochen saw it, and asked suspiciously, is there another Omega coming to take care of you? Huh. Xie Yaochen was puzzled. Why would you say that, Dad? Otherwise, why are you so happy? Cough, no, it's just a very helpful teacher. Xie Yaochen lied without blinking. Dad, you go ahead. They'll be home in 2 days. Bye. With that he hung up first. On the other end, Xie Yaochen fell into deep thought. A teacher. That was acceptable too. As long as his child was happy, he was an open-minded and tolerant parent. Xie Yaochen opened the door, and sure enough, Qinlai stood outside, apparently having come straight after training ended. Aren't you busy, instructor? How did you find the time? Qinlai's face was expressionless. I came to check on your injury. Xie Yaochen turned and said, then come. No need. He'll just look at it from the doorway. If it's serious, he'll take you to the hospital. If not, I'll head back. Xie Yaochen paused and turned back. Leaving so soon, instructor? He put on a disappointed look. It's just a minor injury, no big deal. If you're busy, feel free to go. As he spoke, he turned and limped inside, but after 2 steps he stumbled and began to fall. Predictably, the next moment he landed against a hard, firm chest. Qinlai stared at him coldly and said, do you have a condition where you fall every time you see me? Xie Yaochen flashed a triumphant smile, lifted his arms to loop around Qinlai's neck, and met his heavy gaze without flinching. Didn't you figure that out long ago? But you still catch me every single time. Qinlai paused, then peeled Xie Yaochen's hands off, made him stand properly, and released his grip. I have some ties with your father. As an elder, I don't mind indulging your mischief a few times, but this is the last. He looked at Xie Yaochen with a hint of warning. No more next time. An elder? Xie Yaochen straightened up slowly. Is that really the only reason you've been lenient with me, instructor? Of course. Before he could finish, Xie Yaochen suddenly closed, and hooking his neck, while recklessly releasing his pheromones. In an instant, the intoxicating scent that Qin Lai found irresistible flooded the entire room. Qin Lai's breath hitched, and he grabbed Xie Yaochen's hand, eyes bloodshot, his voice cold with warning. Xie Yaochen. Seeing his reaction, Xie Yaochen couldn't help but smile. Instructor, this inhibitor dose doesn't seem to be working very well either. The moment the words faded, he lifted his head and kissed the lips so close at hand. Qin Lai's breath suddenly became rapid. A hand unexpectedly appeared on Xie Yaochen's shoulder, as if the other party intended to push him away, but the force was so great that it pained his bones, yet no action was taken. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the man, beads of sweat forming at his temples as reason and instinct battled fiercely within him. Suddenly, with a surge of strength, Qin Lai finally regained his composure and abruptly pushed him away, creating distance between them. Two slightly hurried breaths intertwined in the space, seeking a sense of existence, making the air feel as if it were about to ignite. Xie Yaochen saw the flicker of emotions in Qin Lai's eyes, an unknown darkness roaring and surging at the bottom. The man fixed him with a somewhat terrifying gaze, his hands gripping Xie Yaochen's shoulders, tightening further. Just as Xie Yaochen thought the other party was about to push him away and escape again, a shadow suddenly descended. Qin Lai pushed him onto the sofa and kissed him without room for refusal. The two of them tangled and kissed on the sofa as if they were addicted, their lips parting for less than 2 seconds before uncontrollably kissing again. Just as they were entwined, a sudden phone call rang out. It was Qin Lai's phone, which had fallen to the side. Xie Yaochen accidentally touched it, and Qin Ming's somewhat anxious voice immediately came through. "Dad, where are you? Grandma wants us to come home for a visit." In an instant, the heated air cooled down, and both people on the sofa regained their clarity and composure. Qin Ming seemed to have heard something, and asked cautiously, "Is something wrong? You sound a bit unstable." Qin Lai looked at the person beneath him, his feelings indescribable, and awkwardly hung up the phone before quickly sitting up straight. Xie Yaochen sat up and wrapped his arms around Qin Lai's strong waist. "Uncle, we've kissed. You wouldn't want to evade responsibility, would you?" Qin Lai's throat moved, his voice hoarse. "Don't call me that." "Why not? Didn't you just refer to yourself like you also said you were my elder, so how does kissing once change that?" Qin Lai closed his eyes as hearing that address made him feel like a beast. Forced into a corner, Qin Lai lowered his head and gently stroked his face. "What do you like about me?" Xie Yaochen leaned in his embrace, looking up at him. "I like everything about you." Qin Lai said, "I am an alpha. I know. I am Qin Ming's father. I also know." Before Qin Lai could continue, Xie Yaochen raised his hand to cover the man's mouth. "I know everything. You're an alpha. You're Qin Ming's father. You're much older than me, but I still like you. Saying I like you means that not a single word is a lie. I want to be with you, and it's not to take revenge on anyone." He shifted and straddled the man's lap, licking his lips, his gaze burning as he stared at Qin Lai. "Instructor, I want to kiss you again, can I?" 001. It struggled to recall its pure-hearted host from the first world and looked at the current season driver. Lu Jueming and Zhao Yi, you really should be ashamed. Look at what you've turned him into. Qin Lai also fell silent. Reason told him to stop before things went too far, to let the mistake end in time, but he had just been the one to take the initiative. How could he now stand on a moral high ground to say such hypocritical words? Moreover, once the floodgates were opened, how could they be easily closed? He did not answer. Instead, he locked his grip around Xie Yaochen's neck and kissed him without a hint of hesitation. The two once again indulged in a passionate kiss, and the phone rang again. Perhaps it was Qin Ming calling, but no. Uncertain how long had passed, it was Qin Lai who took the initiative to stop. "That's enough." Hearing his restrained voice, Xie Yaochen looked up and saw that his eyes were already faintly reddened, the last bit of restraint teetering on the brink of collapse. If they continued, Qin Lai would likely be completely controlled by his mating instincts, and what would follow would not merely be kissing. Clearly, he did not intend to casually develop a deeper relationship with Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen sighed. "Instructor, you can't be serious. I've specifically controlled my pheromones. How come you are still like this?" No longer in the mood to pay attention to his playful remarks, Qin Lai gently kissed his eyes and said, "Wait for me to come back." Xie Yaochen took a breath on his chest and replied, "Okay." Qin Lai restrained himself as he separated from him, put on his military cap, gave him one last glance, and left. It was only later that Xie Yaochen learned why he mentioned waiting for his return. It turned out Qin Lai had taken 2 days off in the afternoon. No longer in the mood to pay attention to his playful remarks, Qin Lai gently kissed his eyes and said, "Wait for me to come back." Xie Yaochen, after all, with Qin Lai gone staying at school, didn't hold much meaning. Coincidentally, his father said he would throw him a birthday party. On the other side, just as Qin Lai exited the dormitory building, he unexpectedly bumped into Qin Ming. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Qin Ming exclaimed in surprise. Qin Lai maintained a cold expression. "Aren't we going home? What are you doing here?" Qin Ming unconsciously stood up straight, feeling the restlessness of Qin Lai's pheromones making it hard for him to breathe. "I called you, but no one answered, so I just thought I'd return to the dorm to drop something off." Qin Lai didn't explain why he was coming out of the dormitory, just nodded slightly, and took the lead with steady steps. Let's go home. Qin Ming didn't even bother to set his things down and hurriedly followed behind. Qin Lai took leave to handle some matters at the military department, but since the old lady wanted to see him, he returned home first. Although the old lady claimed to be a grandmother, she didn't look old at all. Her hair was still jet black and her face bore no wrinkles, appearing as a meticulously dressed noblewoman. Upon seeing her cold and stern son, a smile broke out on her face. Mom, what did you want to see me about? Qin Lai asked directly as he entered. The old lady glanced at his impeccably tailored military uniform and scolded, you should change your clothes first. Dressed like this, what Omega would dare approach you? Hearing this, Qin Ming felt a pang of sourness in his heart. Grandma, you don't know there are plenty of Omegas who like this outfit. He didn't even know how many unfamiliar mothers there were online. Qin Lai sat down directly. I still have to go to the military department later. The old lady sighed. I called you back to discuss the matter of matchmaking. After so many years, you should find someone. If you can't smell Omega pheromones, aren't there betas? Moreover, there are Omegas who don't mind your issues. I have one in mind, and they are perfect in every way. The old lady had brought up this topic before, and Qin Lai had never listened, but today, he couldn't help but zone out after hearing just a couple of sentences. Seeing this, elder Madame Qin assumed he lacked patience, and her disappointment burned even hotter. Look at you, and then look at young Xie. He manages both career and family flawlessly. Not only has he become the richest man, but his son Xiao Ming is already so grown up. Qin Lai, who had just picked up his water, choked unexpectedly. Elder Madame Qin immediately asked with concern, oh dear, what's wrong with you today? How can you even choke on water? Are you all right? Qin Lai's expression showed no abnormality, but his heart was filled with an unspoken guilt and shortness. He set down his cup. I'm fine. But speaking of the Xie family, we were indeed in the wrong this time. Elder Madame Qin said, casting an angry glare at her grandson. You were the one who insisted on the marriage alliance. You agreed to the engagement yourself. And now you've turned it into this mess. Who taught you to be so capricious? Didn't you say before that you'd broken up with that boyfriend? That you had little feeling left for him, that you were tired and didn't want to continue? So what are you doing now? This engagement banquet had thoroughly embarrassed the Xie family. Afterward, Elder Madame Qin and her husband personally went to apologize and offered considerable compensation, but it was far from enough. Elder Madame Qin felt deeply that some matters could not be settled with mere benefits. I told you to come apologize together before, but you said you were busy at school. Busy with what? I think it was that boyfriend of yours who wouldn't let you go, wasn't it? Now that you're back, you still need to visit the Xie family. If you still want a marriage alliance afterward, we won't find anyone else for you. It'll be up to you to win the Xie family's forgiveness, and see if that child of theirs is still willing to marry you. Qin Ming hesitated. Qin Lai's brow twitched, and without thinking he objected. No. Why not? Meeting his mother's astonished gaze, Qin Lai paused for a moment, then said, without changing expression, that child of the Xie family is an alpha. Don't you know that? Alpha? Elder Madame Qin was surprised. Qin Lai glanced at his worthless son and suddenly said, if you still want a marriage alliance, I'll choose someone else for you. But if you agree, you must cut ties completely with that boyfriend and never cause such an absurd scene again. Qin Ming was stunned. His cold, strict father, who had always only taught him with fists, was suddenly so kind. Elder Madame Qin, who doted on her grandson, didn't oppose this either, but the topic abruptly turned back to him. You're still worried about Xiao Ming. What about yourself? The Omega I mentioned just now. No need. What do you mean, no need? Qin Lai rarely hesitated like this. His mind had been restless since the moment he returned. He could no longer deny Xie Yaochen's allure to him. Even after resisting the influence of pheromones, he still wanted to kiss him. But in the end, he didn't utter Xie Yaochen's name. He really didn't want to be chased with a stick by his mother at over 30. It's nothing, he only said. I just don't plan to go on blind dates. Elder Madame Qin had no choice but to suppress the idea again, then said, by the way, in 2 days it'll be that child of the Xie family's birthday. Young Xie plans to hold a grand celebration and has already sent out invitations. Xiao Ming, you'll come with me then. You must apologize to him face to face for what happened before. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. He was indeed in the wrong in this matter. He should have gone earlier, but Lin Shu wouldn't let him. This time Lin Shu had broken up with him again over a quarrel, and he had no mind to coax her. Birthday? Qin Lai hadn't known about it. He confirmed, is it Xie Yaochen? Of course it's him. Although Xie Ling was always active outside, Elder Madame Qin didn't particularly care for that mother-ranson pair. When mentioning the younger generation of the Xie family, she only ever spoke of Xie Yaochen. Qin Lai paused. He'll go. Elder Madame Qin was surprised. Weren't you always avoiding meeting young Xie, saying you might end up fighting? Why are you so proactive this time? Qin Lai fell silent for a moment, then said calmly, that was just a joke before. Now I find Xie Yunshi quite agreeable. This was Xie Yaochen's 22nd birthday. In previous years, he had deliberately kept a low profile on his birthdays, afraid of stealing his younger brother's thunder. He never held any birthday banquets, only having a simple family meal. Wu Yu and her son had assumed this year would be the same, but they never expected Xie Yaochen to start sending out invitations widely. Wu Yu immediately found Xie Yaochen. Honey, Xiaochun doesn't like being in the spotlight. Isn't it inappropriate to make it so grand? Xie Yaochen was personally writing invitations to several family friends of his father's generation. He glanced at her. I've already discussed it with him. You don't need to worry. Wu Yu gritted her teeth inwardly. Xie Yaochen already knew. That little bastard was indeed becoming disobedient. Unwilling to give up, Wu Yu tossed her charming hair, swayed her voluptuous waist, and walked gracefully to sit beside Xie Yaochen. But honey, a few months ago, we only had a simple party for Aling's birthday. Now you're holding such a grand one for Xiaochun. Want to make Aling feel unbalanced. You know Aling. Though he's an alpha, he's sensitive. If you're so partial to Xiaochun. Xie Yaochen stopped writing and looked at her with a subtle expression. Why would you say that? Xiaochun is my own son. Isn't it only natural for me to favor him? Although Aling isn't my biological child, I've never treated him poorly these years. If he can resent me over a birthday banquet, then he'll have to reflect on whether I've raised an ingrate all these years. As he finished speaking, he set down the pen gently, his tone turning somewhat cold. You don't think I should wrong my own son for Aling's sake, do you? He looked at his wife with a hint of scrutiny. Wu Yu's heart pounded. She quickly said, No, how could I think that? I was just momentarily worried about Aling and neglected Xiaochun. It's my fault. Xie Yaochen hummed in acknowledgement, didn't press further, and gently patted her cheek. I plan to hold this birthday party at home. Go check how the garden is being decorated. Wu Yu came out of the study, and Xie Ling immediately approached. Mom, how did it go? Wu Yu quickly pulled him aside. The mother and son entered the room before daring to speak freely. He's made up his mind. Wu Yu gritted out. It's just a birthday party, but suddenly he's making it so grand. He must be planning to groom Xie Yaochen anew. But let's not panic first. Even if he wants to groom him, we'll see if Xie Yaochen can live up to it. Xie Ling frowned deeply, his expression anxious, but he nodded. Wu Yu also warned him, from now on be careful with what you say at home. You can't be as careless as before. Don't let anyone overhear. Before, when Xie Yaochen was rarely home, they could do as they pleased. But now, perhaps suspecting something, Xie Yaochen spent less time at the company and more time at home. Xie Ling answered impatiently, but he couldn't calmly accept Xie Yaochen's newfound glory. Just then his phone buzzed. It was a message from Lin Shu. After reading it, he showed slight surprise, then slowly smiled. 2 days later, the birthday banquet was held as scheduled, with political and business elites in attendance. Xie Yaochen, having prepared meticulously, made his appearance alongside Xie Yaochen. The moment he stepped onto the scene, he captured the attention of everyone present. They were awed by his stunning appearance, captivated by his charisma, and astonished by the drastic change in his demeanor over just a few days. Alpha. I attended his engagement party a few days ago, and wasn't he an Omega then? Did he undergo surgery due to heartbreak? Which clinic performed the surgery? The results are remarkable. Xie Yaochen responded. Thank you all for your concern for my son. He has no emotional scars, hasn't changed gender. He has always been an alpha, just playing along with the family before. Oh, I see, this child truly is remarkable, ha. Yet for so many years he was regarded as an Omega and nearly forged a connection with the Qin family. The sudden revelation of him being an alpha and Xie Yaochen throwing such a grand birthday banquet. Everyone present with a normal mindset naturally realized that the power transition within the Xie family was likely to change. Indeed, if they could nurture their own son, why would they hand over their vast family business to an outsider? Moreover, Xie Ling and the others had interacted with him before, and in terms of charisma, none could compare to Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen personally introduced Xie Yaochen to various guests, and Xie Yaochen, without being shy, handled himself with grace and poise, quickly winning the favor of several important figures. Xie Ling watched from a distance, feeling intense jealousy. Xie Yaochen had never been so attentive to him. As soon as Xie Yaochen left the venue, he discreetly followed. Brother. Xie Yaochen was at the sink washing his hands when he glanced at him in the mirror, lazily saying, We haven't had a proper conversation in a long time. Xie Ling stepped closer, revealing a look of longing on his face. Why have you ignored me since you went to military school? You don't even reply to my messages. Xie Yaochen replied, Is this the nonsense you wanted to tell me? He dried his hands and turned to leave. Xie Ling in a hurry grabbed him, saying, Brother, I already know how you feel about me. What feelings? You like me, I already know. Xie Yaochen's eyes narrowed slightly. The original owner indeed had feelings for Xie Ling, otherwise he wouldn't have sacrificed so much for him. However, he had always hidden it well, and never dared to show it so no one knew. How did Xie Ling suddenly find out? It seemed to be the protagonist's doing. He momentarily fell silent, allowing Xie Ling to misunderstand. A hint of pride appeared on his face. Brother, I was wrong before for not noticing your feelings. Now that I know, I will make it up to you. He leaned in closer, whispering ambiguously, they'll be waiting for you in the room at the end of the first floor. Xie Yaochen pushed him away with some disgust. Alphas naturally repelled each other, and now that he was of this gender, he instinctively felt revulsion towards the scent of other alphas. Of course, that excluded Qin Lai. He unconsciously revealed a hint of aggression, and the pheromone pressure he exuded nearly made Xie Ling's legs buckle. This was the hierarchical suppression among alphas. A higher-level alpha needed only to release their pheromones to render lower-level ones powerless to resist. Xie Ling felt furious. Clearly, he had differentiated early, yet he was still inferior to Xie Yaochen. He clenched his sweaty palms, gazing affectionately. Brother, don't forget about the room at the end of the first floor. After saying this, he forced his trembling legs to leave in a somewhat awkward manner. Watching his retreating figure, Xie Yaochen sneered and asked 001, what has he arranged? 001 replied, he has prepared an omega and heat in that room. The moment you enter, you will be influenced by the omega's pheromones and interheat yourself. As an alpha, you would lose your rationality on the spot and engage in indescribable acts with the omega. 001 added, then he will bring people to burst in on this scene. The omega has been bought off and will accuse you of rape, and in front of all the guests your reputation will be ruined, and the path your father paved for you will be cut off right at the start. Xie Yaochen asked, how much did the protagonist participate in this plan? 001 responded, the idea was proposed by the protagonist while the omega was found by Xie Ling. After all, the protagonist had no money. Xie Yaochen nodded and exited the restroom. As soon as he returned to the banquet hall, he sensed something unusual. 001 exclaimed, wow, Qin Lai has arrived. Xie Yaochen glanced towards the entrance, his face instantly lighting up with a smile. There stood Qin Lai accompanied by Qin Ming. Upon seeing Qin Ming, an idea suddenly struck Xie Yaochen. He told 001, send a message to bring Qin Ming to that room. The plan conceived with great effort by the protagonist. How could Qin Ming, being the future husband of the other party, not show up to support? 001 felt conflicted. Their host had no qualms about scheming against the son of his boyfriend. Meanwhile, Xie Yaochen approached with a smile. The commander must be very busy. How do you find time to come? It's your son's birthday banquet. No matter how busy I am, I must attend. As Qin Lai spoke, he raised his eyes and met Xie Yaochen's gaze from a distance. Seeing the unmasked smile on Xie Yaochen's face, his expression unconsciously softened. Xie Yaochen, however, did not catch the undertones and was secretly astonished that this child had actually spoken. Xie Yaochen waited for a moment. When he saw that Qin Lai and Xie Yaochen were about to finish their conversation, he turned and casually left the hall, entering a more secluded lounge. He waited for just a moment before someone pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit, and Xie Yaochen's footsteps paused briefly before slowly approaching him, ultimately stopping right in front of him. A hand tentatively lifted, resting on his cheek, gently caressing. Sensing the tenderness in the gesture, Xie Yaochen finally broke down, wrapping his arms around Qin Lai's waist. He smiled and said, I knew you would come. Qin Lai replied softly, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for 2 days. Both understood what those words meant. 2 days ago when they parted, even though he had uncontrollably kissed him, Qin Lai's heart was still in turmoil. But 2 days had been enough for Qin Lai to recognize his own heart. He had also fallen for him, yet he let Xie Yaochen alone exert all the effort for this relationship. What kind of behavior was that? Despite being so much older. I came today to say something to you, he said, touching Xie Yaochen's face. Xie Yaochen directly relaxed and fell into his arms. What is it? I've never loved anyone before, so I have no experience. Qin Lai looked down at the person in his arms. If I make you unhappy about anything, tell me, okay? Xie Yaochen couldn't help but laugh. Really? I don't believe it. Instructor, you're surprisingly eloquent now. Qin Lai looked at him with a mix of helplessness and indulgence. Xie Yaochen's eyes curved. Got it. Anything else? Also, I am much older than you. Qin Lai stroked his hair. In daily life, I might not be as interesting as someone your age. Are you afraid I'll find you boring? I won't. Xie Yaochen shook his head. As long as I'm with you, will be happy doing. Qin Lai was momentarily speechless. Xie Yaochen asked again, anything else? There is something else. Qin Lai took out an item. A birthday gift. Xie Yaochen looked down and saw by the dim light that it was actually a ring. He looked up in surprise and blurted out, isn't this a bit too fast? Qin Lai paused and explained, it's just an ordinary ring. No other meaning. Oh. Having gotten used to the pace of the previous 2 worlds, Xie Yaochen felt a subtle disappointment. He extended his hand, wanting Qin Lai to put it on his finger, but instead Qin Lai picked up the ring and directly hung it around his neck. He had already threaded a fine silver chain through it in advance. Aren't rings supposed to be worn on the finger? Qin Lai's expression was somewhat hard to read. With movements that could only be described as gentle, he looped the silver chain around Xie Yaochen's neck and fastened it, saying, you have to go to school. Wearing it on your finger would be inconvenient. However, Xie Yaochen's heart stirred. He looked down at his chest. He suspected this ring was not an ordinary one, and Qin Lai didn't want others to see it. Did you buy this ring randomly? Qin Lai instinctively wanted to nod, but then paused. No, I wouldn't give you a casual gift. I spent a long time choosing this. Xie Yaochen gave a meaningful oh. He hugged Qin Lai and nuzzled against his chest. Thank you, uncle. I really like it. Qin Lai helplessly stroked his hair. Change the title. To what? Don't want to hear uncle. Want me to call? Qin Lai's breath caught. He touched his face, smiled silently with affection, and said naughty. Compared to 2 days ago, his aura had softened and relaxed considerably. Xie Yaochen felt amazed as if unlocking something new. He had thought Qin Lai's personality was so cold and tough that he would be the same in romance, but he never expected such patience and gentleness. He lay in the man's arms, looked up at him, and smiled. So now you're my boyfriend? Qin Lai met his gaze indulgently. Yeah, that's right. Xie Yaochen just looked at him without speaking. Qin Lai understood, lifted his face, and tentatively leaned in to kiss. The hand on Xie Yaochen's shoulder gradually moved down, embracing his waist, and back, slowly locking his entire body into his own arms. Outside, the banquet hall was noisy and bustling, but a single door separated the two worlds. They kissed lingeringly and passionately in the unlit room. In the hall, Xie Yaochen looked around, but still couldn't find Xie Yaochen. He was a little puzzled. Someone beside him asked, "Where did Commander Qin go?" Xie Yaochen didn't care much about that, and said casually, "Qin Lai has never liked such occasions. He's probably off somewhere." Xie Ling suddenly walked over. "Dad, where's my brother? I've been looking for him everywhere. He's the main character of today's banquet. Disappearing for so long might not be good. Should we go find him?" Xie Yaochen was a little out of breath, and they both stopped. Their chests pressed tightly together, feeling the intense vibrations in each other's chests. Even if they did nothing and said nothing, just embracing quietly like this gave a feeling of great satisfaction. Qin Lai glanced at the time, then bent down to kiss the corner of his mouth. "We should go out." If they were gone too long, Xie Yaochen would start looking for them. Xie Yaochen's clothes were a bit messy. Qin Lai reached out to help him tidy up. Suddenly the room's lights blazed on, and someone pushed the door open. Holy shit. Qin Ming froze in place. "Dad, what are you two doing?" Qin Lai and Xie Yaochen were standing face to face, his hand still pulling on Xie Yaochen's collar. After 2 seconds, Qin Ming suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly closed the door behind him, afraid someone might see. Xie Yaochen thought, well, it's found out now, and was about to confess when Qin Ming said, "Dad, what Xie Yaochen did before taking the chance to beat me up was indeed not right, but you shouldn't hit him either. Look, I publicly broke off the engagement back then, and Uncle Xie didn't come to my door to teach me a lesson." Xie Yaochen. Qin Lai. After choking for a moment, Xie Yaochen silently turned his head and exchanged a look with Qin Lai, his eyes saying only one thing. "Is your son from such a young age this smart?" Qin Lai wasn't very surprised. He calmly withdrew his hand and turned away coldly. "What are you doing?" Qin Ming stood up fearfully. Someone messaged me saying they had something to discuss and told me to go to the room at the end of the first floor. I think I went to the wrong place." Xie Yaochen. Is this what they call fools have fortune? But considering that his first reaction was actually to plead for him and ask Qin Lai not to hit him, it was fine. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly there was another disturbance outside. Xie Ling deliberately reported to Xie Yaochen first, then headed straight for the first floor lounge, preparing to find Xie Yaochen. As soon as he reached the corridor, he suddenly heard a cry, and then, accompanied by a strong omega pheromone, a figure dashed out of the room at the end. "Help! Save me! An alpha forced me!" sob. Xie Ling's eyes lit up, barely suppressing a laugh. This was the omega he had arranged. It seemed the plan had succeeded. The omega's pheromones alarmed the other guests, and the hall suddenly fell into chaos. How can an omega be in heat? Get a suppressant quick. With so many alphas here, if they all lost control, it would be no joke. Xie Ling injected himself with a suppressant and shouted, "Over here." Immediately, guards wearing breathing masks surged towards that area, and many betas unaffected by pheromones also ran over to watch the commotion. Among them, several figures carrying cameras were particularly conspicuous. The journalists Xie Ling had arranged in advance. The one in trouble was a male omega, flushed all over, collapsing weakly in the corridor. The guards initially thought it was just an accidental heat and approached to move him to a safe place, but as soon as they got close, they heard the omega shouting that an alpha had forced him. The situation immediately became serious. "Who is that alpha? Where is he now?" The omega sobbed. "He ran away, but I know who he is. He's the son of the richest man, Mr. Xie." The guards immediately realized the severity. Which son? The eldest or the youngest? The omega's voice trembled. It's the one who just got engaged, Xie Yaochen." Those who had followed to watch the commotion were greatly startled upon hearing this. "Son of Xie Yaochen." Who? Xie Yaochen, who had just arrived after using a suppressant, happened to hear this accusation. He remained very calm. "Whom are you referring to?" The omega breathed rapidly, opening his hazy eyes. He had waited and waited in the room, but no one came when the time was up. To ensure his plan succeeded, he had to take the initiative. He swept his gaze across the room, and quickly locked onto Xie Ling, his eyes lighting up. The richest man's son, this is the one. He had seen him on the news before. It's him. He pointed at Xie Ling. Instantly all eyes turned to Xie Ling. Xie Ling's face changed drastically. What nonsense are you spouting? I just arrived. How could I have had time to do anything to you? Sob. It was him. I have proof. This is the thing I just tore off him. The Omega said, spreading his palm to reveal a cufflink. As soon as Xie Ling saw it, he froze, and an expression of disbelief rose in his eyes. He had indeed given this Omega something in advance, but wasn't it a brooch identical to Xie Yaochen's? How did it become his own cufflink? He subconsciously touched his cuff and found it indeed empty, instantly stunned. At this moment, everyone was staring at him. Is it really him? Forcing an Omega, and at such an occasion. What was he thinking? TSK. Xie Yaochen's gaze turned cold. Ailing, do you have anything to say? How could Ailing possibly do such a thing? There must be some misunderstanding. Wu Yu promptly spoke up for her son. Who is that alpha? Can't we just check the surveillance footage? This matter had already been handled by someone, and just then the result arrived. Someone came to report to Xie Yaochen, sir, the surveillance here has a problem. The footage from the past hour is all blank. Xie Ling's heart immediately sank. How could such a coincidence occur? His mind raced quickly, and within moments he had an idea. He spoke hesitantly. This cufflink did originally belong to me, but just half an hour ago my brother took it from me saying his was lost, and he needed to borrow mine. This statement immediately shocked everyone. What? Xie Yaochen? Speaking of which, where did Xie Yaochen go? Everyone then realized that Xie Yaochen had been missing for a long time. For a moment, it was inevitable that some people harbored unfavorable suspicions. Wu Yu put on a worried expression. Little Chen wouldn't have done something wrong, and is hiding out of guilt, would he? As soon as she finished speaking, a door beside them suddenly opened. What wrongdoing have I committed? Auntie might as well say it in front of me. Everyone turned their gaze, and was immediately astonished. Wu Yu's voice also got stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Xie Yaochen was not alone. Surprisingly, Qin Lai and Qin Ming were also by his side. If they insisted on throwing the blame onto Xie Yaochen, would they have to say that Qin Lai and his son had helped him do it? Xie Yaochen looked at his son, then at Qin Lai, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. How did you end up together? Xie Yaochen remained calm. Regarding the special training, I had 2 questions I wanted to ask Uncle Qin. Uncle, am I right? Qin Lai. Yes. For the first time in front of Xie Yaochen, he felt somewhat unable to raise his head. So what exactly happened? How come I hear someone saying it was me? Xie Yaochen glanced at the Omega on the floor, then at Xie Ling. The Omega hesitated. The richest man actually had 2 sons. Then, he should not have made a mistake, right? Right, since the cufflink belonged to this Xie Ling, it must be correct. When Xie Ling bribed someone, he certainly would not go personally and leave such a huge handle. So the Omega did not know who the briber was, only that he was supposed to frame the richest man's son. Xie Ling never expected that things would turn out like this. Since Xie Yaochen was with Corps Commander Qin, the blame could not be pinned on him no matter what. The only suspect left was Xie Ling. Xie Ling could not defend himself and was taken away by the arriving police. Forcing an Omega is a very serious crime in the Federation. In severe cases, the perpetrator may be sentenced to life imprisonment. Xie Yaochen did not stop it either. Not to mention that there were so many guests present to witness it, and whether he could stop it, he himself was not someone who would cover up a wrongdoing. Even Xie Yaochen did not expect it to go so smoothly. He had indeed asked 001 to replace the brooch with the cufflink, but he did not expect the Omega to make it so convenient for him, directly pointing out Xie Ling. Honey, Wu Yu was extremely anxious. How could Ailing have done such a thing? He must have been framed by someone. You have to help him. Xie Yaochen said flatly, if he truly didn't do it, he will be fine. Thanks to Xie Ling himself, the video of him being taken away by the police at the banquet was soon posted online. The journalist, having received money, used all sorts of sensational headlines to try to ruin his reputation, completely unaware that the person they were working so hard to smear was the very one who had hired them. In the school dormitory, Lin Chu had been following the online situation. The moment the video came out, he clicked on it. Seeing that it was Xie Ling being taken away, he was extremely stunned. How could this be? But soon his attention was drawn to another matter. Why did Qin Ming come out of the same room? And he took a screenshot from the video, enlarged Xie Yaochen in the image, studied it over, and finally fixed his eyes on a certain spot on Xie Yaochen's neck. The more he looked, the darker his expression became. He would not be mistaken. This was a hickey. How could Xie Yaochen have a hickey on his neck? He immediately called Qin Ming. Did you go to Xie Yaochen's birthday party? Why did you come out of the same room with him? What did you 2 do in there? Did you 2 do something you shouldn't have? Is that hickey on his neck from you? Qin Ming was just pondering who at the banquet had tried to harm him, actually luring him into that room. Luckily, he didn't fall for it. Before he could even speak after answering the call, he was bombarded with accusations, completely stunned. It took him several seconds to react. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? You still want to deny it? I saw it. There were only 3 of you coming out of that room. Are you going to tell me that Hickey was left by your father? Qin Ming, you truly disappoint me. Since you chose Xie Yaochen, we are done from today on. Before Qin Ming could say anything, the call ended. There was only one thought in his mind: hadn't they already broken up? Suddenly, looking down at the picture Lin Chu had sent, he recognized it, and was shocked. These marks. They really look alike. Instantly, the awkward posture of his father and Xie Yaochen when he burst through the door flashed in his mind. But in an instant, he ruthlessly suppressed a certain blasphemous thought. Although Xie Yaochen was deliberately or unintentionally flirting with the intent to become his mother. But what kind of person was his father? Upright, righteous, and iron-hearted. How could he possibly be swayed by Xie Yaochen's flirting? The mark on Xie Yaochen's neck must be from an insect bite. Even though he tried so hard to comfort himself, from the moment he saw the picture, this 20-year-old young alpha vaguely harbored a secret worry. He didn't even have the heart to care about Lin Chu's talk of a clean break. A few days later, back at school, Xie Yaochen noticed that Qin Ming kept staring at him during training. During a break, he asked suspiciously, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Qin Ming looked uncomfortable and quickly averted his eyes, but after a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Since you're an alpha, you should like omegas, right? Or betas?" Hearing this, Xie Yaochen understood that the silly fool was probably starting to suspect something. So he deliberately said, "I actually like alphas, don't you know that? Otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to the marriage alliance with you back then. Now, well, I like your father. Haven't I told you already?" Qin Ming's face turned green instantly. He opened his mouth, then closed it, opened again, and finally said earnestly, "I think you've never experienced the goodness of omegas, so you're just fooled by my father's appearance." Xie Yaochen looked at him puzzled. "Why are you so against me being with your father?" Qin Ming mused, "I've always wanted a mother who is an omega, gentle, beautiful, intelligent, elegant. Actually, these qualities weren't all necessary, but he absolutely didn't want a mother like Xie Yaochen who could knock his head off with one punch. Moreover, Xie Yaochen had almost been engaged to him, and now he was still his classmate, only 2 years older. How could he ever bring himself to call him mother in the future? He'd be laughed to death going out in public. In short, he glanced furtively, seeing Qin Lai talking with 2 teachers, and not paying attention to them, he whispered, "I'm telling you, my dad is good looking and all, but that's it. His temper is cold and hard. Being with him is no fun at all." Xie Yaochen glanced behind him, his expression unchanged. "Is that so?" "Yes. No one knows better than me how boring and terrifying he is. I say, why don't you like someone else? There are plenty of omegas in the art department I can introduce you to." Qin Ming, present. Qin Ming jumped up in fright, turned around, and saw his boring and terrifying father standing behind him, looking at him coldly. Qin Ming froze for a moment, then immediately said, "Instructor, I'll run 30 laps right now." With that, he fled like the wind. Qin Lai's gaze shifted to Xie Yaochen, who was sitting cross-legged on the grass. Xie Yaochen stifled a smile, got up, and entered the nearby grove. He leaned against a tree, and soon Qin Lai followed. Standing before him, Qin Lai looked down at him. "I treat you and him differently. Don't listen to his nonsense." "How so?" "He must be punished for his mistakes, but you, I can't bear to." Often simple words touch the heart most. It seemed that after establishing their relationship, Qin Lai had completely opened up. Xie Yaochen couldn't help. The previous training session had been a bit strenuous, leaving some dust on his face. Qin Lai took out a handkerchief, cupped his face, and carefully wiped it clean. Xie Yaochen obediently let him clean, casually asking, "Why do you carry a handkerchief with you?" Given Qin Lai's personality, he didn't seem like that kind of person. Qin Lai seemed a bit uncomfortable. "I didn't before, but I thought I might need it in the future." Like this moment, he gently stroked his face with his thumb. "I told you there are many things I haven't experienced and have no experience in, but I will learn gradually." Xie Yaochen could clearly feel his sincerity. He smiled and asked, "So how did you think of bringing a handkerchief? Learned from someone else?" "Who?" "Your father." Xie Yaochen. He really hadn't expected that. When did that happen? Back in school, he often changed boyfriends and girlfriends. The longest one lasted only 2 months. He was the one to initiate every breakup, yet none of them hated him afterwards. Some even cried bitterly, expressing willingness to be his backup. This still baffled Qin Lai, who once suspected that Xie Yunshi might know how to cast love spells. He hadn't thought about dating before and scoffed at Xie Yunshi's ways, but now that he had a little boyfriend, well, learning from those experiences shouldn't be wrong. Xie Yaochen was stunned. "My father was that impressive back then," Qin Lai reluctantly admitted. "In that regard, he is very capable." At that time, their mutual dislike was partly due to this. He didn't understand Xie Yunshi's behavior, always feeling that Xie Yunshi was being taken advantage of. Xie Yaochen was stunned. "My father was that impressive back then," Qin Lai reluctantly admitted. "In that regard, he is very capable, partner." Lack of experience was one thing, but as a military commander experienced in combat, he instantly sensed the danger in this question and flatly denied it. No, I wasn't interested in dating back then. Lack of experience was one thing, but as a military commander experienced in combat, he instantly sensed the danger in this question and flatly denied it. No, I wasn't interested. The results of his efforts were evident. Every time they sparred, he could pin Xie Yaochen to the ground. He gently touched the corner of Xie Yaochen's eye, not saying that sometimes he felt he had waited all these years just for this person in front of him. They had to part and left one after the other. On the track, Qin Ming saw them and felt an immediate sense of crisis. When did they go into the grove? It's almost over. They had to part and left one after the other. On the track, Qin Ming saw them and felt an immediate sense of crisis. When did they go into the grove? What did they do in there? Qin Ming felt this couldn't go on. For the sake of a gentle Omega mother in the future, he had to make an effort. So when training ended the next afternoon, Qin Ming announced to everyone that he had organized a party. Students from all departments are welcome. We've been training for days, so it's a good chance to unwind. The others immediately agreed with enthusiasm. Qin Ming then asked Xie Yaochen casually, Xie Yaochen, you'll come too, right? Xie Yaochen glanced at Qin Lai and said, I want go. That day's training was indoors. Seeing Qin Lai already heading out, he waved carelessly at Qin Ming and followed unhurriedly. Outside, Qin Lai was indeed waiting for him at the door. He trotted over and Qin Lai tousled his hair. Xie Yaochen was surprised. You don't want me to stay with you? How could he not want that? But Qin Lai said, don't give up activities with your peers for my sake. I hope you can be as happy as before. Xie Yaochen hugged him, burying his face in his chest. But I'm happy being with you. It's different, Qin Lai said with a smile, his slender fingers threading affectionately through Xie Yaochen's hair, cherishing the brief moment they could embrace. They were still on campus and their relationship couldn't be exposed. He didn't mind for himself, but he didn't want others to gossip about Xie Yaochen. That party your son organized looks completely frivolous. What if someone confesses to me there? Qin Lai paused, then said calmly, it's normal for an outstanding person to be liked. So magnanimous. Xie Yaochen raised an eyebrow. And what if I take a fancy to someone? The caressing touch on his head vanished. The hand instead pinched his cheek with moderate force. Qin Lai looked down at him, deliberately trying to anger me. Xie Yaochen's eyes were innocent. I'm just stating a possibility. Qin Lai kissed his eye and whispered, then you must restrain yourself and only like me. Just as they were speaking, Qin Ming came looking for them. Xie Yaochen. At the sound of footsteps, Qin Lai immediately parted from Xie Yaochen. His tenderness vanished as he glared coldly. Why do you have so many petty matters every day? Qin Ming was bewildered by the scolding and felt a little wronged. What had he done? He only called Xie Yaochen's name. He asked Xie Yaochen, are you coming? Xie Yaochen nodded. He'll go. He went over with Qin Ming. Unluckily, as soon as they arrived, they ran. Lin Shu was good-looking and widely regarded as the school beauty of the Central Military Academy, courted by many alphas and betas. After his rebirth, he had used his prophetic advantage to help many classmates. For instance, reminding someone to get an early checkup to avoid a terminal illness, or taking a few classmates to make a fortune in stocks. In short, with these efforts, he had built good popularity and was thriving like a fish in water. He had made up his mind to let go of Qin Ming completely, so today, he accepted an invitation from a suitor and came to this party. He knew the party was organized by Qin Ming. He deliberately brought his new flame before Qin Ming's eyes to tell him that he was not irreplaceable. Yet when he actually saw Xie Yaochen and Qin Ming walking in together, the hand clutching his glass whitened with fear. He held the arm of the alpha beside him and deliberately approached the two. Let me introduce you. This is my new boyfriend. The alpha's expression turned awkward, his eyes constantly darting towards Xie Yaochen. Xie Yaochen looked up and found the man vaguely familiar. Just then Lin Shu asked him deliberately, Xie Yaochen, him with Wei Lin now. You don't mind, do you? Wei Lin. Now Xie Yaochen remembered. He was a former suitor of the original owner, a notorious alpha from a wealthy family. The original owner had disguised himself as an Omega, and Wei Lin had fallen for him at first sight, launching a fervent pursuit. The commotion was so grand that even the students of the Bride Academy knew of his existence, and assumed that barring any accident, Xie Yaochen would end up with him. But ever since the new Xie Yaochen arrived, Wei Lin had almost vanished. Or to be accurate, after the protagonist show's rebirth, Wei Lin had stopped appearing before him. In the previous life before the protagonist show's rebirth, Wei Lin had been deeply devoted to the original owner. Even after the original owner married, he never gave up, going so far as to defy his family's arranged fiancé. Of course, that fiancé was a formidable Omega from the Military Academy's combat department, not particularly attractive. When Wei Lin first met her, he spoke rudely and got his face punched crooked. So whether his refusal to marry her was truly because he couldn't forget Xie Yaochen, or he was using Xie Yaochen as an excuse to escape, was open to interpretation. But the protagonist show evidently envied Xie Yaochen for having such a devoted admirer. After his rebirth, whether deliberately or accidentally, he got to know Wei Lin. He also used his rebirth advantage to help Wei Lin avoid a car accident staged by a family's illegitimate child, earning Wei Lin's immense gratitude. Now he had even transferred his affections. To be honest, Xie Yaochen found Wei Lin rather distasteful, so Lin Chu's snatching him away was not only unwelcome, but actually welcome. Thus, facing Lin Chu's insinuations, he remained unmoved. Neither of you are anyone to me. Why would I mind? I wish you both a love as long as the flowing waters. Lin Chu felt like he had punched cotton. As for Wei Lin, who had been awkward moments before, he now looked dejected. Getting no desired reaction from Xie Yaochen, Lin Chu turned to stare at Qin Ming. Qin Ming thought for a moment. We've already broken up. There's nothing more to say. I also wish you well. He had been hesitating about whether to continue with Lin Chu, but Lin Chu had made the choice for him. So I'm just not cut out for romance. He'll go with an arranged marriage. Lin Chu couldn't believe it. His eyes reddened instantly. Qin Ming, can you so easily discard what we had? Qin Ming looked puzzled. Wasn't it you who discarded it? Xie Yaochen barely stifled a laugh. The smile on his lips was unbearably glaring in Lin Chu's eyes, making him feel that Xie Yaochen was flaunting having taken Qin Ming away. Xie Yaochen, Lin Chu, you must be quite close to my younger brother, right? Xie Yaochen interrupted abruptly. He was taken away by the police. Don't you care about him? Lin Chu's expression shifted slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. How would I know your brother? Is that so? I thought you were close given how much effort you've put into advising him. The others nearby were surprised and puzzled. Xie Yaochen's younger brother, the Alpha who had forced an Omega and was taken away. Lin Chu knew him, and from Xie Yaochen's tone, they seemed to have a tight bond. Lin Chu panicked. How could Xie Yaochen know? Had Xie Ling broken their agreement and spilled everything? If he told Xie Yaochen, would he also confess to the police? He had worked so painstakingly since his rebirth to build his current position. If it all collapsed because of